The Perfect Supreme Chapter 3187 to Chapter 3269. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations against Young Master Yao. Outside the cave, the terrifying battle was getting more and more intense. What was terrifying was that the cultivators from the Great Celestial Mansion and the Cloud Emperor were all injured. In the sky, there was a giant phantom of a demon, and under that phantom, there was an endless amount of mud. It was the realm-devouring beast. A demonic youth stood there, as if the demon emperor had descended. He was young Master Yao. He had joined forces with the ancient demon tribe and defeated the elites from the Great Celestial Mansion. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and left without a word. However, the Sky Emperor was lucky enough to escape. How could he let Lin Ling and the Cloud Emperor escape? Stop fighting, those two have snatched the most precious treasure. The Celestial Emperor let out a loud shout, causing both sides to stop fighting. Sky Emperor, what do you mean? In the sky, the Cloud Emperor frowned and asked. We've been tricked. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Those two have taken the nether dragon liquid, which is even more precious than the nether dragon's bones. I saw it with my own eyes when I entered the cave. Sky Emperor, the Sky Emperor shouted again. His words made everyone's expression change, and they were fuming with anger. They had been fighting with their lives on the line, but someone else had stolen an even more precious treasure right under their noses. One had to know that although the nether dragon's bones were precious, the nether dragon liquid was the real treasure. This was because whether it was a dragon or other demon beasts, they would definitely leave their life's essence to the next generation before passing it on to the next generation. The nether dragon liquid was the essence of the nether dragon. In fact, it wasn't just dragons. It was the same for humans. It's them. Sky Emperor. At this moment, the Sky Emperor pointed to the ground, and everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling and the Cloud Emperor. Damn it. Sky Emperor. Although Lin Ling had sensed this earlier, he was still so angry that he gritted his teeth. He's the one we invited? Sky Emperor. In the sky, the young Master Yao also stared at Lin Ling. Young Master Yao. They seemed to be from the Purple Cloud Sword sect. An old man at the side immediately said. Although there were many people who had joined their plan, in fact, this elder knew everyone's background. They're not from the Purple Cloud Sword sect. We've been tricked. The young demon lord's eyes emitted a strange green light as he shot it at Lin Ling. Hand over the accompanying fluid and I will spare your lives. His cold voice immediately spread throughout the sky of the Forbidden Forest. Everyone's eyes were also extremely cold. They knew that those two were dead for sure. After offending the young demon lord, even gods would fall. They had all witnessed young Master Yao's strength before. He was a godlike genius who could suppress a saint. How could those two cockroaches be a match for him? Old doe, get ready to run. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that the strongest battle had arrived. However, his eyes were surging with battle intent. In fact, he was looking forward to seeing this powerful genius of the ancient demon race. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had traveled all over the 9 prefectures and defeated all the races. He was a genius with 100 different bloodlines and was a descendant of the gods. He had already developed a proud and arrogant personality. Li Xiaoyao didn't believe that a rising star like young Monster Lord could be that strong. Rumble. As Do Afterimage ran with Lin Ling also activated the powerful spacetime Divine Steel. The huge Divine Steel fell from the sky. It looked like a 5th-grade desolate body, but in fact, it had the aura of an ultimate desolate body. Alasaka Manginan. Seeing this, young Demon Lord seemed to be honing something. His expression was holy and solemn. The demon god phantom behind him grew larger. A huge demon claw reached towards the sky and blocked the spacetime Divine Steel's fall. Among the half-sages, you are one of the strongest I have ever seen. Young Demon Lord also said solemnly. His words made people gasp. This was because they thought that those two were passers-by. Among the half-sages, you are also one of the strongest I have ever seen. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also said coldly. His arrogance did not diminish. Hearing this, young Demon Lord laughed. His eyebrows moved and the ground began to turn black. In front of Lin Ling, a huge mouth appeared. The realm-devouring beast had arrived. Young Master. Do Afterimage immediately cried out in alarm. No need to panic. You cannot slow down. Lin Ling quickly shouted. Lightning flashed in his eyes as the illusion god True Inheritance burst out, 1,000 transformations, one of the 100 bloodlines, the illusion god True Inheritance, had arrived. In the ancient mountain range, countless Lin Ling and Do afterimages appeared. They ran in all directions, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. What kind of technique is this guy using? 1,000 transformations? Could he be the successor of the illusion god? The experts in the distance all cried out in alarm. Was this still a passerby? Damn, this was simply a ferocious person. Rumble, the black realm swallowing beast began to devour the countless phantoms, making people extremely nervous. Those two should be dead. However, in the next moment, in another direction, two figures rushed out and ran forward crazily. They had escaped. At this moment, even young demon lord's expression changed drastically. Who was young demon lord? He was one of the 9 states' 10 evils, the son of 10,000 demons of the ancient demon race. Those who fought him were all descendants of gods or the strongest in the 9 states, but now, a nameless brat had actually blocked his attack. It is impolite not to reciprocate. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold laughter rang out again. He was being carried by Do afterimage, but a 5-meter-long bone bow appeared in his hand. Above his head, the dragon god phantom roared, and this was a real dragon. Compared to young demon lord's demon god, it was like a dragon god clashing with a demon god. Lin Ling's expression was extremely sacred. The dragon bone in his body was roaring. After swallowing the nether dragon companion liquid, he seemed to have transformed into a small dragon. Most importantly, this was a small dragon of the nether dragon level. Young master! Young master! Even Do afterimage cried out in alarm, feeling as if he was carrying a dragon from the era of gods. Heavenly dragon protection, good karma increases day by day, gather holy karma, Bodhi will not retreat, gods and ghosts assist, peaceful dreams. Lin Ling muttered to himself as the bow in his hand shot out, the 3 arrows intertwined like a dragon's roar. He didn't use the True Inheritance dark sword, because his goal was to leave. If he used the True Inheritance dark sword, he wouldn't be able to take it back. What was terrifying was that after the 3 arrows intertwined, they turned into a huge dragon god and swept towards young demon lord. 8 divine abilities of the dragon race. Seeing this, young demon lord's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that the youth hidden in his faction would be so strong. All these techniques were left behind from the era of gods, illusion god True Inheritance, 8 divine abilities of the dragon race. What the hell was this brat? He opened his hands and muttered with a serious expression, Toka and I ma and I. Golden blood began to flow out of his forehead. This blood turned into strange patterns, causing his body to grow larger. His hair also grew longer, and he was actually transforming into a demon god. A demon god was a god with the talent of 10,000 demons, therefore, he also became a monster. He had the horns of the ox demon, the fangs of the tiger demon, the wings of the eagle demon, the arms of the ape demon, and so on. His arm immediately clawed out fiercely, mixed with the terrifying power of rank, rumble. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations A breakthrough in strength. Could that guy be from the dragon race? Everyone was shocked, especially the Heavenly Emperor. Especially experts like the Heavenly Emperor, they never thought that the brat's methods would be so terrifying. Boom. However, the young beast master was indeed a young beast master. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, so he managed to block the Calamity Destroyer bow with a roar. 3 arrows also appeared in his huge palm, and his expression was incomparably cold. In fact, he had underestimated Lin Ling from the start, which led to this scene. His eerie green eyes immediately looked into the distance. However, at this moment, a terrifying demonic aura filled the sky, and a huge, headless elder appeared. His long robe fluttered, and he held a demonic sword in his hand. He looked like he was seeking defeat alone. Where is my head? That old voice seemed to be able to shake the world. That sword was like the era of the gods. Bloody light bloomed. Oh no! The young beastmaster's expression changed. He opened his hands, and countless demons rushed out from his body. There were demon eagles, horse demons, and so on. His body seemed to be hiding endless demons. These demons were like death warriors. They rushed forward and used their strong bodies to block that sword. Whoosh! However, wherever the sword passed, thousands of lives were annihilated. Furthermore, The sword had slashed across young Master Yao's arm, causing his giant ape arm to bleed profusely. He caressed his injured arm and looked at the thousands of demons that had been sliced in half. His expression was abnormally ugly. When he looked at Lin Ling and the Heavenly Emperor again, they had already disappeared into the distance. How terrifying. Where did that person come from? Good and evil combined in one body. He has the heavenly dragon protecting him and the aura of righteousness. He has the demonic sword and the demonic aura. He must be a new genius born in the 9 states. The people around them were trembling. Those two were so cunning. They were clearly so strong, but they pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who is that person? The young beast master could not help but ask in a low voice. The son of the devil. Not long after, a serious voice floated out. It was the Heavenly Emperor. His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The son of the devil, a figure in the news recently. Rumor had it that he had almost killed the gods. It's him. The young demon master was stunned. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it's him, then my loss is justified. Among the half-saints of the 9 prefectures, who else can escape from me? He had obviously heard of the son of devil's name, but it was just a rumor. He didn't believe it before, but after seeing it today, he believed it a little. He even had a feeling that the son of demon hadn't used his full strength yet. Everyone was shocked when they heard young Master Yao's words. Young Master Yao seemed to treat the son of devil as an expert at the same level. This kind of evaluation could be said to be universally shocking. At this moment, Duing was carrying Lin Ling as he madly ran. Lin Ling's face was extremely pale. Previously, it could be said that he had used all his trump cards. Young Master, you actually blocked young Master Yao's attack. Do Afterimage's heart was still in shock. He naturally knew what kind of person the young demon lord was. This was an outstanding genius of the 9 prefectures, and although Lin Ling was also very powerful, he clearly hadn't reached such heights. However, the result was that Lin Ling was actually only slightly weaker than Yao Xiao. He has underestimated his opponent. Moreover, his talent is really terrifying. He has the ultimate desolate physique, which can gather thousands of demons into one body. In addition to his cultivation level, the realm-devouring beast, and so on, if we were to fight force with force, I definitely wouldn't be his match. Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Although he wasn't young Master Yao's match, he had won this battle. Most importantly, he was only at the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, while young Master Yao was at the later stage of the half-saint realm. Therefore, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If his cultivation level increased again, then the gap between him and young Master Yao would become smaller and smaller. Moreover, Do Afterimage also thought so. Old Do, find a quiet place. I'm about to break through. Suddenly, Lin Ling let out an anxious voice. Another breakthrough? Hearing this, Do Afterimage was shocked. One had to know that when Lin Ling left the spirit state, he had just broken through. Now, he had broken through again. This cultivation speed was too monstrous. In a dense forest, a bottomless hole was dug out by Lin Ling. Then, he jumped down. Do Afterimage hid at the side of the hole and sealed the entire hole. In the hole, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, and the surface of his body was filled with rolling realm essence. The nether dragon accompanying liquid that he had devoured earlier had all been refined. The reason was because of the all-out battle with young Master Yao. That battle had used up all the realm essence in his 4 dantians. It was because of this that his methods were so sharp. This breakthrough will definitely require a lot of treasures. Fortunately, I prepared a lot this time. Lin Ling had a confident smile on his face. He took out all the treasures he had obtained from the Purple Cloud Sword sect and continued to refine them. A huge amount of spiritual qi instantly filled Lin Ling's dantian. His 4 dantians, which were originally dry, were now nourished like bamboo shoots after a rain. Godly demon body, flame dantian, dragon dantian, and thunder dantian. His 4 dantians were also becoming larger and larger. At the same time, Lin Ling reluctantly took out the accompanying liquid and carefully licked it a few times. Sensing the rich dragon essence, little Kunlun swam over like a little snake. It raised its little seedling and looked at Lin Ling in an extremely obedient manner. This made Lin Ling smile. He picked up the jade bottle and gently poured some accompanying liquid into little Kunlun. "You little fellow." After dotingly stroking little Kunlun's seedling, Lin Ling began to cultivate again. With the addition of the nether dragon accompanying liquid, Lin Ling sensed that his soul force and physical strength were slowly increasing. His soul power was gradually reaching the 8,000 level. As his soul force increased, Lin Ling's illusion god true inheritance's boundary had stabilized. After 100 moves, the 1,000 transformations had increased in range, reaching several thousand miles. Moreover, the number of illusions he could create had also increased, and his defense had also increased. Although the illusions in the past could not be seen through, they were somewhat rigid. Now, the illusions seemed to have gained intelligence, and each of them could perform different actions. I cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. My soul force has always been the strongest. Currently, my cultivation realm and physical strength are the weakest. Otherwise, I would have been able to form a fifth Dantian. Lin Ling secretly assessed. According to his estimation, if he reached the late stage of the half-saint realm, he might be able to form a fifth Dantian. At that time, he would be one step closer to Li Xiaoyao's strength. This was because Li Xiaoyao was a martial ancestor expert in the past. Then, Lin Ling pushed the remaining power of the accompanying liquid toward the dragon bones. The accompanying liquid was the dragon essence. Using it on the dragon bones would definitely have a better effect. Ka ka ka. Instantly, Lin Ling's bones turned pitch black and emitted the majesty of a dragon. At this moment, a transparent membrane appeared on the surface of his body like an eggshell. It made him look like a small dragon, a true dragon of the dragon clan. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What a terrifying half-saint tribulation. As for his strength, it had reached the terrifying limit of 500 world forces. His strength and defense had greatly increased. His speed had reached 70 world forces speed. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Ling was ecstatic, as expected of the nether dragon-associated liquid. However, this was not the end of the pleasant surprise. At this moment, tribulation clouds were rolling in the sky above the ancient forbidden forest. It was as if the gods were angry. This was the arrival of the half-saint tribulation. One had to know that stepping into the fourth layer of the half-saint realm from the third layer of the half-saint realm was a huge leap. The half-saint tribulation was even more terrifying than before. Young master is finally going to break through. On the ground, Doukening had been staring in the direction of Lin Ling's seclusion. He could not help but smile. However, the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky made him feel the pressure. He had traveled all over the 9 prefectures and seen countless half-saint breakthroughs. However, this was the first time he had seen such a suppressed half-saint tribulation. Not far from where Lin Ling was breaking through, there were many 9 prefectures cultivators walking. After sensing the pressure in the sky, they were all stunned. Half-saint realm? How daring! He dares to break through in the ancient forbidden forest. Haha, not everyone can easily break through. Therefore, no one would miss the opportunity to break through. That half-saint realm junior is naturally the same. However, it's hard to say whether he can break through the half-saint tribulation because the demonic beasts in the ancient forbidden forest will definitely stop him. Those experts said indifferently. There were actually many sage realm experts. I estimate that there will only be 5 lightning tribulations. An old man said confidently, rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the half-saint tribulation came crashing down and destroyed everything. That imposing aura directly shocked all the experts. They'd never seen such a terrifying tribulation of a half-saint. Moreover, it was not over. As soon as the first lightning tribulations came crashing down, the second and third lightning tribulations came crashing down. This! Someone exclaimed. 2 lightning tribulations at the same time? It was obviously the first time they had seen such a half-saint tribulation. However, it was still not over. After the 2 lightning tribulations came crashing down, 3 lightning tribulations came crashing down. F*CK. What kind of half-saint tribulation is this? This time everyone was shocked. The cultivators who were originally hurrying along stopped in their tracks as if they had seen a miracle. Rumble. Not long after, the earth started to shake, and the nearby magical beasts all rushed over. It was like a sea of magical beasts. These magical beasts had clearly sensed that a martial artist was breaking through, and after a martial artist broke through, this was clearly disadvantageous to the magical beasts. Therefore, these demonic beasts were blocking cultivators. This was also a rule that had been left behind in the ancient forbidden forest for many years. Bang 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 bang. However, those magical beasts had just approached when tribulation lightning smashed down from the sky. This time, it was 4 bolts of tribulation lightning. At the moment of impact, tens of thousands of demonic beasts were overturned, and blood flowed like a river in the vicinity. In the end, even the magical beasts didn't dare to approach the forbidden lightning pool. They knew that it was impossible to interrupt that person's breakthrough, the half-saint tribulation's tribulation. But as the martial artists in the distance saw 4 bolts of tribulation thunder descend, all of them were numb. How was this a half-saint realm breakthrough? It was almost comparable to a sage realm breakthrough. Even Duquesne was so shocked that his mouth was trembling. If this person succeeds in breaking through, his battle prowess would definitely be able to threaten a sage realm cultivator. I wonder if this person is an old monster or a rising star. Yes, if he is a rising star, that would be terrifying. Look, it's not over yet. 5 lightning tribulations. This is the final tribulation. Everyone turned to look at the sky. Dark clouds loomed over them. It was extremely terrifying. The final tribulation had arrived. At this moment, not only the demonic beasts, but even the cultivators around them were extremely nervous. Of course, they did not want that person to break through. This was because no one wanted to be above their heads. However, due to their status, they could not make a move. After all, many of them were sect leaders. They could not bring themselves to attack a half-saint realm cultivator. How cruel. One person ascends to the heavens, leaving no one alive? For the peace of the 9 states, we must capture this person. However, even though the elders could not make a move, it did not mean that their disciples could not. Someone walked out coldly. Following that, more and more people spoke out one after another. These people were all at the half-saint realm, so they were naturally jealous of that half-saint realm cultivator who was undergoing the tribulation. Of course, they were not stupid. They did not make a move for now because they intended to interrupt that person's breakthrough at the most critical moment. Rumble. The 5 lightning tribulations continued to smash down and actually formed a huge 5 lightning lotus on the ground. The soil on the ground was completely overturned, and a huge eggshell was gradually revealed. However, the eggshell was trembling at this moment. It was enveloped by the 5 lightning lotus and seemed as if it would be turned into ashes at any moment. Good. Someone immediately smiled excitedly. If one failed to overcome such a terrifying tribulation, then it wouldn't be as simple as chi deviation. It was even possible that one's soul would be destroyed. Moreover, when they saw that the lightning in the surroundings was weakening and had all gathered on the 5 lightning lotus, those restless people finally made a move. They leaped forward and attacked the 5 lightning lotus with all their strength. How dare you! At this moment, Duquesne roared, transformed into a shadow, and shot forward. Never had he imagined that someone would suddenly launch a surprise attack. Earlier, his gaze had locked onto the devil beasts in the surroundings, so he'd overlooked these despicable people. Senior, this person's killing intent is too dense. If we don't stop him, he'll definitely become a demon of the 9 states. Exactly. Senior, please look at the devil beasts that died under the tribulation lightning. These devil beasts are innocent. Even though Duquesne had made a move, those people who'd launched a surprise attack still spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Such words were undoubtedly very sarcastic. How many devil beasts had died at their hands when they'd ventured into the forbidden forest? Shut up. Duquesne was instantly furious. How could he believe these people? However, someone had gotten too close to the 5 lightning lotus and was directly wrapped by the lightning and electrocuted to death. Actually, that person had wanted to see if he could obtain some treasures, so he'd approached the 5 lightning lotus. However, he'd lost his life in the end instead of obtaining any treasures. Senior, look. Another innocent person has died. Those half-saints who'd attacked spoke furiously when they saw this. It was like the 5 lightning lotus was brewing a demon, and they intended to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. All of you, get lost. Duquesne didn't even bother to speak nonsense. His killing intent erupted, and every time a cold light flashed, a life would be reaped by him. How cruel. Everyone, attack the 5 lightning lotus. Don't get entangled with that, Senior. Master, help us. Sect master, someone wants to kill us. The disciples of the various sects roared. Since things had come to this, they'd obviously thrown caution to the wind. This caused the eyes of the experts of the various sects to flicker. They wanted to attack Duquesne, rumble. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations and Yuer's whereabouts, countless trees were also cut in half. The scene was extremely shocking. 90% of the half-step saints who had ambushed the 5 lightning lotus were dead. This caused the remaining people's expressions to change drastically. They never thought that the final lightning tribulation would be so terrifying. Crack. Crack. At the same time, the sound of the eggshell cracking could be heard. This caused the nearby area to fall silent. Did he fail to break through? Someone said. Someone let out a low growl, and his eyes turned red. So many of them had died. If that person did not fail to break through, they would not be able to accept it. Boom. Before the crowd could finish their thoughts, the huge eggshell completely exploded. Then, it scattered on the ground like endless glass. At the same time, a slender figure with a bare upper body walked out with a large sword in his hand. He was dripping with blood. One could even see the remnants of lightning on his body. However, he was like an Azure demon king. With just one look, everyone's hearts trembled subconsciously. What a terrifying person. This, right, we're going to the demon city. Let's go. The people who were still nearby immediately laughed dryly. Since they had failed to stop him, they definitely wanted to leave at this moment. Whoosh. However, just as they moved, a blood sword slashed at them, cutting through the sky. Those people's heads itched as if something had passed through them. Blood, I'm bleeding. What happened? Why do I see my own feet? Then, a series of exclamations sounded because those people's heads had fallen to the ground. The most terrifying thing was that after falling to the ground, those people were still screaming. A moment later, they died in panic and pain. Senior, please spare us. There were 2 people who were lucky enough to survive. At this moment, they were so scared that they knelt down. There was only deep regret in their hearts. They thought that with their master around, even if they attacked, they would be safe and sound. However, they now realized that that was just wishful thinking. Sir, they are still immature. Please spare their lives. The sect leaders of the various sects also hurried over and looked at the Azure demon king with reverence. That was because they could feel a sense of fear from the latter's body. Young master has broken through 2 stages and reached the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. Dokening looked at the topless young man in shock. They don't know any better, but don't tell me you don't know any better. The young man finally said in a cold voice, I'll give you a chance now. Kill them yourselves, or else. Otherwise what? Hearing this, all the sect leaders' expressions changed. They wanted them to kill their own disciples? Otherwise, you will die. The young man shouted coldly again. The word die caused the sect leaders of the various sects to tremble. Although this young man was only at the 5th level of the half-saint realm, the dense killing intent on his body gave them the feeling that even an early-stage saint realm expert wouldn't be a match for this young man. Master, don't. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the 2 kneeling people completely panicked. Sai, why did you have to interrupt other people's breakthroughs? The sins of heaven can be forgiven, but the sins we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. The experts looked at each other and sighed. His words caused the faces of the 2 men to turn incomparably pale. Their master and their sects were going to sacrifice them. Because of the sneak attack earlier, their sects had chosen to acquiesce. However, now that they knew that this young man was not to be trifled with, they immediately became scapegoats. The experts from the various sects felt extremely bitter. How could they feel good about killing their own disciples with their own hands? This was also a great humiliation. However, what else could they do if they didn't kill them? They could only say that they shouldn't have held on to the thought of getting lucky and interrupting other people's breakthroughs. This was because this wasn't an ordinary half-saint realm expert. Don't blame us when you go to the netherworld. Die. Finally, someone made a move and slapped the 2 men's heads. The sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Naturally, the 2 men died with their eyes wide open. Only after they died did they realize that jealousy was the cause of death. Can we leave now? After killing their own disciples, those experts said dishearteningly. Leave your treasures behind and scram. However, the young man said indifferently. You. Hearing this, the experts' expressions changed. They had killed their own disciples with their own hands and had already suffered great humiliation. Yet, the young man still wanted them to hand over their treasures. Clang! The young man didn't waste his breath and raised his sword. The large sword was surging with demonic energy, and the demonic energy was practically about to materialize. "I'll give it to you." With just a glance, they immediately lost the will to fight and handed over all their treasures one after another. The bitterness in their hearts grew even stronger. "Since you're already very close to the demon metropolis, why don't you go there? That's the world of the top experts in the 9 prefectures. Moreover, precious treasures have been discovered there. The various powers in the 9 prefectures are also clashing with each other. There's the ancient demon clan, the heavenly court, the mansion of gods and demons, and even the land of eternal rest and the celestial temple. I heard that the saintess of the celestial temple seized a precious treasure and is now being besieged by various experts," one of the old men said gloomily. He seemed to be reminding Lin Ling, but in fact, he wanted to send him to his death. This was killing with a borrowed knife. Of course, even though he said that, he didn't hold much hope because unless this young man was an idiot, who would dare to go against the big shots of the 9 prefectures? "Say that again." However, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His words scared the old man and he quickly said, "Over there, the great powers of the 9 prefectures are clashing." "You're saying that the saintess of the celestial temple is being besieged by various experts?" Lin Ling's voice became more and more anxious. "Well, I've only heard about this because the demon metropolis has 6 sacred objects left behind by the demon emperor. One of them was seized by the saintess of the celestial temple. Moreover, that sacred object seems to be extremely precious, so all the experts are targeting the celestial temple. However, the celestial temple is now running for its life and can't stop the big shots from all sides. The saintess is also doomed. TSK, I've heard that the saintess is extremely beautiful. With your strength, the treasure and the beauty should belong to you," the old man said nervously, but his eyes quietly flickered with coldness. He was obviously trying to lure Lin Ling to his death. Whoosh! However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling killed him with a slash. Moreover, he glanced at the afterimage and immediately advanced. Obviously, how could Lin Ling not know his intentions? "I'll treat people how they treat me." Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who wanted to harm him. Seeing Lin Ling and the old man disappear, the people from various sects were all stunned. Then, they stared at the dead old man and sighed softly. Their disciple died because of jealousy, and this old man secretly sowed discord because of his disciple's death. In the end, he also died. It could only be said that they had provoked someone who couldn't be underestimated. "Young master, are we going to save the saintess of the celestial temple?" At this moment, Doing was following Lin Ling. He noticed that Lin Ling's expression was extremely serious. "Senior sister I'm here. Yu has appeared and is in danger. No matter what, I have to save her." Lin Ling spoke word by word as he stared ahead. In the dense forest, it was as though he could see a woman who had disappeared for a long time. In the ancient Yin sect, and Yuer was the first person to help Lin Ling. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, during the Yin clan's calamity, Lin Ling was also the first person to help in Yuer. Their hearts and bodies were already tightly bound together. It was like this in this life and the next life. However, that saint lady obtained a precious treasure, which attracted the attention of various elders. If young master went to help her, I'm afraid things would be very troublesome. Furthermore, the demon young master is definitely looking for young master and the heaven court. In addition, young master told me previously that he met someone who controlled the dead souls in the Green Prefecture. That was the resting place of the 9 prefectures' vicious 10 and had the inheritance of the Netherworld realm's 10 Netherworld devils. Young master had killed one of their people, and they will definitely notice young master and ultimately harm young master. The most important thing is that in Yuer that young master mentioned. Although she saw young master previously, she didn't even recognize young master. I'm afraid she will also harm young master. Dokening continued to speak because his mission was to protect Lin Ling. No matter what kind of storm or what kind of experts from the 9 prefectures, I will save in Yuer until death. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still resolute, and his words made Dokening sigh. After knowing Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling was a prodigy with superior talents and temperament. However, Lin Ling had a huge flaw, which was that he valued relationships. Of course, from a certain point of view, this was also an advantage. As they advanced, a huge ancient capital appeared in the haziness. The ancient capital seemed to be hidden in the darkness, and from afar, it looked like a giant demon god lying on the ground. Legend has it that it was left behind by an ancient demon emperor. There was also a sacred item of the demon race in the demon metropolis. The demon metropolis was huge. At this moment, the quiet city was filled with experts from all over. These experts had followed the big shots of the 9 prefectures here to search for treasures in the ancient capital, and in the direction of the eastern city, a large number of martial artists were besieging a tall tower. One had to admit that everything in the eternal forbidden forest was very mysterious. As one of the most mysterious places in the forest, the demon metropolis was no exception. The power of a saint was actually unable to overturn the city. As a result, the experts from all sides besieged the tower. They could only kill their way through one step at a time. Everyone, let's work harder and get the sacred object. The godly bodyguard mansion will reward you handsomely. This holy object was left behind by our heavenly court. It was actually snatched away by the witch from the immortal temple. We must take back this holy object. Right now, Immortal Temple is facing off against Divine Weapon Manor, Ancient Fiend Race, and the Land of Eternal Heroic Spirits experts. That witch doesn't have anyone to help her. She won't be able to escape even if she grew wings. Everyone unleashed their ultimate techniques and attacked the high tower. The tower began to sway, but it didn't fall. The winding staircase leading to the high tower was also packed with people at this moment. Many people were filled with anticipation for the Fiend Emperor's holy object. And at the back, more and more experts joined the battle. At this moment, on top of the high tower, a woman was standing by the window. Her cold and emotionless eyes were looking at the bottom of the high tower. This woman was very beautiful. She was dressed in a white dress and looked like a fairy whose white clothes were whiter than snow. However, she was too cold. She gave people the feeling that they could only look at her from afar and could not profane her, and there was a swastika mark between her eyebrows. It added a hint of holiness to her otherworldly aura. She was expressionless, but she was worried because she knew that the Immortal Temple's immortal monks were all blocked by the experts. The ones who attacked were also the 9 provinces' 10 evils. Therefore, those immortal monks couldn't rush over in time, and when she was snatching the holy object, she was also seriously injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let those ants besiege her. Her jade-white palm was holding an object tightly. Although she didn't know what the Fiend Emperor's holy object was, she knew that it was a treasure that Immortal Temple had to seize. For this, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her life. Is no one coming? She let out a cold voice. She gathered the power in her body and prepared to fight to the death. Senior sister I'm coming. But at this moment, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar sounded from afar. It even brought up layers of sand as it directly charged into the Fiend Metropolis. That voice made the woman in white's heart tremble for some reason. That voice was very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. But when she thought about it carefully, she didn't know this person in her life. She only remembered that she grew up in Immortal Temple. She was a saintess since she was young and had sacrificed everything for Immortal Temple. Rumble. The rumbling in front of her became even more intense. A bare-chested youth holding a large sword swept over like a fierce dragon. This unforeseen event naturally caught the attention of the powerhouses who were besieging the tower. Brat, everything has a first come first serve. If you want to seize the holy object, you have to line up. Behind the winding steps, a tall and sturdy man shouted coldly. He actually thought that the person who came was also a treasure snatcher. Hearing this, the face of the woman in white on top of the high tower turned cold. It turned out that another person had come to steal the treasure. Die. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. A sword that seemed like the era of gods had arrived. Whoosh, in front of the steps, a large number of warriors were killed by the sword. Blood spewed out as heads flew. Brat, what are you doing? Are you violating the agreement? You actually attacked your own people. The experts who were attacking the tower were all enraged. They had clearly reached an agreement long ago. They would first seize the holy object and then fight among themselves, because if they didn't get the holy object and the experts from Immortal Temple arrived, everything would be for naught. That was why they were united. But now, someone had taken the initiative to violate the agreement. F*CKU. Lin Ling, who came from afar, didn't say anything and directly shouted coldly. Not only did his words make the experts furious, but it also made Do After Shadow's expression change drastically. Young Master's words were so shocking that they wouldn't stop until they died. That was because he could clearly see that there were many experts here. There were half-saints and saints, and there were even a few who were not weaker than him. But the young master was only one person. How was it possible for him to kill his way through the layers of slaughter? The young master is indeed a real man. He's angry for a woman. Then, when he saw Lin Ling charging forward fearlessly, he couldn't help but secretly admire him. Whose disciple is this? Are you tired of living? At this moment, another sage shouted angrily. Kill him. More people were ready to move. In their opinion, it was simply a fool's dream for one person to fight all of them. Sword, come. However, Lin Ling still didn't retreat. He held the Tyrant Song sword tightly. He looked at the high tower and vaguely saw in Yuer. After disappearing for so many years, he finally found her. How could he retreat? Whoosh, the blood sword slashed out. The 60% demonic sword and the fusion of the 4 dantians turned into a sharp sword. Rumble. That sword cut the weapons in the hands of countless experts. That sword cut off the heads of countless experts. That sword cut through a large number of powerful martial arts. Against a group of heroes, this sword shocked the world. One had to know that there was a barrier around the tower. Ordinary attacks couldn't even cause dirt to rise, let alone leave a mark, but now, a sword mark had appeared. This person isn't an ordinary 5th-layer half-saint. Exclamation point. A saint cried out in alarm. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything, because behind the stairs, a large number of people had already died. If they weren't beheaded, then their bodies were split in two. The sharpness of this sword was unparalleled. It was truly terrifying. Little friend, why don't you join us? Exclamation point. Another expert spoke out. He knew that it was better to be friends with such a powerful expert than to be enemies. Damn you, today, I'm here to save the saintess. Exclamation point. Unexpectedly, not only did Lin Ling refuse, he even slashed out with his sword. This sword was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. This meant that Lin Ling was an enemy. Perhaps he was someone invited by the immortal temple. Instantly, the way everyone looked at Lin Ling changed. If they were angry at the beginning, then now they were surging with killing intent. If they didn't kill Lin Ling, they wouldn't be able to snatch the treasure from the saintess of the immortal temple. A fierce battle erupted like a storm in the demon metropolis. Everyone, this person isn't on our side. I think there's no need to be merciful. An old man in a monk's robe took the lead to speak. This person looked benevolent and had the demeanor of an immortal. However, on his shoulders, there was a faint shadow of 2 heads. This shadow was exactly the same as the old man's. He was called Demonic Monk Troubled Times. According to legend, he was born as triplets. However, when the 3 brothers were born, they were in a cave without any food. In order to survive, Demonic Monk Troubled Times ate his 2 brothers alive. In the end, he caught the eye of Damo Dragon Fong and was accepted as a disciple. In the end, he became a demon whose name shook the 9 provinces. After he spoke, those famous figures in the 9 provinces nodded one after another. This old monk will go first. Demonic Monk Troubled Times was also the first to attack. He silently chanted, and a black light flew out from his neck. It was actually a string of Buddhist beads. However, if one looked carefully, that string of Buddhist beads was actually made from human hair. The Buddhist beads grew larger in the wind and emitted traces of chilliness as they suppressed Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot forward with the speed of 70 worlds. He brandished the sword in his hand with an unstoppable sharpness. No half-saints could stop his sword. The fusion of his 4 dantians, in addition to the 60% completion of the demon sword step, was indeed terrifying, and at this time, the Buddhist beads enveloped Lin Ling in the air. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in Lin Ling's heart. It was as if he had been sucked into a wonderful world. No matter how he turned around, he would never be able to leave this world. He couldn't help but raise his head. He knew that a saint-level elite had made a move. It was clearly quite difficult for him to go against a saint realm expert with his current strength. At the same time, in the world of the Buddhist beads, endless Buddhist chants drifted about. The sky was filled with black skeletons, their hollow eyes staring at Lin Ling. All kinds of mysterious power also lingered around Lin Ling's body. Puff, this caused Lin Ling to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. He knew that it was a soul attack, although the opponent's soul wasn't stronger than his. With the help of the evil chi of the Buddhist beads, it had obviously greatly increased the attack power. This wave of suppression had undoubtedly weakened Lin Ling's momentum, but his eyes were still resolute. In his mind, the young girl from the ancient face sect appeared. If he didn't save her today, he wouldn't be human. Rumble. Lin Ling's soul rushed out crazily, causing countless Lin Lings to appear in the world of the Buddhist beads. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and no method could see through them. What? The demonic monk's expression changed greatly. At their level, most of them had the magical ability fiery golden eyes. They could easily see through ordinary doppelganger techniques, external incarnations, and other martial arts, but he couldn't see through the method used by the naked youth for a moment. Young master, east. Right at this moment, a roar resounded in Lin Ling's ears, and then a sharp cold light flickered in the void. One of the Buddhist beads cracked and finally exploded. This was a fatal attack from the afterimages. Lin Ling naturally seized the opportunity to control all the illusions and charge out of the gap. At this moment, all the big shots outside had indifferent expressions and disdainful smiles on the corners of their mouths. The demonic monk had made a move, and they believed that a mere half-Saint Realm Jr. was dead for sure. After all, the demonic monk was favored by Miao Prefecture's Emperor Miao, and he was once invited to Miao Prefecture to be a protector. This showed the demonic monk's strength, but at this moment, a rumble resounded, and the world of the Buddhist beads shattered, and a figure seemed to have escaped from the underworld. Next, a second one, a third one, countless figures charged out one after another. This caused everyone to be shocked. How could this be possible? A half-Saint Realm Jr. actually escaped the attack of a Saint Realm expert? Die. The young man that charged out was like a god of death bathed in blood, and he would kill anyone who stood in his way. A sword that seemed to have come from the era of the gods surged with demonic energy, and a huge illusion of a headless old man descended to the ground. He held an ancient sword in his hand, and his robe fluttered. Although he was headless, he seemed to have seen through the universe and returned to the era of the gods. The sword slashed out from his hand, swish, demonic energy bloomed, and it was boundlessly sharp. The sword seemed to have formed the boundary between the 9 prefectures and the underworld. Ah! Save me! Stop him! A terrifying thing immediately occurred. After the line of life and death was slashed out, countless lives were killed, and then a large number of experts erupted with their ultimate techniques and formed powerful attacks to resist the line of life and death. However, the sword still pushed everyone back, and it caused their faces to be filled with terror. Who the hell is this guy? Swish! In the end, the thousands of cultivators that blocked the sword were all split in half, and the sword finally dissipated. The ground was covered in corpses, and the city walls were dyed red. Even the sky seemed to be dyed red. Those who stand in my way, die. However, the blood-soaked young man's steps were as firm as before as he shot towards the tower. He is the son of a demon. Everyone finally saw this young man, and some of them even recognized his origins. Son of a demon? That mysterious youth that stirred up the winds and clouds of the divine dreamland and nearly destroyed the gods? Even more people were shocked. So what if he is the son of a demon? If he says he will kill, he simply doesn't place our 9 prefectures in his eyes. In my opinion, his goal is the monster emperor's sacred object. Saving people is only an excuse. However, as everyone was surprised, a voice filled with monstrous killing intent echoed out. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He seemed angry, but his eyes were icy cold, and he was the Sky Province's celestial emperor. His words caused everyone to calm down. As they thought of the monster race's sacred object, their eyes turned red. This sacred object belonged to them, so what if he was the son of a demon? If he dared to steal the sacred object, he would be killed without mercy. Kill. Kill. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fight to the Death. Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor. Looking at the sinister Celestial Emperor, Do Qingying's expression was extremely ugly. Originally, when the name of the son of demon came out, people were a little afraid. However, the celestial emperor's provocation made people's greed sprout again. Then, he looked at the sky full of experts attacking, and his expression became incomparably solemn. One had to know that many of the experts attacking were not weaker than him. In addition, there were so many of them. How could Lin Ling block them? Young master, why don't you retreat first? Celestial Emperor. Do Kening said anxiously. I won't retreat. Celestial Emperor. However, Lin Ling refused directly. He gripped the sword in his hand a little tighter. He was already prepared to fight to the death. Rumble, the space-time divine steel began to descend, resisting the attacks of all the experts. The illusion god's true inheritance also erupted. Moreover, the step of the demon sword was once again ignited. Lin Ling, erupting with all his strength. Heavenly Dragon Protector, good karma increases day by day. With the Emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. With the help of gods and ghosts, a night of peace and joy. After all the trump cards were used, the dragon god roared and shot out 3 arrows. Heavenly dragons intertwined as if Buddha had arrived. Rumble, almost at the same time, the attacks of all the experts arrived and collided with Lin Ling's ultimate techniques. Puff. Puff, puff. Puff. The powerful attacks made Lin Ling spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His body also made cracking sounds. His bones were constantly broken, but they were also rapidly recovering. His footsteps retreated 3 steps in succession. With every step he took back, blood continued to drip from the ground, and all his attacks were blocked, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. Haha, son of demon, you're dead today. Torture him to death. Ugly smiling faces were unreservedly displayed at this moment. Many people were even thinking that if they could kill the son of demon, they would be considered a little famous in the 9 provinces. Sigh, son of demon, why? The 9 provinces 10 Immortals Temple is a demon temple. Why sacrifice your life for a woman? The demon monk of troubled times let out a long sigh. However, the Buddhist beads in his hand did not stop as he continued to suppress Lin Ling. Even though his words sounded like he was feeling sorry for Lin Ling, there was a cold light in his eyes. Boundless power suppressed Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to move an inch. He even felt the smell of death. His blood continued to flow, and his bones continued to shatter. His dantian was even more dried up. However, his fighting spirit did not diminish. Young master. At this moment, Do Kenying's eyes were red. He wanted to help, but obviously, there was nothing he could do. Senior sister you were. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the distant tower. He could vaguely see that familiar figure. She was Lin Ling's woman. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, then how could he talk about martial arts? How could he talk about revenge? How could he talk about being a man? Whoosh! The wind blew up Lin Ling's long hair and cut Lin Ling's face like knives. This made him feel for the first time that the wind was so cold and the sky was so oppressive. Lin Ling had not encountered such a moment of life and death for a very, very long time. Ants like you want to kill me? However, Lin Ling laughed. His expression was incomparably arrogant. At this moment, he seemed to have thrown away everything. He only had one goal, and that was to save Inuer. You think you can stop me with such methods? His arrogant voice drifted across the entire demon metropolis. After hearing this, everyone was enraged. This son of the devil was about to die, but he was still so arrogant. However, just as they were about to erupt, Lin Ling roared. Roar! A dragon rushed out from his body. A huge heavenly dragon soared into the sky with its head wide open, looking down at the world. Swept by the dragon's head, all the martial artists felt uncomfortable in their hearts. It was as if all the sins they had committed in their lives had all emerged at this moment and attacked their hearts of martial arts. Dragon Race's 8 divine abilities, Heavenly Dragon Protector. The demon monk of troubled times cried out. He never expected that this half-sage junior would actually possess all kinds of methods from the era of gods. The path of karma is forever eradicated, all tyrannical extermination. At almost the same time, the voice of divine might drifted out again. The dragon bow that had disappeared before also descended. The 4th arrow was shot out crazily. The 4th arrow. In the distance, all the afterimages immediately sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling had shot out the 4th arrow of the great solar calamity bow. At the moment of life and death, he had actually shot out the 4th arrow. No, that should be the effect of the nether dragon companion fluid. After the fourth arrow was shot, the Buddhist Dharma was boundless. Together with the previous 3 arrows, it suppressed everyone had a feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. Soon after, their hearts trembled fiercely. This was because with so many of them suppressing one person, that person could still resist, and while they were shocked, a powerful force pushed them back, making it difficult for them to resist. I'm here to bring you her home. Looking at Lin Ling again, he walked forward with steady steps. Although each step was extremely difficult, he never retreated. All sages, attack. Young friend, you're the most stubborn madman I've ever seen. The other sages who had been watching the show finally decided to attack at this moment, and these sages also had admiration for Lin Ling, one person against the world, for his lover, for his confidant. This kind of martial artist was very stubborn. If he didn't die, he would definitely become a great person. Unfortunately, today's position was different. No matter what, they absolutely wouldn't let this youth live. Rumble, an even more terrifying power erupted, forming waves of light that finally converged like a huge blazing sun to drown Lin Ling. Young master. Seeing this scene, Do Afterimage's eyes quietly moistened. On top of the tower, the white-clothed woman's willowy brows were tightly knitted. In another direction of the demon metropolis, the stronger experts' faces slightly changed. Among them was the demon metropolis young master. At the same time, a woman stood in the south of the demon metropolis. She frowned and looked in the direction of the tower. She never thought that she would see Lin Ling here. This made the corner of her mouth curl up into a sneer. She was Longyang, without a doubt. Today's demon metropolis was illuminated by the son of the devil. No one thought that they would be able to see such a great battle in the demon metropolis. I said before, I must bring you her home. Facing the attacks of all the sages, Lin Ling's face was still without fear. His left hand stroked the huge black sword box behind him. The moment his palm touched it, his face revealed a nostalgic expression. Old friend, with my current strength, I can't activate you guys at all. However, today, all of you will have to fight. Even if I have to waste endless life, I must bring her home. Finally, Lin Ling heavily slapped the sword box. Rumble, as if the divine sword was activated, the 18 true dark swords flew out, ancient and sharp. This was Xianxia's sword. It had reached the level of a divine weapon and was even more terrifying than a supreme weapon. This was an item used by the gods of the era of gods. Ordinary people couldn't activate a divine weapon at all unless they used endless life force. Even Lin Ling was no exception, unless he reached the martial ancestor realm. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Longyang had made her move. The power of the godly sword and the whistling sound in the sky caused the expressions of the various big shots to change. This was because they felt that the holy item of the demon metropolis was not as precious as the godly sword. What was the background of the son of the devil? Why did he have the sword of the gods? They never thought that while they were snatching the holy item, the real treasure was right in front of them. Boom. Boom, boom. The 18 true swords intersected in the sky and spewed out an ancient power. They slashed continuously and actually broke the combined attack of the various experts. Boom. Boom, boom. Even the demon metropolis was slashed apart. Although the ancient city walls were protected by a barrier, they could not withstand the sharpness of the sword. This caused mud and broken bricks to fall from the sky like rain. Looking at the mud rain, a determined figure was still moving forward. His footsteps were unsteady and his gaze was fixed on the tower. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared. Around the tower, the aura of death spread out. More than 80% of the experts had died. No one could withstand the attack of the godly sword. This person is crazy. On the other side of the demon metropolis, the young demon lord muttered to himself, because he was very clear that the price to control a treasure that exceeded his own strength would be huge. The son of the devil was using his own life to control the sword of the gods, and all for a woman. The footsteps continued to sound. Although it was weak, it was like thunder in the hearts of the crowd. They did not dare to move, even though they saw the sword of the gods return to the black sword case. Even though they knew that the son of the devil might not be able to use the sword of the gods again, they still did not dare to act rashly. They could only watch as the bloodied and pale man walked up the winding stairs step by step. At this moment, there was only reverence in their hearts. At the top of the tower, the woman in white stood there quietly. however, her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Clearly, her emotions were rippling. She had never thought that there would be a day when a man would kill everyone in the world and not hesitate to give up his life for her. Who was this man, Pa? After an unknown period of time, the sound of footsteps came from the highest room. Moreover, a weak figure walked in with difficulty. However, when he saw the woman in white, Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely radiant. That smile was very clean and pure, as if the big brother next door had arrived, giving the white-clothed woman a sense of protection. I'm here to take you home. Lin Ling's soft voice drifted out of his mouth, but after he finished speaking, blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. For some reason, this scene caused the white-clothed woman's heart to ache. However, she didn't know this man at all. Don't come over. The white-clothed woman frowned and finally spoke. I'm here to take you home. Unfortunately, Lin Ling seemed to have entered an extremely strange state. This was a state of stubbornness. He only had one goal, and that was to take the woman in white away. Perhaps it was this stubbornness that allowed him to persist until now. Don't come over. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman took a step back and gripped the holy artifact tightly in her hand. Kill him. At this moment, a voice resounded in the white-clothed woman's mind, causing her expression to change greatly. She kept shaking her head. No, I can't do it. Kill him, this man is here to steal the holy artifact. Saintess, don't forget that you're from the immortal temple. Kill him. However, the voice became more and more holy and cold. Under the voice, the swastika between the white-clothed woman's eyebrows also emitted light. This caused the white-clothed woman to be in pain. Kill him? Although she didn't know this man at all, she had a feeling that she couldn't do it. I'm here to take you home. However, the man walked forward with difficulty. Don't come over. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman became more and more worried. At the same time, she saw the Buddhist sword at her waist float up, and as if it was under her control, it shot towards the man. No. The white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes focused, and her voice was filled with intense pain. She couldn't control herself, she couldn't control the sword. Poof, that sword directly pierced through the man's chest. Blood gushed out, dyeing the white-clothed woman's clothes red like flowers blooming on her dress. Moreover, it broke her heart. For some reason, the moment the man was stabbed, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She knew that she knew this young man. Although she still didn't have any memories of this young man, she was very sure of everything. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the sword in his chest in disbelief. In the end, the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile, and his eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. This kind of disappointment made the white-clothed woman feel as if the entire world had darkened. She kept shaking her head and explaining, It's not me. Although she was the #1 saintess of the immortal temple and didn't need to pay attention to this man, there was a voice in her heart that told her to explain. She was afraid that this man would misunderstand her. Young master. At the same time, below the high tower, many afterimages angrily shouted, for in Lin Ling slaughtered the world and didn't hesitate to use his life force to activate the divine sword. He brought his half-dead body to the high tower in order to bring home. However, Enuer attacked Lin Ling with her sword. Could it be that she had a heart of stone? Even if she was a stubborn rock, at this moment, she should have been melted by Lin Ling's deep feelings. It wasn't just him, even the experts at the Saint Realm in the distance had sighed as well. For a woman, he charged into the demon capital without fear of death. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be killed by the saintess? Saintess, everyone who isn't from the immortal temple wants to pollute the 9 provinces world. They are all sinners and can be killed. On the other side of the demon capital, an old monk indifferently said. His eyes didn't have any sympathy, he even revealed an expression as if the son of a demon deserved his punishment. He was the present great immortal elder of the immortal temple. The one who secretly controlled Enuer was also him. At this moment, inside the high tower, Lin Ling looked at the cold sword in his chest and suddenly shook his head with a smile. He wanted to turn around and leave. This smile directly caused the woman in white to powerlessly sit on the ground. Silent tears also flowed down her face. She wanted to explain something, but she didn't know how to. However, at this moment, a terrifying murderous intent arrived. Lin Ling, I finally found a chance to kill you. Yes. Outside the high tower, a woman riding an azure dragon coiled around the tower. Moreover, a dazzling golden sword appeared in her hand and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. This sword had the aura of the dragon clan. Lin Ling, if you didn't fight against so many heroes and were injured by the Saintess, I definitely wouldn't have this chance today. The woman holding the sword had an extremely cold expression. Her eyes were filled with a sinister light. You stole my talent. Today, I want you to die. After you die, I will take your dragon bone and your everything. As the fatal sword came closer and closer, the woman couldn't help but let out a bell-like laughter. Moreover, her laughter was very cold. As expected of the God Slayer. How dare you? The white-clothed woman's expression changed when she saw this. She unleashed her full strength in an attempt to block the attack for the man. However, she was clearly a little slow. That fatal strike had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. If it hit Lin Ling, with his current heavily injured body, Lin Ling would definitely die. In the blink of an eye, everyone below the tower frowned. They had never thought that the son of the devil, who had swept through all the heroes, would die in the hands of two women. This caused them to laugh bitterly. Since ancient times, heroes had a weakness for beauties. Perhaps only beauties could kill an expert like the son of devil. Young master, be careful. Doing didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, he was further away from Lin Ling and couldn't help at all. Am I going to die? Alas, what a pity. On the other side of the demon metropolis, all the big shots were watching this scene. Among them, the young demon lord actually let out a soft sigh, as if he was extremely regretful. He originally wanted to do something, but in the end, he was too far away to do anything. He could only helplessly help. In everyone's hearts, Lin Ling was already half a step into the underworld. The smell of death grew thicker and thicker, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. Everything that had happened before also surfaced in his mind. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the woman before him, Longyang. He had long known that letting Longyang go would cause endless trouble in the future. Today, retribution had indeed come. I, Lin Ling, have yet to take my revenge. How can I die here? Lin Ling roared inwardly. He had survived the attacks of countless saints and had even almost killed deity. Was he going to die here today? He couldn't accept it. Crackle, as if sensing his unwillingness, a sudden change occurred. Black lightning suddenly exploded out. It was as if Lin Ling were a seed that was beginning to sprout and grow. This was little Kunlun. Not long ago, Lin Ling went into seclusion to break through. At that time, he gave a lot of nether dragon accompanying fluid to little Kunlun. After little Kunlun swallowed it, it went into a deep slumber. No one had expected that at the moment of Lin Ling's life and death, little Kunlun would awaken, rumble. Moreover, this awakening was extremely terrifying. In just an instant, the black vines actually wrapped around the entire tower and spread across the ground like a tide. It actually had the aura of sealing the city. Clang, Longyang's sword cut through countless vines. The sound was like metal clashing. However, there were too many vines. Even though the sword was sharp, it could not stop the growth of the vines. In the end, the sword was entangled by the vines. At the same time, within the endless vines, a huge black flower bud appeared and swam towards Lin Ling. In the end, it wrapped around Lin Ling. Then, the flower bud retracted and disappeared into the endless vines. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in the blink of an eye. By the time people reacted, the earth was still shaking. Oh no, he's going to escape. We can't let him escape. He has the sword of gods in his hand. This treasure must be kept. That sword is related to our divine escort mansion. The demonic son must have stolen it from the divine escort mansion. In other directions of the demon metropolis, various big shots arrived with an unstoppable aura. Their faces were filled with anxiety. This group of experts was clearly more ferocious. Many of them were in the late stage of the sage stage, and there were even a few martial ancestors. After they arrived in an instant, they immediately attacked the endless vines. Rumble, the vines began to wither. They could not stop the joint attack of these experts at all. However, after all the vines withered, people saw a huge hole in the ground. It seemed that the terrifying vines had carried Lin Ling away through the ground. Bastard! All the experts roared in unison. The demonic son had actually escaped safely under the joint attack of so many of them. Not only was this infuriating, but it was also a great humiliation. This was the best chance to kill him, but in the end, he still escaped. Longyang also stood in the air. Her beautiful face was cold, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Why was Lin Ling so difficult to kill? Under the siege of the heavenly court led by martial god Qilin, not only did Lin Ling not die, but he also almost killed a god. Under the attacks of various big shots, coupled with the fatal blow from the sword, Lin Ling still managed to escape. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, who is he? Longyang suddenly remembered the poisonous wine she used in the spirit province. At that time, Lin Ling returned to his previous life. Could it be that he was a god in his previous life? I'm sorry. Looking at the big hole in the ground, the white-clothed woman from the immortal temple seemed to be in a daze. She really wanted to tell the man that she really did not use the sword. She quietly stood on the spot like an ice goddess, but her eyes also began to look into the distance. Her eyes constantly flickered, making it impossible for others to know what she was thinking. In her heart, towards the sacred immortal temple, she also began to quietly waver. She felt that something was being hidden from her. Perhaps, her memories of her previous life had been erased. Thank goodness, thank goodness. At this moment, in the demon metropolis, Dokening let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought about the injuries Lin Ling suffered in this battle, he became worried again. Then, he quietly left the demon metropolis. As for the experts from various places, they all gathered in a corner of the tower in silence. The son of the devil. Finally, a white-haired old man spoke in a solemn voice. Without a doubt, the news of the son of the devil's reappearance and stirring up the eternal forbidden forest would soon spread throughout the 9 continents. This would also lead to more people, more big shots of the 9 continents, becoming very curious about the son of the devil. As expected of the God-Slayer, good. The young demon lord of the eternal demon race revealed a mysterious smile. He seemed to be very happy that Lin Ling had escaped. Young demon lord, this child is truly frightening. He fought against the big shots of the 9 continents with the strength of a half-step saint and still managed to escape alive. Such a character will definitely be extraordinary in the future. However, he forcefully used the divine artifact before, so his life force must have weakened a lot. Another old man immediately said from the side. I hope he can overcome this great calamity because I want to cooperate with him once to slay the God-Slayer. The young demon lord proudly spat out these words. Then, he disappeared on the spot and entered the demon metropolis again to snatch the demon emperor's sacred item. The others also did the same. However, when they recalled the intensity of the previous battle, they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. To them, that battle could be considered a miracle. At this moment, a vine shot out from the ground like lightning. All the hard soil was cut open like tofu. Its speed was extremely fast, and a black flower bud was hidden within the vine. If Lin Ling woke up at this moment, he would definitely be surprised to find that little Kunlun had actually bloomed. However, at this moment, he couldn't see any of this because the previous battle had left him in a life-and-death situation. Even though the flower bud continuously poured energy into Lin Ling's body, it was of no use. This made little Kunlun even more anxious. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The mysterious old man, rumble. Not long after, on the other side of the ancient forbidden forest, the ground shook and a huge black snake slithered out. Upon closer inspection, it was not a black snake but a thick vine. Then, the vine began to grow and sealed the area, turning it into a world of vines, and at the center, a black and resplendent flower bud slowly bloomed, revealing an extremely pale young man. The young man was covered in injuries, especially the Buddhist sword in his chest. At this moment, it was glowing brightly and devouring his life force. Kunlun. Among the thousands of vines, a thick vine slithered over and caressed the young man's face, letting out a cry. Then, the vine sensed that the young man's life force was disappearing. It began to panic. It was like a child, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the vine shook as if it had thought of something and quickly slithered into the young man's body. Then, it took out a jade bottle and poured the fragrant liquid in the jade bottle into the young man's chest. A miracle was born. At this moment, the withered flesh and blood were slowly recovering. However, the evil Buddhist sword continued to devour everything. It was recovering and devouring at the same time. Just like that, the two sides were exhausted. When the little vine saw this, it finally relaxed. Although the young man still did not wake up, at least he would not die for now. Time flew by. and a year passed quietly. The big shots of the 9 prefectures in the ancient forbidden forest left one after another. All kinds of rumors were spreading in the 9 prefectures. During this trip to the ancient forbidden forest, the big shots of the 9 prefectures fell one after another, shocking the 9 prefectures. Of course, the most shocking one was the son of the demon. In the Battle of Demon Metropolis, he fought against all the heroes and left a lasting impression. Unfortunately, the son of the demon disappeared in the end. Some people said that he was dead, some said that he was still alive but had become a cripple, some even said that they saw the son of the demon in the myriad of worlds. All kinds of rumors floated around, making it hard to tell which were true and which were false. Finally, in the endless rumors, the 9 prefectures gradually quieted down. However, there were many groups of people who entered and left the 9 prefectures and traversed the myriad of worlds in order to find the son of the demon. One group of people was from the spirit state, the other group was from Qingzhou. The remaining 2 groups of people were extremely mysterious. No one knew where they came from. However, no one knew that the son of the demon was still in the eternal forbidden forest, and he was still racing against the Grim Reaper, because right now, the amount of nether dragon accompanying liquid left for Lin Ling was decreasing. But on this day, 2 figures were walking casually in the ancient forbidden forest. One of them was old while the other was young. The old one looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Although his hair was white, he looked extremely spirited. The younger one was a girl. She was about 8 or 9 years old and looked as cute as a porcelain doll. They chatted as they walked, but the girl's bell-like laughter could be heard from time to time. Of course, making such a ruckus in the ancient forbidden forest was no different from courting death. Rumble, a bone-armored parrot the size of a mountain flew down from the sky. This parrot was covered in colorful armor, and it was awe-inspiring. Most importantly, its aura was so terrifying that even a saint would have to avoid it. "Little bird, don't block the way." But who knew that the little girl would point at the parrot and scold it? At first, the parrot wanted to swallow the 2 people. But when it saw them clearly, its huge bird head broke out in cold sweat. Gaga. Then, it ran away. "Don't run, I haven't ridden you in a long time. Let me ride you." The little girl seemed to treat the demonic beast as a toy and chased after it. Her speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the huge parrot. One was as big as a mountain while the other was as weak as an ant. However, the mountain-like demonic beast was trembling. "Little you, don't run around. Grandpa still has business to attend to." However, at this moment, the old man on the ground suddenly laughed. "Oh." The little girl's short legs took a step forward and then walked towards the old man. The parrot looked at the old man in fear as if it had seen a god. Then, it flew further and further away. This was probably the fastest speed it had ever flown in its life. In fact, all the demonic beasts in the forbidden forest had quietly gone into hiding. This made the old man and the little girl feel as if they were walking in their own backyard. Gradually, a black forest appeared in front of them. This forest was different from the other places. It had a sense of desolation and eternity. Upon closer inspection, this forest was filled with vines that sealed off the surrounding area. Not to mention entering the vines, even getting close to the vines would be a dead end. Everything could be seen from the bones of the demonic beasts at the edge of the forest. "Grandpa, what is that?" The little girl looked ahead and asked curiously. "Yes, this is the god vine of desolation. It is very rare to see it in the 9 states. It only appeared in the era of the gods. It is said that during the war between the gods, the talents of the gods were brought out." The old man said calmly, "I thought that this thing that disappeared with the era of the gods would be difficult to see again. I didn't expect it to appear in the forbidden forest." "Grandpa, is this vine very powerful?" The little girl's big eyes shone. The 2 of them walked as they walked. Strangely, wind and rain appeared around them. When they got close to the vines immediately moved aside, revealing a path to the center of the forest. "Powerful, very powerful. If it grows up, a single vine can drown the entire 9 states." The old man said. Not long after, the 2 of them appeared in the center of the forest. There were very few vines in the center. Instead, there was a huge flower bud floating in the air. Beside the flower bud, a vine as thick as an arm was swaying slightly. "We're here." A hint of ruthlessness appeared in the old man's eyes as he looked at the vine. I thought that this vine was born from the forbidden forest. It turns out that it is an outsider. The old man stepped forward and walked towards the flower bud. Then, he saw the young man in the flower bud. It is the cursed Buddhist sword of the 9 states immortal temple. Moreover, it seems like it has been a long time since he was hit by the sword. He is still alive? What a waste. He actually used the associated dragon liquid to prolong his life. If such a young man dies, then so be it. What's the big deal? The associated dragon liquid is extremely rare. The old man frowned. He reached out with his aged hand as if he wanted to collect the associated dragon liquid. If he collected it, the young man would definitely die if he did not have the associated dragon liquid to prolong his life. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a black bolt of lightning struck and pierced the old man's hand. The old man was furious when he saw this, and then a wisp of a divine aura effused out from him. It actually caused the black bolt of lightning to be unable to move. Surprisingly, the black bolt of lightning was little Kunlun. I, Nanwufingyu, am here. You dare to stop me? Do you know what kind of existence you are fighting? Translator, Transan editor, Transan a peaceful island. Although the old man's voice was old, it carried an incomparable domineering aura. He stretched out one hand and grabbed the vine in his hand. The vine struggled like a small snake and could not break free from the old man's iron claw. You should clearly understand what kind of existence I am. The old man's eyes revealed killing intent as he looked at the half-dead young man. Wind and rain drifted past, killing intent arrived in an instant. Grandpa, wait. However, at this moment, the little girl suddenly shouted. This sentence made the old man's domineering expression instantly disappear and turn into kindness. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? The old man said with a smile. This big brother is not dead yet. He looks like he's in pain. Why don't we help him? The little girl stared at the young man and said with a frown. Xiaoyu, why? The old man still smiled. Because I feel that he's like my big brother. Yes. As soon as these words fell, the old man's heart trembled fiercely. Xiaoyu's big brother was actually a very ordinary person. He was caught by the old man from the myriad worlds and used to serve Xiaoyu. However, because of an accident, the young man was killed by the enemy in order to protect Xiaoyu. From then on, Xiaoyu did not have any playmates except for Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu. However, the old man knew that she still could not let go of that young man in her heart. They're different. Yes. The old man said indifferently. Same, I feel the same. Grandpa, promise me, just help him once, okay? The little girl wrapped around the old man's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Alas, I really can't do anything to you. However, Grandpa will remind you that there's demonic chi in his body. The strength of that demonic chi is definitely from the era of gods. I'm afraid that such a person is not a good person. Yes. I believe him. Grandpa, save him. Forget it, this boy also has the chi of the dragon race's heavenly dragon. This heavenly dragon is the most righteous. Grandpa will save him once. However, it's really strange that one good and one evil can be gathered in one body. Yes. The old man finally sighed and said. He stretched out his palm and a small world appeared. That world had rain sprinkling down like dew. Grandpa, you actually used the rain dew? Yes. Seeing this, the little girl cried out in alarm. Immortal temple sword of curse, ordinary methods cannot save it. Even the accompanying dragon liquid is the same. Apart from the wind and rain dew, I fear that it is impossible to break the curse. However, this old man has also suffered a great loss. How about this, the vine will leave with me, and I'll save its life. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Alright, Grandpa, as long as you can save him. Hearing this, the old man smiled and felt much better. The vine on the side seemed to understand their conversation. It caressed the young man's cheek reluctantly and slowly swam towards the old man. It knew that from now on, it was going to leave Lin Ling. However, in order to save Lin Ling, it was willing to do anything. Even if this godlike old man wanted to refine it into a treasure or even a medicinal pill, it would not refuse. However, as soon as it began to swim, an arm suddenly grabbed at it. Bang! This arm actually grabbed onto the vine. Moreover, it was extremely strong and did not let the vine escape. This change caused the old man's expression to change. According to the norm, the young man should be half dead at this moment. However, he was actually still conscious. "If you don't let go, then I won't save you. You choose for yourself," the old man said coldly. However, the arm still grabbed the vine and did not let go. Even if the vine kept resisting, the arm would not loosen at all. Even the old man was moved by her stubbornness. "Grandpa, don't break them up. They must have relied on each other for survival and have gone through ups and downs together. If you break them up, Xiaoyu will feel uncomfortable." "Yes. Just like Brother Tong, he left, but I don't want the heavens to break us up." "Yes." The little girl looked at the young man, and as she spoke, she began to cry. Sigh. "Yes." The old man's heart of stone finally softened. "What a loss." "Yes." Then, he looked at the young man and said, "You're too lucky. Today, I'll treat you for free. Is that enough? I don't want that vine of yours anymore. Is that enough? Sigh, I've lost so much." Sigh. As if it had heard the old man's words, the arm actually let go. This caused the old man to be even more tongue-tied, and he almost vomited blood from anger. He did not know if this kid had really fainted or if he was faking it. "Vine, take back the surrounding vines. I will cure him. Come with me. Follow me." The old man gently pushed the world in his hand toward the young man. "Wrap him with your flower bud. In a month, he will wake up." "Yes." After that, he turned around and left with the little girl. The little girl licked her fingers and revealed an extremely cute smile. Time passed quietly just like that. At this moment, at the core of the ancient forbidden forest, there was a huge ancient lake. The ancient lake was filled with terrifying demonic beasts. Even if a martial ancestor was here, he would not dare to cross the lake. On the other hand, the island was full of birds and fragrant flowers. A little girl, a little rabbit, and a deer were running around on the grass. Not far from her was a quiet little house. There was a vine growing in the middle of the house, and a handsome young man was lying on the side of the vine. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed and sat up on the bed. He was none other than Lin Ling. The sudden awakening had caused him to feel slightly confused. He kept trying to recall, and all his memories gradually came back to him. "I'm still alive? I remember Longyang was here to kill me." Lin Ling frowned and looked to the side. He immediately saw little Kunlun, and he could not help but feel delighted. "Big brother, you're awake." At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll walked in with her short legs. Behind her were a little rabbit and a deer. Such a combination made Lin Ling a little stunned. "Grandpa said it was little Vine who saved you. Then, when you were hit by the sword, Grandpa saved you again," the little girl said with a smile. After she opened her mouth, Lin Ling realized that the little girl was growing her teeth. 2 of her front teeth were missing, which made her look extremely funny. "Little Kunlun, you saved me." Then, Lin Ling looked at the vine. "Kunlun." The vine quickly wrapped around Lin Ling's left arm and returned to its original position on his arm. Then, it fell into a deep sleep. Lin Ling kept trying to recall, and he gradually guessed a lot of things. Then, he looked down and saw that there was still a sword mark on his chest. Around the sword mark, there were corroded scars that looked like the sun. "This Buddhist sword is so scary. However, this little girl's grandpa actually saved me. He must be a god," Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he sensed his whole body and immediately realized that not only were all his injuries healed, even his vitality was more vigorous than before. Even his godly devil body had been greatly enhanced, reaching the speed of 600 worlds. With the help of this enormous physical strength, Lin Ling was confident that he could reach the speed of 70 worlds. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Art of Wind and Rain. No wonder it was like this. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. This was because increasing one's physical strength could actually be replaced by other treasures, and the Nether Dragon Companion Liquid was even more precious. Lin Ling had clearly suffered a great loss. Most importantly, using so much Companion Liquid only increased his strength by this much. It could be seen that most of the companion liquid was used to save his life. You're awake. At this time an old man walked in indifferently. Thank you, senior, for saving me. Lin Ling secretly glanced at him and found that he couldn't see through him at all. He immediately knew that this was someone that even Li Xiaoyao had to look up to. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiaoyu. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't even care about ants like you. The old man was still indifferent. Lin Ling was shocked, but he guessed something and hurriedly bowed to the little girl. Hee hee, big brother, no need to thank me. Grandpa is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. In fact, he saved you. The little girl suddenly giggled, causing Lin Ling to laugh as well. It's good that you're awake. Walk around and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Also, I threw your sword on the other side. It's too dirty and can't exist here. The old man glanced at Lin Ling indifferently and then left the small house. Senior, can you tell the origin of that sword? Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly shouted because he had always been curious about the origin of the scabbard. The old man suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he was thinking about something, but quickly left the small house. At the same time, a cold voice floated out. A despicable person, a sword he left behind. The voice floated into Lin Ling's mind, causing his pupils to constrict. From this sentence, he knew that this old man was someone from the era of gods. In the following days, Lin Ling recuperated on the island. At the same time, he recalled the scene that happened in the ancient Forbidden Forest. When he thought of Yuer, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Brother Ling, do you hate Sister Yuer? After a period of interaction, Lin Ling could not withstand Xiaoyu's interrogation and naturally told her the reason for his injury. Therefore, Xiaoyu was also very curious about Yuer. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and looked into the distance. If it was me, I would definitely hate her. Because in order to find her, Big Brother Ling traveled a long distance to the ancient Forbidden Forest and even saved her from the hands of so many experts. In the end, she almost killed Big Brother Ling. I hate her so much. So, Big Brother Ling was right to lead back then. Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hands and imitated Lin Ling to look into the distance. I don't hate her. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words shocked Xiaoyu. The reason why I want to leave is because I know that she is controlled by a mortal temple. She forced me to kill her, but she doesn't want to kill me in her heart. Therefore, I want to leave. I can't make things difficult for her. Lin Ling said with a smile. Brother Ling, why? Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. When you grow up and meet someone you like, you will understand. I believe that the person who likes you will do the same. When two people are together, they shouldn't be so calculative. Lin Ling turned his head and scratched Xiaoyu's nose with a smile. Someone I like? Xiaoyu's eyes flickered. Then, she chuckled and said, I understand. I don't hate Big Sister Yu now because she can't control herself. Moreover, I will meet someone I like in the future. I am willing to do anything for him. That's right. In a heartless world, people must have feelings. Lin Ling said with a smile. The two of them lay on the grass and chatted continuously. Occasionally, there would be cheerful laughter. On the other side of the island, the old man looked at this scene indifferently. His eyes flickered continuously, but his cold expression gradually revealed a smile. Night gradually fell. Xiaoyu quickly became sleepy and fell asleep in Lin Ling's little house. Lin Ling carried the little white rabbit and the little deer into the house and gently placed them beside Xiaoyu. He looked at Xiaoyu and couldn't help but smile. He also liked this naive and innocent girl very much. Moreover, he was starting to miss Lin Yi and Yu Yu. Lin Ling, come out and see me. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Also, don't wake Xiaoyu up. Lin Ling nodded immediately and quietly left the house. Outside the house, the moonlight shone brightly. An ordinary-looking old man bathed in the moonlight. He placed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the ancient lake. How is your current strength? The old man's voice sounded somewhat emotionless. Senior, although I am in the 5th stage of the half-saint realm, I have few opponents in the late half-saint realm. I am not afraid of anyone unless they are at the peak of the half-saint realm. Yes. Lin Ling immediately replied. Very good strength. Yes. The old man nodded slightly. In fact, Lin Ling did not reveal all of his trump cards. For example, if he used his true inheritance, the dark sword, he could kill even a saint. However, with the example of consuming vitality the first time, Lin Ling would never use it again unless the great calamity came. How is your talent? The old man asked again. I have the space-time divine steel, which is the ultimate wild body. I have the demon eyes, which is also the ultimate wild body. I also have the body of the realm devouring beast, one of the 4 great ominous creatures, and the dragon bone. I don't know what my current limit is, but I am sure that I will not be weak in the future. Lin Ling said honestly. He knew that even if he did not say anything, the old man would find out something with his strength. Boy, if I am not wrong, you should have the strength of 600 worlds. Moreover, your boundary essence is very strange. It seems to be in the 5th stage of the half-saint realm, but it is not much weaker than the 10th stage of the half-saint realm. However, I don't care about that. What I care about is your speed. Senior. Replying to Senior, the current speed is 70 realms. Too slow. You're too slow. Even saints can't catch up to you. I'll teach you the wind and rain 10,000 realms technique. This is a ranked martial art. It's divided into wind technique, rain technique, 10,000 technique, and world technique. It can increase your speed by 200 realms. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. The old man finally turned around and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. I know you are surprised, but the answer is very simple. I have something to do and need to leave this place. Therefore, I am entrusting you to take care of Xiaoyu. The strength of a martial artist cannot be improved in a short period of time. You can only work on your speed. At least if you encounter a strong enemy, you can escape even if you can't defeat them. Yes. This. Yes. Lin Ling was speechless. No wonder the old man was so kind. He wanted to teach him how to escape. If you have something to do and need to leave, I can wait for you on the island with Xiaoyu. If you don't return, I will not leave. Yes. Then, Lin Ling said again. No. If I leave, the island will be the most dangerous place. If you take Xiaoyu away from here, I will find you in the future. Yes. Hearing this, the old man reprimanded. All right then. Please enlighten me. Yes. I hope your perception is not too weak. I don't have much time and patience to waste here with you. Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations entrusted to Lin Ling. In the following days, every time Xiaoyu fell asleep, the old man would guide Lin Ling in comprehending the wind and rain myriad worlds technique. This speed martial art was extremely terrifying and had the power to pierce through 10,000 worlds in an instant. It was divided into 4 realms: wind technique, rain technique, myriad technique, and world technique. Wind technique increased the speed of 20 worlds, rain technique increased the speed of 50 worlds, and myriad technique increased the speed of 80 worlds. The final world technique was 200 worlds. Lin Ling's speed had always been his strength. After comprehending this martial art, his speed had undoubtedly increased again. It could be said that if he comprehended the wind technique, no one in the Sage-to-Be realm could catch up to him, not even those in the initial stage of the Sage-to-Be realm. On this day, the old man called for Lin Ling again, and the way he looked at Lin Ling had changed. As expected of the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, its comprehension is truly terrifying. In less than a month, you've already cultivated the wind technique. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. The old man smiled at Lin Ling. This was the first time he smiled at Lin Ling. Senior's guidance is still the best. Lin Ling also smiled. You don't have to flatter me. I, Treasure God Nanwufeng you, know what I'm capable of. In this world, other than Xiaoyu, there's no one else that I can patiently guide. I called you out today to tell you that I'm leaving. Xiaoyu, I'll leave it to you. In the past, I saved your life. Today, it's time for you to repay me. Complete this task and we won't owe each other anything. Can you do it? The old man looked at Lin Ling solemnly. At the end of his words, he actually bowed deeply. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change. He wanted to help the old man up, but the old man refused. This isn't me, treasure god Nanwufing you, asking you for help. This is an ordinary old man asking you for help, so please protect Xiaoyu. The moment he raised his head, the old man solemnly said. Unless the heavens and earth shatter, Xiaoyu will be safe and sound. Seeing this, Lin Ling also enunciated each word clearly. Haha, I realized that I like you a little. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh loudly. If Lin Ling said that unless he, Lin Ling, died, Xiaoyu would definitely be safe and sound, if that was the case, the old man would not be very happy. However, Lin Ling had said that unless the heavens fell and the earth cracked, this meant that even if Lin Ling died, Xiaoyu would be safe and sound. From this, he knew that the person he had entrusted him with did not disappoint him. Coupled with his observations over the past few days, he knew that although this kid was a little demonic, he was magnanimous and righteous. I'm leaving. Then, the old man smiled and left. Senior, aren't you going to greet Xiaoyu? Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. Hearing this, the old man sighed in his heart and laughed dryly. I'm afraid that she won't be willing. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from where he stood. Lin Ling immediately shook his head helplessly. Was it because Xiaoyu was reluctant? Or was this old man reluctant to part with her? In reality, it was more likely that the old man was reluctant. The next day, when Xiaoyu woke up, Lin Ling told her about the old man's departure. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu's reaction was very calm. She was just a little disappointed. Xiaoyu already knew that Grandpa had something to do. However, he was always worried about Xiaoyu, so he accompanied Xiaoyu. Now that Grandpa is going to fulfill his promise, Xiaoyu is happy for him. Xiaoyu forced a smile. This change surprised Lin Ling. He had thought that Xiaoyu would be willful since she was young, but he didn't expect her to be so obedient and sensible. Don't worry, your grandpa will definitely come and fetch you. During this period, Brother Ling will also protect you well. Let's go, Brother Ling will bring you to see the outside world. Alright, bring little rabbit and little deer. The little girl's emotions were indeed very easy to pacify. She immediately jumped for joy, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Next, Lin Ling brought little Kunlun and left towards the ancient lake. However, when they just got close to the ancient lake, terrifying demonic beasts broke out of the water. The power of the demonic beasts made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. However, when he unleashed his full speed, 90 worlds appeared, and he easily crossed the ancient lake. This made Lin Ling stunned. It turned out that the old man had already calculated everything. The speed of 90 worlds was just right for the demonic beasts at the bottom of the lake to catch up. No wonder he wanted Lin Ling to cultivate faster. When he came to the shore, Lin Ling quickly saw his sword. After carrying it on his back, he walked towards the distance. On this day, the ancient forbidden forest attracted a strange group. A young man, a little girl, a rabbit, a deer, and a vine, rumble. The young man was extremely ferocious. When he encountered the demonic beasts, he didn't retreat. Instead, he fought fiercely as if he wanted to vent all his frustrations during this period. The young man even dared to fight with a sage-level demonic beast. He relied on his illusory martial arts and his speed. Looking at the little girl, not only was she not frightened, but she was also cheering. This made one wonder if the little girl knew what fear was. After a period of time, Lin Ling finally walked out of the ancient forbidden forest. His gaze was fixed on Cloud State. Then, Lin Ling looked beside him and saw that Xiaoyu was full of curiosity about everything in front of her. Let's go. Brother will bring you to see the prosperous world. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he brought Xiaoyu to the big city of Cloud State. Not long after, a luxurious big city appeared in front of him. Of course, to Lin Ling, such a big city was very ordinary. However, to Xiaoyu, this was the first time she had seen so many people in her life. On the streets, there were all kinds of strange things that blinded Xiaoyu's eyes. Brother Ling, look at what this is. It's a bunch of skewers. It's so beautiful. That's Tonghulu. Seeing that Xiaoyu was so happy, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy too. After all, he owed this little girl his life. Brother Ling, can I have one? No, just one. Hee, let's not talk about one skewer. Even if you want to eat a whole cart, Brother Ling will buy it for you. Brother Ling, you're the best. Wow, there are so many people. There aren't so many people in the ancient forbidden forest. There are tigers, monkeys, and other ugly magical beasts there. The two of them walked along the streets. The more Xiaoyu walked, the happier she was. She even let out a little rabbit and a little deer to wander around. Everyone was tongue-tied. Where did these two country bumpkins come from? They even brought a rabbit with them. However, when they saw how cute Xiaoyu was, they also laughed. They were infected by her naivety. Of course, they also saw that the young man with the sword on his back was very cold. It was as if he didn't want anyone to get close to him. That was the reason why they were afraid of him. Giddy up. At this time, on the spacious street, a tiger horse and a carriage galloped past. The tiger horse was a product of the ancient forbidden forest. It was a demonic beast, but half of it was a magical beast. It had a violent temperament and only people from big families could tame it. Therefore, when the tiger horse carriage passed by, the people were secretly shocked. What a grand show! They actually used tiger horses to pull a carriage. While they were still in shock, the tiger horses suddenly stopped. Each of them opened their bloody mouths and drooled as they stared at a white rabbit and a little deer by the side of the street. I don't care who you are. Why did you stop? A cold voice suddenly came from the carriage, causing the expert driving the horse to helplessly say, the tiger horses seem to be a little hungry. Seeing the rabbits on the street, they seemed to be a little moved. Didn't we just finish feeding them the dragon crocodile meat? No, that rabbit doesn't seem to be an ordinary rabbit. Let the tiger horse eat it. A young man's head popped out of the carriage. His face was pale and his lips were red. He stared at the rabbit on the street and immediately said calmly. After that, he shrunk back and no longer cared about anything. Hearing his words, the guard in front of the carriage immediately accepted the order and dismounted. His eyes were extremely cold. In their eyes, a girl about 8 or 9 years old was squatting on the ground, feeding a little rabbit and a deer with candied haws. These two animals looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were somewhat extraordinary. For example, the rabbit's eyes were like jade, and upon closer inspection, there was ice and snow floating in them. This was the flying frost divine rabbit. Looking at the deer again, it actually had 4 horns, and the horns were like dragons. This was the stealthy night indigo deer. These two spirit beasts were treasures that only appeared in the ancient forbidden forest. Thinking of this, the eyes of the guards burned with passion. What are you doing? Not long after, Xiaoyu's furious voice rang out. Someone was trying to steal her little rabbit. This little rabbit had grown up with her and was her best friend. Of course I'm going to eat your rabbit. The man said coldly with a ferocious face. His words caused Xiaoyu to be stunned. Her beautiful eyes immediately became moist as she looked at the fierce guards with some fear. Big brother! Then, Xiaoyu cried and shouted. Her pitiful look made the passers-by soften their hearts. They stared at the guards and cursed in their hearts. How could they bully such a cute little girl? These guys were really scum. However, they knew the origins of those guards very well, so they only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. What a lovely little girl. Cry, the louder you cry, the happier we will be. On the contrary, the guards were somewhat perverted, and each of them began to laugh sinisterly. Xiaoyu. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the other side of the street. Rumble. Soon after, a huge monster that looked like a demonic beast rushed down the street. Wherever it passed, it caused the entire street to shake. Crackle crackle rumble. The ancient bricks and stones on the street were sent flying. This change completely shocked the passers-by. The guards' expressions changed as well. When they came to their senses, Xiaoyu translation, a cold-looking man, this man carried a huge scabbard on his back, as well as a black sword case. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and within his long hair, one could vaguely see a pair of cold eyes. With just a glance, those guards were already trembling with fear. Sir, sir. Sir, they spoke nervously, knowing that this man was most likely a ferocious person. However, the blue-robed youth did not pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at the tearful little girl. Little you, what happened? Brother Xiao Xiao brother Young translation? Yi Timi shower translation Xiaoyu, after her like her leave. Hearing this, Lin Linghu's eyes widened. Xiaoyu had saved Lin Linghu's life and was even more innocent. These people actually dared to kill her. His gaze turned towards the guards, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Sire, this is a misunderstanding. We were ordered by the young master to catch a little rabbit and deer to feed the tiger horse. Since they belong to your family, then let's forget about this matter. One of them felt his heart tremble violently as he hurriedly apologized. You mean, if this little girl isn't part of my family, you can bully her as you please? Lin Ling's voice grew deeper and deeper. This. The guards couldn't reply, because this was the truth. If the blue-robed youth wasn't formidable, then why would they show mercy? Very good, even I don't dare to make her cry, but you dare to make her cry. Very good, very good. Lin Ling smiled, but his smile was very cold. With a twitch of his eyebrows, colorful flames appeared in the sky, and a huge shadow came crashing down. The space-time steel, rumble, the street trembled as a tower-like stone tablet appeared, suppressing the ground. Several guards were directly smashed into meat paste. This kind of tyrannical method directly intimidated the entire city. No one had expected this young man to be so terrifying when he was angry. However, was this the end of it? Obviously not. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the street, and immediately fell on the tiger horse in front of the street. He took a step forward, whoosh, then, he slashed with his sword. The tall tiger horse spurted out blood, dyeing half of the street red. It was killed by a single slash. After the tiger horse was killed, the carriage fell down, and a few figures climbed out. There were a few good-looking beauties, and a well-dressed young man. At this moment, they were looking at Lin Ling in horror. Who the F***ck are you? The young man roared angrily. So you're the one who bullied my Xiaoyu. Lin Ling looked at him coldly. Who's Xiaoyu? I'm just catching a rabbit to feed the horse. How dare you kill my tiger horse? Do you know who I am? The young man was even more enraged. Hearing this, Lin Ling's anger was even greater than his. He walked forward step by step, and a terrifying demonic aura permeated the air. His godly demon body was also surging with ferocious aura, causing the four most ferocious beasts of the universe to descend, and the entire city to cave in. Plop! The young man who looked like a spoiled brat was pressed down by the endless pressure, and his whole body was lying on the ground. Lin Ling walked over, and every step he took seemed to be stepping on the young man's heart. Finally, Lin Ling looked down at him condescendingly, reached out his hand, and suddenly grabbed the young man's neck, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked, and the cracks continued to spread. I don't care who you are. At the same time, a domineering voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. The whole city was shaken again. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He did not even bother to say anything, and directly attacked in a simple and violent manner. Kid, who are you? Such a commotion was naturally noticed by the city lord, and at this moment, he appeared with a large number of strong cultivators. Father! The young man suddenly shouted with difficulty. Until now, he still did not understand what had happened. He only knew that he wanted to snatch a little rabbit, and in the end, he was suppressed by someone. He was even beaten to a pulp. This kind of domineering action had always only happened to him, and he was the main character. However, today, it happened to someone else, and he was suppressed by the domineering side character. Yulin, don't worry. Father will not let him leave unscathed. A low shout came from the sky in the distance. The sky was filled with strong cultivators, and the leader was a burly man. At this moment, he was looking down at the earth like a god. The mysterious swordsman. At this moment, the city lord was also confused because he did not know what had happened. However, he could see that someone had overturned the city and crushed his son. This kind of domineering behavior was going too far. Die. However, he did not know that this was just the beginning. On the ground, Lin Ling roared angrily and slashed with his sword. This slash combined 4 dantians and 60% of the demonic sword steps. Rumble. In the sky, no one could block it. All the powerhouses were split into 2 and blood rained down. The city lord's face instantly turned pale. Only then did he realize that this person was so strong. Die. However, it was as if a demonic seed had been born in Lin Ling's heart. Before the slash ended, another slash came out. The entire ancient city was split into 2. Sir, there was a misunderstanding. The city lord was no longer as tyrannical as before and hurriedly begged for mercy. Die. However, Lin Ling still slashed with his sword. In his heart, Xiaoyu's teary little face had deeply provoked him. This was because he had been recuperating on the island for so long, and all Xiaoyu had left him was an innocent smile. Even during this period of time with Xiaoyu, he was incomparably happy, as if he had let go of all his hatred. However, such a little angel had been scared to tears. This had clearly touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Lin Ling allowed the demonic aura in his heart to erupt as he continued slashing with his sword. As he continuously used the scabbard, his body more or less had demonic aura. This was also the reason why Xiaoyu's grandfather did not allow the scabbard to enter the island. Lin Ling also noticed this point. However, he could only suppress it and could not control it. However, ever since Inuer's incident, his heart had been suppressed, so he allowed the demonic aura to wreak havoc. Rumble. This giant ancient city was undoubtedly destroyed today. Rocks the size of mountains tumbled in the sky like rice straws. The entire city was blown apart. When the city lord finally found out the reason for the youth's rage, he was speechless from anger. The destruction of the city was because of a rabbit. This must be a joke. Brother Ling. At this moment, Xiaoyu was clearly frightened. The current Lin Ling was completely different from the Lin Ling of the past. After her voice floated out, it was like sweet dew after the rain, which actually made Lin Ling gradually calm down. In the end, he stopped swinging his sword. Today, you must die. As for the others, forget about them. Lin Ling looked at the hedonistic young master on the ground and said indifferently. At this moment, the young master also knew what kind of existence he had provoked. At this moment, he really wanted to cry, because he had been a tyrant for many years, but he had always been safe and sound. However, in the end, because of a rabbit and a deer, he had to pay with his life. This made him extremely depressed. Could it be that his life couldn't even compare to a rabbit's? He'd originally intended to rescue his father, but he knew that his father probably wouldn't dare to offend this god of slaughter at this moment. Hee, because of a little girl, you're going to destroy the city? However, at this moment, a smile suddenly came from the sky, causing Lin Ling to look up. He saw a beard-like man with a square face and a bearded face standing quietly in the sky, as if he had been waiting there all along. Sir, it's none of your business. Lin Ling said indifferently. Although the person who came was in the early stage of the sage stage, Lin Ling had fought countless sage stage cultivators, so he didn't have much respect for the sage stage. You're really arrogant. Rumor has it that the son of the demon can toy with the 9 states and even destroy gods. Today, I've seen it with my own eyes. You really live up to your reputation. The man smiled faintly, and with a wave of his right hand, a 2-meter-long broadsword appeared. The wind from the broadsword roared as it cut through the sky of the cloud state. This was an extremely powerful extreme weapon. Most importantly, he actually recognized the son of the demon. The son of the demon. Hearing the man's words, the entire city was in an uproar again, and everyone's expression changed drastically. Because the eternal forbidden forest was not far from the city, many people had heard of the rumors of the son of the demon. I actually provoked the son of the demon. Even the good-for-nothing young master felt a chill run down his spine. The entire 9 states is looking for you. I didn't expect you to still be in the cloud state. The man with the broadsword said again. So, you want to capture me now? Lin Ling also spoke. No, I'm only here for one purpose, and that is to save that trash of a young master. If you want to kill him, then go ahead and try. Hearing this, the man waved his broadsword and smiled faintly. Lin Ling didn't say much. With a twitch of his brows, the space-time divine steel floated up and suppressed the good-for-nothing young master. This action could be said to be in the blink of an eye. The man with the broadsword didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move so quickly. You want to kill him in front of me? Dream on. He swung his broadsword horizontally, and a terrifying thing happened. The sky was split into 2. The world above was blue, and the world below was black. When the broadsword collided with the space-time divine steel, it was sent flying. Seeing this, Lin Ling was still expressionless. Without looking at the good-for-nothing young master, the demon sword in his hand slashed out coldly. What a terrifying junior of the half-saint stage. Praise. His body disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the good-for-nothing young master. He swung his broadsword, shocking the world and making ghosts and gods weep. Clang, the sword and the broadsword collided, and a destructive shockwave destroyed the entire ancient city. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This man's strength was not bad. However, the more the man wanted to save someone, the more Lin Ling wanted to kill him. With a wave of his left hand, the calamity-destroying sun bow appeared. He drew the bow, and 4 arrows intertwined, the dragon god shot out and hovered in the sky, shocking the people around it. The people's hearts trembled violently. A battle of this level was something they could only see once in their lives. The 8 divine powers of the dragon clan. The broadsword-wielding man's expression also turned serious. He was puzzled. Lin Ling was clearly a 5th heaven half-saint, but his realm essence was terrifying. It was comparable to a 10th heaven half-saint. In addition, he could not see through Lin Ling's moves. It made him feel a lot of pressure. 9 deaths 1 life saber. However, he was indeed a saint stage expert. After a moment of shock, his body exuded a mysterious aura. The desolate body appeared, and it was a treasured broadsword glowing with bloody light. After the broadsword appeared, his cultivation level rose crazily. When the dragon god's arrow was about to hit him, he suddenly swung his broadsword. This broadsword was like its name, 9 deaths 1 life saber. After slashing out with this broadsword, he was also on the brink of death. However, when death approached, his broadsword became crazier. In fact, he liked the feeling of approaching death. Swoosh, this broadsword was not as earth-shattering as people had imagined. Instead, it flashed with bloody light. To Lin Ling's surprise, the heavenly dragon and dragon god that were entangled by 4 arrows were actually split into 2. Hee, in the half-saint stage, you are the first person in the 9 prefectures who can make me use this all-out saber. After killing the dragon god's arrow, the man stabbed his broadsword into the ground and revealed an excited smile. Now, you have used your final move. You have lost. Do you think I can't kill him in front of you? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations UVE lost. I think it's impossible. The man stood there quietly. The saber at his feet buzzed and exuded a destructive aura. The man and the saber seemed to have merged into one. Lin Ling felt that there was no one in front of him, only a saber. A saber had stopped him. I think it's possible. However, Lin Ling still spat out a sentence coldly. Go ahead and try. The man smiled and kicked the saber beside his feet. The saber flew up and landed in his hand. He held the saber horizontally and continued to block Lin Ling's path forward. Their auras collided madly in the ruined city, causing a terrifying vortex to appear in the sky. It was so shocking that it shocked everyone in the vicinity. The 2 of them were competing in martial arts. One wanted to kill, the other wanted to save. In the end, who would succeed? The good-for-nothing young master's face was extremely pale. He had become the prey of the strong. I'm going to attack. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke and broke the silence. Seeing this, the man tightened his grip on the saber. Bang! Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot forward, the demonic sword in his hand rolling. The headless old man had quietly descended at this moment, as if the era of the gods had arrived. I've heard that he has a sword that's like a god. Seeing it today, it's indeed terrifying. It's a sword that gets fiercer as the battle goes on. The man growled. He held the saber with both hands and slashed fiercely, causing a bloody rainbow to appear in the sky. Clang! This slash was extremely terrifying. Not only did it cut Lin Ling's sword, but it also cut Lin Ling in half. This change undoubtedly caused the man to be stunned on the spot. Holding the saber in his hand, Lin Ling obviously couldn't block the attacks of a Saint Realm expert against a half-Saint Realm expert. Seeing this, Xiaoyu shouted from afar, Brother Ling. Li Hongwang, what are you doing? Why did you kill him? At the same time, an angry voice came from the sky. A woman holding a long sword shot down from the sky. This woman looked to be in her 30s, and she was quite pretty. Moreover, she was also at the saint stage. After she landed on the ground, she immediately gave the man a fierce slap. The man was also stunned. He kept shaking his head and said, how would I know that he couldn't block a single strike? Previously, I saw that he was very powerful, so my fighting spirit was stimulated and I fought with all my strength. Therefore, I didn't expect this result. He's a half-step saint, and you're a saint. You're actually so proud of bullying a junior. Moreover, you've killed him. This has disrupted our plan. The woman flew into a rage. She grabbed the man's neck and beat him until he cried out in pain. Crackle! The crisp sound of the slap made everyone's jaws drop. What kind of situation was this? That's enough, Ho Yenru. I'm a man. How can I face people if you slap my face in front of everyone? That's enough. Dizzy from the beating, the man suddenly roared. What? Li Hongwang, you dare to yell at me? You dare to stop me? Tears actually flickered in the woman's eyes when she heard this. No, I'm just afraid of hurting your hand. So, I'll do it myself. The woman seemed to be on the verge of tears, and it instantly terrified the robust man. He'd lost all his pride as a man, and he'd given himself over 10 slaps instead. This caused everyone to be even more flabbergasted. They'd thought that the man would resist, but in the end, he was afraid of hurting the woman's hand. How could there be such a man in the world who's so afraid of his wife? It's time for the two of you to end your little tricks. While they were talking, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly resounded from behind them. This voice caused them to be shocked, and they immediately turned around to look. The good-for-nothing young master was still seated on the ground, but a blue-robed young man had appeared behind him. Moreover, the blue-robed young man held a large sword, and it hung by the side of the young man's neck. It's you. You're still alive? How could this be possible? Both of them were stunned, and then they rubbed their eyes in succession. Because they'd watched the blue-robed young man die with their own 2 eyes. Yet now, the blue-robed young man was alive and kicking, and he even controlled the life and death of the good-for-nothing young master. They felt as if they'd seen a ghost. How could they have known that the one they'd killed earlier was merely an illusion? At that time, Lin Ling had activated the illusion god True Inheritance, and coupled with the speed of the wind technique, he'd quickly bypassed the man and won the battle in the end. Whoosh! Before the two of them could say anything, Lin Ling had killed the good-for-nothing young master. Before the young master died, he didn't say anything. Perhaps he'd already known that he'd offended such a big shot today, and if he didn't die, the entire city would be destroyed. In a world where the strong were respected, the strong had this kind of right, not to mention that his opponent was the son of the demon whose name shook the 9 provinces. You've lost. After killing the young master, Lin Ling immediately sheathed his sword, turned around, and left. The two of them were still stunned, and then they kept shaking their heads. They hadn't expected that a sage expert would lose to the son of the demon in this battle. Moreover, this sage expert wasn't an ordinary sage. Wait, I actually came to find you today because I have something to invite you to. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Li Hongwang anxiously spoke. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him. He held Xiaoyu's hand and continued to walk forward. Wait. The woman also shouted, we have a plan that requires your participation. I don't know if you'll give us face. However, Lin Ling still ignored her. As a condition, I'll provide you with a piece of information that you'll definitely want to know. Seeing that Lin Ling was getting further and further away, Li Hongwang's face was filled with helplessness. He'd never seen such an arrogant half-sage expert who'd actually ignored him again and again. Your people from Qingzhou have come to Yunzhou and have been captured. I heard that Qingzhou's Emperor Qing is coming here to save those people from Qingzhou. However, Li Hongwang knew that if he didn't say anything, the son of the demon would really leave. Why should I believe you? Finally, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. This made the two of them let out a sigh of relief. What a difficult person to please. Because after the ancient forbidden forest ended, Tianzhou's Emperor Qing still didn't leave. Not long ago, people from Qingzhou came here to look for you. In the end, they were discovered by Tianzhou's Emperor Qing and were captured alive. Then, he used them as a hostage to force Qingzhou's Emperor Qing to exchange for them. You should know that Qingzhou's Emperor Qing controls ancient powers. Therefore, even if he's not very strong, ordinary experts wouldn't dare to provoke him. Therefore, luring Qingzhou's Emperor Qing to Yunzhou was the best way. The two of them continued to speak. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he was still cautious. Why do you know all this? What's your purpose? What an overly cautious guy. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Restart the deity slaying plan. As for why we are helping you, it is because we want you to join us in a plan. As for the person who was captured, we found out that he is a junior named Lin Yi. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes when he heard that. When they saw Lin Ling's expression, they immediately knew that Lin Yi must be related to the son of demon. Lin Yi appeared in Yunzhou because he wanted to find you. You may not know that there are rumors about you in Jiuzhou. Some said that they saw you in the east region, some said that you were in the north region. Anyway, as long as there are rumors about you, there will be several groups of people looking for you. Linny seems to think that you are still in Yunzhou, so he wanted to enter the eternal forbidden forest. Finally, he was discovered by the Emperor of Heaven and was captured alive. In the end, Lin Ling was certain that the two of them were not lying to him. If it was really Lin Yi, he would definitely come to Yunzhou to find him. Moreover, we can help you save them. You should know that although you are powerful, you are relying on other trump cards. Your real combat strength is only at the Sage-to-Be realm. Li Hongwang said. He had fought with Lin Ling before because he wanted to know Lin Ling's strength. As a condition, I hope you can join us in our plan. Yes. Li Hongwang said when he saw that Lin Ling was silent. What plan? Yes. Lin Ling frowned. Restart the deity slaying plan. Yes. When they heard that, they looked at each other and finally told him their purpose. Deity slaying plan. Yes. When Lin Ling heard that, his expression changed slightly. That's right. Because we have the same enemy, and there are many people who want to destroy God. We formed an alliance, but we can't do anything to God. We fought for many years, but to no avail. That's why our plan ended. However, not long ago, your God-slaying grand spell formation completely moved us. That's why we know that you're indispensable to our plan to destroy God. Yes. They said with a smile. They knew that Lin Ling was moved. Interesting, okay, I will join you. Yes. Lin Ling finally understood the purpose of their visit. As for the deity slaying plan, of course it was martial god Qilin. Haha, wife, he finally joined. Seeing this, Li Hongwang laughed excitedly. The woman beside him also heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to pull the son of the devil into her camp. However, in order to recruit this guy, they had put in a lot of effort. Of course, with the name of the son of the devil, it was all worth it. Let's save the people first. Then I'll take you to see the other people who have joined the plan. Oh right, you've already met one of them, and he has a very high opinion of you. Li Hongwang continued, if he knew that you were still alive, he would definitely be very happy. Oh, I have? Hearing that, Lin Ling was curious. You'll see when the time comes, wife. Get ready to work. Li Hongwang shouted excitedly, but the woman next to him slapped him fiercely. I told you, don't call me wifey outside, call me by my name. I'm sorry, wife, I know I was wrong. Li Hongwang held his cheeks and said pitifully, but as soon as he finished speaking, another slap landed on his face. This made Lin Ling shake his head and laugh. This guy was tall and strong, but he was unexpectedly henpecked. Even Xiaoyu began to giggle. The few of them quickly left the ancient city and headed in another direction. That was obviously the core area of the Cloud State. The Cloud State was below the Spirit State, but because it was in the territory of the Cloud Emperor, Lin Ling alone could not shake the Cloud Emperor. As for the Sky Emperor, not long ago in the Demon Metropolis, this guy repeatedly framed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had long wanted to kill him. Moreover, in the Cloud State, that guy could not use his ancient power anymore. Lin Ling and Xiaoyu stayed in an inn. Lin Ling carried the little white rabbit and the little deer to bed, then covered Xiaoyu with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Xiaoyu looking at him with bright eyes. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Nothing, I can't sleep. Seeing Xiaoyu's cute appearance, Lin Ling immediately knew that Xiaoyu must be thinking about what happened during the day. This was because in Xiaoyu's heart, Lin Ling was the big brother next door, bright and cheerful. However, today, Lin Ling's demonic aura clearly shocked her greatly. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. In his life, he had learned martial arts, and he had killed countless people. Are you thinking about what happened during the day? You're a little scared of Big Brother. Of course not. Xiaoyu anxiously said, as if she was afraid that Lin Ling would misunderstand. Lin Ling immediately smiled and stroked Xiaoyu's smooth forehead, saying, Xiaoyu, your grandpa is right. Big Brother Lin Ling is not a good person, and he has killed many people in his life. He doesn't want you to be with me because he is afraid that I will lead you astray. However, Xiaoyu, don't worry. No matter what kind of person I am, even if I am the great demon of the 9 states, in front of Xiaoyu, I am the big brother who will protect Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you just need to live a happy life. Big brother will take care of all the dirty things for you. After saying this, Lin Ling smiled and left. The lights in the room were turned off, but Xiaoyu's big eyes were shining. She hugged the rabbit next to her and said, "Little white rabbit, I don't think big brother is bad at all." However, the little white rabbit had already fallen asleep and was snoring. I can't see. I didn't see big brother Lin Ling kill people. He is my good friend who played with me on the grassland. Then, Xiaoyu comforted herself and gradually fell asleep as well. Early the next morning, the ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. The martial artists of the Cloud State were all walking towards a huge square. This was because 3 days ago, Emperor Yun had sent out a message that he was going to form an alliance between the Cloud State, the Sky State, and the Qing State. This was great news for the Cloud State. According to Emperor Yun's message, as long as the alliance was successful, the Cloud State would receive many cultivation resources from the Qing State. Although the Qing State was the weakest in the 9 states, it was still one of the divine lands. Naturally, there were many cultivation resources there. Let's hope it works. I heard that Emperor Qing wants Emperor Yun's help and wants the Cloud State to protect the Qing State. That's why he made this request. This Emperor Qing wants our help but doesn't want to pay. Isn't he thinking too highly of himself? Yeah, I heard from the Yun residents that Emperor Qing only gives us 1/3 of his cultivation resources every year. In my opinion, he should give us half. As they walked along the main road, the people discussed animatedly. Moreover, when they thought of the Qing State asking for their help, they felt a sense of superiority. On a huge square, all the strong martial artists of the Cloud State had gathered. 3 high platforms were located in 3 different directions of the square. On them sat the emperor gods of each state. They sat there quietly, making the square extremely silent. This was because the aura of the emperor gods was quietly spreading, making people feel as if they could not look directly at them. Today, we are indebted to the 2 emperor gods for coming to the Cloud State as guests. This is the blessing of the Cloud State. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Fate really wasn't that convincing. The one who spoke was a man in a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne with his eyes half closed and sipped his tea. His actions seemed simple but it carried a domineering aura. He was Emperor Yun of the Cloud State. Haha, today we have formed an alliance. In the future, the 3 emperors will definitely rule over the 9 states. The Divine Prefecture, where we are located, will definitely rise in ranking. I have this confidence. Next, a man in a white dragon robe spoke. It was the celestial emperor of Tianzhou. Their words had undoubtedly stirred up Yunzhou. The 9 prefectures were ranked. Their Cloud Prefecture, Sky Prefecture, and Qing Prefecture were ranked at the bottom. Therefore, when they saw the other Divine Prefecture martial artists, they more or less felt inferior. But in the future, their Cloud Prefecture would also be ranked at the top. This was naturally something to be happy about. What a shameless person. On the 3rd seat, the 3rd princess said in a low voice, her face expressionless. If we hadn't captured Lin Yi, we wouldn't have come here personally. Also, the alliance is just taking advantage of our Qingzhou. They didn't pay us anything at all. Instead, we have to pay them a salary every year, said an old woman angrily. She was Grandma Wendao. It was obvious that Qingzhou had been forced into this, because if they did not come, or even if they did not agree, then Lin Yi would die. Emperor Qing, what do you think? As though they knew that the 3rd princess was unwilling, the 2 god emperors cast their gazes over. Hearing this, the 3rd princess and the others were even more furious, but they didn't say anything. Men, bring out the spy of the 9 states 10 rapscallions. This person wanted to disrupt the order of the 9 states, but he was discovered by Emperor Yun's divine eye. In order to save the people of the 9 states, Emperor Yun personally captured this spy. Today, this spy will be beheaded in public and let the people of the 9 states know that the 9 states can be safe with our Emperor Yun around. The celestial Arch suddenly yelled. In the middle of the square, an iron cage slowly rose up. Inside the cage was a young man who looked extremely weak. He was Lin Yi. Clearly, the celestial emperor saw that the 3rd princess was hesitating, so he deliberately made an example of the 3rd princess to force her to agree. Bastard! Seeing the weak Lin Yi, Grandma Wendao and the third princess's eyes turned red. At this moment, they had no choice but to agree. Hee, that's a nice way to put it. Your era is coming. However, I heard that in the Eternal Forbidden Forest, Sky Emperor of Tianzhou and Emperor Yun of Yunzhou have become other people's dogs. Since they are made to be dogs, there is no future for them. But at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from the silent crowd. When Emperor Yun and the Sky Emperor heard that, their eyes flashed with anger. The warriors of the Cloud State were naturally enraged because the intruder had called their Emperor Yun a dog. Nobody's talking? Or was it a silent agreement? Haha, the alliance of the three great divine continents made Qingzhou pay the price, but you guys only want to reap the benefits. How can you guys be so thick-skinned and say such things? Amidst the silence, the voice rang out again. Yunzhou was even more furious. Who was it that was so arrogant as to reprimand two great god emperors in front of the entire Cloud region? Sir, why are you acting so sneakily? Do you only dare to speak in the dark? Moreover, the alliance of the three great divine continents is a matter of fate. No one can change it. However, before Emperor Yun could speak, the warriors of Yunzhou had already started scolding. That's right, this is a matter of fate. Yunzhou will definitely become the pinnacle of the 9 states in the future. Emperor Yun will surpass the two great god emperors of Miao State and Yen State and rule over the 9 states. This is also the son of heaven's fate. Then, the voices in the square became louder and louder. Come out if you dare. An old man floated up and looked around the crowd for the person who had spoken. If I come out, I'm afraid the two god emperors will be wary of me. However, when the crowd thought that the troublemaker would not dare to speak again, the disdainful voice floated up again. Shameless boasting. The crowd roared and snorted in their hearts. The intruder was so stupid. He was about to die and yet he was still so arrogant. Sir, you may have a good reputation somewhere, but you seem to treat Yunzhou as your home. Fate is the most mysterious thing. You may be above everyone in one moment, but the next moment, you will die. This is the fate of taking a wrong step. At this moment, Cloud Emperor finally spoke. Is that so? Then let me ask you. What is the fate of the young man in the cage? Just as Emperor Yun finished speaking, another voice floated out from the crowd. What was surprising was that this voice was very faint, as if it floated out from every corner of the square. His fate is death. This time, Emperor Yun did not speak. Emperor Tian spoke coldly. All the land under the heavens belongs to the emperor. In Yunzhou, Emperor Yun's words are the will of the heavens. He can summon the heroes to defy the heavens and change their fate. At the end of his speech, the celestial emperor stood up, and the aura of a saint surged out from him. The square was instantly in an uproar. The martial artists looked at the two god emperors with admiration. It was as if the two god emperors had already led them to the peak of the 9 states. Suddenly, the voice in the square also quieted down. The third princess and Grandma Wendao frowned. They had to admit that they admired the person who dared to speak. However, in Yunzhou, it was useless no matter what the person said because the martial artists of Yunzhou were naturally on Emperor Yun's side. Therefore, the outcome of arguing with Emperor Yun would be miserable. What's wrong? You don't dare to speak? Come out, didn't you say you don't believe in fate? Yunzhou is telling you, no matter where you hide, as long as you're in Yunzhou, you can't escape. Seeing that the voice was silent, the martial artists of Yunzhou looked around, trying to find the person who was courting death. However, the voice remained silent. Emperor Yun smiled disdainfully. He's just a clown. Everyone, ignore him. His fate has already been decided by me. After today's matter, he will die without a doubt. Emperor Yun, Emperor Yun. Hearing that, the people shouted in admiration. I'm sorry, fate really doesn't have much persuasion for me. However, at this moment, the voice that seemed to have disappeared suddenly sounded again. Moreover, the crowd was forcefully separated and shot into the sky like fireworks. Those martial artists seemed to have been thrown out alive. Then, a slender figure walked out, holding the hand of a little girl. When this person appeared, the martial artists of Yunzhou were undoubtedly furious. Fate really doesn't have much persuasion for me. How domineering was this sentence? Looking down on fate and challenging fate, this was the worst kind of person who did not know what was good for him. However, the eyes of Emperor Yun and the rest trembled violently when they saw the person who had come. As for the third princess and the rest, they stood up in shock and said in disbelief, "Little Li, master." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling smiled, held Xiaoyu's hand, and walked out step by step. Translator, Nioibo Studio stomp on the cloud state. How dare you? Who the hell are you? Finally, someone let out a cry of surprise and looked towards the two emperor gods. However, what terrified them the most was that the two god emperors didn't move at all. Instead, their faces were filled with shock and paleness. This time, Cloud Prefecture fell silent, because to be able to make two god emperors suddenly stop talking, this person was obviously not simple. They suddenly remembered what this person had said before. If I come out, even these two god emperors will be wary of me. Right now, everything was as such. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. However, he drew his sword with his right hand and ruthlessly slashed at the cage. With a cracking sound, the cage was cut into two halves, revealing the unconscious youth. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. This was because Cloud Emperor had said that the fate of the captured young man was death, yet now, the person who came personally saved him, breaking his fate once again. Emperor Yun. Everyone hurriedly looked at Emperor Yun. Could it be that Emperor Yun was going to let them do whatever they wanted? However, Emperor Yun continued to stare at the newcomer in silence. No one knew what he was thinking. Let me. Seeing that Cloud Emperor remained silent, an expert from Cloud State finally made his move. Although this person was a half-saint, there were many half-saints in the Cloud Prefecture. Rumble, a large number of half-step saints shot out and unleashed their ultimate techniques one after another. The saint's light seemed to envelop the entire Cloud Prefecture. I can see your fate clearly. That is death. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also opened his mouth. He gently lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom, the power of 600 worlds fused with the four great Dantians, and a shocking explosion erupted. There were also the four ferocious realms swallowing beasts and dragon god Qi. With this stomp, the entire cloud state was crushed. With Lin Ling as the center, the earth cracked open. The soil was like a tidal wave that rushed outwards. Gradually, the core city of Yunzhou collapsed like a domino. As for those half-saints that had charged over, all of them were blasted flying by the ferocious force, and then their bodies exploded apart in midair. This step was clearly stomping on the cheeks of everyone in the cloud state, the faces of the cloud state cultivators. All turned red, as if they had seen their father's murderer. How many years has it been since they've been humiliated like this? Plus, the opponent was only one person. One person dared to humiliate the entire Yunzhou. Those experts couldn't hold back their anger and charged forward once again. Even if they had to use the human wave tactic, they still wanted to kill this person. Stop. However, at this moment, a majestic voice finally sounded. It was the voice of Cloud Emperor. This made everyone's jaws drop. These people were so arrogant, but Emperor Yun actually asked them to stop? Son of the devil, the cloud state has no grudge against you. Why are you treating us like this? However, Emperor Yun ignored the crowd. Instead, he stared at Lin Ling and said solemnly. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. The son of the devil, this young man was actually the son of the devil. Wasn't he dead? At this moment, those who had been hooting earlier were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. No wonder even Emperor Yun was wary of him. It turned out that Emperor Yun had to give him face because of his reputation as the son of the demon. Because today, I'm here to decide your fate. Lin Ling looked at Emperor Yun and spoke softly. Then I wonder what our fate will be? Hearing this, Emperor Yun frowned and asked. Death. Lin Ling shrugged as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. However, as soon as he spoke, the entire sky of Yunzhou was filled with murderous intent. Emperor Yun and Emperor Tian exchanged glances. Their expressions were unusually ugly. What was surprising was that they didn't explode in anger. Son of the demon, we have no grudge against you. Why do you want us to die? Your enemy is the saintess from the Temple of the Immortals, the Heavenly Court. Emperor Tian said again. It was obvious that he didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling. Because in Tianzhou, he had already suffered at the hands of Lin Ling. In the Forbidden Forest, he personally witnessed how terrifying Lin Ling was. In other words, even if they had the confidence to kill Lin Ling, they wouldn't be much better off. No grudge? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. In the ancient Forbidden Forest, the Heavenly Emperor had bewitched the experts of the 9 prefectures to kill him twice. Lin Ling had witnessed it for himself. Now, Emperor Yun had the nerve to say that he had no grudge against him. I just want to kill you. So what? Lin Ling didn't bother to explain. He shrugged and said, I don't need a reason to kill you. You. Hearing those domineering words, the Celestial Emperor was undoubtedly angered again. Then when did I offend you? Emperor Yun seemed to have a good relationship with Emperor Yun. However, at this time, he didn't want to get into trouble. Then do you know who this young man is? Lin Ling suddenly looked at Lin Yi. Emperor Yun was confused. He had listened to Emperor Yun and captured this person. However, he didn't know who this person was. It seems like you've been used as a tool. Let me tell you. He is my son, Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Ling said word by word. His words were like thunder on a sunny day. Emperor Yun's body trembled. Son, the son of the demonic sun, he knew that things were going to get troublesome. This was because he had wanted to kill the son of the demonic sun. With how crazy the demonic sun was, he wouldn't let it go. After all, the demonic sun was a crazy demon who didn't even fear the gods. Emperor Yun, why didn't you tell me about this? Emperor Yun turned and looked at Emperor Yun angrily. It was Emperor Yun's idea to capture Lin Yi. I thought the son of the demon was dead. That's why I suggested it. Moreover, if we capture this person, the Azure Emperor will definitely come personally. Weren't you very tempted by this alliance back then? Heaven Emperor said expressionlessly. If I knew he was the son of the demonic sun, I wouldn't have captured him. Emperor Yun, you've killed me. Emperor Yun was furious. If it weren't for the enemy, he would have taught Emperor Yun a lesson. Stop arguing. Both of you are going to die. While the two were arguing, Lin Ling interrupted them and reminded them, the enemy is right in front of you. Don't you think you're letting the enemy off easy by fighting among yourselves? When these words came out, the 2 emperor gods finally reacted. However, their hearts were pounding. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely not say anything. They would just watch the 2 emperor gods fight among themselves. However, the demonic sun had reminded them. This kind of confidence, this kind of arrogance, it was impossible not to be surprised. Master, you're so powerful. Third princess, Grandma Wendao, and the others smiled and hurried towards Lin Ling. Behind them were the experts from Green State. They were all overjoyed. Because they knew that the composed young man was shockingly the Azure Emperor who stood behind the scenes in Pine Prefecture. However, they never expected the Emperor Qing behind the scenes to be so powerful. He alone was enough to make 2 emperor gods of the Divine Prefecture so fearful. Third princess, Grandma Wendao, take Lin Yi away. I'll deal with them. Lin Ling looked at the 2 of them and smiled. He also asked Xiaoyu to follow third princess. However, Xiaoyu shook her head. She hugged the little rabbit and led the little deer. She looked a little shy. Brother, I won't go. I'll stay here and watch you. Go all out. Lin Ling then turned to look at the Celestial Arch. The Sky Emperor also looked at Lin Ling. He knew that a battle of life and death was inevitable. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. If you really want to kill me, you may not succeed. Although the Sky Emperor had repeatedly suffered losses in front of Lin Ling, he knew of Lin Ling's trump cards. First, the God's Boat. Second, the God's Enchantment Array. Third, the God's Sword. But at present, the first 2 trump cards weren't here. As for the God's Sword, it consumed one's vitality. Lin Ling had used it once before, so he shouldn't dare to use it again. I really don't think it's that difficult. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. From head to toe, terrifying boundary essence began to erupt, like a tide, like clouds. He stretched out his right hand, and the Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. Without wasting any time, the 60% demon sword step slashed out. Following that, Lin Ling pulled back his sword, drew his bow, and shot 4 arrows. The space-time divine steel also came crashing down from the sky, and Lin Ling, who had unleashed all of his firepower, was without a doubt extremely terrifying. The martial artists of Cloud State were scared silly. He's gotten stronger again. The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed drastically as he unleashed all of his ultimate techniques. He was at the second heaven of the Saint realm, and he hoped that he could stop Lin Ling with his cultivation, but in reality, he didn't have much confidence, because he had witnessed the battle in the ancient forbidden forest, rumble. Of course, when a person was close to death, their potential was indeed stronger than usual. After using his full strength and even his trump card, he actually managed to block Lin Ling's all-out attack. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, you can't do anything to me. The celestial arch was laughing maniacally, but there was also blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. It was clear that he had swallowed a poisonous substance that burned away his vitality in order to enhance his offensive power. Really? Seeing this, Lin Ling was also slightly shocked. However, he could also see that the Sky Emperor had borrowed some forbidden medicine. It could be said that as long as Lin Ling could hold the Sky Emperor back, the Sky Emperor would undoubtedly die. You can actually block so well? Let's see how long you can block for. Lin Ling coldly spat out these words. His surroundings became illusory, and the world within several thousand miles changed. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, chaos, and even the age of gods. Lu Xian appeared one after another. This move shocked the entire cloud state. Illusion! Emperor Yun and the Celestial Emperor exclaimed in unison. So what if you know? Can you break it? Lin Ling disappeared into the illusion, causing the illusory world to be filled with Lin Ling. Furthermore, every Lin Ling was firing at full power, bombarding the Heavenly Emperor, and this time, the Celestial Emperor panicked. Although he knew that these were all illusions, he could not tell which were real and which were fake. He could only engage in a chaotic battle, and such a chaotic battle would only continue to consume his life force. After all, the poison did not last long. On the other hand, thousands of miles away, people could see that the Sky Emperor was like a madman, attacking everywhere. However, there was no one around him at all. Under the Sky Emperor's crazy attacks, many martial artists in Cloud State were implicated by the Sky Emperor's means and were blown to death. As time passed, the Sky Emperor became more and more panicked. Emperor Yun, save me. Emperor Yun's expression was extremely solemn. He was also frightened by Lin Ling's means. Those illusions were too heaven-defying. It could probably torture an expert to the point of insanity, and now, should he make a move, if he did not make a move, he would be next after the Sky Emperor died. If he made a move, he might completely offend Lin Ling. Emperor Yun, if you make a move, I can guarantee that you will die faster than the Sky Emperor. As if sensing Emperor Yun's hesitation, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and said plainly. His words made Emperor Yun's thoughts even more chaotic. His face turned red. The martial artists in Cloud State also knew Emperor Yun's scruples, but they could not take it lying down. This was because the demonic sun had dominated the entire Cloud State alone. This was a great humiliation to them. Emperor Yun, make your move. He will kill you sooner or later. Why are you still afraid of him? That's right. If the two celestial emperors joined forces, they might be able to kill him. He is confusing you because if the Sky Emperor dies, the demonic sun will have nothing to fear. This is all part of his scheme. The martial artists in Cloud State shouted one after another. These words made Emperor Yun's body tremble. That's right. If Lin Ling could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why wait here? Obviously, Lin Ling could only barely kill the Sky Emperor. If the two celestial emperors joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely be defeated. Moreover, he still had the ancient power. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up and his lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Ling naturally noticed that smile as well. He shook his head regretfully and said, looks like you're going to die even faster than the Sky Emperor. Ha, demonic sun, I have seen through your scheme. Are you still trying to intimidate others? Your strength is only barely enough to defeat the Sky Emperor. That's why you are afraid of us joining forces. You are even more afraid of my ancient power, am I right? Emperor Yun floated up, looking majestic. However, his long hair was loose and he looked like he had gone mad. Perhaps, this was the most difficult decision in his life. It was also the most difficult battle, therefore, he became hysterical. Demonic sun, you have lost. You will die in Cloud State today. Now that I have seen through your scheme, you should be afraid and regretting it. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yun opened his arms. He did not use his own strength, but summoned his ancient power. This was the safest way to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Yun, kill him. Sensing the godlike power in the sky, the warriors of Cloud State were in high spirits. Don't worry. I will kill him. I will kill him. I will kill him. Emperor Yun seemed to be determined. He roared, demonic son, it's time for you to admit that you can't kill me. Ha 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 ha. The sky gradually darkened as a gigantic palace descended from the heavens, suppressing all living beings in the world. This ancient power was definitely stronger than the one summoned by the Lotus the Arch. It was even stronger than what Lin Ling saw in Spirit State. Of course, because Spirit State had the Mi and Xian sects, Lin Ling saw the ancient power of the Xian sect's sect master. If he added the ancient power of the Tantra sect's sect master, it was definitely stronger than Cloud State's. Master. Looking at the dark clouds above the divine palace, the third princess was a little worried. Third princess, don't disturb him. That kid won't die so easily. Beside her, Grandma Wendao said sternly. However, her eyes flickered because she did not have such confidence. It was also because the current Lin Ling's strength had exceeded Grandma Wendao's understanding, and this was the kid from the rainforest sacred land. However, under their voices, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back and was indifferent. Brother. Even Xiaoyu began to worry. The mark of wind and rain had quietly appeared between her brows. It was extremely mysterious. Looking at Emperor Yun, he was still roaring like a madman. Most importantly, he saw that Lin Ling did not counterattack. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling had given up. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. That doesn't mean others can't kill you. Ha ha ha, son of the demon, you may not have said anything, but you've admitted that you can't kill me. Fate wants you dead, so you'll die today. Emperor Yun's voice grew louder and louder. The ancient palace was only 1,000 miles away from Lin Ling. Fate isn't convincing at all. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Attack. Just as he finished speaking, two strange figures suddenly appeared behind Emperor Yun. One of them held a long spear. When the spear struck, plum blossoms fluttered, the other held a large saber. When the saber struck, it split the heavens. These were two Sage Realm experts, and they were attacking Emperor Yun at the same time. The ancient power that Emperor Yun controlled was now focused on Lin Ling. He couldn't block it at all. His expression instantly changed greatly. His mood was extremely terrible at this moment. He knew that he might die faster than the Sky Emperor. Was this fate? I've been fooled. Emperor Yun let out a roar, feeling extremely indignant. Actually, what you said before was right. I admit that I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean others can't. On the ground, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and said, after he spoke, the two sages' attacks had already arrived. They were extremely sharp and cut through the heavens. Emperor Yun was cut in half in front of countless people. His head was even pierced through by the spear. Emperor Yun was dead. This result was too quick. The martial artists in Cloud State didn't seem to be able to react. In fact, if Emperor Yun was wary of these two, he wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, the ancient power was targeting Lin Ling. After Emperor Yun died, the ancient power in the sky suddenly shook. Then, as if it had lost its master, it floated towards the heavens. Looking at Lin Ling again, he still had his hands behind his back and his eyebrows twitched. Under his soul, the illusions in the distance all disappeared, revealing a man covered in blood, who looked like a demonic person. The terrifying thing was that this man's body continued to swell. His skin looked like it was filled with bubbles. Obviously, this man had swallowed the poison left behind by the gods and suffered side effects. And he was the Sky Emperor. At this moment, the Sky Emperor was still conscious. He stared at Lin Ling on the ground, shocked. Emperor Yun, kill him. Kill him. He screamed in panic. This was because his poison had reached its peak. Even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, he would explode and die, but before he died, he could see Lin Ling die with him. That was worth it. However, after his voice, Cloud State was silent. Emperor Yun. Emperor Yun. The Heavenly Emperor was still shouting, but his voice was becoming increasingly weak. Moreover, as he stared at the martial artists in the distance, he discovered that their faces were extremely pale. This also caused him to be filled with incredulous thoughts. this thought made him shake his head, as if he couldn't accept it. Stop shouting, he asked the first time you go. However, Lin Ling forced him to witness the truth with his own eyes and tell him personally where Emperor Yun had gone. Impossible, Emperor Yun has the power of the primordial age. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Sky Emperor became hysterical. Poisonous blood began to spurt out of his body. When it landed on the ground was corroded. The poison floated in the air. Even a whiff of it would cause the body of a bystander to rot and die. The most terrifying thing was that this poison wouldn't disappear for 1,000 years. It would spread in the wind forever. You'd better take care of yourself. If I were you, I would have rushed into the chaos of the universe. I wouldn't implicate any more innocent people. Lin Ling didn't explain anything. Instead, he laughed. Hearing that, the Sky Emperor's last hope completely collapsed. He screamed in pain, I beg you, kill me, kill me. His whole body became distorted. His face was full of fist-sized blood blisters that kept expanding. It was a terrifying sight. I forgot to tell you. In fact, I just happen to know how to neutralize the poison that you used to increase your strength. Lin Ling had already left with Xiaoyu and the others. Save me. Hearing that, the Sky Emperor seemed to have grasped at his last straw. Hee, I won't save you. You're bluffing. However, Lin Ling walked further and further away. The Sky Emperor was stunned in the sky. His eyes were filled with despair. Boom, finally, his body exploded and turned into a green cloud that was thousands of miles wide. It rolled and scattered with the wind. Obviously, Cloud State was facing a great calamity. For 1,000 years, this area would be a forbidden land for the dead. After the Sky Emperor's poison broke out, Lin Ling and the others naturally left Cloud State immediately. Not long after, they appeared in the chaos of the universe. Xiao Li. When Grandma Wendao saw that they were completely safe, she immediately pounced on Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling. I missed you so much. Come, give me a kiss. Kiss my lips, not my face. Grandma Wendao was still the same as before. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but want to tease him. The third princess and the others immediately giggled. What an annoying old granny. Xiaoyu looked at Grandma Wendao with disgust and jealousy. Only Lin Ling looked helpless. In the end, he gently kissed Grandma Wendao's wrinkled face. How disappointing. Why don't you kiss me? But, Xiao Li, is this really a kiss of love? Don't tell me you're going to marry me? Grandma Wendao was still teasing Lin Ling. Granny. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Although he was extremely powerful now, in front of Grandma Wendao, he was still that brat from the sacred rainforest. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. What's this little girl's background? After Grandma Wendao smiled, she stared at Xiaoyu and squatted down to pick her up. Annoying. Xiaoyu hid behind Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling's leg. She even pulled Little Rabbit and Little Deer to her side, as if afraid that Grandma Wendao would snatch them away. Oh, this little girl is really stubborn. She only wants my Xiao Li, but this little girl's taste is not bad. Grandma Wendao frowned and didn't continue. She sensed that although this little girl didn't seem strong, she was hiding an extremely mysterious power. Therefore, if she angered this little girl, she might give her a blow and break her old bones. Third princess, Grandma Wendao, you guys go back first. I'm going to the spirit state. Yu and the rest are waiting for me. I don't want them to worry too much. Lin Ling also cut to the chase. After he finished speaking, he took out the Nether Dragon Half-Life liquid and gave each of them 3 drops. Those treasures naturally made everyone happy. They knew that every time they met Lin Ling, there would be benefits. Lin Ling had always been generous to his friends. This was also one of the reasons why they were willing to follow Lin Ling. Master, are you leaving again? You're the Emperor Qing behind the scenes of the Green State. The third princess didn't care much about the treasures. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling with reluctance. Go back. The Green State can't be without you. That's your territory. Translator, Nioibo Studio. Back to the spirit state. Third princess, the Azure Monarch's throne is something that you earned through years of hard work. I know that you feel guilty because you are afraid of stealing my credit, but I can tell you that I am the realm monarch of the spirit state. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. Sure enough, everyone sucked in a cold breath. The spirit state was even bigger than the cloud state. At this moment, the third princess no longer felt guilty. She knew that with her master's status, Xianxia was not worthy of him. Haha, I didn't expect Little Li to become more and more powerful. Alright, you can go back first. You and the other girls should be worried these days. However, when we go to the spirit province next time, you have to do your best to protect us. Grandma Wendao said. Don't worry, Grandma. You only need to mention my name, Lin Ling, in the spirit province, and you can do whatever you want. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. Hearing those domineering words, the third princess and the others smiled excitedly. As for Lin Ling, he led the two saints, Lin Yi, and the others towards the spirit province. On this trip, Lin Ling also wanted to take the divine barrier formation and restart the plan to destroy the gods. The spirit state was incomparably peaceful with the presence of the divine barrier formation. Even so, the warriors in the spirit state were still on high alert. When Lin Ling and the others appeared in the sky, an oppressive atmosphere permeated the sky of the spirit province, causing Li Hongwang and Hou Yenru's expressions to change slightly. They looked at the ancient land and wondered if this was the place where gods had almost been wiped out. Son of the devil, god-slaying array? Li Hongwang looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. This caused Li Hongwang and Hou Yenru's hearts to tremble. With their strength, they would likely be easily killed if they arrived here. Who is it? Just as the few of them were floating in the sky, an angry roar suddenly rang out. After that, a large number of half-saint realm experts flew over from afar. All of them wore neat armor, and there was a clear secret character on their helmets. Clearly, they were from Tantric Buddhism. The security is quite tight. After all, the spirit province is so big. They noticed us as soon as we arrived. This level is quite good. Seeing this, Hou Yenru immediately praised. Her voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. So, it was naturally heard by those half-saints. Sir, you'd better tell us who you are. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Among the armored powerhouses, one of them let out a stern shout. Yo, you all are truly unyielding. Could it be that you all didn't see that we're all saint-level experts? Hearing that, Li Hongwang's face changed a little, because the person who came over scolded his wife, which made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, even he didn't dare to reprimand his wife, so what qualifications did these half-saints have? So what if you're at the saint stage? If you don't tell us where you came from, then don't blame us for being rude. But who would have thought that not only were those people not afraid, their attitude became even more ferocious. This caused Li Hongwang and the others' eyes to narrow. The cultivators of the spirit state were indeed stubborn. Attack. Furthermore, seeing that the two of them were silent, the half-saints in front of them started attacking one after another. Seeing this, Li Hongwang and the others' faces were filled with anger. They were saint-level experts, but the half-saints were the ones who attacked first. Are they courting death? Wait. But soon, one of the sharp-eyed half-saints stared at the blue-robed young man, and his face changed drastically. It's the realm monarch, he exclaimed, and his voice caused the others to tremble. They looked carefully and only then did they realize that Lin Ling was among them. Realm monarch, please punish us. The half-saints all knelt down on one knee. They actually attacked the realm monarch before this, which was an act of defiance against their superiors. Furthermore, Lin Ling was still alive, which made them extremely happy. They couldn't wait to inform the Tantric sect of this news. Oh God, we've made a huge mistake. They all knelt down on one knee willingly, waiting for Lin Ling's punishment. Lin Ling looked at them with a faint smile. He could guess what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "Rise, you are all innocent." His words caused the half-saints to raise their heads, and their faces changed drastically. Even though a half-saint would be courting death if he took the initiative to attack a saint. But your purpose was to prevent enemies from infiltrating the spirit state and destroying the array formation. Therefore, not only are you not guilty, you are also rewarded. When we return, I will mention your deeds to the Tantric sect. Lin Ling said again. His words caused the half-saints to become excited, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. Alright, I'm in a hurry, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ling smiled and led Li Hongwang and the others away. As expected of the realm monarch, the tantric sex guards looked at Lin Ling's back with excitement. They didn't expect the legendary realm monarch to be so easygoing. Everyone, open your eyes and protect the spirit state. The leader felt an endless sense of honor. After standing up, he couldn't help but roar. The others also did the same. The new realm monarch of the spirit state controlled the godly array formation all by himself and almost killed the gods. This news had spread like wildfire in the 9 continents, and it had greatly increased the spirit state's reputation. Therefore, not only did the realm monarch not punish them, he even praised them. How could they not be excited? I didn't expect your reputation to be so high in the spirit state. At this moment, Li Hongwang was walking side by side with Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Of course, you treat them like friends and family, and they will treat you the same way." Lin Ling looked afar. He had already treated the spirit state as his home, and now, he was back. "Father." At the same time, Linny also woke up, and he looked at Lin Ling in shock. "It's good that you're awake. Now, I'll bring you to see your mother." Lin Ling couldn't help but smile excitedly. He then looked at Linny, who was as tall as him, and sighed in relief. "Father." Linny was still excited, and he quickly hugged Lin Ling. The two of them looked so similar that even Xiaoyu, who was beside them, rubbed the back of her head adorably. Not long after, a large number of people appeared in front of them. It was Xianxia, Yu, and the others. They saw Lin Ling from afar, and they were all overjoyed. "Haha, I knew it, my disciple will be fine. Brother Ling, Lin Ling." One after another, cries of surprise sounded in the sky of the spirit state. Yu. Mother. Lin Ling and Lin Yi also quickly walked over. Xiaoyu was left behind, and she looked ahead curiously. "Are these people brother Lin Ling's family? It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Without a doubt, everyone surrounded Lin Ling. The tantric sages and Xing Shiyun were extremely excited. They looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, and when they realized that Lin Ling's strength had increased, they were even more relieved. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling was also in a good mood. He also roughly told them what happened in the ancient forbidden forest. The pace of revenge. "I also believe in Sister Yuer. Unfortunately, I was still unable to bring Big Sister Yuer back this time." Yu and Xianyuange sighed. Their eyes were also a little moist. And Yuer, they had known each other since they were very, very young. They had gone through many ups and downs together. Who would have thought that they would still be separated today? What was even more unexpected was that a girl from the Rainforest Holy Land was now the saintess of the 9 prefectures Vicious 10. All of this was hard to accept. "Don't worry, I'll bring her back next time," Lin Ling promised Yu and the others. Everyone quickly landed on the ground, appearing on a huge plain and walking towards the valley. "Brother Ling, who is this little girl?" Yu finally saw the timid girl beside Lin Ling. "Xiaoyu, my savior." Lin Ling led Xiaoyu out and introduced her to everyone. "So cute." Xianyuange saw Xiaoyu holding the little white rabbit in one hand and the little deer in the other. Her porcelain doll-like face made Xianyuange's heart skip a beat. She wanted to pick up the little girl, however, Xiaoyu was still afraid of strangers. She quickly took a step back and hid behind Lin Ling. This caused everyone to be astonished. Little Yu has always lived in the ancient forbidden forest with Grandpa, so she is a little afraid of strangers. Lin Ling was also somewhat helpless towards Xiaoyu. This little girl was very clingy to him. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. I'm Big Sister Ge. Xianyuange still seemed somewhat unwilling. However, Xiaoyu did not give her any face at all. Not only did she not walk out, she almost hugged Lin Ling's thigh. Haha. Seeing this, everyone was amused by the cute Xiaoyu, however, they did not pester Xiaoyu anymore. Generally speaking, this kind of shy little girl would not accept others without a certain amount of time. After everyone arrived at the valley, they entered the guest hall. The master of Tantric Buddhism looked at Li Hongwang and Xianyuange and realized that these two were not weak. They were probably only slightly weaker than him. Lin Ling, these two are? Xing Shiyun also looked at the two curiously. Most importantly, he felt that these two people were somewhat familiar. Li Hongwang, Ho Yenru. Lin Ling hurriedly introduced them and explained the purpose of their visit. The immortal couple. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia heard their names, she cried out in surprise. Clearly, he did know these two people. Senior, you must be one of the 4 heavenly kings of the spirit state, Xing Yun. Ho Yenru. She was the first to speak. In the past, we once roamed the Yan province, so we met Senior Xing. Li Hongwang explained. This made Lin Ling and the others nod in realization. Lin Ling, are you going to destroy the gods again? Meanwhile, the master of Tantric Buddhism looked at Lin Ling sternly. Destroying the gods meant destroying the heavenly court. However, it was not a trivial matter. After all, they had prepared so much previously, but martial god Qilin still managed to escape. It was obvious how powerful martial god Qilin was. Don't worry, master of Tantric Buddhism. Our alliance has been around for 300 years. We're familiar with the heavenly court. Each of us has a blood feud with the heavenly court. However, martial god Qilin is too powerful. We haven't been able to find a way to deal a fatal blow to him. However, the son of the demon has the deity slaying formation. If he uses it at a crucial moment, it's not impossible to slay the gods. Li Hongwang said with a smile. However, after slaying the gods, we'll be hunted down by Luli Empress. When that happens, we'll have to stay away from the limelight. Besides, you don't have to worry about Luli Empress attacking the spirit state. She won't be able to swallow her pride. Also, the deity-slaying alliance is quite reputable in the 9 continents. We're the only alliance that dares to go against the heavenly court. Everyone knows that. Therefore, if Luli Empress attacks you, she'll be condemned by everyone. If she really wants to take revenge, she'll be looking for us, not the others. Ho Yenru continued to speak. Lin Ling felt a lot more relieved after hearing that. Luli Empress, she must be Tian Liuli, she should be at the peak of the 9 continents, the Yen state and Miao state. Lin Ling still had to look up to her. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. I'm going to take the deity's boundary formation away. However, I'll leave the divine boat here. If anything happens, you just have to hide in the divine boat. At that time, even the martial ancestor won't be able to break through unless he spends an endless amount of time on the divine boat. Lin Ling was decisive. This was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. Alright, Lin Ling, you must be careful. The Tantric sect's Lord Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said. In the following days, Lin Ling accompanied his family while dismantling the deity's boundary formation. During this period of time, Lin Ling was the happiest and most relaxed. It was a pity that Yu'er wasn't around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any regrets. As for Xiaoyu, she wasn't as shy as she used to be. She had gotten along well with Yuyu and the others. Of course, although Xiaoyu had accepted Yuyu and the others, she still had to see Lin Ling every day. It was as if Lin Ling was her grandfather. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't see him for a day. Yuyu, Lin Ling, and the rest felt extremely helpless about this. However, Lin Ling remembered his promise to Xiaoyu's grandfather. He wanted Xiaoyu to stay by his side. Meanwhile, the 9 continents had also become famous as the demonic sun. That was because the heavenly emperor and Emperor Yun had been killed. This had temporarily shaken the 9 continents. In an instant, the demonic sun had become famous. On this day, Lin Ling had completely dismantled the 9 ancient gods' formation. Now, he only needed to find a suitable place to set up the formation. Then, he could wait for martial god Qilin to arrive. Therefore, Lin Ling bid farewell to everyone and left. However, Xiaoyu was extremely stubborn. She insisted on following Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling feel helpless. Xiaoyu, what Brother Ling is going to do is very dangerous. If you stay by his side, Brother Ling won't be able to take care of you. Sister Yuyu, I can take care of myself. I can also take care of Brother Ling. Grandfather said that before he returns, I can't leave Brother Ling's side. Hearing those words, Yuyu and the others knew that Xiaoyu was determined to follow Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling also agreed to follow Xiaoyu along with Sakura. Next, Lin Ling brought Li Hongwang and the others and left the spirit state. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, Yuyu and the others were very worried. This was because Li Hongwang had once said that if they could destroy the gods, then the great calamity would come. They would have to face the pursuit of Luli Empress. At that time, the God-Slayer Alliance could only flee. Therefore, everyone hoped that Lin Ling could escape this great calamity. However, they did not stop Lin Ling from going because they knew that this was Lin Ling's lifelong wish. In fact, this was not only Lin Ling's lifelong wish, but also Li Xiaoya's wish. If Lin Ling did not take revenge for the 3 members of the Tian family, he would not be able to rest in peace. Therefore, the destruction of the gods was inevitable. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and the Hidden God-Slayer Alliance. Because our God-Slayer Alliance is classified as a secret, the location of our base cannot be known by others. While Li Hongwang was moving forward, he waved out a large number of paper cranes. The paper cranes flew in the chaotic space and gradually disappeared. Lin Ling knew that these paper cranes could see what was happening within a range of 10 million miles. The reason why he used them was because he was afraid of being followed. It's fine for now. Let's set off immediately. Lin Ling, use your full strength. After a while, Li Hongwang said solemnly, and Lin Ling nodded. Let's go. Following a cry of surprise, Lin Ling and the rest ran wildly in the chaotic space with lightning speed. Lin Ling used the wind technique, and his speed reached 90 world speed. This made Li Hongwang and the rest secretly surprised. His speed was not inferior to theirs. Sakura was not good at speed, and he had a helpless look on his face. However, Li Hongwang hurriedly pulled him and ran wildly with him. Of course, using his full strength constantly consumed a lot of his world essence. Not long after, Li Hongwang and the rest were panting. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they realized that Lin Ling's expression was actually better than theirs. This guy is still a half-step saint? The 2 of them were surprised at the same time. How could they know that Lin Ling's wind technique was taught by Xiaoyu's grandfather? In terms of world essence consumption, it was naturally more economical than their methods. In addition, Lin Ling had 4 dantians. When one dantian was exhausted, the other dantian would be able to make up for it. Moreover, as he continued to use the wind technique, Lin Ling suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. His speed increased again, and he actually reached 120 world speed. This speed was even faster than Li Hongwang and the rest. This made them depressed and shout, "Freak!" Then, they took out precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures to let Lin Ling recover his realm essence. Unknowingly, 3 days later, an ancient continent appeared in front of them. Lin Ling's expression changed. Yuzhou. That's right, the base of the heavenly court. Li Hongwang and the rest looked at each other and laughed. Our God-Slayer Alliance is right under the nose of the heavenly court. Ho Yenru said proudly. Amazing. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I can't believe you guys thought of that. At this moment, Lin Ling had no choice but to be impressed. This was because they were under the watch of the heavenly court. If they were discovered, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. The experts of the God-Slayer Alliance would not be able to stop Martial God Qilin's massacre. However, it was also the reason why Martial God Qilin did not expect the God Destruction Alliance to be right under his nose. You may leave. Then, Li Hongwang took out a large cloak and used a secret technique to hide his identity. Lin Ling, I'll teach you a secret technique. As long as no one is within 2 meters of you, even martial ancestors won't be able to detect your aura. On the other hand, Ho Yenru looked at Lin Ling. But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed drastically. Because Lin Ling was right in front of her, but she couldn't sense any aura from Lin Ling. Moreover, even if there was, it was a chaotic aura. Obviously, Lin Ling's concealment technique was better than theirs. You really don't look like a half-saint. Ho Yenru shook her head helplessly. Lin Ling smiled and passed. The aura concealment technique to Sakura. This secret technique was something he had accidentally obtained in his previous life. It was suitable for half-saints and allowed one to change their appearance at will. Sakura thought it was fun and turned into an old man. As for Xiaoyu, she didn't need to change because no one recognized her. Yu Province, TSK, the Divine Prefecture is even bigger than the Spirit Province. We were in too much of a hurry to leave the Divine Dreamland last time. Today, we must take a good look at the Yu Province. Alright. After landing on the ground, Sakura looked around curiously. When Lin Ling was dismantling the Divine Boundary Array, Lin Ling had given him a lot of Nether Dragon-associated fluid. This had greatly increased his strength and allowed him to reach the 5th level of Half-Saint. Most importantly, His white bones talent had a portion of the aura of a dragon. According to the estimation of his strength, Sakura was at the middle stage of the half-saint realm. He was invincible under the heavens. Yu province is very big, but there are many people from the heavenly court here. For instance, Emperor Yu. I heard that he is very close to the heavenly court. Therefore, we must be careful. Li Hongwang whispered as they walked along the ancient street. Oh right, our god-slaying alliance has 3 leaders. You've already met one of them. As for the other 2, they should be rushing over right now. Ho Yenru also secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling extremely curious. Who exactly was that person he had met? Before long, a huge imperial palace appeared in front of him. This imperial palace was like a pillar, dazzling in gold and jade, majestic and awe-inspiring. It reached all the way to the horizon and one couldn't see the end of it. This is Emperor Yu's calming divine palace. Li Hongwang immediately explained. His words caused Sakura's expression to change. The god-slaying alliance's base was actually within Emperor Yu's imperial palace. After that, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. The god-slaying alliance really had a good plan. This was suggested by one of the leaders. The son of the demon has also met that leader. Li Hongwang immediately laughed when he saw Sakura's expression. It seems that this leader is also a talent. Lin Ling and Sakura couldn't help but nod their heads in admiration. Before Li Hongwang arrived at the divine palace, he took out a token. Immediately, the guards at the gate of the divine palace opened up a path for them. These guards were all at the peak of the half-saint realm. From this, it could be seen that Yu province was indeed much more powerful than the spirit province. After entering the palace, they didn't enter the main hall. Instead, they walked through the side halls. Before long, the sound of women laughing could be heard in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that this was simply a lake of wine and a forest of jade. This was because these women were very beautiful. They wore thin gauze and were playing around a young man. The young man was flirting with the beauties from time to time. He simply looked like a hedonistic young master. This is Emperor Yu's 97th prince. In Yu province, this prince is a person who doesn't practice martial arts and doesn't do proper work. Before they got closer, Li Hongwang explained and curiously stared at the beauties. However, he was quickly rewarded with a slap from Ho Yenru. Li Hongwang didn't dare to look anymore and quickly lowered his head. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. However, his gaze was also fixed on the hedonistic young master. He discovered that although he looked hedonistic on the surface, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, this hedonistic prince was doing everything to hide it from outsiders. He obviously had a blood feud with the heavenly court. Yo, my playmates are here. Let's talk inside. The young man also saw Lin Ling and the others. He laughed loudly and swaggered over to greet them. Moreover, he led them into the hall. There were even more beauties in the hall. However, they only passed by the hall and quietly walked along the side corridor. When they looked back, they saw that Lin Ling and the others had already appeared in the hall. This was obviously an illusion. What a profound spirit formation technique. Lin Ling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Haha, this was set up by our other leader. The hedonistic prince also tore off his mask and became incomparably calm. Moreover, he curiously looked at Lin Ling and the others. Let's talk inside. It's not convenient to explain right now. The 3 leaders, Li Hongwang walked along the corridor, and before long, a large number of doors appeared on both sides of the corridor. Li Hongwang took out a compass and calculated for a moment. Finally, he stopped at one of the doors and pushed it open. F*CK, they're really cautious. If I didn't guess wrongly, these doors should be changing at any time. Sakura couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. If you enter the wrong door, you'll end up in hell. You'll die for sure. Li Hongwang immediately walked through the door. The world behind the door was filled with singing birds, fragrant flowers, green mountains, and clear water. It was a completely different world. Furthermore, there were several powerful auras hidden in the world. Not only were there martial saints, there were even a few martial progenitors. Li Hongwang, who are these people? The entrance of Lin Ling's group undoubtedly caused all the experts to become cautious. A large number of experts walked out from the Green Mountain. The person in the lead was actually at the first Heaven Saint realm. Most importantly, he was extremely young. People from the God Slayer Alliance. Li Hongwang said expressionlessly as he looked at the other party. What are you doing, casually bringing people in? Are you trying to break the rules? The young man uttered a furious roar as his aura was unleashed. Zhendong, don't mess around. You don't have the final say in the God Slayer Alliance. Seeing this, Li Hongwang also unleashed a powerful aura. Li Hongwang, safety first. These people haven't passed the test, how can you bring them in so easily? The others clearly didn't trust Lin Ling and the others. After all, the God Slayer Alliance's base was a matter of great importance. Therefore, they had no choice but to be cautious. Keep an eye on them and take out everything they have. The youth in the lead waved his hand and his gaze landed on Xiaoyu and Sakura because he knew that the more ordinary an existence was, the more likely they were spies of the celestial heavens, whereas Sakura had transformed into an old man and Xiaoyu was a child. He didn't believe that there wasn't anything fishy about this combination. Under his gaze, there were immediately Saint Realm experts that attacked Sakura. Moreover, there were as many as 5 of them. This caused Sakura to be subdued in an instant. Motherf *Ker, you're courting death. Sakura also started cursing, but it was of no use. Zhendong, do you know what you're doing? Seeing this, Ho Yenru was furious. Safety first. However, the young man in the lead didn't care about that at all. He attacked Xiaoyu, and when he saw the rabbit and deer in Xiaoyu's hand, he was even more puzzled, because he'd never seen anyone with a rabbit and a deer. Most importantly, this little girl didn't possess any strength at all. However, the more ordinary it was, the more suspicious it was. If you dare to touch her, believe it or not, I will kill you immediately. However, just as the youth was about to touch Xiaoyu, Lin Ling coldly spoke. This caused the young man to stop moving. He calmly looked at Lin Ling and then smiled. I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand reached out towards Xiaoyu. Furthermore, he grabbed the little white rabbit in Xiaoyu's hand as if he wanted to investigate something. Zhendong, stop. However, when he lowered his head to investigate, someone stopped him. He saw that on top of a green mountain in front of him, a man had his hands behind his back and was looking indifferently at the ground. The leader of the Tomb Raiders. Looking at that person, everyone's expression changed greatly. That man's strength was not weak. He was actually at the peak of the saint stage. If you dare to attack again, that person will shoot an arrow at you. However, that man ignored everyone's gazes and continued to speak. This caused the young man called Zhendong to be unable to help but raise his head to look over. Only now did he notice that a 5-meter-long enormous bow had suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and the divine arrow that seemed like a dragon god was even aimed at Zhendong. It was a sign that if he continued to act recklessly, he would be killed with a single arrow. You! Zhendong instantly shouted angrily. He didn't expect a junior at the 5th stage of the half-saint realm to be so arrogant. However, he could also sense that the bow was extremely extraordinary. Let go of the rabbit. At the same time, the man on top of the green mountain calmly spoke. In the end, Zhendong reluctantly released the little rabbit. Son of the devil, why have you come to our God Extermination Alliance? The man on the green mountain clearly recognized Lin Ling. Son of the devil, the surrounding people were instantly shocked. Naturally, they had heard of the son of the devil. It could be said that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the 9 prefectures. There were many experts who couldn't be underestimated, and the son of the devil was one of them. However, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He stepped forward and actually walked toward Zhendong. What are you trying to do? Zhendong also saw Lin Ling's actions and frowned. However, he didn't attack because he believed that the son of the devil wouldn't dare to be arrogant in this place. Bang! However, Lin Ling instantly attacked. The power of 600 worlds erupted and his 4 dantians merged. His palm was like a dragon's claw and suddenly grabbed Zhendong's neck. This action shocked everyone, even Li Hongwang and the others were shocked. As for Zhendong, after Lin Ling grabbed his neck, he immediately realized that he couldn't resist. Although he was at the 1st stage of the saint stage, his strength wasn't enough to defeat Lin Ling. On the contrary, he was instantly subdued by Lin Ling and lost his ability to fight. Son of the devil, do you know what you're doing? If you dare to touch her, We can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this place. After being stunned for a moment, the experts in the surroundings shouted angrily. Come on, kill me. Zhendong roared as well. However, the man on the Green Mountain's expression changed slightly, and he immediately said, stop. Because he could see that Lin Ling really dared to kill him. I've said it before. If you touch even a hair on Xiaoyu's head, then you'll die. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye and continued to look coldly at Zhendong. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and it finally caused Zhendong to break out in a cold sweat. How about you give me some face? At the same time, the man on the Green Mountain floated down. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he spoke. His words caused the man to be furious. A junior at the half-saint stage actually dared to speak to him, an expert at the peak of the saint stage? Could it be that the son of the devil intends to die here? Strands of cold energy effused out from his body. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Zhendong, apologize right now. However, right when the man was about to attack, a carefree voice resounded through the boundless Green Mountain, and it caused a large amount of echoes. The expressions of the others instantly changed. Another leader had arrived. Zhendong, apologize right now. Do you know who you've offended? He's a madman. There's nothing in the 9 prefectures that he doesn't dare to do. However, the person who'd arrived spoke once more, and his voice carried dense majesty. Leader. Zhendong was naturally extremely unwilling to accept this. Listen to him. Otherwise, if you die, then you'll have died for nothing. At the same time, another clear and melodious voice resounded. To everyone's surprise, it was a woman who'd spoken this time. However, their expressions changed drastically because this woman was one of the 3 leaders. Joined the God-Slaying Alliance. Moreover, the son of the demon wasn't a member of the God-Slaying Alliance. On the other hand, Zhendong was a member of the God-Slaying Alliance. Yet, both leaders were speaking up for the son of the demon. This caused everyone to have some speculations. I'm sorry, I was reckless before. At this time, Zhendong had no choice but to speak. Lin Ling also let go of his neck. He lightly said, apologize to her, and also apologize to the rabbit. Hearing this, Zhendong's face filled with anger. Apologizing to the little girl was one thing, but this bastard actually apologized to the rabbit. What was a rabbit? Involuntarily, he hurriedly looked behind him, only to see the man from before nodding at him. This made him gloomily apologize. Looking at his waist, he said in a sobbing tone, Senior Rabbit, I'm sorry. I was reckless before. Please don't take it to heart. As these words came out, everyone nearly laughed out loud. But because the leaders were here, they all restrained themselves. As for the little white rabbit, it jumped up and down. It didn't even look at Zhendong and instead pooped on the ground. This caused Zhendong's eyes to wildly twitch. He was so angry that he wanted to die. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the distance. They brought a large number of people with them as they slowly walked over. These 2 people came from 2 different directions. This meant that there was another way out of this paradise. Clearly, this was also a way out, and one of them was someone that Lin Ling recognized. He couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he was the monster young master. As for the other woman, Lin Ling had also seen her before in the Divine Dreamland. She was the descendant of Miao School's true inheritance, Overnight Snow. They were actually one of the 2 leaders and also enemies of the Heavenly Court. This result left Lin Ling extremely surprised. Everyone, there is no need to panic. He is one of us. His name is the son of the demon. I'm sure everyone has heard of his name. The monster young master smiled as he walked over. His hands were behind his back and his long hair was casually tied behind his head. Although he appeared calm and relaxed, every movement of his was filled with the elegance of a powerhouse. Everyone present wasn't weak. But as they looked at the monster young master, their eyes were filled with awe. It was obvious that young Master Yao's prestige in the God-Slayer Alliance was not low. Young Master Yao, he hasn't passed the test yet. It doesn't seem right for him to join the alliance so rashly. Majin Tianzi, who was also one of the leaders, said with a smile. There's no need for that. I trust him. Young Master Yao replied with a smile. Although his words were polite, they carried an unquestionable authority. Although Majin Tianzi was still smiling, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He was one of the leaders, but young Master Yao seemed to think that he was the number one leader. Leader of the Tomb Raiders, I understand what you're trying to say. The rules of the trial are for the sake of everyone's safety, to prevent spies from coming in and harming everyone. However, the son of the demon doesn't need to take the trial. He almost killed martial god Qilin because of the god-slaying formation. At this moment, the beautiful Xianxia also spoke. Her words also supported Lin Ling. Hearing her words, everyone's eyes flashed. Only now did they remember the real event that made the son of demon famous in the 9 provinces. That's right, it was the gods of destruction. Could it be? Then, everyone looked at the son of the demon in disbelief. That's right. This is also the reason why we invited him. We wanted to borrow the son of the demon's formation to kill martial god Qilin. At almost the same time, Xianxia spoke word by word. Could it be that there really is a god-slaying formation? An old man looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Perhaps to him, all of this was too surreal. His spirit formation Dao is even more powerful than mine. Xianxia was still staring at Lin Ling as she spoke word by word. After receiving her affirmation, the way everyone looked at Lin Ling changed. After all, although the son of the demon was famous, which of the people present didn't have an illustrious reputation? On the other hand, if the son of the demon possessed the power to slay gods, then his position in the God-Slayer Alliance would definitely not be light. The reason why they, the God-Slayer Alliance, were together was because they wanted to slay gods. The heavenly court was spread throughout the 9 provinces. Moreover, they would often forcefully plunder the geniuses of the 9 provinces. Because of that, they had offended many experts in the 9 provinces. As for them, they were one of them. Please forgive us for offending you earlier. Zhendong looked at Lin Ling and hurriedly bowed. Although he was still brooding over what had happened earlier, after knowing Lin Ling's strength, he was willing to do it, because, for the sake of revenge, he had waited for almost 1,000 years. One after another, the others followed suit and bowed to Lin Ling. Even Emperor Touch Gold did the same. I'm sorry. I underestimated you earlier. It's fine. Everyone was just being cautious. Everyone sincerely apologized. As for Lin Ling, he wasn't a petty person. Naturally, he smiled and waved his hand. When Li Hongwang and the others saw this scene, they all laughed. They already knew that when Lin Ling's strength was announced, how everyone would treat the son of the demon. Today, our God-Slayer Alliance also has a fierce general. Everyone, let's welcome him. The young beast lord was the first to speak, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. Then, everyone welcomed Lin Ling forward and brought him to a small pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there were many tables. Everyone sat down and started drinking. As for Lin Ling, he was welcomed into the pavilion to drink with the 3 leaders. Furthermore, this was the best treatment, as even martial progenitor realm experts were only allowed to drink outside the gazebo. Son of the demon, when I saw you in the ancient forbidden forest previously, you were indeed extraordinary. You actually swept away all the major forces. Even I admire you. Young Beast Lord raised his wine cup and waved it at Lin Ling. However, you secretly joined my force and stole many good things. You used me as a tool. You are the first person in the 9 prefectures to do so. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked once again. Lin Ling also noticed that although young Beast Lord seemed to be complaining, he actually didn't care. He smiled and said, at that time I had no choice. I hope young Beast Lord doesn't mind. Let bygones be bygones. Now, we are in the same boat. Young Beast Lord really didn't mind. He looked outside the pavilion and said, come, let me introduce you. This is you state's #1 Saint Stage Genius, Yi Lin Yun. This is Senior Xianxia, a martial ancestor. Young Beast Lord introduced the experts in the God-Slayer Alliance one by one. One had to admit that the God-Slayer Alliance was really powerful. They were hundreds of times more powerful than the experts in the spirit state. However, Lin Ling could also see that young Beast Lord had spent a lot of effort to gather this group of people. This is Majin Tianzi from the Yen state. He is from the Tin Ghost tribe. Their tribe has very few people, but they specialize in the great tomb of the gods and demons. They have a way to break through any dangerous place and reach the heart of the tomb. The era of the four supreme gods, young beast lord continued to introduce them, and Lin Ling also nodded to these people. After taking a closer look, he discovered that within the God Slayer Alliance, his cultivation was the lowest. However, the God Slayer Alliance didn't look at one's cultivation level. Instead, they looked at one's contribution to the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, this was the reason why Lin Ling's position here wasn't low. Although we come from different places, we share the same ideals and are united as one. Now that you have joined us, everything is ready. Yi Shui also spoke up. In the past, Lin Ling had destroyed the deities, and this news had spread far and wide in the 9 states. Therefore, if there was another chance, it was not impossible for him to destroy the deities. Lin Ling went straight to the point. I can set up the gods' barrier formation again and alter some of the barriers to deal a fatal blow. However, I'll need Martial God Qilin to enter the formation. Otherwise, it'll be useless. Then, where should we set up the formation? Yi Shui hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and said. I know of a good place called the Demonic Universe. It's part of the universe's chaos and isn't too far from here. Why don't we set up the formation there? Ma Jin suggested. That place is indeed not bad. No one has approached it at all. Why don't we do it there? Many people immediately nodded. However, young Master Yao frowned and said almost at the same time as Lin Ling, that place isn't the best. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Young Master Yao was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the same opinion as him, so he decided to let Lin Ling do the talking. The quieter a place is, the more troublesome it is. Although Martial God Qilin looks like a martial god, he's a cautious and timid person. Therefore, he might not come to an unknown place. Lin Ling explained. Then where is the most suitable place? Prince Ma Jin hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at the young demon lord. Both of them smiled, as if they both had a target in mind. Son of Devil, you speak. The young demon lord's admiration for Lin Ling grew. Not only was this son of the demon lord frivolous, even his temperament was so meticulous. It's in Yuzhou, and it's in the Divine Palace. After Lin Ling smiled, he enunciated each word clearly. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They hurriedly looked at young Master Yao as if they wanted to get his confirmation. I think so too. After all, this place is very close to the Heaven Court. Martial God Qilin will lower his guard in front of his own home. Maybe he will come out in full force. Young Master Yao said indifferently. With his affirmation, everyone decided to set up the gods' formation here. Coincidentally, during this period of time, Emperor Yu went to the Yan province. With our strength, it's not difficult to secretly set up a formation in the Divine Palace. The hedonistic prince added. Since that's the case, I'll leave the location to you, son of devil. The 3 leaders all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. Everyone was excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. In fact, Lin Ling was the same. The location of the god formation has been confirmed. Next, we have to figure out how to lure Martial God Qilin out. However, the Heavenly Court's vitality is greatly damaged. If we force our way in and provoke the Heavenly Court, Martial God Qilin might come out. Someone said. Martial God Qilin has always wanted to catch all of us in one fell swoop. If he knows that we're here, he won't miss this opportunity. Therefore, it's not difficult to lure him out. The difficult part is how to lure him into the formation. Moreover, regardless of whether we succeed or fail, one of the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, Luli Empress and martial god Wendian will be enraged. At that time, we will have to prepare a backup plan. The others said one after another. 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures? Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Martial God Qilin is one of the 10 strongest martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Luli Empress and martial god Wendian are his son and daughter. Young Demon Lord explained. In reality, the 9 prefectures are also divided into different levels. For example, the Divine Prefecture's God Emperors, other than the Miao Prefecture and the Yan Prefecture, the other God Emperors are the lowest level. Then there are the Flying Dragon Organization, the Fortune Travel Manor, the divine escort mansion, the heavenly court, and other powers that are spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Then there are the 9 prefectures' 10 perils. Hearing this, Lin Ling roughly understood. The lowest level was the 9 prefectures' god-emperors, such as the Azure Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. The second level was the Flying Dragon Organization. The third level was the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, Miao Prefecture's Duan clan and Wangu clan. In fact, in the past, the 100 great bloodlines were also very famous. Unfortunately, they gradually declined because the era is constantly changing. Young Master Yao said again. Is there a 4th level? Lin Ling asked again. The 4th level is the martial god world, led by the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Of course, there is a final level, which is the god of the 9 prefectures. The 4 great gods era? Yes. These 4 great gods are the only gods left from the clash of gods and demons during the gods era. It is said that some of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures are the disciples of the ancient gods. Young Master Yao continued to introduce. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Li Xiaoyao didn't reach such heights in the past. If one were to evaluate them, they would be at the 2nd level, the level of the Flying Dragon Organization. Most importantly, I heard that Luli Empress is the disciple of one of the 4 great gods. Therefore, this is the reason why we have to escape. Young Master Yao said again. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flickered. He never thought that Luli Empress would reach such heights. If Luli Empress chased after them, how could they stop her with their strength? Lin Ling couldn't help but glance at the crowd. He found that everyone's fighting spirit was boiling and there was no trace of fear on their faces. This group of people was indeed willing to take revenge with their lives. Moreover, there were many hot-blooded youths here, but they weren't afraid. So, why should Lin Ling be afraid? At worst, they could just escape together. Lin Ling's eyes also began to flicker with a burning light. Young Master Yao and Yi Yeshua looked at Lin Ling indifferently with a smile on their faces. They didn't misjudge Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a fearless person. Lure the Qilin Empress. Lure martial god Qilin, lure the snake out of its hole, use the god-slaying formation, and deal a fatal blow. The plan has been set. Now, we need to escape. There are many ways to leave this world, but it depends on our luck. Once we kill martial god Qilin, the experts will come for us. We need to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise, we'll all die. Everyone, are you afraid? Young Master Yao also stood up and looked at everyone indifferently. Everyone looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, the corners of their mouths curled into fearless smiles. They had chosen to join the God-slaying alliance. When had they ever been afraid? Alright, let's act according to the plan. Son of Demon, tell us what you need to set up the formation. We'll try our best to satisfy you. God-slaying plan. Yeshua looked at Lin Ling and said, Son of Demon, although my spirit formation Tao is not as good as yours, I can still help you and save you some time. What do you think? That would be great. Lin Ling smiled. He looked at Xiaoyu beside him and then at Sakura. He knew that a god-slaying war was about to begin. In the following days, they disguised themselves and quietly set up spirit formation bases around the divine palace. Yeshua was also helping Lin Ling during this process. How is this possible? This spirit formation Tao is incompatible with fire and water. How can it be set up at the same time? Yeshua was surprised by Lin Ling's spirit formation Tao because it was beyond logic and knowledge. The spirit formation Tao is the same as martial arts. If you stick to the rules too much, you will be stuck in the same place. So, if you want to reach a higher level, you have to throw away all your knowledge. Lin Ling said as he quietly set up a spirit formation Tao in a corner of the divine palace. Throw away all my knowledge. Yeshua was shocked and looked at the young man in shock. She could not understand why this young man was more powerful than her in the spirit formation Tao. Most importantly, she was the successor of Miaoshen's true teachings. Go to the east and set up the Withering Zen Cloudwood formation and the Coiling Dragon Flame formation. You should be able to set up these formations. Okay. Every time night fell and there were fewer guards in the divine palace, Lin Ling and Yeshua would quietly set up the formations. This continued for an entire month. Finally, the 9 gods ancient Su formation was completely completed, and it was concealed. the others were constantly looking for news about the heavenly court. The entire Yuzhou was in a state of turmoil. A storm was coming. Early in the morning, everyone gathered in the base and waited for the others to arrive one after another. The crucial moment has arrived. Leader, do you think the son of demon can be relied on? Someone suddenly said softly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. It was no wonder that they doubted Lin Ling. This was the most crucial time. If they failed, the god-slaying alliance would be wiped out. The leader looked into the distance and sighed. In fact, I only have 60% confidence in him. What? Hearing this, someone immediately cried out in surprise. Me too, and I only have 50% confidence. But very soon, someone also voiced his opinion. At this moment, everyone's self-confidence also quietly weakened. However, the arrow is already knocked on the bow, and it has to be shot. At least the son of the devil still has 60%, and we only have 10%. So, we can only gamble, said the leader of the Tomb Raiders. Everyone sighed and looked like they were ready to fight to the death. So what if he didn't believe Lin Ling? They had no other choice. Moreover, young Master Monster and Knights now trusted Lin Ling, so any objections were useless. Just as they were whispering to each other, young Master Yao finally arrived with Lin Ling and the others. The leader of the Tomb Raiders group turned to look at young Master Yao and the others. Young Master Yao was the calmest among them. Just like his style, he seemed to have everything under control. He glanced at everyone and immediately knew what they were worried about. However, he didn't explain anything because he also knew that the God Slayer Alliance had no other choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. If we succeed in destroying the gods today, everyone here will be famous for thousands of years. We will be the first force in Jiuzhou to destroy a god. Young Master Yao finally spoke. His words were filled with passion, causing everyone's eyes to turn red. We will definitely succeed. Young Master Yao raised his fist, everyone raised their fists. Their eyes were filled with the determination to face death. Follow the plan and restart the God-slaying alliance. Let's go. The three leaders looked at each other and said in unison. Instantly, the members of the God-slaying alliance rushed out of the base, led by the leader. Young Master Yao looked deeply at Lin Ling and said solemnly, "It's up to you now." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "My goal is to destroy the gods as well. I will do my best in this battle." "Okay, we will meet at the Celestial Palace." After young Master Yao said those words, he led his men and left the base. Those who stayed with Lin Ling were Ye Shui, Sakura, Xiaoyu, and the others. Other than Xiaoyu, everyone else was extremely nervous. This was a battle of life and death. Son of the demon, are we ready? Even Ye Shui was extremely nervous. However, when she looked at Lin Ling, she realized that Lin Ling's eyes were deep and his face was calm. For some reason, this expression actually calmed her heart. Take 3 deep breaths. Let's go. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and then strode out of the base. At this moment, Yuzhou was still bustling with noise. No one knew that a god-slaying array would erupt soon. The god-slaying alliance's first wave of attack was already heading toward the heavenly court. Their goal was to lure the heavenly court out. Young Master Yao and the others were hiding in Yuzhou, waiting for the result. Lin Ling was doing the same. Half a day later, a voice transmission arrived. The first wave of attack had reached the heavenly court and caused a huge commotion, killing many of the heavenly court's people. The heavenly court's vitality was greatly damaged by my previous god-slaying array. Therefore, the heavenly court's people will think that it's normal for the god-slaying alliance to suddenly attack them. Lin Ling said as he looked at the sky from a corner of the celestial palace. This was one of their plans. Not long after, another voice transmission arrived. The heavenly court's elites were on the move. Therefore, the first wave of god-slaying alliance's martial artists were all rushing back to Yuzhou. The heavenly court's elites are on the move. Therefore, we must kill all of them. Only then will the heavenly court's full strength be mobilized. Finally, martial god Qilin will arrive. In the southeast of the celestial palace, young Master Yao's eyes shone with excitement. Everything was going according to their plan. Rumble. Indeed, a large number of martial artists began to descend from the sky above Yuzhou. They rushed toward the ground, followed by a large number of heavenly court's elites. There were even void battleships. Obviously, the Heavenly Court had also mobilized many elites to eliminate the God-slaying alliance's people. Devour them. However, the God-slaying alliance's second wave of attack had been waiting for a long time. Martial ancestor elites were mobilized, stirring up the clouds and forcefully dragging the void battleships into the ground. This time, the Heavenly Court's elites were shocked. They realized that they had been tricked. So many God-slaying alliance members were hidden in Yuzhou. Request for help. Heavenly Court, request for help. The Heavenly Court's elites quickly requested for help and informed the Heavenly Court of everything that had happened. The Heavenly Court obviously did not expect the God-slaying alliance's full strength. Obviously, the God-slaying alliance had come prepared. God-slaying alliance? An old man sat cross-legged in a huge palace in the Heavenly Court. After receiving the news, he slowly opened his eyes. Heavenly Court, mobilize everyone. We must uproot the God-slaying alliance. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The godly cannons bombarded Yu province. This was because this was the best opportunity to eradicate the God-slayer alliance. The conflict between the two forces had been going on for thousands of years. If they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find the God-slayer alliance again. After all, the God-slayer alliance's concealment techniques were extremely famous. Lord Martial God, this doesn't seem right. The God-slayer alliance has always been operating in the dark. This time, they have surfaced and confronted the Heavenly Court head-on. This is different from their usual style. However, there were also people in the hall who objected. This person was obviously more cautious. That was in the past. Not long ago in the Spirit Province, our Heavenly Court suffered great losses and Lord Martial God almost died. Therefore, the God-slayer alliance thought that their chance had come and chose to confront us head-on. I think so too. What a joke. A bunch of trash gathering place actually thinks they can challenge the heavens. There's no need to worry too much. Let's kill them all. However, many people had the opposite opinion. This was because too many people had died in the Spirit Province. Almost 90% of them had died. This caused them to suppress their anger all this time. After speaking, they looked at the old man again. The old man was expressionless as he waved his arm again. Heavenly Court, move out. Move out. All the experts of the Heavenly Court were marching toward Yu province. They didn't know that their actions had already led them into the God-slayer alliance's trap. Right now, they were waiting for the big fish to fall into the trap. Heavens, why are there so many experts of the Heavenly Court here? I heard that the God-slayer alliance is challenging the Heavenly Court. They must be crazy. In Yu province, all the cultivators looked at the sky. Their hearts were in shock. Another huge scarlet battleship appeared in the sky. Outside the battleship, there were blazing flames as if the sun was gliding across the sky. Around the huge battleship, a large number of experts gathered. Fire! A deafening sound rang out. At the front of the scarlet battleship, blazing flames were gathering. Then, 100-meter wide fire pillar shot down. Rumble, that fire pillar was extremely powerful. It reached the ground and pierced through the huge Emperor Yu's divine palace. Fire! The experts of the Heavenly Court didn't give Emperor Yu any face. The fire pillars and cannons continued to bombard the Emperor Yu's divine palace as if they wanted to kill everyone in the divine palace. In fact, these merciless cannons had indeed killed many of Emperor Yu's men. Boom. Boom. Boom, endless echoes reverberated throughout the entire world under the impact of the giant cannon. Even the sky was shaken into a pitch-black void. Even some of the weaker cultivators were killed if they got too close to the Yu Emperor's divine palace. Don't fire, we're Emperor Yu's men. In the huge divine palace, many people were begging for mercy. Kill. However, Anza's, to use Divine Slayer Alliance. Because of that, it would have been better if those people hadn't appeared. However, as soon as they did, the cannons in the sky began to bombard them. To the of the heavens, as for the members of the God-Slayer Alliance, they were still hiding in the divine palace. When they saw this scene, many of them secretly gnashed their teeth in hatred of and endure, Lords as Emperors s Great Emperor Slayer Alliances. Brother. Similarly, in another side hall, Xiaoyu had clearly seen the people who had been killed outside. She looked at Lin Ling as if asking for help. That was because she saw quite a few children around her age who were currently in the midst of the gunfire. Lin Ling looked at Xiaoyu and saw that her eyes were wet and her body was trembling. Her gaze softened Lin Ling's heart. He kissed Xiaoyu's forehead and decided to rush out of the side palace to save them. There were countless people in Emperor Yu's divine palace. Lin Ling couldn't save all of them. However, if he saw innocent children, he would definitely save them. His actions shocked Yi Shui. She cried out, "Son of demon, don't be rash. If you're discovered, it might affect the entire plan. Moreover, you can't guarantee that there won't be any spies among the children. I, the son of demon, may not be a good person, but I can't watch my children die under the cannons." Lin Ling replied coldly and rushed out of the side palace. The side palace was covered with enchantments. Not only was its defense strong, but it was also impossible to see the side palace from the outside. It was blocked by the enchantments. However, after Lin Ling rushed out, the God Slayer Alliance's members started cursing. At such a critical moment, the son of demon was actually soft-hearted. This was completely different from the rumors. They all thought that the son of demon was cruel and heartless. Son of demon, the heavenly court is tyrannical. Who knows how many innocent people have been killed? You can't bear the small things and spoil the great plan. Son of demon, come back. Don't spoil the plan. Voice transmissions sounded from Lin Ling's body. They were from the God Slayer Alliance. However, Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he used the rain technique to run wildly within the palace. He braved the danger of being hit by the cannons and saved the children. He hid them in a secret place. There was a passage in the secret place that led to the exit of the palace. This passage was also the escape route that the God Slayer Alliance had prepared in advance. Bastard, the son of the demon is unreliable at this critical moment. The godly cannons in the sky are too powerful. If he dies, who can activate the god-slaying formation? Besides, if the heavenly court finds out about our plan and Martial God Qilin doesn't show up, everything we've done will be in vain. I knew it. The son of demon didn't pass the test. He might not be one of us. In a corner of the palace, many members of the God Slayer Alliance were complaining. Young Master Yao was silent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. All right, he has returned to the side palace. Stop talking nonsense. Young Master Yao, we've staked our lives on this great plan. How can we trust an outsider now? However, they were still unwilling to give up. The bigger picture is more important. All of you, shut up. Young Master Yao turned around and looked at the crowd. His face was cold, and no one dared to speak anymore, and Lin Ling had also safely returned to the side chamber, making Sakura and the rest's hanging hearts finally put down. Xiaoyu, I've saved them all. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and Iyeshue and gave them a reassuring look. Then, he smiled at Xiaoyu. Thank you, brother. Xiaoyu jumped up and hugged Lin Ling. Then, she kissed Lin Ling on the cheek. Iyeshue frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She was shocked. She thought that since the son of demon was famous in the 9 states, he must be a cold and ruthless person. However, who knew that the son of demon would risk his life for the sake of innocent children? What a strange person. Why are you looking at me? Lin Ling seemed to have noticed Iyeshua's strange gaze and couldn't help but laugh. Today, God slaying. If they were martial artists, I wouldn't have saved them. Since they have chosen the path of martial arts, they should have the awareness to shoulder the dangers. However, those children are not martial artists. They are outsiders and cannot have their futures decided by the heavenly court. Therefore, I have to save them. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked outside the side hall. I didn't expect you to have such compassion in a world where the strong are respected. Iyeshue also looked outside. Rumble. At this moment, the situation outside was even more terrifying. Countless divine cannons rained down, and even saints would be mercilessly killed. Son of demon, you're the one who's considered everything. If you hadn't set up these barriers beforehand, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to withstand the heavenly court's divine cannons. Iyeshue suddenly said with admiration. It was Lin Ling's idea. Otherwise, the members of the God-slaying alliance would already be waiting outside for the heavenly court's experts. At that time, the God-slaying alliance would be greeted by the divine cannon, Needless to say, Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with martial god Qilan's style. But Lin Ling didn't say anything. He continued to look outside. As he saw the divine cannon gradually disappear, he knew that a great battle had arrived. Young Demon Lord, it's time to fight. All of you, go. Kill all of the Heavenly Court's people here. Lin Ling said to the voice transmission talisman. This was also the plan they had made in advance. All right. Young Master Yao replied immediately. At the same time, the Heavenly Court experts in the sky slowly walked down the Divine Palace. Hee, God-Slayer Alliance? A bunch of trash. The entire Divine Palace has been blasted into ruins. If it were placed in the myriad worlds, tens of millions of worlds would have already been destroyed. The people of the God-Slayer Alliance wouldn't have been able to stop them. Go collect their corpses. The Heavenly Court's experts swaggered away, and they were already thinking of how to claim credit when they returned. However, when they landed on the ground of the Divine Palace, a terrifying killing intent finally erupted. Dong dong dong, the sound of war drums resounded through the sky of Yuzhou. Oh no, we've been tricked. The Heavenly Court's experts immediately reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. Rumble. However, just as they were about to make a move, the ground began to wriggle, and a huge mouth suddenly swallowed them. No, save me. What is this? It's so scary. The warrior who was closer to the mouth had just uttered a sound when he was swallowed whole. Following that, an enormous lump of black mud rose from the ground, making one's heart palpitate. World-swallowing beast. After seeing the black mud, the Heavenly Court's experts' pupils trembled violently. The Heavenly Court must die today. Another voice rang out, and a gust of wind blew past. Within that mysterious gust of wind, there seemed to be countless hands blowing past. Wherever it passed, the Heavenly Court experts trembled. When they looked down, they discovered that their flesh and blood had all disappeared. Even their bones had been dug out at some point, only a head was left floating in the air before it crashed down with a loud thud. This sort of ability could be said to be extremely strange. Even a Saint Realm expert had died without knowing why. This time, the shattered Divine Palace fell inexplicably silent. All the Heavenly Court experts swallowed hard. Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard. From the ruins, several figures walked out, surrounding all the experts so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Among these experts, there were saints and martial ancestors. They were divided into 3 groups. The one on the left had countless tentacles behind him, looking like a demon god. At this moment, he was looking at the Heavenly Court experts with bloodthirsty eyes. Young Demon Master. Young Demon Master. Someone recognized the young man, and his body trembled again. As for the one on the right, his hands had turned into metal. With a slight movement of his fingers, cracking sounds could be heard. Golden Emperor. Young Demon Master. That's Night Snow. Young Demon Master. The Heavenly Court experts were getting more and more afraid because these 3 people were extremely famous in the 9 states. Most importantly, they finally knew who the leader of the God Extermination Alliance was. Get out of here immediately. Young Demon Master. A martial ancestor old man roared and took the lead to charge into the sky. Crack, however, just as he reached a height of several thousand miles, an invisible barrier stopped him. Moreover, the barrier's rebounding force was so strong that it actually sent a martial ancestor expert crashing into the ground. Oh no, the sky has been sealed. Seeing this, the cultivators on the ground were shocked again. They finally realized that this was a premeditated plan to wipe out the Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. Inform the martial god. Inform the God Extermination Alliance. Almost at the same time, all the Heavenly Court cultivators shouted in unison. Kill. Kill them before the martial god arrives. The experts of the God Extermination Alliance also shouted and charged forward. A massacre was about to begin. If it was the Heavenly Court of the past, the God Extermination Alliance would not have dared to fight them head-on. Unfortunately, after the Heavenly Court was massacred by the Spirit Province's Great Array, more than 90% of the Heavenly Court's experts had died. Their vitality had not yet recovered, and they were no match for the God Extermination Alliance. Of course, the most important thing was that they did not expect the leader of the God Extermination Alliance to have such a powerful background. Therefore, in a short period of time, the heavenly court suffered countless casualties. The eternal heaven swears not to be human. Cold words that soared into the sky were also heard in the hearts of every U-State's cultivator. Destroy the heavens. This group of people wanted to destroy the heavens. No one dared to get close to the shattered divine palace. They could only sense the intense battle within the divine palace. The battle was so terrifying that it caused the huge battleships in the sky to crash to the ground. After the previous battle, the heavenly court's vitality was greatly damaged. I don't know if they can withstand the God Extermination Alliance's attack this time. The God Extermination Alliance is really terrifying. I heard that this mysterious alliance has gathered many heroes from the 9 states. However, I still feel that they are a little weak against the gods. That might not be the case. Perhaps they are the first people who can destroy the gods. If that day really comes, the 9 states will definitely be in turmoil. Voices rang out in every corner of U-State. To everyone, challenging the gods was simply an impossible task. However, it was happening right in front of their eyes today. Escape. At a height of 1,000 miles, an old man was frantically fleeing. He was getting closer and closer to the sky, but he was blocked by an invisible barrier. Moreover, several death gods started to appear behind him. One of them was an old man at the martial ancestor realm. His eyes were filled with deep hatred for the heavenly court's extermination of his clan. The other people were also wearing large cloaks. Their bodies were emitting cold auras. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm Martial God Qilan's disciple. The old man cried out in alarm. Today, I will destroy the gods. Under countless gazes, the old man was torn apart by the death gods. This terrifying scene once again shocked the hearts of the people. People guessed that today might be the day when the heavenly court would be uprooted. Martial God, save us. Inside the divine palace, blood flowed like a river. The entire divine palace was sealed and the heavenly court's cultivators could only be slaughtered. They looked up at the sky with anticipation. At this moment, no one could save them except for Martial God Qilan. God Extermination Alliance. Finally, an ancient voice rang out in the sky. It seemed to spread throughout the 9 states. He had been betrayed. This old man had a head of white hair and a domineering aura emanated from his brows. His long robe seemed to be covered in Qilan armor. He was Martial God Qilan. Martial God Qilan, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, is finally here. The moment the old man appeared, Yuzhou exploded. For many people who had never seen a god before, Martial God Qilan's arrival caused a huge wave in their hearts. Lord War God. In the divine palace, the people of the heavenly court also looked up at the sky, extremely excited. The martial god had come to save them. However, Martial God Qilan did not do anything. He only stared coldly at the ground as if he could see through everything. At this moment, he could clearly see every member of the God Extermination Alliance. He hadn't expected that the God Slayer Alliance would have such a powerful background. Many of them had illustrious reputations in the 9 regions, but they were also people who had been exterminated by the heavenly court. So it's you. Martial God Qilan said in a deep voice. Kill everyone in the heavenly court and break one of his arms. When they saw Martial God Qilan, the eyes of the God-slaying alliance's members turned red because their enemy was right in front of them. However, they endured it because they knew they were no match for Martial God Qilan. Therefore, they had no choice but to slaughter the members of the heavenly court. However, Martial God Qilan was unfazed by the God Extermination Alliance's attack. He simply stood in the sky quietly. This made the members of the God Slayer Alliance secretly anxious. Martial God Qilan was so cautious that he did not enter the formation. Kill. The young beast lord growled again. He didn't believe that Martial God Qilan would remain indifferent after killing all the heavenly court's people. Thus, even more heavenly court experts were slaughtered. However, Martial God Qilan remained still. Gradually, only 100 heavenly court experts were left. They cried, ran, and begged, but it was useless. In the end, when only 50 heavenly court experts were left, Martial God Qilan finally made his move. Only 3 of his disciples were left. He had no choice but to move. His eyes were completely red. Previously, he didn't make a move because he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Because he felt that there was something fishy about all of this, so he was investigating everything. But now, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Thunder, come. In the sky, tens of thousands of lightning roared, turning into a huge ball of lightning, bombarding the ground. Rumble, the whole of Yuzhou was in an uproar. A god's means were indeed terrifying. The first to be implicated was the great array above the divine palace. At this moment, layers of cracks appeared. However, the lightning balls did not stop. They swept across the land and turned the enormous divine palace into a lightning pool. Puff, the members of the God Slayer Alliance all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some half-saint realm martial artists were directly obliterated. Kill the last 50 of them. The young demon lord's eyes were as red as blood. The battle of life and death, the battle of deity slaying, had begun. They were all death warriors. For the sake of exterminating a deity, they would not hesitate to use their entire lives as compensation. Therefore, amidst the endless lightning, they once again slaughtered the heavenly court's martial artists. Gradually, there were only 30 people left. Seeing this, martial god Qilin raised his brows and summoned a larger lightning net to suppress the ground. Looking up, the sky had already turned into a thunderous sky. How terrifying! I can't hold on any longer. The members of the God Slayer Alliance started to panic. I have to do it even if I can't. However, the three great leaders continued to shout out one after another. Let him do it. Someone secretly transmitted his voice to the three leaders. Unfortunately, the three leaders shook their heads in response. It was not the time to activate the deity-slaying Great Array. The mission of the God Slayer Alliance is to exterminate deities. When you joined the alliance, you should have realized that death is just the blink of an eye. What's the big deal? Now, let's kill the enemy. Ma Jingtianzi's body was covered in lightning, but he was not afraid of death. Everyone attacked again. In the end, there were only 10 Heavenly Court's martial artists left. This made martial god Qilin furious. At this moment, his entire body had become huge. He was no longer a human but a god of thunder. His huge hand clawed down heavily. Rumble, the divine palace shattered, and so did the ground. Many of the members of the God Slayer Alliance were killed. However, the remaining people were not afraid. They were determined to kill all of martial god Qilin's people in front of him. Martial god Qilin was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 great martial gods. He was a god. If he allowed ants to kill all of his people in front of him, how could he, a deity, still have face? In the end, when there were only 5 people left in the heavenly court, martial god Qilin finally arrived on the ground. Because he was too far away, he could only injure the members of the God Slayer Alliance. He could not save his own people, therefore, he decided to fight personally. When they saw him descending from the sky, the members of the God Slayer Alliance became excited. The big fish had finally been caught. Cockroaches like you dare to go against a deity. Martial god Qilin did not seem to know that he had fallen into a trap. After landing on the ground, he began to attack the members of the God Slayer Alliance. The members of the God Slayer Alliance could not stop him at all. Go, son of demon! The remaining people shouted in their hearts. Everything was going according to plan. Now that martial god Qilin had entered the array, it was time to see the son of demon. However, no matter how much they shouted, the son of demon seemed to have disappeared. On the contrary, the members of the God Slayer Alliance died one after another. No! Everyone shouted when they saw the scene. Although they dared to kill deities, they had already seen through life and death. They did not want to die without knowing why. We've been betrayed. Finally, Tu Jingtianzi said in disbelief. Boom, his voice was like thunder, stunning the members of the God Slayer Alliance. They had been betrayed. All of this was very possible. Now that martial god Qilin had entered the array, the son of demon did not activate the array. Instead, he watched the members of the God Slayer Alliance die. This explained everything. Perhaps, the son of demon was a spy sent by the heavenly court. How could this be? Even the usually confident young beast lord's expression changed greatly at this moment. Could it be that the scene in the spirit state was a trap? Everything was to hide from the God Slayer Alliance so that the heavenly court could catch them all in one fell swoop? Son of demon, F***CKU. Some impatient people even let out a roar. He lied to us. Yishui also seemed to be in a daze. When she looked around, she could not see Xiaoyu, Sakura, and the son of demon. It seemed that these guys had already escaped. Instead, they left all of them to face the slaughter of deities. At this moment, she felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Most of the members of the God Slayer Alliance were hot-blooded youths. Their mission was to kill deities and take revenge. In the end, not only did they fail to take revenge, they were sacrificed here. Kill him. Yishua's beautiful eyes turned red at the thought of this. She could die, but only if she could see martial god Qilin die in front of her. The son of the devil had appeared. Kill him. The God Slayer Alliance no longer had a way out. At this moment, all of them were charging toward martial god Qilin. Although they were like moths flying into a flame, they were not afraid of death. I, the demon young master, have been wise all my life. Who would have thought that I would make a mistake here? Young Master Yao let out a long sigh, as if he was singing a sad song of a hero. Rumble, however, a terrifying shockwave of thunder erupted in front of them. Not only did it seal off the huge divine palace, it also sent everyone flying backwards. Some of the weaker ones were directly ravaged to death, however, none of them were weaklings. At this moment, they all erupted with the last of their strength and actually joined forces to break through the lightning shockwave. God, die. Young Master Yao. At the same time, a roar came from the void, the lightning dispersed, and a figure covered in metal wrapped around martial god Qilin like a spider. Wisps of mysterious power collided with each other. Touch the Golden Emperor. Looking at the metallic puppet-like figure, everyone was shocked. Most importantly, Prince of Gold seemed to be keeping martial god Qilin busy. As expected of the She-Ghost race, which specialized in the great tomb of gods and devils, they had the ability to move stealthily. Majin Tianzi, hold on. Young Demon Lord was overjoyed, and demonic patterns began to appear on his face. He also chanted an unknown incantation, and his entire being transformed into a demon god. Everyone, attack with all your might. Ye Shui waved her hand and activated all kinds of barriers to attack martial god Qilin. Since martial god Qilin was being held back by Prince of Gold, it was their best chance. I'll do it, Leg of God. Some martial progenitor realm experts even unleashed their strongest attacks. Rumble, the combined attack of the God Slayer Alliance was extremely terrifying. The divine palace exploded, and a deep crater with a radius of several thousand miles appeared. The entire Yu province was shaken. Could it be that this group of people had really killed a deity? Cough cough cough. Chaotic airwaves swept through the area. After a short while, the sound of people vomiting blood could be heard. The members of the God Slayer Alliance were all sitting on the ground, but their eyes were looking ahead nervously. At the same time, in the deep pit, a metal puppet with only half a body floated up. Dead, he's finally dead. The metal puppet let out an excited cry, completely ignoring the serious injuries it had suffered. He was the Emperor of Gold. As soon as his voice fell, everyone became excited. Plop, Emperor Touch Gold knelt down on one knee and shed golden tears as he looked at the sky with gratification. Master, I've avenged you. The people of their Tin Ghost clan were all puppets, and they were all made by one person. And that person was the master of their clan. Unfortunately, that person was killed by the heavenly court. Apart from him, everyone else was crying. They all knelt on the ground, tears flowing out of their eyes. After crying their hearts out, they began to laugh maniacally. The great enmity had been avenged. Today, God slaying. He really destroyed the gods. What a terrifying God Slayer alliance. In a place far away from Yu province, all the cultivators felt their hearts tremble. They knew that after tomorrow, this news would definitely shake the entire Nine province. Aren't you guys overthinking things? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly broke everyone's excitement. Lightning appeared in the sky again, and an old man slowly walked down. Previously, it was only a clone of mine. I thought you guys were great, but in the end, you only barely managed to kill a clone that possessed 30% of my strength. The old man said as he walked, his eyes gleaming with a profound light. He was martial god Qilin. The moment he appeared, everyone's expression changed drastically. Then, they were filled with anger, unwillingness, and pain. They had done their best. However, had they only managed to kill a clone, they thought they had killed martial god Qilin, and they were so happy. You're a demon. Yishui let out a roar. A cockroach will always be a cockroach. How could you know the might of a god? Martial god Qilin sneered. He pointed with one hand, and his fingers turned into lightning that blasted the ground. The ground started to roll like waves, and endless lightning raged. The people were electrocuted, and they screamed in pain. This was the real martial god Qilin. The previous clone was nothing compared to him. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It seems like you've all reached your limit. Today is the perfect time to kill all of you. Martial god Qilin stepped forward with a merciless look in his eyes. He looked at the person closest to him and pointed with one hand. Ferocious lightning surrounded his finger. Its power was strong enough to kill any martial progenitor. That person was Li Hongwang. He let out a wry smile and yelled at a figure in the distance, "Yenru, I love you." Hongwang. Ho Yenru's face was covered in tears as she looked at Li Hongwang. She wanted to save him, but what could she do? Li Hongwang. Everyone was yelling. Although the God Extermination Alliance did not know each other in the beginning, their lives were tied together due to the mission of exterminating the gods. As time passed, they had developed a good relationship with each other. However, Li Hongwang was about to die. The young beast lord let out a furious roar. It was an unwilling roar. They had failed, they had all failed, they were all going to die here today. He's the one who betrayed us. Ma Jing Tianzi let out a furious roar. If it were not for the son of the demon, they would not have fought the heavenly court head-on. They would not have been wiped out in one fell swoop. He felt as if a knife had pierced his heart. Hee, you cockroaches have ambushed the heavenly court time and time again. Today, all of you have shown yourselves. None of you will survive. None of you will escape. Seeing this, martial god Qilin laughed excitedly. At the same time, he pointed with his finger and was about to kill Li Hongwang. However, something unexpected happened at that moment. The heavenly palace suddenly trembled. Thunderbolts raged and wreaked havoc in everything. In the distance, another thunderbolt shot out and collided with martial god Qilin's finger. Rumble. More terrifyingly, the thunderbolt disintegrated martial god Qilin's attack and even forced him to retreat. Who is it? After retreating, martial god Qilin exclaimed in disbelief. The people of the God Extermination Alliance opened their eyes wide. A few figures slowly walked out from the billowing smoke. The person in the lead was dressed in a blue robe. He had a cold expression and was holding a child's hand. He looked like a deity who had just arrived. The son of the demon had appeared. The moment they saw Lin Ling, everyone was shocked. The young beast lord and Yi Shui were stunned. However, soon after, smiles appeared on their faces. Previously, it was his clone that came. Therefore, I could not attack. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into the trap. This person is more cautious than I expected. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. His words made everyone's hearts pound. They had not been betrayed, they had wronged the son of the demon. Moreover, they had almost ruined the God Extermination Alliance's plan. Translator, Transin editor, Transin God slaying. Martial god Qilin's heart trembled violently. The son of demon seemed to know everything about him, even his style of doing things. Because he was indeed cautious before, the first time he arrived, it was only his clone. He looked at Lin Ling seriously and said, "It's you. You're the ultimate leader of the God-slaying alliance. Who are you?" At this moment, he was also a little panicked, because he'd almost perished within the God Annihilation Grand Formation the last time, so he knew that this terrifying God Formation was capable of absorbing his lightning energy and returning it to him, and he was obviously tricked. If there was one person he feared the most in the 9 provinces, it was Lin Ling. "You will know who I am. Last time, you escaped, but this time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Martial God Qilin, this time, I'll let you see what the real 9 gods ancient Su formation is." Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. He pushed Xiaoyu towards Indra and then began to form a complicated barrier with his hands. Yi Shui couldn't understand these barriers at all. She couldn't understand them at all, but she knew that the god-slaying array this time was different from the one in the spirit province. Chief God awakening, Thunder God descends. Under Lin Ling's roar, the entire god-slaying palace flipped. All kinds of terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Ling like a storm and was absorbed by the barrier in Lin Ling's hands. In the next moment, Lin Ling heavily slapped the barrier on his forehead. There, a mysterious barrier seal immediately appeared, but the terrifying thing was, Thunder God descends. Lin Ling's strength reached the level of a god in the 9 provinces. His long hair turned into lightning, his clothes turned into lightning, his entire body turned into lightning, he stretched out his right hand and lightning rolled, causing Yu province to explode. Countless bolts of lightning shot up from the ground like flames. If there really was a god in the 9 provinces, then this was it. This was the real 9 gods ancient Su formation. It absorbed martial god Qilan's lightning energy and the power of the barrier to form a real god. In an instant, 2 thunder gods appeared in the broken god-slaying palace. Endless lightning ripples spread out. If one looked closely, the 2 thunder gods' power was actually the same. Son of Demon. At this moment, young Master Yao and the others were undoubtedly excited. This was the God-Slaying Alliance's last God-Slaying Alliance. He's God-Slaying Array Formation and Qilan Martial God-Slaying God Qilan. Yeshua's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. She realized that countless enchantments had appeared around the broken palace. These enchantments were strange and strange. They were like powerful shields that supported Lin Ling's entire body. Martial God Qilan, the mysterious power enveloped his entire body, making Lin Ling feel that he had to vent it out. He roared at the sky and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Bang! With this kick, Yu province was split open, and ferocious lightning shot out in all directions. Lin Ling pounced forward, and as he got closer and closer to martial god Qilan, his body began to expand, from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, like a giant. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for a half-Saint Realm Jr. to possess the power of a god, even with the help of external forces. Martial god Qilan kept shaking his head. Everything that was happening in front of him was beyond his understanding, but when the thunderstorm came, he had no choice but to fight. Furthermore, he also wanted to see if the creation of a god through the use of spirit power was as powerful as he imagined it to be. Crackle, martial god Qilan also grew in size. His head reached the sky while his feet stomped on the ground. His divine energy roared as the 2 lightning energies collided fiercely. Boom. Boom. The moment they collided, Yuzhou felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless houses collapsed, shocking everyone in Yuzhou. In the next moment, a giant staggered backward, crushing the ground of Yuzhou. He cried out in surprise, "How can you be so strong?" When they saw the giant, everyone's expression changed greatly. It was martial god Qilan. As for the members of the God-Slayer Alliance, they were overjoyed and stood in place excitedly. Martial god Qilan, your end has come. Lin Ling, who had turned into a giant thunder giant, stared coldly at martial god Qilan with scorching eyes. It was as if he was going to settle the hatred of 2 lifetimes today. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was extremely unwilling to let martial god Qilan escape last time. This time, he had made a comeback and was fully prepared to kill martial god Qilan. Rumble, he punched out again, and thunder roared. If one looked closely, they would see a large number of spirit barriers floating behind him, and those spirit barriers were still burning. Obviously, the ancient formation of the 9 gods had a time limit. Its power came from the various spirit barriers and martial god Qilan's original lightning energy, and it could only last for 3 incense sticks worth of time. In short, it was duplicating martial god Qilan's power. Therefore, Lin Ling had to kill martial god Qilan within the time limit. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward and approached martial god Qilan. Rumble! Martial god Qilan was suppressed by a powerful force. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with fear. As a matter of fact, when he saw Lin Ling, he had a feeling that this mysterious kid had the strength to kill him. Although this idea was somewhat dreamy and unrealistic, it was a fact that it truly existed. Perhaps the only person in the land of the 9 prefectures who had the strength to kill a martial god was the son of the demon. The members of the God-Slayer Alliance became even more excited when they saw martial god Qilan being suppressed by the son of the demon. Judging from the situation, they knew martial god Qilan was going to die at this rate. Pop 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 pop, rumble rumble rumble. The deafening noises were getting more and more terrifying. Martial god Qilan kept being knocked down, as if he had met his nemesis. Most terrifyingly, not only was the son of the demon powerful, he could even suppress all of martial god Qilan's moves. It was as if the son of the demon knew everything about martial god Qilan. Who the hell are you? Finally, martial god Qilan let out a roar that shook the heavens. I, martial god Qilan, have been practicing martial arts for my entire life. I have ascended from mortal to immortal, then to God. My bones are as tough as steel, and I can command the winds and clouds. You, a nameless kid, want to kill a martial god? Everything in the universe is predestined. You alone can't reverse the situation and kill a supreme god. Martial god Qilin kept retreating, vomiting blood. When the blood fell to the ground, it corroded the earth. It was divine blood. Lin Ling remained silent. He gathered all of his spirit power into his left hand. A dragon's roar was heard, and the dragon bow appeared. The dragon bow was covered in lightning energy, and it had turned into a lightning dragon. Lin Ling stared at martial god Qilin with sharp eyes. The time limit of 3 incense sticks was up. He was going to kill martial god Qilin with the final arrow. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, a compass that devours everything. Tian Yanlin, I'm back. An oppressive aura shrouded the sky above Yuzhou. The power of lightning and the power of the dragon god reached the chaotic universe from Yuzhou. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, thunderbolts crashed down, and the sky shattered like glass. As for you state, it directly cracked apart. If there was a god, this was the power of a god. You. Martial god Qilin's expression changed. He realized that the swords were the true inheritance dark swords and the son of the demon had mastered them. He guessed that the son of the demon had only managed to control the swords once with the help of the Great Barrier Formation. However, to be able to control the true inheritance dark swords, he suddenly recalled the son of the demon's words. I'm back. He instantly lost the ability to fight back. His heart was pounding. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that his heart was pounding so violently. Due to his various guesses, he vaguely saw a familiar figure among the blue-robed figure in the distance. It was a figure that he would never forget even in his dreams. If it weren't for the 3 of them from the Tian family, the real god in the land of the 9 prefectures would have been that man. Thinking about it, that person had distributed his potential to the 3 of them, and all 3 of them had become gods. If all the potential was still on that person, how terrifying would that person's height be? You're back. I knew you would come back one day. Martial god Qilin had forgotten about the arrow that was supposed to kill him. Instead, he stared at Lin Ling in fear. The members of the God Extermination Alliance gasped when they saw this. Who was the son of the demon? Even a god was afraid of him. Tian Yanlin, rest in peace. However, Lin Ling stood coldly in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was like a god who ruled over the fate of martial god Qilin. Rumble. The 18 true inheritance dark swords shot toward martial god Qilin with the power of lightning and the boundless barrier. Pop. Pop, pop. 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 The 18 true inheritance dark swords landed on 18 spots on martial god Qilin's body and pierced him into the ground. You're back. However, martial god Qilin roared as if he didn't feel pain. Perhaps to him, his return was more frightening than anything else. The ground continued to tremble as the destructive aura lingered in the air. Meanwhile, martial god Qilin's aura gradually weakened. His eyes seemed to have returned to the past. Perhaps, when a person was about to die, the regrets of his life would also surge into his mind. At that time, he, his son, and his daughter were living happily in a peaceful valley. But one day, Li Xiaoyao came. Moreover, it changed their lives, giving them a vast world, allowing them to indulge in it and enjoy the exhilarating feeling of dominating over tens of thousands of creatures. This also caused his daughter to change, and his son to change as well. They had become unreasonable. They only wanted to become stronger. Nothing in the world could move them unless they were strong enough. Strength did indeed give them endless pleasure, but it also made them lose a lot of things. For example, kinship. Bang. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared beside martial god Qilin and looked down at him. Martial god Qilin stared at Lin Ling. I'm back. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at martial god Qilin. I knew you'd come back one day, Xiaoyao. Martial god Qilin said weakly. Yes, no matter how I transmigrated in the reincarnation cycle, sooner or later, I, Li Xiaoyao, will come back. I came back not to prove anything, nor to dominate the world, but to tell you all that I lost in the past. Today, I will take it back with my own hands. Lin Ling said coldly. Then, he slammed his right hand on martial god Qilin's chest. A terrifying suction force gushed out and absorbed martial god Qilin's selfless thunder god flesh. You're the first. Next, Tianwen Valley, Tian Liuli will be the second. A moment later, a bloody ball the size of a stone mill appeared on Lin Ling's palm. The ball was surrounded by lightning, making it look extraordinary. Goodbye. Lin Ling turned around and left without looking at Martial God Qilin. Martial God Qilin grew weaker. He could not even speak. All he could do was watch Li Tianlan's back as he left. He knew that even though he was a god, Li Xiaoyao had hundreds of ways to kill them. After all, Li Tianlan was a man who had the potential to surpass a god. Is he back? Is everything going back to normal? Will we return to that small valley? Martial God Qilin murmured and slowly closed his eyes. His soul and his thoughts seemed to have returned to the peaceful valley thousands of years ago, the place where his dream began. Seeing Martial God Qilin fall, all the members of the God Slayer Alliance were stunned. Then, they started to feel excited. Then, with a plop, they knelt down one after another. They looked at the sky as if they were looking at their friends and family who had died at the hands of the heavenly court. Plop, they kowtowed to the sky. Their life's mission to slay the gods had finally come to an end. Leave now. However, before they could express their gratitude, Lin Ling had already looked at the sky. That was because he sensed the aura of Tianwen Valley approaching from afar. Another martial god is here. Follow the plan and leave immediately. Lin Ling roared and shot toward Sakura. He took Xiaoyu and rushed toward the escape route that they had arranged beforehand. The others also reacted. They could not care less about the excitement in their hearts and started to escape. They had already sensed that Martial God Qilin's death would cause chaos in Jiuzhou. Rumble, almost at the same time, a huge compass appeared in the chaotic universe. The compass was so big that it occupied the entire sky of Yuzhou. It was terrifying. The compass was filled with nebulas. It rotated slowly as if it was turning on the wheel of fate. On the ground, some of the God Slayer Alliance members were too slow to escape. They were sucked into the compass and disappeared. Save me! They cried out in pain, but it was useless. The god's compass was even more terrifying than Martial God Qilin. After everyone was sucked into the compass, they turned into nothingness. At the same time, a majestic voice came from the sky. Young Master Monster, Ye Shui, Majin Tianzi, son of demon. The most terrifying thing was that after devouring those people, the newcomer knew everything about the God Slayer Alliance, including information about Lin Ling and the others. Run! Run! At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the entrance of the secret passage. He looked back and immediately shouted anxiously. Young Master Monster and the others appeared in another secret passage. Their expressions changed drastically. Rumble, behind them, the suction force of the compass arrived and sucked the ground of Yuzhou into the sky. Countless martial artists were also sucked into it. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Escape. As soon as they entered the secret passage, they realized that everything behind them started to disintegrate and distort. Even the void was being sucked into the compass. This kind of power was truly terrifying. Even Yu State would be sucked into it. Senior, please be merciful. Senior. In Yu State, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. It was Emperor Yu who had rushed back from Yen State. However, his pleading voice was of no use. The compass in the sky was cold and merciless. It was as if it was going to turn everyone into nothingness. Emperor Yu could not control himself and was sucked into the compass. His expression changed drastically and he quickly activated his ancient power. However, what made his scalp go numb was that the compass was so terrifying that it was not even afraid of the ancient power. All the power was sucked into the compass and turned into nothingness. Emperor Yu had died. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic because he did not know what had happened. The power of the compass passed through the secret passage and continued to pursue Lin Ling and the others. As a result, the people of the God Extermination Alliance were killed one after another. Realizing this, Young Beast Lord and the others felt helpless because they could not fight against it. Moreover, they had gotten their revenge today. Those who died were willing to die. Second brother, what is this thing? It's simply heaven-defying. In the void passageway, Sakura said with trepidation. At this moment, he finally witnessed the power of a god. Heaven-seeking compass. Lin Ling said with a solemn face. He did not expect Tianwen Valley to have reached such a level of strength. They were obviously much stronger than Martial God Qilin. Hurry up. After passing through the passage, we will be able to reach another place. Then, Lin Ling exhorted again. He held Xiaoyu's hand and quickly rushed forward. Rumble, the void behind them was constantly shattering. Its power was as strong as the realm-devouring beast. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know how young Beast Lord and the others were doing. The only thing he could do was to take care of himself. However, he had a feeling that Tianwen Valley would target him because they knew that martial god Qilin was killed by him. Tianwen Valley must be very curious about him. Boom. In the end, Lin Ling and the others rushed out of the spirit formation passage. When they reappeared, they were already in the void of the universe. Moreover, they didn't know where this place belonged to. I've finally escaped. Sakura heaved a sigh of relief and looked into the distance. Only then did he realize that there were still a few people from the God Extermination Alliance. When they saw Lin Ling, they all smiled. However, Lin Ling suddenly frowned. Not yet. Once those words left his mouth, a terrifying suction force was born from the void that they had charged out from. It was actually trying to pull them back to the compass through the spirit formation channel. F***CK. Traversing the void to chase after me? That's too awesome. Seeing this, Sakura's face changed greatly. Things are getting troublesome. Lin Ling sensed that the suction force from the compasses were like countless tentacles that wrapped around his body, pulling him toward the spirit formation passage. Against this kind of divine power, Lin Ling's methods were all useless. If he was pulled back to the compass, the result could be imagined. Second brother, what should we do? Sakura was also being pulled by the suction force. He let out an anxious voice. The others also looked at Lin Ling and shouted, "Son of demon, think of something." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. In terms of cultivation realm, he was the lowest among those present. How could he have any ideas? Previously, he was able to kill a god because of the power of the great divine array. Moreover, that array was set up for a long time. That was why it had such power, and now, Lin Ling could be said to be powerless to resist. This also let him know that in the chaos of the universe, the great divine array and other things were just external objects. The true power was still one's own body. It seems that we can't escape this calamity. In the end, Lin Ling sighed and said. Hearing this, everyone's faces dimmed. However, they soon smiled proudly. Enough, enough. Although we're going to die in the compass, at least we've dragged a god down with us. That's enough. That's right. Ha ha ha, we've got our revenge. Since they couldn't escape, they faced it with ease. Second brother, we've profited. Even Dishir Tian wanted to see it thoroughly. Perhaps, in the face of the power of a god, he also knew that any resistance was useless. However, how could Lin Ling be willing? There were still two of his enemies who hadn't died yet. He reincarnated. Was he going to die in the hands of his enemies? He was not willing at all. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, they were getting closer and closer to the passage. The terrifying thing was that the passage had already collapsed. However, because of the suction force of the compass, the passage didn't completely disappear. Brother, are we going to die? Xiaoyu was also being pulled by the suction force. Her little face was full of worry. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I promised your grandfather to protect you, but in the end, because of brother, I implicated you. Looking at the cute Xiaoyu, Lin Ling's eyes were full of guilt. Brother, we won't die. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and seemed to have made a decision. She silently chanted something and on her bright forehead, the mark of wind and rain appeared. Her little mouth moved slightly and let out a weak voice, "Call the wind." It could be seen that she seemed to be urging some kind of power. Moreover, this kind of power was extremely difficult for Xiao. Whoosh, under her voice, there was a sudden change. In the chaos of the universe, the divine wind whistled, causing the myriad of worlds to shake. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling and the others' faces to change greatly. Summon the rain. Xiaoyu spoke again, rumble. There was rain, as if it came from the era of the gods, suppressing the universe. Under the torrential rain, the suction force of the compasses was actually destroyed, allowing Lin Ling and the others to finally break free. Damn, second brother, where did this kid come from? Seeing that terrifying scene, Dishir Tian was scared silly. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to have such power because he clearly sensed that the power was the same as martial god Qilin and Tianwen Valley. It seemed to be a kind of divine power. Brother, I want to sleep. However, the divine wind and rain came quickly and disappeared quickly. After a while, Xiaoyu let out a weak voice. Xiaoyu, thank you. Lin Ling hurriedly carried Xiaoyu on his back and left anxiously with the little white rabbit, Xiaolu, and the others. The others also felt as if they had just survived a disaster and quickly followed Lin Ling, looking at the crystal channel that was destroyed by the divine rain. There was a suction force that was like the tentacles of an octopus. It could be said that it had revived. If they were pulled by the suction force again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't guarantee that Tianwen Valley would come. If he came, with the people on his side, there was no doubt that they would die. Lin Ling. Over here. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came from the void in front of them. A large number of people carrying tombstones appeared, led by Meng Lu. Young Master. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations escaped back to Qingzhou. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. However, when they saw the mysterious power behind them, they knew they had to leave immediately. What happened? Meng Lu asked first. There's no time to explain. Let's leave this place first. I'll be in charge of opening the exit. Lin Ling stared at the spirit formation passageway and discovered that the suction force had reignited. He immediately activated the space-time divine steel and ordered Meng Lu and the others to attack the broken spirit formation passageway. Rumble. Everyone knew the urgency of the matter. They hurriedly followed Lin Ling's instructions and used their martial arts to attack the spirit formation passageway. With everyone's attacks, the spirit formation passageway continued to shatter, causing the tentacle-like suction force to struggle. All right. After a short while, Lin Ling looked at the crowd. A huge stone stele sat before him. The stone stele opened an ancient door that seemed to lead to another world. That was another effect of the space-time divine steel. As long as a corresponding spirit formation was set up at a certain location, one could reach that location through the space-time divine steel. Of course, activating the space-time divine steel required some time. That was why Lin Ling ordered Meng Lu and the others to attack the spirit formation passageway. After that, the crowd entered the space-time divine steel one after another. Rumble. The door of the space-time divine steel quietly closed. At the same time, the space-time divine steel became illusory and disappeared without a trace. After the crowd left, the terrifying suction force surged out from the broken spirit formation passageway again. However, it did not discover Lin Ling and the others and could only retreat. Damn it! In the sky above Yuzhou, the huge compass let out a furious voice. He had actually allowed the demon sun and the others to escape. I don't care who you are. Even if I have to search the entire 9 provinces, I'll find all of you. The compass let out a majestic voice. It was the voice of the Tianwen Valley. Although he was the son of martial god Qilin, their father and son relationship had been strained all these years. It was all because of their interests, but no matter what, they were still father and son, so this enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Almost at the same time, in the distant horizon, a woman was frowning. She was extremely beautiful and agile, but if one looked into her eyes, they would discover that there was a valiant and domineering aura in her eyes. And she was Luli Empress. Father is dead. Luli Empress mumbled to herself. She reached out her hand as if to touch the chaos around her. Then, she suddenly laughed bitterly. I don't know why, but I don't feel the slightest bit of sadness. She shook her head helplessly. To her, martial god Qilin's death was no different from someone being killed in the shadows. It was a disgrace to her. As for the father-daughter relationship, she really couldn't sense it. God-Slayer Alliance? Who are these people? Young Master Yao, Ye Shui, son of the devil, prince of gold, Yi Lin Yun. She kept mumbling to herself, and her gaze finally landed on the son of devil. He has the god-slaying array? What a mysterious guy, but I will find you. The news of martial god Qilin's death spread like a snowball throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Everyone was shocked. The 10 great martial gods of the land of the 9 prefectures were invincible in everyone's hearts. But now, even a god had fallen. Without a doubt, the God-Slayer Alliance's name had spread throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Everyone was curious about who this group of hot-blooded young men were. How terrifying. Even a god has fallen. I wonder if the God-Slayer Alliance still exists and if they are recruiting. Even I want to join them. It's not just the God-Slayer Alliance, it's the Miracle Alliance. If I can find them, I will join them. Godslayer Alliance, Godslayer Alliance. I heard that even Emperor Yu of the Yu Prefecture has fallen. This is a big event in the land of the 9 prefectures. In every corner of the land of the 9 prefectures, countless cultivators were talking excitedly. At this moment, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the void cracked open, and then a large number of figures walked out. Who is it? These people appeared in a green mountain. When they walked out, someone immediately shouted angrily. It's me. Among the people who walked out, one of them said with a smile. The people who were on guard were stunned, and then they all laughed in surprise, because this was the place where the 3rd princess lived. Everyone was extremely cautious. However, the person who had returned was Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, I will inform the 3rd princess. Someone immediately ran out. Lin Ling and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. We've returned to the land of the 9 prefectures. From the vicinity of the land of the 9 prefectures, we finally arrived here. This time, that god shouldn't be able to catch up with us. Sakura sat on the ground with a thump. When he thought of what had happened, he felt as if he had just survived a disaster. The others felt the same way, especially Meng Lu and the others. They still did not know what had happened. Lin Ling, the person who made you run away in a panic should not be weak. Could it be a martial ancestor? Meng Lu finally asked curiously. He knew Lin Ling's strength. Even a first heaven sage was no match for this guy. Therefore, in terms of hunting, it must be a martial ancestor. Martial ancestor? Is he qualified to make us run away in a panic? Before Lin Ling could speak, Sakura, who was sitting on the ground, immediately uttered a disdainful sound. Sakura, what do you mean by that? Meng Lu's expression changed slightly. Let me tell you, we're being hunted by a god. Sakura glanced at Meng Lu with pride in his eyes. God? Are you kidding me? Before Meng Lu could speak, the people behind him who were carrying the tombstones exclaimed. Furthermore, they stared at Lin Ling and the others in a strange manner, assuming that Lin Ling and the others were bragging. How impressive is a god? Little brother Meng Lu, if I tell you another piece of news, I'm afraid your jaw will drop. Sakura chuckled and said once again. His words caused the faces of the people behind Meng Lu to turn unpleasant. This guy is too full of himself. He dares to call their young master his little brother. One had to know that they were from the 9 continents' 10 evils. However, Meng Lu was not bothered. He had trained with Sakura for many years, thus they had established a strong relationship. Most importantly, although he had a formidable background, he knew that Lin Ling and the others were not ordinary people either. He said with a smile, Brother Tian, why don't you tell me? Let me see if my jaw will drop. His words left the people of the tomb watchers dumbfounded. Since you're so obedient, I'll tell you. We've eliminated a god. Sakura said in a mysterious manner. Haha. Hearing this, the people of the tomb watchers could not help but burst out laughing. This guy is too good at bragging. Meanwhile, Meng Lu's eyes shuddered. Based on his understanding of Sakura, he knew that Sakura would not brag about such matters. Lin Ling, is that true? However, he still wanted to get Lin Ling's affirmation. At this moment, Lin Ling was looking at Xiaoyu with a worried expression. However, when he saw that Xiaoyu was only sleeping, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Meng Lu. They were all after images. Discuss. It's true. Lin Ling nodded. F***CK. Oh my god. At the same time, Dream Flow and Do Afterimage's jaws dropped to the ground. However, the gravekeepers didn't believe it. God slaying? If he wasn't even at the Sage Realm, it was still possible for him to kill a cockroach. Master, are you implying that martial god Qilin was killed because of you? At this moment, a cry of surprise rang out. The 3rd princess walked over quickly with Grandma Wendao. What did you say? Martial god Qilin was killed? The gravekeeper's expression changed. That's right. The news has already spread throughout the 9 provinces. I heard that a mysterious God-Slayer alliance joined forces to destroy the gods, creating a miracle and shocking the 9 provinces. The 3rd princess said with a solemn face. Pa pa pa. At this moment, the jaws of the gravekeeper tribe dropped to the ground. When they saw young Master Meng Lu's expression, they gradually began to believe him. But how could a half-saint slay a god? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Lin Ling and Sakra's complexion changed. They didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Master, this is no small matter. Don't leave Qing province during this period of time because there will definitely be a lot of people looking for you. The third princess looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. He also had the same idea. However, he also warned, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Of course we know. The third princess nodded, but then she looked at the people behind Meng Lu. Meng Lu said coldly, if news of this gets out, you will all become sinners of the Gravekeeper clan. Do you understand? I know. The Gravekeepers nodded solemnly. Next, Lin Ling hid in Qingzhou and temporarily avoided the limelight. Furthermore, he was also worried about the young demon master and the others. However, when he thought about the young demon master and the others' backgrounds, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to worry about them. None of the members of the God-Slayer Alliance were pushovers. As long as they could escape, they would be like birds flying in the sky. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to catch them. And in the days of seclusion, Lin Ling's friends from Qingzhou also came one after another, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, Tang Yue, Huang Fui Dao, and so on. However, they did not know that Lin Ling was one of the gods of destruction. Therefore, after a lively conversation, they also talked about the gods of destruction. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he really wanted to join the God-Slayer Alliance. Seeing this, Lin Ling, Sakra, and the others all smiled bitterly. Destroying a god might seem awe-inspiring, but it was like walking on a tightrope over a cliff. They had almost been destroyed by a god. However, in order not to implicate them, Lin Ling did not intend to tell them such a big matter. During this process, Xiaoyu had also woken up. She was biting her little hand. When she saw Lin Ling, she immediately became happy and once again clung on to Lin Ling. Towards this little girl, Lin Ling was also very grateful. Xiaoyu had saved his life twice. Little you, let's go. I'll take you to see Grandpa. After kissing Xiaoyu, Lin Ling activated the Spacetime Divine Steel and entered the Flame World Fragment. Moreover, he used the Spacetime Divine Steel to secretly return to Spirit State and bring Yu and the others back. Of course, when he met Xingxiu Yun and the others, he also told them the whole story. In fact, Xingxiu Yun and the others knew where Lin Ling went. Therefore, when the news of martial god Qilan's death spread, they also knew that it was Lin Ling's doing. Without any suspense, their jaws dropped to the ground. They did not expect Lin Ling to succeed. Grandfather. Mother. Arriving at the Flame World Fragment, Lin Ling was the first to call out. When the evil flame sect saw Lin Ling, everyone knelt down and shouted in unison, Sect Master. Lin Ling waved slightly at them. His gaze was already fixed on a white-haired elder. That elder was Ancestor Extreme Flame. At this moment, his face was also filled with excitement. Grandfather. Yu, Xianyuan and the others also shouted and pounced towards Lin Ling's mother, Emon Yenchen. The whole family was in a joyous and harmonious mood. Sakra, Meng Lu, and the others were the same. They were undoubtedly very happy to see Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others again. In the following time, Lin Ling also stayed in the Flame World Fragment and chatted with his family. It was extremely peaceful. During this time, Xiaoyu also became familiar with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. She finally stopped pestering Lin Ling. Lin Ling also used his free time to teach Lin Yi martial arts. At the same time, he taught many martial arts to the Evil Flame sect, greatly increasing the strength of this sect. Now, in the Flame World Fragment, Lin Ling could be called the master of a world. Blood of God. Night fell. Lin Ling cultivated for a while. With a wave of his hand, martial god Qilan's blood of God appeared. If I devour this blood of God, my strength will definitely increase greatly. However, it is better to use this blood of God to refine my body. Lin Ling already had a plan. However, he did not dare to refine it and sealed it, because he was afraid that martial god Wen Tian would use the blood of God to find his whereabouts. Currently, Lin Ling was poor. All his cultivation resources were used to set up formations. Therefore, his cultivation realm could not increase in a short period of time. Master, not good. On this day, the third princess transmitted her voice to Lin Ling. Her voice was filled with anxiety. A lot of mysterious people have appeared in Qing province today. I think they are here for you. Hearing the transmission, Lin Ling's expression changed. They found him so quickly. At the same time, a voice sounded out, "Son of the demon, it's best if you leave your hometown immediately. With the martial god's strength, it won't be difficult for him to find your hometown. Moreover, I'm guessing that there are many outsiders in the spirit province right now." The transmission came from Yi Shui. As expected of the top 10 martial gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became more serious. You don't have to worry about the martial gods attacking your hometown, because the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures still care about their reputation. Moreover, everyone knows that the god-slaying alliance is challenging the heavenly court. If martial god Wendian can't catch us and instead attacks our hometown, others will feel ashamed of him. Yes. Therefore, martial god Wendian's target is only the god-slaying alliance. Yes. Therefore, you must leave immediately. Let me give you a reminder. Go to the Yan province. There are other martial gods there. Martial god Wendian cannot cover the sky with one hand. Yes. Thank you for the news. I will prepare to leave in a few days. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He told the news to his family and friends. Everyone gathered at the fragment of the flame world to discuss. Go to the Yan province? Yes. After Dokening heard the news, he frowned slightly. The Yan province is not a place where ordinary people can go. Those who go must have a certain status. How about this? Let young master enter the Yan province in the name of the Flying Dragon organization. However, only young master can enter. Yes. Alone? Yes. Lin Ling shook his head decisively. Sakura had to come with him. Therefore, the Flying Dragon organization's name was useless. How about we inform the Fuxing Manor? How about using their name? Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations stay away from the limelight. That's not good either. Although Sunset Shine is from Fuxing Manor, it doesn't mean that they will side with us. If they betray us at the critical moment, we will be in trouble. Lin Ling shook his head again. For a moment, everyone became even more worried. The power of the martial god was too great. With their current strength, they were not strong enough to fight against him. Why don't we go to my place? Meng Lu suddenly said, but Lin Ling still shook his head. Although the Tomb Guardian tribe is wandering around the universe, if martial god Wendian finds out where we are, it will bring trouble to the Tomb Guardian tribe. Lin Ling knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were ranked in the 3rd tier, while the 9 prefectures' 10 great martial gods were ranked in the 4th tier. They were obviously stronger. Perhaps the Tomb Guardian tribe was not afraid of martial god Wendian, but if they fought against him, the Tomb Guardian tribe would suffer great losses. Therefore, Lin Ling could not bring himself to drag his friends down. We can't do this, we can't do that. Do we have to wait for death here? Sakura walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. Where are young Monster Lord and the others hiding? Why aren't they afraid of being hunted down? Also, they are too disloyal. They are hiding themselves, but we have to bear the martial god's pursuit. Big brother, don't blame them. They might not be better than us. I think they are hiding in Yen State or Miao State. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Good disciple, do you want to go to Yen State? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a voice transmission was heard. It was Xianxia's voice. Yes, master. Do you have a way? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Sigh, if that's the case, why don't we go to Yen State's Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? I am a disciple of this sect, and my master is also the sect leader. However, he has always refused to acknowledge me. I hope this time, he will give us a way out. A sigh came from the other side of the voice transmission. Master, will this make things difficult for you? Lin Ling frowned. No, it's just that I am too embarrassed to meet him. Because he values me very much, but I have disappointed him. How about this, you wait for a while. After a long time, a surprised voice was heard, my dear disciple, he has agreed. However, it doesn't mean that you can go to the Great Change Nebula sect unless you pass the assessment. This is the only thing I can do. Thank you, master. Lin Ling was overjoyed. They had found a place to hide. It was the Yen State's Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Old Do, are you familiar with the Grand Change Nebula sect? Lin Ling asked Do after image. In the Yen State, there are many powerful warriors left behind from the deity era. The Grand Change Nebula sect is one of them. Although it is not the strongest sect in the Yen State, it is quite famous. In the 9 regions, it is like a god. As a 13 kills expert, Do Kening had naturally roamed the 9 prefectures. That's good. How about you come with us? With my status, this is not difficult. After getting Do Kening's consent, Lin Ling was overjoyed. Then, he sighed with emotion. In the past, when Li Xiaoyao had roamed the 9 regions, there were no such rules. Of course, there may have been, but Li Xiaoyao was too strong in the past. Entering the Yen State was like entering his backyard, so he did not know about these rules. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Brother, I'll go too. Meng Lu and Xiaoyu spoke almost at the same time. Meng Lu, you're going too? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Of course. Meng Lu nodded as if it was a matter of course. You know, when you killed the deity in the spirit state, I missed it. I regretted it so much. Later, when I returned to the tribe, I learned that you went to the ancient forbidden forest and even killed the deity. I missed such a big event again, so I can't miss what is going to happen next. Anyway, there will never be a small matter by your side, and it will never be boring. Hearing this, Lin Ling was speechless. Sakura laughed out loud and agreed with Meng Lu going with them. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's go to the spirit state immediately and ask Master for help. Lin Ling activated the time and space divine steel, said goodbye to his family, and left immediately. Yu and the others also returned to the spirit state. Because if they disappeared, the martial god and other experts would come to the fragment of the flame world, and that would be troublesome. Moreover, although martial god Wen Tian said that he would not attack the hometown of the God Slayer Alliance, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After a while, Lin Ling and the others returned to the spirit state. My good disciple, I've already arranged everything. Take these jade tokens and you can enter the Yen State. Xianxia immediately said after seeing Lin Ling, Thank you, Master. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. Although Xianxia had never taught him martial arts, he had always protected him like a master. Because of this, Lin Ling was willing to call him Master. Haha, if Master doesn't help me, who will help you? Hurry up and go. Come back after you've avoided this storm. Hearing Lin Ling's heartfelt words, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Master Tantric Buddhism and the others also smiled at Lin Ling with pride in their eyes. They didn't find Lin Ling and the others' escape shameful. After all, who in the 9 states could do that? Then I'll take my leave. Lin Ling bowed deeply to Xianxia and led Disher Tian and the others on their journey, using the time and space divine steel to appear in another void. Lin Ling and the others wore large cloaks to hide their appearances and headed towards the Yen State. At this moment, in the sky above Qing State and Spirit State, a large number of experts were monitoring everything, but they didn't find anything strange. Martial God, I reckon that the son of the demon isn't in Qing State and Spirit State. If he really wants to go in and out, he won't be able to escape our eyes. Where did he go? He should be hiding in the myriad worlds. Find him, we must find him. As Lin Ling was using the time and space divine steel, Wendy and martial god's men couldn't detect Lin Ling's whereabouts at all. As for Lin Ling and the others, they didn't feel much pressure and were chatting and laughing along the way. Lin Ling carried Xiaoyu on his back and sang as he strode forward. Second brother, Xiaoyu is so powerful. She broke the god's attack last time. Disher Tian said as he drank his wine and teased Xiaoyu. Annoying. However, Xiaoyu didn't give him any face at all, causing Disher Tian to shake his head gloomily. Don't underestimate her. Her grandfather is very powerful. If he finds out that you bullied Xiaoyu, he'll skin you alive. Lin Ling said with a smile. I don't need you to remind me. I know that. Disher Tian became even more gloomy. He looked ahead and realized that in the void, there were quite a number of people heading towards the Yen State. What are you looking at? Disher Tian's gloomy gaze was instantly noticed by one of the young men and he immediately shouted angrily, the voice stunned Di Tian. How could this person be so arrogant, because he realized that the latter seemed to be at the same level as him. Ignore him. He's just a mad dog. If he bites you, are you going to bite him back? Martial uncle he. Are you afraid? Trash, trash. Do you know who he is? The silence of Lin Ling and the others caused the youth to shake his head in disdain. The people around him began to laugh. What a bunch of clowns. These youths were all half-sages. With their strength, they didn't even place Meng Lu in their eyes. Of course, he didn't care about their provocation. Brother Demon is still the best. Seeing Lin Ling and the others lower their heads, those fellows laughed even more wildly. Of course, Brother Demon is the son of Demon, the leader of the God-slaying alliance, the one who slayed God. In the current 9 provinces, who isn't afraid of him? One of them lightly said, his voice extremely loud. There were other martial artists hurrying through the void. After hearing this, their complexions changed and awe appeared in their eyes. Son of Demon, it was him again, the divine dreamland, the eternal forbidden forest, and finally the God-slaying alliance. The son of Demon was extremely famous in the 9 provinces. Even Lin Ling and the others' complexions changed. You are the son of Demon, Sakura said in disbelief. You only know now? You have a pair of dog eyes. Let me tell you, he is the son of Demon whose name shakes the 9 provinces. How about it? Are you afraid? Have your dog eyes gone blind? Hearing Sakura's words, those people puffed out their chests. As for the youth called Son of Demon, he looked up at the sky at a 75-degree angle, Lin Ling and the others. It's an honor to meet you. Finally, Sakura bowed to them. Not only did they not blame them, but they were also very happy. This was because a fake Son of Demon had appeared. This would make them even safer. Do you want an autograph? Hee, even if you want it, the Son of Demon won't give it to you. Let me tell you, the Son of Demon is going to the Flame State, and he is going to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. The Grand Simplicity martial ancestor has personally said that he wants to take the Son of Demon as his disciple. The youth proudly said. After speaking, he puffed out his chest and strode forward. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ling and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. All of them stood there stupidly. Wait, you are going to the Yen State, and then to the Grand Change Nebula sect. Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. Of course, it's time to recruit disciples over there. The son of the devil and the others didn't even look at Lin Ling and the others as they continued to proudly walk forward. There's no need to be jealous. Not everyone can enter the Yen province. Other than people like the son of the devil, you ordinary people can only look up. However, before they could finish their words, Lin Ling and the others had already pounced over, looking ferocious. Rumble, one by one, they burst out with powerful martial arts and beat up the fake devil's son and the others. I'll make you the son of devil, I'll make you the son of devil, I'll make you the son of devil, I'll make your whole family change your name. If you don't change your name, I'll beat you to death. Why did you have to go to the Yen State of all places? Do you want to get us killed? Scram, go to the myriad worlds, go back to your hometown. You can go anywhere, but not the Yen State. Are you going to scram or not? If you don't, I'll beat you until your father doesn't recognize you. Lin Ling and the others seemed to have gone berserk. Aya. Stop fighting, spare my life. With the strength of those people, they couldn't block Lin Ling and the others' attacks at all. All of them were beaten black and blue. This appearance undoubtedly scared the passers-by. Son of the devil? That's 2F** king unbearable, like a piece of trash. Sirs, why did you hit us? The young man called the son of the devil was beaten the most fiercely. Half of his teeth had been knocked out. What made him most depressed was that he still didn't know why the other party had beaten him. After all, this group of people had been extremely respectful to them and even worshipped them. In the blink of an eye, they were like wolves baring their teeth. How could he know that if he, the fake son of the devil, went to the Yen State and the Grand Change Nebula sect, wouldn't that lead when Tian Martial God there, Lin Ling and the others had gone to the Yen State to avoid the limelight, and when Tian Martial God had also been lured there? How could they avoid the limelight? Therefore, this fake son of the devil had to be beaten up. Scram, don't go to the Yen State. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Big brother, hero, grandpa, don't hit us. Whatever you say is true. Then let's go. Where are we going? Those people were even more confused after being beaten up. Anyway, you're not allowed to go to the Yen state. You can go anywhere else. Of course, you can go to the Myriad Realms, because there should be news of the son of the devil in the Myriad Realms. Go there, eat good food and drink, and there are beauties everywhere. Lin Ling's face was all smiles. That's right, with my reputation as the son of the devil, ordinary people will definitely worship me. We should go to the Myriad Realms. That's right, eat good food and drink, and there are beauties everywhere. Thank you for your reminder. Those young men's eyes lit up. Not only did they not resent Lin Ling and the others, but they were also grateful. Understood, then scram. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. Hero, farewell. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just say that you think I'm the son of the devil. This will definitely let you escape. The group of people ran away in high spirits. Lin Ling and the others shook their heads helplessly. They knew in their hearts that if martial god Wen Tian came looking for them, these people would probably be scapegoats. Let's go. After half a month, an ancient continent finally appeared in front of them. This continent was so vast that Lin Ling and the others had never seen it before. On the ground, strands of invisible air waves that seemed to be the power of gods floated into the sky from time to time. When they landed on the ground, Lin Ling and the others felt that the gravity of the earth was extremely strong. They were afraid that even if they used all their strength here, they would not be able to shake the earth. And this was the Yen state, an existence that surpassed the Yu state. It was also the place with the most gods and martial gods. Moreover, countless secrets from the era of gods were hidden here. In this place, even if a very ordinary martial artist suddenly wanted to jump off a cliff one day, he might be able to find a treasure at the bottom of the cliff, and from then on, reach the heavens in one step, because this was also a continent full of miracles. Are you Xianxia's disciple? According to the Jade Token, Lin Ling's group spent another 10 days before they finally arrived at an ancient green mountain range. They had just landed when a voice was transmitted from the front. A middle-aged man walked over with a smile. His pace was not fast, but he appeared in front of Lin Ling's group in the blink of an eye. This person's strength was at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. He was also sizing up Lin Ling and the others. Are you martial uncle he? Lin Ling instantly smiled and asked. Xianxia had reminded him that he would send his junior brother to pick him up. It should be this person in front of him. Yes, you should be senior brother Yun's disciples. Not bad seedlings, follow me. Martial uncle he smiled with satisfaction and led Lin Ling and the others forward. Silvermoon Mountain. However, this is the Yen state. There are many people who are stronger than your master. Don't be too arrogant. Even I'm only a small elder in the sect. In the next month, the Great Simplicity Nebula sect will be recruiting disciples. You must work hard to pass the 2 major tests. Only then can you become a member of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. If you fail, even I can't help you. You can only leave the Yen province. Martial uncle he kept reminding him. Thank you for your reminder. We'll work hard. Lin Ling and Dream Flow looked at each other and nodded. Moving forward, 8 green mountains appeared in front of him. They were connected head to tail, as if a huge green dragon was sitting on the ground. In the sky above the green mountains, a bright moonlight hung there, sprinkling a cold light, making people feel very comfortable all over. We've reached Silvermoon Mountain. Martial uncle he smiled and led Lin Ling and the others forward. He Xingshan? Not long after, an old man led a few young men over from the mountain range ahead. These are? He asked with a smile before the old man even got close. He's senior brother Xing's disciple. Martial uncle he immediately explained. Senior brother Xing? Which senior brother? So it's Xianxia. I haven't seen him since he left the Yen province. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. Sigh, master has mentioned senior Xing before. I didn't think that he would abandon himself and go to the spirit province. I'm afraid that master has forgotten about this disciple. The old man frowned when he heard master's words, but he didn't think that he would abandon himself and go to the spirit province. It could be seen that the sect leader of Grand Change Nebula sect had many disciples, and Xianxia could only be considered average among them. The eyes of Lin Ling and the others flickered as they were curious about the strength of this martial progenitor, even though Lin Ling had only killed a few martial progenitors with the help of the godslaying formation. The martial progenitors from the era of the gods were definitely extraordinary. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly curious. He wasn't really surprised. They are Xianxia's disciples? Looks like Lao Xing knows his limits, so he placed his hopes on these few disciples. However, the strength of these few brats is also not strong. The old ancestor glanced at Lin Ling and the others, his words carried a trace of contempt. Seeing this, junior uncle he smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, the young men behind the old man were looking at Lin Ling and the others provocatively. They were obviously here to participate in the test as well. All of them were at the half-step saint realm. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the half-step saint realm. There were even existences at the 9th level of the half-step saint realm. Furthermore, their talents all exceeded a 5th grade desolate body. Perhaps, in the assessment of the Great Change Nebula sect, the lowest cultivation level would be at the 5th level of the half-saint realm and the talent of a 5th grade wild body. No wonder those young men provoked Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they felt a strong sense of superiority in front of Lin Ling's group. This is Xiao Lu from the evil warding Xia family. He is a good seedling. This is Huan Jiwesher from the Great Celestial Demon Mansion. He is the most talented among the seedlings that I recommended this year. After the old man smiled, he introduced the young man behind him. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with pride. Hee hee. Junior uncle he could only laugh dryly. The two of them walked together. From the spirit state? Small place. I am from the evil warding Xia family, which is famous in the 9 states. Along the way, the young men greeted each other. One of them looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. Lin Ling held Xiaoyu's hand and chatted with Meng Lu and the others. His face was calm and relaxed. This made the young men's faces turn ugly. One had to know that the geniuses who could come to the flame state all had strong backing. Lin Ling and the others were only from the spirit state. They were insignificant. How dare they ignore them? I think that you will have a hard time in this assessment. You might be chased away. Xiao Lu from the evil warding Xia family said again. Evil warding Xia family? Lin Ling felt a sense of familiarity. If he wasn't mistaken, in the divine dreamland, he had also encountered people from this family. Thank you for your concern. If you don't pass the assessment, then that means we are only SOSO. When the time comes and you pass the assessment, we will cheer for you. That's right, that's right. You are a great person who doesn't care about the past offenses of lowly people like us. Please forgive us. Lin Ling and Sakura both spoke out. Their words caused the young men's jaws to drop open. This was because these people were all geniuses of the 9 states. They were all proud and arrogant. They had never seen someone like Lin Ling and the others, surrendering with just a few words, and this sort of humble attitude left them unable to refute for a while. Instead, there was a stifling feeling in their hearts. It was like they had punched cotton. It was like although Lin Ling and the others were flattering them, this sort of flattery didn't come from their hearts. Good luck. Dreamflow also spoke out. He followed Lin Ling as he strode forwards. Even Xiaoyu waved her fists at them. Damn, they are only at the 5th level of half-saints. Why do I feel like they are speaking to little children? I also have this feeling. But what makes me feel the most aggrieved is that I feel like a little child instead. Perhaps we have wronged them. They never had the heart to compete with us. These youths all had different opinions, but they all gradually stuck out their chests. As they walked, they felt as if they were floating. How could they know that Lin Ling truly didn't have the heart to compete with them, although they might be powerful half-saints of the 9 states, but Lin Ling was the son of the demon race. In addition, they had come here to avoid the limelight. Lin Ling didn't want to be in the limelight. Evil warding Xia family? Second brother, I remember now. Do you still remember that Tian who was struck twice by us in the divine dreamland? As they walked forwards, Sakura suddenly said. Dreamflow and Lin Ling were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter, speaking of which, Tian had also traveled with them. However, the second time they met, he was once again knocked unconscious by Lin Ling's large sword. At that time, Lin Ling felt a little guilty. He had planned to return the favor when they met again. I wonder if he came to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect's disciple recruitment this time. He is the nemesis of the ghost demons. However, the Yen state is so big. He shouldn't only appear in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. I am curious about his strength. In the past, we were a little afraid of him and relied on those spirit talismans to crush him. Now, if we were to fight, I have 60% confidence that I can defeat him. Subsequently, Lin Ling and the other two spoke one after another. Dreamflow also glanced at Lin Ling. He had a feeling that Tian was no match for Lin Ling. As for Martial Uncle when he saw Lin Ling and the others talking and laughing, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Goodbye, Xia Tianyi. Wow, isn't that Xia Tianyi from the evil warding Xia family? He's here too. As they continued forward, a commotion suddenly broke out in front of them. Looking around, it was actually filled with the geniuses of the 9 prefectures. The number of people was beyond imagination. Obviously, some of these young men had powerful backgrounds, and some of them were the juniors who were specially groomed by the big forces. They were recommended to join the Great Change Nebula sect. What surprised Lin Ling and the others was that Xia Tianyi really came. Is that Yi Ling Tian, the #1 half-step saint stage genius in Yuzhou? It's him? His brother is the #1 sage in Yuzhou, Yi Lin Yun. I didn't expect him to come too. There are so many geniuses today. The exclamations continued to ring out on Green Mountain. Yi Lin Yun. Lin Ling and Sakura looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It's that big brother. Even Xiaoyu smiled. In the Godslayer Alliance, apart from the 3 leaders, there was another person who had a good relationship with Lin Ling and the others. It was none other than Yuzhou's #1 genius, Yi Lin Yun. He did not know where that guy was hiding now. Would he appear in the Grand Change Nebula sect? Young master, you know Yi Lin Yun? Do Afterimage asked curiously. I know him. He's also from the Godslayer Alliance. TSK. The Godslayer Alliance has gathered all the powerful geniuses of the 9 prefectures. They are all hot-blooded youths. In my opinion, the half-saint realm geniuses present here are no match for the Godslayer Alliance. Hearing this, Doukening couldn't help but praise. He was glad that Lin Ling was able to join the God-slaying alliance because this was also a type of affirmation. Yi Ling Tian, long time no see. Just as everyone was staring at Yi Ling Tian, a chuckle was heard. Then, lightning struck, turning into thunder and lightning under the Green Mountain. Finally, it formed a man in purple. This man had his hands behind his back and was extremely handsome. However, this wasn't just handsome, it was the aura of a brave man. Could it be Zilong, the #1 genius of the half-saint realm in the Yen state, who once lost to Sanzi? The power of purple lightning. That's right, it's him. After a brief moment of astonishment, the people's exclamations were like waves. I heard that this guy has the speed of 90 worlds. Who in the half-saint realm has the speed of 90 boundaries? Behind the young men were some guards and attendants. They were all at the saint realm, but at this moment, they all cried out in surprise, unless one was a saint realm expert that was skilled in movement techniques. Otherwise, even a saint realm expert would be inferior to that young man called Zilong. The desolate body is at least in the range of grade 8, or even stronger. Meng Lu stared at the young man calmly. He knew how powerful the young man was. Apart from second brother, it will be difficult for the rest of us to defeat him. The corner of Sakura's mouth revealed a trace of battle intent. Ever since Lin Ling gave him the Nether Dragon Companion liquid, his strength and talent had greatly increased, so he didn't fear the #1 half-step saint stage genius of the Yen province. Lost to the triplets? Young master, in the divine dreamland, that triplet fellow was killed by me. Do Afterimage seemed to have thought of something and suddenly reminded him. Lin Ling nodded in realization. At that time, they were fighting for the boat of gods. Then, a young man appeared and attacked Lin Ling, but he was killed by Do Afterimage. If he remembered correctly, that was the #1 half-step saint stage genius of the Yen province, the triplets, and Zilong was defeated by him. Zilong, if you have the ability, don't use that extreme weapon of yours. Let's see who's stronger. Haha, Yi Ling Tian, even if I don't use an extreme weapon, with my talent and strength, defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand. At this moment, the two number one geniuses of the Divine Prefecture were tit for tat. Hey, you guys seem to be ignoring me. Not to be outdone, Xia Tianyi said in a cold voice. The two geniuses of the Divine Prefecture had obviously heard of this person, so they didn't underestimate him. Perhaps among the half-step saints present today, he was the only one who could be taken seriously. Xianxia family, although you have some ability, if we really fight, you're not my match. Within 100 moves, who knows who will win and who will lose, but within 1,000 moves, you'll lose. Zilong said lightly, his words mixed with confidence. Within 1,000 moves, who knows who will win and who will lose. However, Xia Tianyi wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Whoosh, the three of them were undoubtedly the focus of attention, but soon, a strong wind blew. Then, a woman in a black dress stepped on the strong wind and appeared before everyone's eyes at the speed of 80 worlds, although the speed of 80 worlds was slightly weaker than Zilong's, compared to the other youths, it was still far beyond them. So strong, who is this beauty? Iyuru, the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. She's one of the few in the Dragon Clan who has a human form and the aura of a dragon. Moreover, she's a true disciple of Miao Shen. In the past, I saw her walking very close to Yeshue. Bloodline of the Dragon Clan? At present, apart from Iyuru, there's also someone called Longyang who has a human form and the aura of a dragon. She's also very powerful. It's not just the two of them. I heard that the son of the demon also has the aura of a dragon. The son of the demon doesn't count. He's a member of the God-Slayer Alliance. He's someone we have to look up to. How can we compare to him? There was a lot of discussion. Lin Ling looked at Iyura curiously and said lightly, the aura of the nether dragon. Second brother, I've also noticed it. Sakura had also used the nether dragon's half-life liquid, so he naturally felt it too. At the same time, the black-robed woman also looked at Lin Ling's side. She seemed to have sensed something and immediately smiled at Lin Ling and Zilong. This smile shocked everyone. They all looked at Lin Ling's side and found that there was no outstanding person. Could it be an illusion? Even Zilong and Yi Lingtian's experts looked at Lin Ling but quickly shook their heads. It's you guys? On the contrary, Xia Tianyi recognized Lin Ling's group and walked over with a hearty laugh. I didn't expect to have a chance to see you guys again after we parted last time. Sigh, after we parted last time, I wanted to look for you guys. Unfortunately, I was hit by a stick and fainted on the spot. Despicable son of the demon and son of bone, it's them. Xia Tianyi shouted as he walked. Lin Ling and the rest smiled bitterly. This guy still didn't know that they were the ones who hit him. However, when Xia Tianyi walked over like this, it caused many people to look over. This made Lin Ling and the rest somewhat unhappy. They were here to avoid the limelight and not to show off. With Xia Tianyi doing this, they had no choice. But to show off, they hoped that no one would recognize them, but luckily, 9 regions was very big. Many people had heard of the son of the demon, but very few had seen him. Damn, speaking of the son of the demon, I'm filled with anger. Look at the bumps on my head. They haven't disappeared yet. There are 2 of them. That guy is really ruthless. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Xia Tianyi showed the 2 bumps on his head. Sakura and the rest were tongue-tied. Lin Ling was speechless. Xia Tianyi, who are these guys? They aren't strong. You even know such ants? This doesn't seem to be your style. Crystal ball test. They are my brothers in the Grand Change Nebula sect. Brother, protect them. Attacking them is the same as attacking me. Unexpectedly, Xia Tianyi walked out, patted his chest and said, everyone's expression changed slightly. They were a little envious of Lin Ling and the others. This was because even though they had powerful escorts with them, their escorts were not allowed to enter the Great Change Nebula sect. Therefore, if they were humiliated in the sect, they could only rely on the people around them. Interesting. If I have the chance to meet them, I will teach them a lesson. Zilong suddenly smiled. Only they were not afraid of Xia Tianyi. How dare you? Xia Tian immediately roared, dong dong dong. However, at this moment, the ancient bell rang. It was only one sound, but it echoed through the green mountains that were connected to each other. Endless echoes immediately appeared. There was a fairy in everyone's mind that seemed to have been electrocuted. Only Lin Ling, who had a strong defense, remained unmoved. However, he was slightly shocked and said, "The power of rank. A bell has the power of rank. The Grand Change Nebula sect is stronger than I thought." At the same time, an old voice sounded, "Dear heavens of Jiuzhou, thank you for choosing Grand Change Nebula sect. Let's begin the assessment. If you pass, you will become a citizen of Yen State. From now on, you can enter and leave Yen State at will. If you fail, you will have to leave and come back next year." Everyone was in high spirits. In fact, the purpose of these young geniuses coming to the Great Change Nebula sect was not only to attend the Martial Ancestors Forum discussion, but also to obtain the identity of the Yen province. Not just anyone could come to the Yen State. Experts like Afterimage could only stay for a short period of time, not including the people of this miracle continent. Talent test. Those with 5 rays of light pass. At the same time, a meteor shower fell from the sky and landed on the ground, turning into transparent glass balls. Lin Ling, hurry up and get the glazed balls. These glazed balls have to be handed over in an hour. Uncle Master he also walked over quickly and exhorted, "This is a test of talent. Those without a desolate body will definitely encounter a powerful attack when holding the ball. As for those with a desolate body, the ball will acknowledge their existence. However, if they cannot make the glass ball emit 5 beams of light, they will also be eliminated." Hearing that, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others hurried forward. In the Green Mountain, there was chaos as well. All the young men were fighting for the glazed balls. "Get lost, I saw it first. What are you in such a hurry for? There are so many of these colored glass balls. Are you afraid there won't be any left? I like it. What can you do about it?" It was related to whether or not they could become a citizen of the Yen State, so everyone was a little restless. Lin Ling and the others repeatedly tried to pick up the glazed balls, but they were all snatched away by others. In the end, Lin Ling and the others' expressions turned cold, and they decided to erupt with a portion of their strength. "Get out of here." Someone immediately wanted to snatch the crystal ball that he had just taken a fancy to. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Lin Ling immediately looked over. The young man smiled disdainfully and turned back to look at Lin Ling. However, the next moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. In Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a terrifying scene. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. There was the illusion god, the dragon god, and the 4 ferocious creatures. Here. The young man retreated. As for Lin Ling, he retracted his gaze and picked up a few glazed balls. He handed them to Sakura and the others and then left the crowd. At this moment, at the edge of the Green Mountain, those who had obtained the glazed balls sat down cross-legged and used their desolate bodies to activate the glazed balls. Bang, some people failed. Without a desolate body, they were sent flying by the glazed ball's feedback and were directly eliminated. Some people who had cultivated for more than 2,500 years were also directly eliminated. Seeing this, Sakura and the others became nervous. This was because if Lin Ling entered the Yen State and they failed, it would be ugly. Therefore, they had to work harder. As for Meng Lu, he held the glazed ball in his hand and closed his eyes. Immediately, the originally transparent glazed ball turned pitch black. Ghostly aura rippled and the scene of the demon god's tomb appeared. At the same time, the glazed ball bloomed with 7 beams of light. This meant that he had a 7th grade desolate body. "You actually improved your desolate body by so much after returning home." Seeing this, Sakura cried out in surprise and also activated the glazed ball. Moments later, 6 beams of light bloomed, making him chuckle. As for Lin Ling, he sat cross-legged and also looked at the glazed ball. "Brother, can you see your talent from this?" Beside him, Xiaoyu leaned forward and curiously stared at the glazed ball. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "This thing seems to be made from a boulder left behind from the era of the gods. It can indeed see one's talent." Hurry. Xiaoyu wants to see your brother's talent. Hurry. Xiaoyu had the heart of a child and was curious about everything. "All right." Lin Ling immediately nodded. Closing his eyes, he activated his talent. The glazed ball immediately emitted 5 beams of flame, representing a 5th grade desolate body. However, this was not the end. Lin Ling was still activating his talent, causing a dragon god to appear in the glazed ball. It continued to roar and another 5 beams of light bloomed. Beside him, Xiaoyu immediately exclaimed. Furthermore, this was not the end, a ferocious creature appeared in the glazed ball. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to devour the world. It was a realm-devouring beast. Another 5 beams of light appeared. This meant that among Lin Ling's 4 dantians, 3 of them were 5th-grade desolate bodies. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and could not help but be surprised. Following that, his expression changed and he quickly retracted all his power. He only allowed the glazed ball to release its fire elemental talent. This was because he did not expect the glazed ball to be so powerful that it could detect everything about him, and the 3 desolate bodies were all 5th grade, which added up to a 5th grade desolate body. This would definitely alarm the Grand Change Nebula sect. At this moment, he did not want to be in the limelight. In fact, he was indeed alarmed. At this moment, in the upper echelons of the Grand Change Nebula sect, there was a void filled with bamboo slips. A large number of elders sat quietly. They looked at the bamboo slips that filled the sky as if they were investigating something. TSK, a 7th grade desolate body has appeared. I have an 8th grade one here. Heavens, a 9th grade one has appeared here. Those old men all smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, one of the elders' expression changed greatly. He pointed at one of the bamboo slips and exclaimed. Ah. This sudden exclamation completely frightened the surrounding people. Elder Hu, why are you so surprised? Everyone looked over with resentment. I just saw a 5th grade desolate body. The elder began to speak incoherently, his words silenced the void. There was a 5th grade desolate body in the land of the 9 prefectures? This must be a joke. According to logic, if it exceeded the 10th grade, it would be an ultimate desolate body. Elder Hu, you must be seeing things. Everyone shook their heads. Do you think someone with the heavenly tiger sacred realm physique would be seeing things? Elder Hu immediately retorted, causing everyone to frown. This was indeed impossible. The long march of the starry sky. How would I know? The feedback from the bamboo scroll is that there are indeed 15 lights. Furthermore, the lights are all different. Tell me, if this person has different desolate bodies, is it possible to have a 5th grade desolate body when added together? It's indeed possible. That's not right. How can a warrior have so many desolate bodies? It's too heaven-defying. Instantly, the elders were confused. A 5th grade desolate body seemed impossible, but having 3 5th grade desolate bodies was also impossible. Finally, they could only stare at the bamboo scroll, wanting to know who the owner of the bamboo scroll was. However, Lin Ling had already thrown away the glass ball from before and found a new one. As for the group of elders in the void, they were still staring at the bamboo scroll, but in the end, their eyes hurt and they could not see anything. This must be a disciple of constellation clouds. His talent barely qualifies. The other 2 are not bad. One is a 6th grade and the other is a 7th grade. Instead, in a corner, 2 elders looked at the bamboo scroll and said, "Sigh, such talent does not catch Master's eye." Following that, they ignored the bamboo scroll and treated it as the most ordinary thing in the assessment. Those who have 5 lights have successfully passed the first assessment. The second assessment is the long march of the starry sky. Remember, you only have 2 hours. Before the time is up, you must traverse the myriad of worlds and find a token that belongs to you. Of course, if you are confident in yourself, you can go to the end. There is a source of life there that can greatly increase your strength. Of course, the long march of the starry sky also has fey beasts. They are estimated to be at the peak of the half-saint realm. There are also weaker ones. If you know you are no match for them, you can think of ways to escape. Furthermore, there are stellar stones in the starry sky. They are treasures used to refine extreme weapons. If you can obtain them, they will be yours. If you pass this major assessment, you can also become a citizen of the Yen state. When the voice drifted out, those who had passed the test were all excited. Source of life? Sakura was very interested in the ultimate treasure. TSK, this is a treasure slightly weaker than the nether dragon's half-life liquid. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lin Ling, this treasure belongs to us. Dreamflow licked his lips, but Linling smiled and said, "The long march of the nebula is all about speed, and there are many people here who aren't weak in terms of speed. Therefore, I'll leave the source of life to you. You guys go and get the stellar stone." "All right." Dreamflow and the others nodded. "Brother." Xiaoyu tugged at Linling's clothes. Linling smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, you won't be able to enter the nebula expedition. Follow old Do. Big brother will be out in 2 hours." "All right." Xiaoyu nodded obediently. She hugged the little rabbit and held the little deer as she waited for Linling to wake up. As for the others, their eyes flickered strangely. Clearly, they were all very interested in the source of life. As expected of a big sect in the Yen state. If such a treasure were placed in other divine prefectures, it would be regarded as a regional treasure. However, the Grand Change Nebula sect is using it as a reward. They are a sect left behind from the era of gods. The treasures they obtained during the era of gods far exceed our imaginations. There is no comparison. The source of life belongs to me. After a huge black hole appeared in the sky, the young men were in high spirits as they rushed into it, so did Linling and the others. The black hole was like a universe with a myriad of worlds. It was like another 9 prefectures. However, Linling knew that this was just a means of a martial ancestor expert. Unless Linling used the deity's formation, he would not be able to break this means. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, in the pitch-black void, the people started to rush forward. Some of them were lucky enough to get their own tokens and pass the test smoothly. However, they still wanted to get more rewards, so they continued to rush forward. There were 50 realm speed, 60 realm speed, and even 70 realm speed. This kind of speed could be said to be unique among the Sage-to-be realm. Linling and the others followed behind the crowd leisurely. They were not in a hurry. After an unknown period of time, when there were fewer and fewer people around, Linling and the other 2 looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's go." Linling's 70 realm speed had not reached the peak. Sakra's speed was the slowest, 50 realm speed. As for Dreamflow, 60 realm speed. "Linling, let's get a token first." Dreamflow was secretly surprised by Linling's speed, but he still spoke up. Linling nodded. They wildly dashed through the pitch-black void. Before long, he found his own token. Next was Sakura and the others. With a token in hand, they had passed, but Linling and the others weren't willing to stop here. "Let's go and get more star stones. Hide your identity and don't show off." "Okay." The 3 of them put on large cloaks and concealed their auras. Then, they madly dashed forwards. Before long, a great battle appeared in front of them. This was because a human-sized starstone had appeared. 2 groups of people were competing for it. One side had over a dozen people and the other side only had a single person. Attack. Follow the plan of the divine dreamland. Linling's eyes shined with a sharp light. He immediately attacked the strongest person. With the tyrant song sword in hand, the divinity and demon body erupted. This sword was like the era of gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strongest youth didn't think that someone would sneak up on him. His head was smashed and a small bump floated out. He struggled to turn his head and look at the cloaked Linling Mother *****. "Is it you again? In the divine dreamland, in the flame state, why do you always sneak up on me?" As he finished speaking, he fainted. "Damn, it's Xia Tianyi again." Not too far away, Sakura cried out in alarm. Dreamflow was dumbfounded. Linling was speechless. What, him again? This was the 3rd time. "Brother Tianyi, I'm sorry. If there is a chance next time, I, Linling, will return your favor." Then, Linling began to attack the remaining people. With their strength, they were no different from hungry wolves jumping into a flock of sheep. After 3 incense sticks of time, everyone was knocked unconscious and their harvests were seized by Linling and the others. There was no time to lose. Linling and the others once again set foot on their journey. They plundered everything along the way and seized a massive number of stellar stones. Although these treasures could be used to temper extreme tools, to Linling, they could also enhance the strength of his divinity and demon body. He had already treated his mortal body as a treasure to temper. "Linling, we've already obtained many stellar stones. You can go to the finish line now. The remaining stellar stones will be seized by me and Sakura." Dreamflow's voice carried a trace of excitement. He knew that following Lin Ling, life would be extraordinary. Alright. Lin Ling finally erupted with a formidable speed, reaching 90 worlds of speed. This fellow. Seeing this, Dreamflow was startled. His speed isn't just this. Sakura had already experienced Lin Ling's speed, so he was accustomed to it. Where did Lin Ling go during this time? How did his strength increase so much? I can never catch up to him, and I am the young master of the Gravekeeper race. Dreamflow was clearly struck. Young master? Roast a pig, hurry up and get to work. Unfortunately, Sakura didn't give him any face. A great battle against the realm-swallowing beast. What is this? What incredible speed. I can't see it at all. The young geniuses that Lin Ling passed by all had their mouths agape. It's at least 90 world speed. One of the black-clothed women said with a frown. She was Yu Rou. Then, she waved her hands to create a barrier. She wanted to freeze time and see who was coming, however, it was useless. The speed of this person seemed to be faster than time. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Ling was running madly, surpassing many young geniuses in the 9 provinces. Not long after, 2 people finally appeared in front of them. One was Zi Long, and the other was Ji Ling Tian. They were actually the last ones to walk. Their speed was clearly the fastest among everyone present. However, the arrival of Lin Ling from behind immediately gave them a fright. Among so many young people this year, there was actually someone who could reach the speed of 90 realms. Who are you, sir? The purple dragon said angrily, as if the light that belonged to him had been snatched away by someone else. Someone you need to look up to. Lin Ling glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. The rain technique descended like a storm. The power of cultivation level was extremely terrifying. 120 world speed erupted, then, it turned into a beautiful afterimage and shot past the 2 of them. The 2 of them were dumbstruck. They looked at each other, only to see the shock in each other's eyes. Weren't they the strongest half-saints among the geniuses of the 9 prefectures? But who was this person who suddenly ran over? While they were still in disbelief, Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance. If it were anyone else, they would need half a day to reach the end of this long journey. However, for Lin Ling, an hour was more than enough. With his current speed, if he wanted to travel through the eastern, western, southern, and southern realms, this would undoubtedly save a lot of time. At the same time, the surroundings began to change quietly. Ancient stone tablets floated in the void, as if they were rocks left behind by the gods. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Activating his myriad mammoth magic eyes, he could vaguely make out a huge city wall up ahead. The city wall blocked off the path ahead, and within the city wall was a green jade bottle. The origin of life. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. However, he was also a little shocked. That wall was simply too huge. Only a martial ancestor-level expert could set up such a wall in the starry sky. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot forward. At the same time, in the void of the Great Change Nebula sect, the old men smiled. Amazing. In such a short time, someone actually reached the finish line. It seems like there are good seedlings among the geniuses of the 9 prefectures this time. I think it should be Purple Dragon. That guy has the desolate lightning physique, one of the 100 great bloodlines. Speed is his forte. Perhaps, he's still hiding his strength in this assessment. You want to know his strength? Then release a stronger demonic beast. Finally, an old man said as he stroked his beard. Everyone nodded their heads. Although they couldn't see who was at the finish line, they guessed that it must be Purple Dragon. Okay, I've released it. After a while, another person said with a smile. His words made the old man look at him. When they saw the black bamboo slip in his hand, the old men's faces changed drastically. Elder Hu, don't tell me you've released that demonic beast. Yes, don't you want to see his strength? Oh my god, although that demonic beast is still in its growth stage, its strength is comparable to that of a second heaven sage. You're going to kill Purple Dragon. Ah, didn't you ask me to release it? What should we do now? What else can we do? I hope Purple Dragon can sense the aura of that demonic beast and leave the finish line immediately. Sighs could be heard one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling wasn't really vigilant at the finish line. because he'd heard that the dangers he encountered on the starry sky journey were at most at the peak of the half-saint realm. So, he was obviously not afraid of such strength, therefore, he quickly went to the spring of life and collected the treasure. Then, he turned around and left. However, the walls had turned pitch black all of a sudden. A strong murderous aura was emitted from the walls. When Lin Ling rushed forward, something strange happened. A huge mouth appeared and tried to swallow Lin Ling. The mouth was also pitch black. If one didn't look carefully, they would think it was a starry sky. However, Lin Ling reacted quickly. After his expression changed, he immediately burst out with speed and frantically retreated. Then, he stared at the huge mouth and couldn't help but curse, realm-devouring beast? Who the F***ck said that there are only demonic beasts at the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm in the Starry Sky expedition? He was extremely depressed at the moment. He couldn't figure out what had happened. However, the realm-devouring beast didn't give Lin Ling time to think. It was like a black sea rolling and trying to swallow Lin Ling. The asterisk starred. Lin Ling cursed angrily and unleashed his rain technique. Only then did he manage to avoid the gigantic mouth. He couldn't help but feel annoyed because the realm-devouring beast was immortal. For so many years, he had seen countless realm-devouring beasts, but he had only seen one corpse horror in Qingzhou's Grand Court Commandery, Rumble. The realm-devouring beast seemed determined to swallow Lin Ling. Obviously, it had sensed the ominous aura hidden in Lin Ling's body. Most importantly, the area within the wall was very small. Therefore, as time passed, Lin Ling became more and more dangerous. Oh no! At the same time, Lin Ling screamed because he had been sealed by the Black Sea. There was no way to escape. Instead, a huge mouth directly swallowed him whole. This was the first time he had been swallowed by the realm-devouring beast. Fight! Lin Ling was in the body of the realm-devouring beast. He let out a roar. He didn't die when he destroyed the god. How could he die in the mouth of the realm-devouring beast? Plus, was it the only realm-devouring beast? He used all of his godly demon body. He also used the talent of the realm-devouring beast to fight back. In the body of the realm-devouring beast, a mysterious black substance spread out. It seemed to be able to corrode any power. That was why the realm-devouring beast was so scary. However, after Lin Ling's realm-devouring beast burst out, the black substance ignored Lin Ling. It was as if it recognized Lin Ling's existence, although Lin Ling didn't know why it was like that. At this moment, he would definitely fight back with all his might. The time and space tablet descended and smashed into the body of the realm-devouring beast. It caused the Black Sea to become even more turbulent. The Tyrant Song sword appeared, and Lin Ling kept slashing. The steps of the demon sword actually separated the Black Sea, but then, Lin Ling discovered that in the Black Sea, there was something floating. Upon closer inspection, it was a calf-sized aphid. It was a product of the realm-devouring beast's body. It was said that it could refine and swallow everything. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Who would swallow who? Although Lin Ling had 120 world speed, he could not unleash this speed in the body of the realm-swallowing beast. At the critical moment, Lin Ling shouted, "1,000 transformations." Countless Lin Ling appeared, attracting the attention of the aphids. Using this opportunity, Lin Ling kept slashing with his sword, killing the aphids. However, there were too many aphids. There were still aphids entangling Lin Ling, and a sharp mouth pierced towards Lin Ling's body. This change was too sudden, and Lin Ling could not react in time. Dragon Bone. However, Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and a sharp light bloomed. Ka. Terrifying physical strength erupted, and the dragon bone formed a strong defense, blocking the sharp mouth. If the mouth entered Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling would be sucked clean. After blocking the sharp mouth, Lin Ling unleashed all his strength, and his 4 dantians merged with his body. Boom, a terrifying thing happened. The aphids, which were the size of calves, were crushed by Lin Ling. Smelly black blood splattered all over Lin Ling. The sword god is coming. At the same time, Lin Ling slashed with his sword, cutting all the aphids that tried to pounce on him in half. Using this opportunity, he rushed forward. The surrounding illusions were also swallowed by the aphids, and Lin Ling became more and more anxious. Slash. At this moment, Lin Ling could only rush forward, cutting open the Black Sea. In the end, even little Kunlun appeared, forming a sharp vine array around Lin Ling, cutting everything. However, little Kunlun's appearance did not help much. because the surrounding Black Sea was swallowing little Kunlun. Obviously, Lin Ling had a fierce aura, so he was only afraid of the aphids. However, little Kunlun was not. Little Kunlun, come back now. Lin Ling made the call, and he had no choice but to use the catastrophe-destroying Sunbow. He had already made up his mind. If he could not get out of the world-swallowing beast's body, then he would risk his life to activate the true inheritance dark sword. Xiao. Xiao, xiao. 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 The Black Sea was stirred up and scattered, revealing a large space. Suddenly, Lin Ling saw a black sarcoma in the center of the space. It was like a heart. Is this the heart of the realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling's expression changed. He did not care whether he guessed it or not. He pounced on the sarcoma, and then he slashed. In an instant, the entire black ocean started to shake, and numerous cries of pain resounded. Lin Ling knew that he had made the right bet. We are both realm-swallowing beasts. If you want to swallow me, why don't I swallow you? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He chopped the black tumor into pieces and stuffed them all into his mouth. The taste was bloody, and Lin Ling almost vomited, but he knew that this was more precious than the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast, so he forced himself to swallow it. It had to be said that the sarcoma was disgusting, but the effect was very obvious. Lin Ling felt a mysterious power surging into his limbs and bones. It made the murderous aura move. Boom, he could not help it. It was as if something in his body had exploded. His whole body exploded. At the same time, in the Black Sea, a mud appeared. Its giant mouth was moving. It was a new one of the four great murderous beasts, the realm-swallowing beast. *T, I have completely become a realm-swallowing beast. The scariest thing was that the realm-swallowing beast was speaking in human language, and he was Lin Ling. Looking at the Black Sea around him, he saw that it had dried up and turned into gray rocks. It was like the city wall that Lin Ling saw in Qing State's Grand Court County. This was the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast. I have become a realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling was still in shock. Could it be that he was going to swallow 10,000 worlds, or even Jiuzhou? After the shock, he could not help but feel happy. But thinking of the test, he knew that now was not the time to check on the realm-swallowing beast. How can I change back? Lin Ling muttered to himself. As if it knew what he was thinking, the black mud began to change. It turned into a human shape and gradually became Lin Ling's silhouette. I have returned to my original body. Lin Ling was suddenly happy. Looking at his naked body, he knew that the flesh and blood of this body had turned into that of the realm-swallowing beast, and the bones were dragon bones. Then, he took out his clothes and put them on. He quickly left the place. When he was outside, he saw that the entire giant realm-swallowing beast had turned into rock. Realm-swallowing beast corpse horror. Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. But after estimating the time, he reluctantly gave up on the corpse horror, because he needed to collect the corpse horror. It would take some time. Moreover, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the Grand Change Nebula sect if he swallowed the realm-swallowing beast, so, he burst out at full speed and rushed toward the exit. After half an hour, he finally saw the scattered people leaving toward the exit. This let Lin Ling know that he had finally made it. He slowed down and followed the crowd toward the exit. At the moment, under the Green Mountain, there was a lot of noise. Some people had obviously passed, and some had failed. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, a voice came from afar. It was Dream Flow. Seeing this, Lin Ling blinked and walked over in an extremely low-key manner. Did you get the token? Uncle He also walked over and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Haha, that's great. This also allows me to account to Senior Xing. Congratulations to the three of you for becoming citizens of the Yen State. The citizens of the Yen State have an outstanding status in the 9 states. With this status alone, other than the Yen State and the Miao State, no one in the 9 states would dare to provoke you. Even the Emperor God is no exception. Martial Uncle He said with a smile. Then, he left after giving some instructions. It seemed like he had some matters to attend to. Thank you, Uncle He. Lin Ling and the others immediately bowed. They could tell that Uncle Master He was taking good care of them for Xianxia's sake. No need. Your master saved me once in the past. Today, I am repaying his kindness. Rest for a while. I will take care of everything for you. Uncle, he replied faintly from afar. After he left, Sakura and Dream Flow winked at Lin Ling, and so did Lin Ling. How's the Star Stone? Hee, don't worry. We took a lot. We won't let you down. What about the Source of Life? Got it. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Sakura and Dream Flow were obviously excited. Dream Flow asked curiously, you surpassed Zilong and the others? You reached the end faster than them? Or did you get it during the battle? Those guys aren't much of a threat to me, but this is the end point. Speaking of this, Lin Ling was obviously angry. Grand Change Nebula sect is lying. This end is not a demonic beast of the half-step saint realm, but a demonic beast of the sage realm. A demonic beast of the sage realm? What is that? Sakura and Dream Flow were shocked. Realm-devouring beast. New heavenly court. That's not true. The beast swallowed me, but I swallowed it instead. Lin Ling shook his head. Silence. Meng Lu and Meng Lu were dead silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. This guy even killed the realm-swallowing beast, that was too fierce. Congratulations, congratulations. You've crossed the 10,000 worlds and reached the end in 2 hours. You're indeed the #1 sage to be genius of the Yen state. At this moment, an old man with his hands behind his back walked out from the crowd with a smile on his face. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of passing the test, but after hearing those words, their expressions changed greatly. Could it be that the purple dragon had reached the end? One had to know that they were also transmigrating through the starry sky, but in the end, they didn't even touch the hair of the destination. As expected of Zilong, everyone looked at Zilong. Unexpectedly, the other party's expression was extremely ugly. He said angrily, Senior, I didn't go to the end. What? Hearing that, the old man's expression changed. He looked at Yi Ling Tian and asked, Did you escape from the mouth of the realm-swallowing beast? Senior, it wasn't me either. Yi Ling Tian's expression also turned ugly. It felt as if this senior was teasing them. It was because they weren't #1 at all. Instead, they saw an arrogant person pass by in front of them and seize #1. Ah. The old man's expression changed again. Then, he transmitted his voice, Senior brothers, please go to the finish line and take a look. I think the #1 mystery chaser is in trouble. As soon as the voice was transmitted, the old man in the void also sensed that something was wrong. Could the mysterious #1 have been swallowed by the realm-swallowing beast? They hurriedly rushed into the starry sky, and a moment later, they appeared at the end. Then, all of them fell silent, because an enormous corpse terror had appeared there. Did someone kill the realm-swallowing beast? Isn't the truth right in front of us? Do you still need us to explain? Although the realm-swallowing beast at the end is immature, it is still not something a half-step saint can handle. Yes, the realm-swallowing beast's immortal body is very famous in the 10,000 realms. The hearts of the old men began to race. Suddenly, they were filled with curiosity about the person who had killed the realm-swallowing beast. When the news spread, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he swept his gaze towards all the young geniuses as if he wanted to see through all of them. His gaze naturally went past Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling trio concealed themselves very well, resulting in the old man only giving them a cursory glance. In the end, the elder shook his head helplessly. There were too many people, and he couldn't find that ferocious person. However, as long as this powerful man entered the Grand Change Nebula sect, he would be discovered sooner or later. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Next, he was going to arrange positions for the young geniuses in the Great Change Nebula sect. But at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a large number of people appeared in the sky. The young man in the lead wore a green robe, had a sword on his back, and stood on a golden flying dragon as he looked down at the ground below. Shurfilong of the Heavenly Court. The young man glanced at the group of young men in disdain before bowing to the old man. Heavenly Court? The old man immediately frowned. Among the crowd, Lin Ling Trio's expressions changed, and they immediately calmed down. They didn't expect the Heavenly Court to not be destroyed, and they had even found the Great Change Nebula sect. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian knew where they were? However, it was apparent that they were overthinking. Although the heavenly court was destroyed, Master didn't want martial god Qilin to waste his life's efforts, so he rebuilt the heavenly court. The young man said proudly, and the old man nodded his head. With martial god Wen Tian's influence, it was not difficult for him to rebuild the heavenly court. This also meant that the heavenly court was actually destroyed. These people were from the new heavenly court. Then, may I know why you're here? The old man said expressionlessly. We're looking for the son of the demon, young beast, Yi Shui, and Yi Lin Yun. I hope you can inform them when you see them. Master will reward them handsomely. The young man said indifferently. I've never seen them before. The old man's face turned even colder. This young man was only a martial sage. Although he might be powerful, his words were too arrogant. I'm sorry, I'm just doing my job. Since you've never seen them before, we'll have to look for them ourselves. Please forgive us if we've offended you. The young man shook his head and said helplessly. How dare you? The old man shouted angrily. Martial god Wen Tian. To everyone's surprise, the young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward. Although the Great Change Nebula sect was famous in the Yen state, the sect leader was only a martial progenitor. He was no match for martial god Wen Tian, Dong. At that moment, a bell suddenly rang in the endless green mountains. The people of the heavenly court spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces changed greatly. The golden dragon beneath the young man in the lead started to tremble. After all, this was a dragon god from the dragon clan. If you want them, let martial god Wen Tian do it himself. Old man. From the green mountains, an old voice with endless majesty quietly sounded. Hearing this, the heavenly court's faces turned pale. The young man in the lead hurriedly transmitted his voice and seemed to have received a reply. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, Senior, we're not sure that those people are in the Great Change Nebula sect. We're just casually checking. However, we're sure that those people are definitely not here. Since you're so sincere in apologizing, I'll let bygones be bygones. However, I'd like to remind martial god Wen Tian that those people might be in the myriad of worlds. You should look for them there. The Green Mountain spoke again. Thank you, Senior. The people of the heavenly court quickly left. Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were hiding in the Great Change Nebula sect. If they were anywhere else, no one would be able to stop the heavenly court's plundering. Now that the people of the heavenly court had left, they would not be able to guess that they were in the Yen state in the short term. I hope young Master Yao and the others can escape this round. Lin Ling said to himself. His gaze swept across and suddenly fell on a young man. This young man was Yi Ling Tian. He was obviously also exhaling a sigh of relief. This was because his elder brother was Yi Ling Yun, one of the people wanted by the martial god. Alright, don't take what happened before to heart. The heavenly court is just here to go through the motions. Next, I'll arrange for everyone to enter the Great Change Nebula sect and announce your positions. The old man also looked at the crowd. Position? Senior, what's the position? Someone asked curiously. Position. I understand. Everyone nodded their heads one after another, but they still couldn't let it go. It should be known that in the 9 prefectures, each and every one of them was an extremely powerful existence. It would not be difficult for them to become god emperors. But now, they had to work for someone else. This made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Setbacks are necessary if you want to obtain the martial ancestors' Tao discussion. Only a mediocre person would care about such things. Of course. There were also people who were not afraid to work for the Grand Change Nebula sect. Alright, after I tell you my name, you can walk out yourselves. Su Pengfei, Su Yuan, Demon Army Son of Heaven, Tai Wu Zun, go to the back of the mountain to feed the demon beasts. Ah? We feed demonic beasts? Senior, with our status, we can only eat demonic beasts. How dare you? Do you think the demonic beasts of the Grand Change Nebula sect are ordinary demonic beasts? Let me tell you, those demonic beasts are extremely powerful. They are the seeds of the divine era. Each and every one of them can easily devour all of you. Also, are you going or not? Go, go, go. Alright, next, Fairy Shui Hai, Tong Sai, Lu Man, go to Eastern Mountain to plant the Earth Spirit. Senior, what is an earth spirit? It's a kind of natural treasure. To put it bluntly, it's to plant it. Ah, farming? Obviously, although the people present here had strong backgrounds, they were very ordinary in the Great Change Nebula sect. Everything was done by someone else. In this land full of miracles, there was nothing impossible. However, people also noticed that the talented and powerful young geniuses were given very good positions. For example, a person who was given the position of cleaning a martial arts training ground was obviously a good job. The other one was accompanying a martial progenitor realm elder as his servant. What a great job! This made many people envious and jealous. However, those people were not weak at all. Therefore, there was nothing they could do. Motherf *Ker, I'll leave this godforsaken place as soon as I'm done with this. Knowing that he had to work, Sakra's expression also turned unusually ugly. On the other hand, Lin Ling didn't care. However, it was soon time to read the names of Lin Ling and the other two. Their positions were to accompany Marshal Uncle He to watch over the Western Mountains. Obviously, this was another great job. Basically, it was absolutely a great job to follow the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula. For a moment, everyone was even more envious. When they saw that it was Lin Ling and the other two, their eyes turned even redder. Wow, I'm envious. Even Xia Tianyi walked over with 3 small bags on her head and a smile on her face. When they saw him, Lin Ling and the others did not dare to look him in the eye. They could only laugh dryly. The old man finally spoke. What do you want to say? The old man looked at him coldly, causing the young man to stutter. He didn't dare to speak for a while. Go ahead, Sixth Spectre Venerable. What you said is actually what everyone wants to say. However, many people were supporting the young man. The young man finally raised his head and looked at Lin Ling and the other two. He said, the 3 of them only have a 5th grade desolate body. Their cultivation has just reached the 5th heaven of the half-saint realm. I think they should be given some positions. Am I right? Yes. Everyone agreed immediately. In fact, they weren't targeting Lin Ling and the other two. They just wanted to let Lin Ling and the other two get off to a good start. As long as Lin Ling and the other 3 handed over their positions, they could snatch the other good positions. Do you know who the 3 of them are? The old man guessed their thoughts. Their master used to be a member of the Grand Change Nebula sect. In other words, they are half a member of the Grand Change Nebula sect. Do you agree? When their master was working for the Grand Change Nebula sect, you didn't even know where they were. The Grand Change Nebula sect is the fairest. Their master left behind the karma, and they took the karma. Everyone was silent when they heard that. Lin Ling and the other two finally understood that it was Marshal Uncle He who had helped them. Although they couldn't refute him, they wouldn't give up easily. Senior, why don't we do it this way? Let's use strength to determine the winner. Look at some of the talented geniuses from before. They all got good positions. We're convinced of that. However, if those geniuses want to get good positions, they'll have to go through everyone's challenge. The young man said again. Yes, Senior. The Grand Change Nebula sect doesn't raise useless people. We are from various forces in the 9 states. How can we be willing to be inferior to useless people? Senior, please make an exception for us. Voices drifted out from the Green Mountain one after another. Seeing that, the old man frowned. He glanced at the young men who were assigned positions but had average talents. Those young men were also frowning. They were obviously unhappy, but they didn't dare to say anything. Finally, the old man looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, What do you think? Senior, I'm here to learn martial arts. I don't want to challenge you. I don't like fighting. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't agree. It was better to have less trouble than more trouble. Hee, you're afraid. Boy, where are you from? Who is your master? I'm the 6 demons honored son of the Divine Weapon Mansion. If you don't dare to fight, apologize in the name of your master and I'll let it go. Seeing Lin Ling shaking his head, the young man said indifferently. He was trying to provoke him. Lin Ling sneered when he heard that. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, the young man deliberately used the constellation nebula. Although he was trying to provoke him, Lin Ling couldn't help it. Are you sure you want to fight with me? That's right. You can use any weapon. I'll take it. If you're afraid, apologize in the name of your master. Seeing that Lin Ling had relented, the young man smiled proudly. He was afraid that Lin Ling was spineless. Now that Lin Ling had shown his unyielding character, it was great. I'm afraid that you're not a match for me. Lin Ling finally walked out. The crowd immediately roared with laughter. The 6 demons' honored son had a 7th grade desolate body and was at the 7th layer of the half-saint realm. He was the Divine Weapon Mansion's bodyguard and was very famous in the land of the 9 continents. No one knew Lin Ling. He only had a 5th grade desolate body and was at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. How could he be so arrogant? Moreover, even some of the good-looking women were disgusted by Lin Ling. At the beginning, they sympathized with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling said that the young man was not a match for him. This kind of arrogance was undoubtedly the most shameful. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What a stunning punch. Come out. The 6 fiend saint stepped into the Green Mountain. Moreover, with every step he took, he released a powerful desolate physique aura. A black rock snake slithered out from under his feet. It opened its mouth angrily and a wave of ferocious aura surged out like a weak tide. It was the rock god's bloodline, one of the 100 bloodlines. The cultivation of the 7th level of the half-saint realm had arrived. Apparently, he wanted to show Lin Ling the difference between the two of them. After all, his goal was to get the position. He did not want to offend a senior from the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. You are so weak. However, Lin Ling also walked out. He stared at the 6 Reaper Honorable and shook his head in disdain. A simple sentence immediately caused even more people to be dissatisfied. Although the 6 Reaper Honorable was not the most powerful person present, the strength that he had displayed earlier had won everyone's respect. However, Lin Ling only knew how to brag. If their master had not been a member of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect, they would have scolded him. Humph. The 6 Reaper Honorable snorted coldly. He was a proud person who had come to the Yen state. He had never been looked down upon like this before. 6 Reaper Honorable, we support you. Yes. But. Soon, many voices rose up from beneath the Green Mountain, causing 6 Demon Venerable to nod. Then, he turned into a cold beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. If a martial artist's perception was strong, they would be able to see that this was like a snake attacking, incomparably fast. Moreover, the seniors of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect could see that the 6 Reaper Honorable was covered in a grey rock armor. It was formed by his talent. It was extremely powerful. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The desolate body is not bad. However, the most important thing is that this guy's rank strength is extraordinary. He can attack and defend and has reached 70% of his rank strength. Yes. The 6 Reaper Honorable was much stronger than the half-saint realm experts that Lin Ling had seen before. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling. They didn't know how Lin Ling, who was only at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm, would fight back against the 6 Demon Venerable. This was especially true for the geniuses with great backgrounds. They began to assess the situation and realized that the only way to deal with 6 Spectre Venerable's fatal blow was to retreat. However, doing so would weaken their momentum, and they would have to face 6 Spectre Venerable's storm of attacks. However, Lin Ling finally made his move. He did not retreat, nor did he use any martial arts. He stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. Then, he lightly punched out. The fist collided with the rock snake in an instant, causing the air to explode and the Green Mountain to reverberate incessantly. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there like a pine tree. Everyone's pupils immediately trembled violently. So strong. The 6 Demons Venerable's complexion also changed slightly. He had discovered that Lin Ling's innate talent was fire attribute after he had exchanged a blow with Lin Ling. It didn't seem very strong on the surface, but the density of his boundary essence was beyond his imagination. It didn't seem like a 5th level half-saint at all. Again. Of course, the 9 prefectures' geniuses who could appear here naturally wouldn't be easily defeated. The 6 demons Venerable slithered like a snake, causing a huge grey whirlpool. Upon closer inspection, it was a rock whirlpool. Although you have some ability, I have the rock god's bloodline. My defense is extremely strong, so I might not be able to defeat you in one move. However, after 10 or 100 moves, you will definitely reveal your flaws. In the air, the ferocious aura was extremely terrifying. A fatal blow appeared behind Lin Ling and shot towards Lin Ling. Bang! A dull sound was heard. What everyone expected did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He lightly punched out and blocked the fatal blow once again. How is this possible? This time, it was impossible for people not to be shocked. One had to know that not many people in the late stage of the half-saint realm would dare to easily receive a blow from the 6 demons venerable. If one encountered a warrior with a desolate body below the 5th grade, even a peak half-saint would lose to the 6 demons venerable. Bang! 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 However, nothing was impossible for Lin Ling facing the 6 demons venerable's attacks. Lin Ling had blocked all of them. The 6 demons venerable even saw Lin Ling block his attacks with one hand behind his back. Is the 6 demons venerable going to be defeated? Many people exclaimed secretly. In fact, even the 6 demons venerable was secretly feeling uneasy. Oh no, what is this person's strength? Why can't I take him down even though my talent and cultivation level are higher than his? Most importantly, I have 70% of my cultivation level power. Lin Ling spoke at this moment. You have made so many moves previously. It should be my turn now. I will defeat you with one punch. Lin Ling retracted his left fist as though it was an arrow that was about to leave the bow. Not good. Although Lin Ling looked very ordinary and his realm essence was not turbulent, the 6 demons venerable did not dare to underestimate him. Suddenly, grey rocks appeared all over his body and he turned into an ancient divine mountain. Defeat him with one punch? That's impossible. Many people were shaking their heads, but they couldn't be sure because they had all witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous feats before. At the same time, Lin Ling also threw out a punch. However, it was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. At the beginning, there was fire elemental boundary energy spreading out. However, when it got close to the grey rock, a terrifying thing finally happened. An incomparably ferocious aura erupted like a ferocious beast. This made Lin Ling's punch faster and more powerful. The combination of his physical strength and the 4 dantians formed a punch that could destroy 10,000 worlds. Boom! The grey rocks were shaken by the punch. Inside the rocks, the 6 demons venerable's expression changed drastically. He felt an unparalleled force colliding with his body. He could not resist at all. This was not the strength of a half-step saint, but the strength of a saint. Ka, ka. Ka, ka. Cracks began to appear on the grey rocks. Then, a figure flew out and smashed into the green hills in the distance, causing the hills to shake. Under the green hills, there was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that Lin Ling, who was only a half-step saint, would win in such an easy way. He defeated the 6 demons venerable with only one arm. Even the eyes of the seniors of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect flickered. Previously, Lin Ling had burst out with ferocious aura. Could it be that he had practiced a technique related to ferocious aura? Or, could it be that he was hiding some other talent that was related to ferocious aura? Most importantly, they did not understand why Lin Ling's punch was so powerful. Could it be the strength of his physical body? But during the assessment of the glaze ball, this guy only had the talent of fire element, right? Who else is not convinced? At this moment, under the green hills, Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, but no one spoke. Everyone was silent. The reason was that the 6 demons venerable was ranked among the top. Now that he had been defeated, it was meaningless for others to challenge him. Most importantly, Lin Ling had defeated the 6 demons venerable with only one arm. Perhaps, his full strength was in that arm, or perhaps, he did not use his full strength at all. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Tai martial ancestor, Lin Ling did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the 6 Reaper honored master would not have been defeated so easily. Seeing that no one answered him, Lin Ling turned around and left. He glanced at the 6 Reaper honored master and said, I have said that you will not be able to withstand a single blow from me unless you reach the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm. The 6 Reaper honored master spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned grey. He had been able to come to the flame state because of his strength. He had developed an arrogant character. Now, his arrogance had been suppressed by Su Mo. Indeed, in the continent of miracles, miracles were born all the time. The Green Mountain was silent. Only Meng Lu and the rest smiled. They were not surprised by the outcome. In fact, if they had gone up against Sumo, they would have won too. However, they would not have won as easily and beautifully as Lin Ling. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge him? The old man asked. However, after the incident with Lin Ling, everyone was much more cautious and fell silent for a moment. This caused those who had been given good positions but were not powerful to look at Lin Ling gratefully. Since there is no one else, please follow me in. In the end, the old man led everyone into the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Wow, I did not expect you to be so powerful. Xia Tianyi followed Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling as if it was the first time she had met him. She looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Lin Ling smiled and said, I was just lucky. Lin Ling felt guilty for attacking Xia Tianyi 3 times and knocking her out. If he had the chance, he would like to make it up to her. Hee, congratulations, congratulations. After entering the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Martial Uncle he walked over and led Lin Ling and the rest forward. They had been assigned to guard the West Mountain. This area was relatively remote, and there were many demonic beasts. Moreover, they were all the seeds of deities. Lin Ling and the other 2 followed Martial Uncle he to live on top of a mountain peak. There was an ancient stone sword stabbed into the mountain peak. This sword was extraordinary and could intimidate all the demonic beasts. As for guarding, there was nothing to guard. To put it bluntly, it was indeed a good job. This good job used to belong to your master. After he left, it was left to me. Since you are here, you can see where your master grew up. Martial Uncle he looked at Lin Ling and the rest and started introducing the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, Lin Ling and the others were here to seek refuge. They did not plan to stay here for too long, so they quickly dealt with the situation. At night, Uncle Master he left. Lin Ling and the other 2 stayed in the small house at the top of the mountain. Looking at the moon in the sky, they realized that the Yen state seemed to be closer to the moon. Even the sky was filled with the aura of a god. What a clean sky. The miracle mainland, the godly mainland, is indeed extraordinary. Meng Lu and Sakura said. Lin Ling smiled and then took out the spring of life. Meng Lu and the rest also took out a large number of star stones. To Lin Ling's surprise, the amount of star stones Meng Lu and the rest had plundered was beyond his imagination. Equally. The 3 of them looked at each other and were all excited. Lin Ling asked for the most star stones, so he gave out more spring of life. After dividing the treasures, the 3 of them began to cultivate. Although they were safe now, no one could guarantee when the heavenly court would find them. Therefore, improving their strength was the most important thing. After Lin Ling entered the house, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to cultivate, he found that the moonlight shone through the window and a large number of words were written on the wall. Work hard. It was a very simple word, but it covered the entire room. Is this written by Master? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Finally, he saw a line of words in the corner of the house. It turned out that Xianxia used to be a very ordinary person in the Grand Change Nebula sect. However, he made a great contribution during the demonic beast tide and was praised by his master. Then, he was specially trained. At that time, Xianxia went from an unknown existence to a meteoric rise. However, during an extremely important mission, Xianxia disappointed master. He was defeated and returned. Since then, he suffered a disastrous decline. In the end, he left the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect in disappointment. I didn't expect Master to have such a story in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Lin Ling thought to himself. Suddenly, he was curious about the sect leader of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Of course, he didn't think too much about it and quickly cultivated. The heart of the realm-devouring beast that he had obtained in the starry sky was now being refined by Lin Ling. The ferocious aura on his body became more intense. He could transform into the realm-devouring beast. His physical strength was also increasing crazily. In the end, it increased to the power of 800 worlds. His speed also reached the speed of 90 worlds. If he used the rain technique, he could reach the speed of 140 worlds. As for the talent of the realm-devouring beast, it had entered the 9th grade. Apparently, the talent of devouring its own kind was really terrifying. This made Lin Ling happy. immediately, he started cultivating again. This time, he was refining the star stone, which was a material for forging supreme weapons. Lin Ling operated the Chaos Divine formula and forcibly refined it. He let this force flow into his bones. His dragon bone was also increasing crazily. His dragon dantian had also reached the 7th grade wild body. During this process, because of the nourishment of the two treasures, Lin Ling's cultivation had also entered the 6th stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, the boundary essence of the 4 major dantians was extremely complete. Looking at Sakura and the others, their strength had also increased greatly. Moreover, the 3 of them had come here to lie low. Therefore, they rarely walked around the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. This made many people feel strange. After all, who didn't come here to have a discussion with the martial ancestor? However, the people didn't pay much attention to them. Gradually, they forgot about Lin Ling and the other 2. On the contrary, the higher-ups of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect seemed to be looking for something. The glazed ball emitted 15 rays of light? A 5th grade wild body? Nonsense. How can there be a 5th grade wild body in this world? This kid has other talents. That's why he can shine so brightly. After an old man heard the news from the elders, he let out a laugh. The old man sat under an ancient tree. The fruits on the ancient tree shone like stars, making him look like a god descending. His eyebrows were very long, reaching the ground. He looked like an immortal. He was the Grand Simplicity martial ancestor. He was also the current sect leader of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Moreover, there's something even more terrifying. The realm-devouring beast was actually killed. Another elder said. His tone was filled with shock. Amazing. It would be great if this kid was in our Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, there's no need for everyone to look for him. He will surface sooner or later. The old man's eyes lit up. He nodded his head in appreciation and said, "All of you can leave first." Everyone hurriedly bowed and took their leave. Broken Bone Demon Elephant. Looks like Xianxia's disciple is only SOSO. He was obviously very disappointed. Although he had taken in many disciples in his life, there were very few who could become his last disciple. In the past, Xianxia was lucky enough to catch his eye and become one of his last disciples. However, Xianxia failed in a major mission and declined from then on, leaving Grand Change Nebula sect. He felt very uncomfortable about this. He had never blamed Xianxia. As long as it was his last disciple, he would treat them with importance. Who knew that although he didn't care, Xianxia would feel inferior. This was also why Xianxia didn't dare to return to Yen State for so many years. Even if he was lucky enough to come back, it was in secret and he didn't dare to meet him. This inferiority complex seemed to have been passed on to his 3 disciples. On the path of martial arts, with such a personality, it would be difficult for them to go further. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Xianxia's 3 disciples. The days passed quietly just like that. Lin Ling and the other 2 were still cultivating in seclusion. It was quite relaxing. Of course, during this period, there were also people who came to provoke them, because Lin Ling's stunning punch not long ago had actually made many 9-stage youths unhappy. They had been cultivating hard in the sect and their strength had increased greatly. Therefore, they came to look for Lin Ling to get back at him. However, when Lin Ling and the other 2 were about to kick them out, someone stopped them first. The appearance of that person made those who wanted to provoke them leave with their tails between their legs. Then, that person also left. This made Lin Ling and the other 2 curious. Who exactly was helping them secretly? Of course, they guessed that the person who helped them secretly was Xia Tianyi. Regarding this, they didn't pay much attention. Because if they really wanted to provoke them, the unlucky ones would be those who overestimated themselves. After that, the days were still peaceful. Disher Tian and Meng Lu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They had reached the 8th stage of the half-sage realm. This was because of the spring of life and the treasures hidden in the West Mountain. In terms of combat strength, they could fight against a 1st stage of the sage realm. This was because Lin Ling had used the star stone to reforge their weapons. As for Lin Ling, he had used up all his spring of life and only reached the 7th stage of the half-sage realm. This made him sigh. Because among the 3 of them, he had used up the most treasures, but his realm improvement was the slowest. At the end of the day, it was because he had 4 dantians. However, his physical strength and soul force had improved greatly. If he could reach the late half-saint realm, he would be able to open his fifth dantian. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. Rumble. On this day, the ancient forest of the West Mountain suddenly rumbled, shaking a large number of ancient trees. The aura's aura, as if it was a battle. Translators Xianxia's, Meng Lu, Meng's, and Meng Lu. What's happened? Someone is killing demonic beasts in the forest. How bold. Most of the demonic beasts in the forest are in the growth stage. They are also the seeds of the gods. Their strength is comparable to the sage realm. Even we don't dare to enter the forest. During this period of time, Lin Ling and Meng Lu had become familiar with the ancient forest. That was why they were surprised by the person's courage, because even Martial Uncle he didn't dare to enter the ancient forest. Martial Uncle he rarely appears here. Second brother, what should we do now? Disher Tian looked at Lin Ling and said. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. The three of them descended from the mountain peak and dashed into the ancient forest. The ancient forest was an existence that was comparable to the ancient forbidden forest. However, it was not as mysterious as the ancient forbidden forest. Therefore, the three of them were extremely cautious. Following the sound, a deafening sound came from the front. Roar. The sound was so terrifying that it made Lin Ling and the other two's blood boil. Their dantians became unstable, especially their bones, which emitted an indescribable pain. What is that sound? Disher Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. They were considered people who had explored many miracles, but this was the first time they heard such a fierce sound. Quickly, sink your chi into your dantian and seal your ears with boundary essence. Only hear the sound within 100 meters. Lin Ling said solemnly. Disher Tian and the other two hurriedly did as they were told. Only then did the sound's influence weaken. The three of them looked at each other and didn't dare to increase their speed. Instead, they moved forward cautiously. Not long later, strong winds filled the sky in front of them. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The ancient tree that was surrounded by several people was now tumbling in the sky like straw. A huge black ancient elephant appeared in front of them. This ancient elephant was incomparably ferocious. Its two tusks were like two shining blades. Moreover, the ancient elephant's body was covered with thick hair. When it moved its legs, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Second brother, what the hell is this? Disher Tian was frightened by the ancient elephant's ferocious aura. Bone-shattering demonic elephant, and it's in the growth stage. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. That huge black ancient elephant was the seed of gods. Master's uncle he once said that this bone-shattering demonic elephant was also a tyrant of the ancient forest. Bone-shattering, no wonder its sound made our bones uncomfortable. Meng Lu's eyes were filled with solemnity. The seed of gods was a mature body. This was obviously not something they could fight against. One had to know that the realm-swallowing beast was also a seed of gods and one of the four most ferocious creatures in the universe. However, even if it was an immature body, it wasn't something that ordinary people could kill, not to mention a mature body. There are people over there. Lin Ling's gaze also looked to the other side. He saw more than a dozen figures distributed around the ancient elephant. From time to time, they would attack the ancient elephant, causing it to roar. It turned out to be them. Are these guys crazy? Disher Tian frowned and said. At the same time, he also noticed that this group of guys were only in the half-sage realm. They have many people and their methods are extraordinary. Although it's dangerous, they won't be swept away by the bone-shattering demonic elephant. Lin Ling activated his myriad elephant demon eyes and saw everything clearly. This bone-shattering demonic elephant's body is a treasure. Their goal should be to kill the demonic elephant. However, they don't seem to be from the Grand Change Nebula sect. Meng Lu said as he looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. He knew what Meng Lu was thinking. He nodded and said, let's wait and see. Rumble, the warriors in front were indeed very strong. None of them had a desolate body lower than a 5th grade. Under their full strength, they caused the bone-shattering demonic elephant to roar angrily. It also suffered some injuries, especially a thin youth. His methods were the most ruthless. Every time he attacked, large amounts of flesh and blood would be torn from the bone-shattering demonic elephant. However, the bone-shattering demonic elephant also began to stare at the youth. It took a step forward and pounced over. Wangu Wuji, be careful. The others shouted anxiously. At the same time, the bone-shattering demonic elephant's gigantic trunk swept out ruthlessly. If it was placed in the myriad worlds, it would probably be able to easily destroy the myriad worlds, and at this moment, the thin youth narrowed his eyes. His left eye began to emit a purple glow as a wisp of savage aura emanated out. The surrounding space quietly turned blood red. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation snatching the prey, rumble, rumble. 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 Amidst the dust, Lin Ling could clearly see that the thin young man was fine. He was only slightly injured. After all, a fully grown bone-shattering devil elephant was capable of annihilating an initial-stage Saint Realm expert. He's a terrifying genius. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Wangu? Is he from the Wangu clan? That's the #1 clan in the Yen state. Meng Lu was also secretly impressed. He finally understood that there was always someone stronger. Rumble. Although the demonic elephant was injured, its demonic nature was even more violent as it pounced on the thin young man. The young man's expression changed slightly. He raised his evil eyes and stared at the huge monster in front of him. He was slightly injured and his realm essence was greatly consumed. He couldn't fight the demonic elephant head-on. Wangu Wuji, let us help you. Go. The others attacked one after another, but the bone-shattering demonic elephant ignored them and wanted to kill the young man. Moreover, everyone's attacks were only harassment and restraint. They couldn't do much. Roar. On the contrary, after the bone-shattering demonic elephant roared, everyone felt pain in their bones. Desolate God. Desolate God. At the same time, the young man let out a cold voice. The surroundings turned blood red again. A huge claw descended and collided with the huge nose again. Without any suspense, the young man was sent flying again, and the bone-shattering demonic elephant was also heavily injured. This shocked Sakura and the others. What a powerful half-step saint! The young man was entangled by the demonic elephant, so he could only use all his strength. He was at the peak of the half-step saint realm, so he wasn't killed by the demonic elephant immediately, but it was only a matter of time. Finally, the bone-shattering demonic elephant appeared in front of him, and its 2 huge feet were raised high. Blood flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth. For a moment, he couldn't resist. Many exclamations came from all around. The others wanted to help, but they couldn't. But in a flash, arrows shot over. 4 arrows in a row. Clang. 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 These arrows were extremely tricky. They actually hit the bone-shattering demonic elephant's left eye. At first, the first arrow didn't have much effect, but as the other 3 arrows arrived, they actually blinded the demonic elephant's left eye, causing blood to spurt out. Everyone was stunned. The young man named Wangu Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. Roar. The demonic elephant's left eye was blinded. It became even more violent and began to wreak havoc. However, it could not find the culprit. Far away from the ancient forest, Lin Ling frowned. What a thick-skinned beast. He was the one who had shot the arrow earlier. He had already fired 4 arrows from the Great Sun Calamity-destroying bow, and they were all aimed at the demonic elephant's weak points. However, he still couldn't kill the demonic elephant. One could imagine that if these arrows were shot at the demonic elephant, the effect would be even weaker. Ah! At this moment, the devil mammoth was even crazier. With a sweep of its huge trunk, many people around it died. The young man named Wangu Wuji had also recovered some of his strength. Suddenly, a claw descended and landed on the demonic elephant's nose. The demonic elephant's nose had already been injured, and now, the wound was torn open again, causing blood to spurt out. Of course, fighting the bone-shattering demonic elephant was a matter of killing 1,000 enemies, but suffering 800 casualties. Therefore, the young man was also swept by the demonic elephant's attack, causing him to spit out blood. Most importantly, in the next moment, the demonic elephant raised its legs high, wanting to trample the young man to death. However, at this moment, a huge white skeleton arrived. Moreover, the aura of the ancient gravekeeper race also arrived. Sakura and Meng Lu made their move. Both of them attacked the demonic elephant's wound crazily. The demonic elephant's blood continued to spurt out. After a furious roar, it finally gave up on the skinny young man and fled into the depths of the ancient forest. Sakura and Meng Lu wouldn't let their prey go. With a roar, they chased after it. Above everyone's heads, a figure flashed past at a terrifying speed. It was Lin Ling, and he was also chasing after the demonic elephant. In the ancient forest, all the people who had been there were stunned. Thinking back to the previous scene, they still felt their hearts tremble with fear. Wangu Wuji, someone is interfering with our prey. All of a sudden, a young man said coldly. His strength was only below Wangu Wuji's. The moment his words fell, everyone's faces turned cold. It's not that they are interfering with our prey. If it weren't for them, we would have been completely wiped out. However, Wangu Wuji also shook his head. If we hadn't been fighting with the bone-shattering demonic elephant for so long, they wouldn't have been able to deal with it with their strength. Therefore, they are taking advantage of us. That's right. Let's chase after it and take a look. The demonic elephant is at its weakest right now. Everyone looked at each other. Unwilling to let their prey be snatched away, they also chased after it. As for Wangu Wuji, he pondered for a moment before chasing after it. At this moment, the ancient forest was being overturned. A huge demonic elephant was running through it. Even though it was injured, its speed wasn't slow at all. Big brother, stop it. Meng Lu, attack its wound. Lin Ling's voice floated out from behind them. All right. Hearing that, the two of them gave it their all. Sakura appeared in front of the demonic elephant, attempting to block its path. On the other hand, Meng Lu continuously attacked the demonic elephant's wound, causing the ground to be dyed red with blood. With life and death approaching, the demonic elephant became even more frenzied, causing Sakura, who was at the front, to be in extreme danger. However, Sakura didn't retreat. He turned into a white bone giant with a long halberd in his hand, giving off an imposing aura. Roar, the demonic elephant's huge feet were raised high. If it stomped down, it would probably crush Sakura's bones. Rumble, however, Sakura also roared and waved his halberd. In midair, he blocked those two huge feet. Second brother, I can't block it anymore. At the same time, cracks began to appear on his white bones. Swoosh. Swoosh, in the blink of an eye, the 4 arrows finally arrived. With the protection of the heavenly dragon, the dragon god roared. With Sakura's obstruction, coupled with Meng Lu's harassment, this time, the bone-shattering demonic elephant had obviously missed Lin Ling. Those 4 arrows, without missing, all shot into the demonic elephant's right eye. The huge demonic elephant trembled and made a weak sound, finally collapsing like a mountain. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient forest seemed to be stirred up. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Success. Lin Ling's body finally appeared. He looked at Sakura and smiled. This demonic elephant was full of treasures. They had profited. Next, Lin Ling and the other two didn't immediately take away the prey. Instead, they sat on the huge demonic elephant and waited for the people to come, because they knew that to take away the prey, it would take a certain amount of time, and the group of people from before definitely wouldn't give them this time. Therefore, Lin Ling and the rest waited for the other party to arrive. Not long after, the group of people finally arrived. When they saw the huge demonic elephant, their expressions changed drastically. In the end, their surprised gazes also fell on the 3 young men on the demonic elephant. The 3 young men were sitting extremely lazily and drinking wine. After noticing the arrival of the people, they narrowed their eyes and said indifferently, "You're finally here. We want 2/3 of this demonic elephant." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Compromise. 2/3? There are only 3 of you and so many of us, but you want the lion's share? Do you think we're fools? At most, we'll give you some elephant fur. We'll take the rest. The group of people was furious. Many of them had died, but they could only take 1/3? Elephant fur? Hearing that, Lin Ling and the other 2 looked at each other and laughed. The reason why they dared to stay here and talk about the price was because this group of people was already exhausted, especially the strongest young man. He had obviously suffered heavy injuries. If the 2 sides really fought, they would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. 2/3 is the final condition. If you don't want it, then you won't get a single hair. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a domineering look. Although this group of people did put in a lot of effort to kill the bone-shattering demonic elephant, Lin Ling and the others had saved their lives. Could it be that the lives of this group of people could not be compared to a bone-shattering demonic elephant? Not to mention, the demonic elephant was killed by Lin Ling and the other two. Boom. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, the group of people exploded with powerful auras. Their strength was definitely at the king level of the half-saint realm. Since you don't want face, then we won't give you the elephant fur. One of the youths shouted angrily and took the lead to attack. The cultivation of a half-saint realm 8 and the 7th grade desolate body shocked everyone. Haha. Seeing that, Sakura drank a mouthful of wine and shot forward. In midair, he transformed into a giant white skeleton. The destructive aura was extremely terrifying. A long halberd was ruthlessly slashed over. Boom, the void suddenly exploded. The moment Sakura attacked, the sword in the opponent's hand was immediately shattered. That person's eyes widened. So strong, although Sakura was a half-saint realm 8, they had a powerful background. Therefore, they did not take them seriously. This was also because they had defeated a half-saint realm 1st grade desolate body. However, this confidence was instantly shattered by Sakura. The power of cultivation level, and the long halberd in his hand must be an extreme weapon. I'm afraid it has reached the 3rd grade. That person muttered to himself. The long halberd was pointed at him, making him not dare to act rashly. Impudent. Do you know who we are? Seeing this, the others were enraged. Mad Dragon Domain. A young man who was clearly not weak among the crowd roared and attacked. A large amount of silver scales appeared on his body, and his fist was like mercury flowing down the ground. The sky was filled with dazzling fist imprints, and their speed had reached 50 world speed. What a terrifying strength. This was because he had punched in the Yen state. If he had punched in a place like the Qing state, the entire divine prefecture would have been shaken. 70% berserker rank. The people around immediately cheered because the young man who had attacked had the Mad God bloodline, which was one of the 100 great bloodlines. He had already obtained the approval of the Mad God from the era of gods. As for the Mad God, the more he fought, the crazier he became. Even if he was facing someone with a higher cultivation base, he would still be able to beat them into submission with his stormy attacks. However, this time, he met his nemesis. Dreamflow's white hair fluttered as he floated out like a ghost, forcefully resisting the young man's attack. When the young man's attack landed on Meng Lu, something terrifying happened. The sky changed, and the scene of the ancient tomb of the gods appeared. The young man seemed to have lost his soul, and he froze on the spot. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't move anymore. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and they saw a man floating there. He held a ball of light in his hand, and it seemed to be the young man's soul. His soul has been seized. Not good. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at Wangu Wuji, waiting for him to make a move. Wangu Wuji furrowed his brows as he condensed his world essence around his body. However, at this moment, a sword that seemed to belong to the era of gods arrived. Its speed had already reached 100 world speed. In the next instant, a sword hung by Wangu Wuji's neck. If you were at your peak, you would still have some qualifications to bargain. However, it seems like you can only accept it now. Blue. The person who appeared in front of Wangu Wuji was a young man in blue robes. He was only in the 7th level of the half-saint realm, and although his cultivation base was the lowest, his speed was terrifying. Even an early-stage true saint wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This. Shit. At the same time, everyone's expression changed drastically. These 3 people were each more ferocious than the other. What kind of background did they have? You're 3 cultivation realms lower than me, but your strength isn't any weaker than mine. How rare. Wangu Wuji raised his head and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, I don't like it when people threaten me with their swords. His eyes slowly turned purple. I don't like ungrateful people either. The young man in blue robes chuckled, and the cold light on his sword became even denser. Alright, since you saved my life, we'll take 1/3 of the bone-shattering devil elephant. Wangu Wuji fell into deep thought for a moment before he finally compromised. The moment his words left his mouth, everyone gritted their teeth. This was especially true for the 2 people who were threatened by Sakura Heavenly Emperor. They roared, "Dream on. Don't tell me that you haven't embarrassed yourselves enough?" However, Wangu Wuji spoke up, and the 2 of them had no choice but to suppress their unwillingness in their hearts. Sir, may I know your name? I've seen most of the half-saint realm experts in the Yan province, but it's rare to see people like the 3 of you. Wangu Wuji looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and said, Lin Ling. Sakra Heavenly Emperor. Meng Lu. Sakra Heavenly Emperor, and the others spoke up as well. Wangu Wuji nodded his head and said, if there's a chance, let's spar. It's my honor. However, let's talk about it after you've recovered. Let's split the spoils of war. Lin Ling shrugged nonchalantly. Although his words seemed casual, Wangu Wuji knew that the young man in blue robes was still hiding his strength. Sir, we'll take 1/3 of the spoils. You can have the rest. All right. Both parties began to slice the bone-shattering devil elephant apart. It had to be said that the bone-shattering devil elephant was as huge as a mountain, and it was extremely troublesome to slice it apart. Even though it was dead, its fur was still extremely tough. After several hours, the bone-shattering devil elephant was finally sliced apart. Everyone began to collect their spoils of war. Lin Ling and the others did the same as well. Goodbye. Lin Ling and the other two took their leave. Wangu Wuji stared at the backs of the three of them as they left. Wangu Wuji, are we going to let them leave just like that? Many of our men have died. However, there were still some people who were unwilling to give up. If we were to fight, all of us would be annihilated. That's why it's best for us to shake hands and make peace. Furthermore, they only gave us face because of the Wangu clan. If we didn't have a powerful background, they would have attacked us directly. Furthermore, the three of them have great potential. If they reach the true saint realm, even the world of true saints would be shaken. Wangu Wuji said indifferently. His words caused the faces of those who were unwilling to give up to change as they stared in the direction that Lin Ling and the others had left. Half-Saint Nebula Tournament. Wangu Wuji's guess was right. If they weren't from the Wangu clan, Lin Ling wouldn't have given them any face. That was because Lin Ling and the other two had already offended the Heavenly Court. If they offended the Wangu clan, there would be no place for them to stay in the Yan province. Thus, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Of course, if their strength had increased, they wouldn't have such fear. But now, they were still in the process of growth. Not long after, Lin Ling and the other two returned to the mountain peak and returned to their peaceful days. Moreover, with a treasure like the bone-shattering demonic elephant, they did not lack cultivation resources for the time being. Seed of the gods, the flesh and blood of this demonic elephant is probably not weak. Lin Ling began to refine the devil elephant's flesh and blood. He didn't even let go of the elephant's tusks. However, during this period of time, the strength of his physical body had increased too quickly, so after refining it, the effect was not good. Therefore, Lin Ling also temporarily stored the bone-shattering demonic elephant's flesh and blood, waiting for a period of time to refine it. He now had the blood of martial god Qilin and the flesh of the bone-shattering demon elephant. He did not lack cultivation resources in the short term. However, he lacked fire attribute cultivation resources. After all, the space-time divine steel was progressing at a snail's pace. This made him rather anxious. In the following days, Little Rain, Shadow Afterimage, and the others came. When Shadow Afterimage saw the progress of Lin Ling and the others, he couldn't help but be shocked. But when he thought of the miracle that Lin Ling had created, Doing gradually became numb. The few of them stayed at the foot of the mountain, and their days were extremely comfortable. However, 3 days later, Martial Uncle he returned with a piece of news. Lin Ling, Dream Flow, Sakura, 1 month later, there will be a Half-Saint Nebula tournament at the Grand Change Nebula Gate. I have already registered for you. Ah. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the other two opened their mouths wide. Master, he was surprised. You don't want to participate? The way he saw it, Xianxia had recommended Lin Ling and the others to come here for the sake of learning martial arts. How could he have known that Lin Ling and the others were here to avoid the limelight? They really had no interest in the competition. Lin Ling and the others even planned to leave the Great Change Nebula sect if their strength reached the Sage Realm. Well, our strength is too weak. We haven't even reached the peak of the Half-Sage Realm. So, we'll only be defeated if we participate. Lin Ling and Sakura looked at each other and laughed dryly. I know that too. Uncle Master, he nodded and said seriously, although you are not as strong as others, you still need to broaden your horizons. Only by knowing the strength of your peers will you be motivated to become stronger. He was very clearly aware that even though Lin Ling's group of 3 had made obvious improvements, the youths of the 9 prefectures that came with Lin Ling's group had already attained the peak of the half-saint realm and were half a step into the ranks of saints. Therefore, it was understandable that Lin Ling and the others felt inferior. As long as you can enter the top 10, everyone will be able to obtain a grade crystal of various attributes. In order to encourage Lin Ling and the others to work harder, Senior Uncle he spoke again. Grade crystal? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. He had heard that this treasure could enhance one's strength and could also be used for cultivation. Most importantly, it had various attributes. He could ask the Great Change Nebula sect for a grade crystal of the fire element to enhance the talent of the spacetime steel. What about the top 3? Sakura's curiosity was also aroused. The top 3 will be rewarded handsomely. You can meet Master. Speaking of the top 3, Senior Uncle he was a little excited, however, Lin Ling and the others rolled their eyes. Meet the martial ancestor of Tai? They were not interested at all. It would be better to reward them with treasures, therefore, they planned to enter the top 10. Have you all decided to participate? Well, follow me to register. Then, Lin Ling and the others followed Senior Uncle he and left West Mountain. They had been in the Great Change Nebula sect for so long, but this was the first time they had left West Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the ancient Great Change Nebula sect. This sect was built in the mountains. When they looked up, they saw that they were surrounded by green mountains. The environment was very good. Then, Senior Uncle he stopped in front of an ancient hall. After giving some instructions, he strode in. At this moment, people were entering the hall one after another. Some were led by seniors, while others entered in groups of 3 to 5. Obviously, they were here to register for the competition. Lin Ling even heard Senior Uncle he's voice coming from inside. Xianxia's disciples? That cowardly disciple? Well, since they are his disciples, let them participate. They will be exempted from the preliminary round. They only need to go through one challenge. If they pass, they will enter the elimination round and compete for the top 10. Thank you, senior brother. It was obvious that the senior in charge of registration did not think highly of Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others were unhappy about this. They did not like it when others mocked Xianxia as a cowardly disciple. It's you? While Lin Ling and the others were waiting, someone suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said. This person was 6 demons honorable. This person was one of the few people that Lin Ling and the others knew in the Great Change Nebula sect. Oh, it's you, the loser. Sakura suddenly laughed. Perhaps he had heard someone mocking Xianxia, so he was very unhappy at this moment. Therefore, he did not show any respect to Xianxia. 6 demons honorable, who are these people? They look unfamiliar. The people beside 6 demons honorable frowned and looked at Lin Ling and the others. This was because Lin Ling and the others were fearless. Have you forgotten that they are the people who defeated me when I first entered the Great Change Nebula sect? 6 demons honorable said in a low voice. He had reached the 10th heaven of the Sage-to-be realm, so his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Obviously, he wanted to wash away the humiliation. It's them. I thought that they had left the Great Change Nebula sect. It turns out that they are still here. What are they doing in the Great Change Nebula sect? Are they here to live in seclusion? Why haven't I seen them in the past few days? The surrounding people also reacted and let out cries of surprise. Subsequently, they squinted their eyes. In the previous battle, Lin Ling's strength was considered to be above average among all of them. However, they felt that they had surpassed Lin Ling and the others. 6 demons honorable, didn't you lose the previous time? Why don't we have another round? Someone suddenly suggested. 6 demons honorable wanted to fight, but he had some scruples. When he heard the suggestion, he immediately mustered up his courage. You are no match for me. If you want to die, you won't just be injured this time. I will trample you under my feet. Lin Ling knew what 6 demons honorable was thinking, so he said flatly. His words were blunt. This was because he really did not take 6 demons honorable seriously. Moreover, he did not have time to talk to him. Although he had come here to lie low, it did not mean that he was a pushover. You. Top 10, He wanted to take a step forward, but after meeting Lin Ling's gaze, he suddenly felt an irresistible feeling in his heart. Perhaps the blow that Lin Ling gave him last time was too great, causing him to still have inner demons. Step out. Why wouldn't you dare to take this step? Lin Ling looked at his footsteps and said indifferently. 6 demons venerable, I'll fight him for you. At this time, a young man walked out from the 6 revered lord's side. Apparently, he was also from the divine escort mansion. However, it was obvious that he had a higher status than the 6 revered lord. Okay, thank you brother Wenda. In the end, 6 demon venerable did not dare to take that step. He wanted to use this young man's strength to see if Lin Ling had become stronger. I am Lin Wenda, at the peak of the half-step saint realm, with an 8th grade desolate body. Today, I would like to exchange pointers with you. Since my realm is higher than yours, I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you have 3 moves. The young man's aura was calm, and his words carried a hint of arrogance. He also wanted to seize glory for the godly escort mansion. You'll give me 3 moves? That's too little. How about I give you 10 moves? Lin Ling nodded and also walked out. However, his words caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Half-saint 7th layer, 10 moves. Could it be that his strength had greatly increased during this period of time? However, no matter how much he improved, he shouldn't be a match for someone at the peak of the half-saint realm. 10 moves? On the other hand, Lin Ling was very angry. He was a godly bodyguard who was even stronger than the 6 evil venerable. But he still came out and wanted to use his strength to make Lin Ling regret. How arrogant. Let's see what he'll say when he loses. 6 demon venerable's face was also extremely ugly. 10 moves? Where does his confidence come from? Maybe he thinks he'll lose in the end, so he said that. Seeing that the 2 of them were finally going to fight, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling. Since they had entered the Great Change Nebula sect, they had experienced many small battles. Therefore, they had a general understanding of each other's strength. Especially Lin Wenda. Supposedly, he's ranked in the top 20 amongst half-saints. Excuse me. At this moment, Lin Wenda had already made his move. An 8th grade desolate body descended. It was the snow god bloodline, one of the 100 great bloodlines. It was as famous as the ice god bloodline. The wind and snow fluttered, and the sky and earth were instantly frozen. Based on his aura, if this person appeared elsewhere, he would definitely be a godly existence. The first move is not bad. Lin Ling clasped his hands behind his back and looked over indifferently. In the wind and snow, he punched out, boom, the snow continued to fall, and the hair and eyebrows of those who were weak were covered in snow. In a short period of time, the 2 of them had exchanged 3 blows. A moment later, a figure surged up as if he had appeared out of thin air. He staggered backwards, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, because the one who was forced to retreat was actually Lin Wenda. A blizzard immediately appeared under Lin Wenda's feet, locking onto his legs. Finally, this terrifying retreat came to a stop. His expression was extremely gloomy. How can this guy's boundary essence be so strong? My boundary essence at the peak of the Sage-to-be realm can't even shake him. He let out a low voice. There is always someone better than you. Not everyone likes to participate in some show-off competition. Therefore, to make a decision without seeing the strength of others is a taboo for warriors. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently. Previously, I only used 70% of my strength. Again. Lin Wenda's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made his move again. He did not believe that Lin Ling was so powerful. Moreover, with so many people watching, he could not lose completely. After all, his opponent was giving him a handicap. Great Snow World Destroying Palm. This time, he had used 60% of his cultivation level's power. The people in the distance immediately noticed that a cold intent entered their bodies and froze their boundary essence. One had to know that at their level of strength, ordinary ice and snow techniques could not affect them at all. There was even a warrior with fire talent who had flames on the surface of his body. He wanted to resist the ice and snow, but in the end, his flames were also frozen. This is the 4th move. Looking ahead, Lin Ling nodded slightly. Lin Wenda's talent was indeed not bad. This was because he had also noticed that there was divine energy entering his body and freezing everything. However, the realm-devouring beast had appeared in his body and swallowed all the ice and snow energy. Therefore, not only was he fine, but he had also made use of the ice and snow energy to raise his cultivation level slightly. Bang! Without looking at Lin Wenda, Lin Ling punched out again. Ka ka ka. Lin Wenda's move was broken again. After he retreated, he shook his head continuously. Impossible. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling was not affected by his ice and snow at all. This was far beyond his expectations. One had to know that his ice and snow energy could even freeze a first heaven sage. I don't believe it. Next, Lin Wenda's body turned snow-white, and he shone brightly. He entered the ice and snow and unleashed a storm of attacks on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree. With one hand behind his back, he easily blocked the attacks with the other hand. His body was frozen from time to time. However, when he moved slightly, all the ice and snow disintegrated. This guy's defense is too terrifying. Can you tell what talent he has? Why can't I understand it at all? Could it be the strength of his physical body? But isn't he a fire talent? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. He had lived in seclusion in the Grand Change Nebula sect and seemed to be stagnant. However, in reality, his strength was more than 90% of him. Alright, 10 moves have passed. You can't defeat me. Let's end this. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He had said that he would give Su Mo 10 moves. He had indeed given Su Mo 10 moves. Most importantly, he had defeated 6 demons venerable not long ago with one hand behind his back. He had defeated 6 demons venerable with one hand behind his back. It was the same today. I've lost. The wind and snow began to stop. A dispirited figure walked out. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of unwillingness. He was Lin Wenda. He was a rising star who had been groomed by the divine escort mansion. He was even more valued than 6 demons venerable. In the past, he had traveled all over the world and the 9 states. However, he had suffered a heavy blow at this moment. No wonder the divine escort mansion had told him to go to the Yen state if he wanted to become stronger. After entering the Great Change Nebula sect, I have sparred with many experts. I have been defeated, and I have won. However, this is the first time I have seen someone like you who is completely incomprehensible. I estimate that you can already enter the top 10. Lin Wenda said again. We will definitely enter the top 10. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The competition had begun. Lin Wenda sighed and walked towards the crowd. He stopped beside 6 Spectre Venerable and looked deeply at him. I know you want to wash away your shame, but let me tell you, you don't have any more chances. Sometimes, when it's time to accept your fate, you have to accept it. 6 Spectre Venerable's face turned pale and his heart became dispirited. What happened, Lin Ling? Someone dares to bully you? At this moment, the crowd was forcibly separated and a figure appeared. It was Xianxia. Obviously, he had also received the news that Lin Ling and the other 2 had come out from the western mountain. He thought that someone was going to harm Lin Ling. Xianxia, you don't have to worry. These 3 guys don't need your protection. I'm afraid their strength can enter the top 10. Someone immediately said, causing Xianxia to suck in a breath of cold air. When he first met Lin Ling and the others in the Divine Dreamland, he thought that Lin Ling and the others were just passers-by. They were just like-minded people, so he treated them as friends. Who would have thought that the passers-by of the past would be so strong today? Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and felt warmth in his heart. He immediately nodded. Amazing, amazing. I think the 3 of you must have had a fortuitous encounter. Xianxia was undoubtedly happy for Lin Ling. He didn't know that when Lin Ling had just entered the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Lin Ling was already stronger than him. The only people who could make Lin Ling fear were the Sage Realm powerhouses of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Lin Ling. At this time, Martial Uncle he also rushed over. He also thought that something had happened. It's nothing. Before Lin Ling could speak, Xiaoyu smiled and said. Martial Uncle he was stunned. He then looked at the crowd seriously and said, "In the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, the strong cannot bully the weak. This is a principle. If I find out that you dare bully them, don't blame me for being impolite." Although he was only a small elder in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, he had no problem intimidating these people. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. With Lin Ling's strength, who could bully him? "Let's go, I've already signed you up." After which, martial uncle he left with Lin Ling and the rest to prepare for the competition. And to martial artists, a month's time was merely the blink of an eye, therefore, Lin Ling did not cultivate much this month. Firstly, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in the short term. Secondly, he didn't have any opponents he was afraid of in this competition. On the other hand, Lin Ling had used the spacetime divine steel to secretly return to Qing province to visit his grandfather and the others. It had to be said that the spacetime divine steel had yet to unleash its full power, but its teleportation ability was truly terrifying. From the third princess, Lin Ling learned that the Heavenly Quartz people were still hiding in Qing province, waiting for Lin Ling's return. Moreover, the spirit state was the same. This made Lin Ling feel that something was amiss. He realized that the power of the new Heavenly Court was growing stronger and stronger. Of course, with Wendian martial god's power, he indeed had the power to rally supporters. After killing martial god Qilin, Wendian martial god has resurfaced again. The flames of revenge in Lin Ling's heart burned even more vigorously. Then, he suppressed those thoughts and asked Xianxia about it. "Master, it seems that many people in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect look down on you." This. After being pointed out by Lin Ling, Xianxia was undoubtedly extremely embarrassed. In the end, he could only say, "Those people are just jealous of me." Hearing this, Lin Ling chuckled. Sakura and the rest also chuckled. This was because they had roughly guessed that Xianxia had disappointed the Grand Simplicity Patriarch, causing him to feel extremely inferior and finally escape from Yan province. "Master, if there's a chance, I'll clear your name." Looking at Xianxia, who kept laughing dryly, Lin Ling secretly swore. He knew that this would be the pain of Xianxia's life. The competition was getting closer and closer. At this moment, in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, under the ancient star tree, an old man sat cross-legged. His eyebrows touched the ground as if he had merged with the ancient tree. "Master, tomorrow is the day of the competition." At this moment, a few figures approached the ancient tree and bowed slightly. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes. Starlight bloomed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. "The purpose of this competition is to find that person. I hope that person will reveal his secret when facing an attack from his peers." "Definitely. Those who enter the top 3 will be able to meet Master. They might even be accepted as Master's last disciple. Therefore, that person will definitely do his best to show off." Those people laughed one after another. The purpose of this competition was obviously to find that mysterious junior. This was because the realm-swallowing beast had been destroyed in the glaze ball assessment. This made the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect very curious about that junior. Originally, they thought that even if that junior hid, the truth would come out sooner or later. However, that junior was really good at hiding. Until now, no one knew who that junior was. He can really keep his composure. I'm getting more and more interested in him. The old man looked at the tree behind him and muttered to himself. Time passed quietly and the competition arrived as scheduled. On this day, all the sage-to-be and sage realms of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect gathered. Everyone wanted to see how much the strength of these rising stars had improved in this short period of time. Early in the morning, Lin Ling and the others arrived and saw a few familiar faces. Zi Long, the former number 1 sage-to-be in the Yen state; Yi Lingtian, the former number 1 sage-to-be in the Yu state; Yuru, the successor of Miao. Shin's true teachings. Lin Ling saw that their strength had greatly improved. They were only one step away from the sage realm. To cross the sage-to-be realm, one must go through the sage's tribulation. Some of them have already broken through, but they don't have the confidence to cross the sage's tribulation. Therefore, they remain at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Second brother, is the sage's tribulation very difficult? It's very difficult. In the sage-to-be realm, except for the sage-to-be realm from the early stage to the middle stage and from the late stage to the middle stage, the rest of the sage's tribulation is very easy. However, the sage's tribulation is several times more difficult than the sage-to-be realm. If you can't cross it, you'll definitely turn into ashes. But why are there so many sage-to-be realm cultivators? It depends on the talent. The stronger the talent, the stronger the sage's tribulation. Therefore, when you reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm, you must be fully prepared before you break through. Lin Ling kept talking to Sakura and the others. He stared at Zilong and the others and asked curiously, with the talent of these guys, there should be many forces in the Yen state that want to recruit them. But why did they come to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? Perhaps, for some inheritance. Although there are many sects in the Yen state that are bigger than the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, in terms of age, the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect is older. Meng Lu said thoughtfully. Lin Ling nodded. While they were talking, the competition had already begun. The contestants had already passed the preliminary round and were preparing for the knockout round. Lin Ling and the others joined later. Although they did not need to go through the preliminary round, they still needed to go through a challenge. Therefore, not long after, Lin Ling and the others' names were called. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. He easily passed. As soon as the name came out, the eyes of the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect lit up. I heard he's a disciple of Xianxia. Some of the seniors who were jealous of Xianxia in the past were now gloating over his misfortune. In the past, Xianxia had failed his mission and was too ashamed to face the Grand Simplicity Patriarch. Hence, he escaped from the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. This made them think that Xianxia's disciples were similar to him. They were all cowardly bandits. 8th stage half-saint? Their strength isn't very strong. I think that there should be many people who want to challenge them and snatch their spots. That's for sure. Those seniors were all laughing and chatting. Who's coming? On the martial stage, Sakura looked around and waved his hand faintly. That martial uncle, he was incomparably nervous, deeply afraid that Sakura would be eliminated. However, the surroundings were completely silent. Finally, after the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, Sakura got impatient and successfully entered the knockout round. At this moment, the seniors of the Great Change Nebula sect were confused. What was going on? Dream stream. Next, it was Dreamflow's turn. However, the surroundings were still silent. The faces of those young geniuses were gloomy. They had long heard of the battle a month ago, so they didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling's group. Everyone's silence had undoubtedly left all the seniors dumbfounded, perhaps because the first person's cultivation was too low. The others didn't want to bully him, so he was lucky enough to pass, but no one challenged the second person? Trash. However, what surprised all the seniors was that Meng Lu didn't even bother to speak. This time, someone must have gone up. A senior said with great certainty. After being mocked as trash, anyone with a backbone would probably go up and teach Xianxia's disciple a lesson. However, there was still nothing. Even Uncle Master He's mouth was agape. Even though he was very familiar with Lin Ling and the others, Lin Ling and the others rarely fought in the sect, so he was utterly unaware of the strength of Lin Ling and the others. Next, Lin Ling. It was finally Lin Ling's turn. Half-Saint 7th layer? That's a very low cultivation level. There should be someone this time. Many seniors widened their eyes and waited for the outcome. They didn't believe that all 3 Xianxia's disciples could enter the knockout round. Who's coming? I'll fight you with one hand. On the martial stage, Lin said indifferently. Unfortunately, the surroundings was still silent. You don't? Then I'll fight you with 2 hands. Lin Studio Linley said. Although he didn't, he was Xian Studio Xian. Who's fighting? Who's Xian Studio is studio? Who's Xian Studio and Studio? Martial Sect Studio? Sect Studio among the senior studio. On the other hand, Uncle He's heart was pounding violently. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. If he was defeated, it would be troublesome. Senior brother Xing already did not have a good reputation in the sect. If his disciple also lost face, his reputation would fall to the bottom of the valley. However, Sect Nexuan Sect Yunxiu Studio. The Jiuzhou geniuses were whispering among themselves. Only a fool would go up. That guy has defeated Lin Wenda. He's bound to enter the top 10. Isn't he looking for trouble? Obviously, everyone had witnessed the battle a month ago. At that time, Lin Ling had generously allowed Lin Wen to 10 moves and defeated him with one hand. If such a fierce person were to go all out, his strength would be unimaginable. Therefore, other than those who had entered the knockout round, ordinary people could only look up to the three of them. Under the astonishment of the sect elders, Lin Ling and the other two had successfully passed the round and started to compete for the top 10 positions. What's going on? Even Zilong, Yi Lingtian, and Iyuru, the top half-sage realm cultivators, frowned. Obviously, they weren't clear about the battle a month ago. The three of them defeated Lin Wenda. However, at this moment, Xia Tianyi laughed from the side. Without a doubt, Zilong and the others' expressions changed. Although Lin Wenda's strength wasn't as strong as theirs, he wasn't weak either. If they could defeat him, it meant that they could enter the top 10. Interesting. Those who can enter the top 10 are either at the peak of the half-sage realm or at the 10th heaven of the half-sage realm. The three of them actually defeated their opponents. This means that they're really strong. However, I'm the king below the half-sage realm. Therefore, they're still my subordinates. While Zilong and the others were surprised, an arrogant voice suddenly came from the side. Such a voice would usually attract hostility from them. However, when they saw the person who spoke, Zilong and the others fell silent. That was because this person was called Zui Yunfei. He joined the sect Nexuan sect later. It was said that he was one of the Flame Emperor's men. His strength was extremely terrifying. He had once defeated thousands of half-sage realm cultivators at the same time. This matter had once caused an uproar in the Yen state. There were also rumors that even the former number 1 half-sage realm cultivator in the Yen state, Sanzi, would be defeated by this person. This was because he was an invincible half-sage realm cultivator. Of course, as the current number 1 half-sage realm cultivator in the Yen state, Zilong naturally wasn't convinced. However, in the sect Nexuan sect, he had been severely defeated by this person several times. He finally knew that unless he stepped into the sage realm, he wouldn't be a match for him. I know that you're very strong. However, there's always someone better than you. At this moment, Xia Tianyi said faintly. Oh, you're not convinced? Zui Yunfei looked at Xia Tianyi with a smile. Ancient flames appeared in his eyes. With just a glance, Xia Tianyi felt immense pressure. It was said that Zui Yunfei had a 10th grade desolate body. He was even half a step into the ultimate desolate body. This was the fiery demon divine body, a powerful talent that combined flames and flesh into one. Xia Tianyi couldn't win against such a talent. Junior sister Yuru, what do you think? Seeing that Xia Tianyi didn't speak, Zui Yunfei looked at the girl beside him and smiled. Senior brother Xue, you're really strong. Iyura replied faintly. She looked a little cold. Seeing this, Zui Yunfei smiled. However, he thought to himself, one of the true disciples of Miao Shen. I'll get my hands on such a beauty sooner or later. His smile was well hidden, but it was still caught by Zilong and the others. They also knew that Zui Yunfei was pursuing Iyuru. However, Iyuru didn't seem to be interested in Zui Yunfei. In fact, they were also attracted to a beauty like Iyuru. Firstly, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen and had the backing of a powerful boundary god. Secondly, Iyuru was a powerful boundary master. It was said that she was only slightly weaker than Yeshue. Therefore, if they could win her heart, it would mean that they had a virtuous wife who could help them forge weapons and set up ancient arrays. Lin Ling entered the battle. Even on the distant Green Mountain, some divine cranes, unicorns, and other divine beings were watching the competition at this moment. Regardless of whether these divine beasts could understand it or not, if they could absorb some fur, it would be of great help to them. This was because even though the matches in the tournament were merely a clash of fists and kicks, every punch and kick contained the secrets of the universe's chaos, and during this process, Lin Ling and the other two also appeared one after another. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, the result was that all the opponents that appeared were defeated by Lin Ling and the others in a clean and efficient manner. In the end, when the contestant saw Lin Ling and the other two, he immediately admitted defeat. This result undoubtedly shocked the seniors of the Great Change Nebula sect. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect Xing Shiyun's disciples to be so strong, even Master's Junior. Master, he was shocked. Then, he burst out laughing. As for Lin Ling and the other two, they smoothly entered the top 10. These 10 people also became the focus of attention, and began to compete for the top 3. These 10 people are the same as us. They all come from various places in the 9 provinces and are all proud sons of heaven. However, the gap between them and us is too big. I heard that the top 3 can meet the Tai martial ancestor. I wonder who will be in the top 3. Everyone's emotions surged, and they were incomparably excited, even those 10 people were the same. If there was an exception, it would naturally be Lin Ling's group of 3. Because their goal was to enter the top 10, and now they had accomplished their goal. However, Master's junior uncle, he was extremely excited. He hoped that Lin Ling and the other 2 could enter the top 3 and finally meet Master. At that time, Master would definitely remember Xianxia. As for the top 3, they would be able to challenge each other on their own, and only the top 5 would be able to choose the corresponding level crystal. This news made Lin Ling surprised. He hurriedly looked at Sakura and the others, but they shrugged indifferently. Second brother, we only need the rank crystal. As for the attributes, that's not a big problem. Yes, and even if I want the corresponding attributes, I'm afraid the Grand Change Nebula sect doesn't have it. Sakura and Menglu spoke at the same time. Their talents were related to the underworld, so the rank crystal was naturally rare. In fact, if Lin Ling wanted the rank crystals of other attributes, the Grand Change Nebula sect might not have it. For example, rank crystal that was related to the Dragon Clan. Fortunately, he only needed fire elemental crystals. It should not be difficult for the Grand Change Nebula sect to find such crystals. Then, I'll compete for the top 5. Lin Ling nodded his head and looked at the martial arts stage. The battle on the stage was the battle. Ranks is translation. That's the Star Realm martial sect is Martial's Heaven Dragon translation editor is translation stage Nebulb is martial translation. This young man was extremely mysterious. His face was dark and his eyes were cold. If he had not defeated Xia Tianyi, no one would have noticed him. Is? Xia Tianyi said dispiritedly after she left. Even Sakura and the others were a little surprised. They hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling stared at the young man indifferently and then nodded. This person is an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Hearing this, Sakura and the others finally understood. No wonder Xia Tianyi couldn't restrain the young man's aura. It turned out that the cold aura was murderous aura. Murderous aura seemed similar to the ghost demon Dao, but in fact, it belonged to 2 different martial arts. Next battle, Iyuru. Soon, it was the turn of the next battle. When Iyuru went on the stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. Iyuru's strength was indeed tyrannical. With a wave of her hand, she set up a spirit barrier and defeated her opponent easily. This also made the atmosphere of the Grand Change Nebula sect reach its peak. Although everyone knew that Iyuru's strength was not weak, they didn't expect her to be so strong. Good spirit barrier Dao, Iyuru. You should have set up a spirit barrier around your body. When you meet an opponent, you set up the spirit barrier with a wave of your hand. It seems that among all the half-step saints, you are the best in terms of spirit barrier. Some elders of the Grand Change Nebula sect praised her. Iyuru revealed a faint smile and shook her head. Among the half-step saints of the Grand Change Nebula sect, except for those seniors, there is one person of the same age who is not inferior to me in terms of spirit barrier Dao. In front of him, I am just showing off my slight skill before an expert. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Iyuru came from the true inheritance of Miao Shen. In terms of spirit barrier Dao, if she claimed to be the second, who would dare to claim to be the first? But now, she said that there was someone of the same age who was more powerful than her. What? Sui Yunfei, who had been closing his eyes, finally opened his eyes and stared at Iyuru. He found that this beauty didn't seem to be joking. Instead, there was a clear light of admiration in her eyes. Who is it? Sui Yunfei felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were also searching among the crowd. In fact, the others were also doing the same, but in the end, there was no result. On the contrary, Iyuru quietly glanced at Lin Ling. After a faint smile, she left the martial stage. Others didn't notice this glance, but Lin Ling and the other 2 saw it. She recognized us? Di Shitian frowned. It should be Yi Yeshue who told her. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. He didn't care because as long as it was Yi Yeshue's people, it was also one of them. Following that, the competition continued. It was Yi Lingtian's turn to fight. This person's strength was recognized as strong, so he easily defeated his opponent. It was the same for Zi Long. If there were no accidents, these two would definitely enter the top 3. After they fought, it was Lin Ling's turn soon. Lin Ling wanted to enter the top 5, so he had to fight in this battle no matter what. When he walked out, the entire Grand Change Nebula sect was silent because Lin Ling could be considered as an expert who came out of nowhere. Although his strength was not as strong as the top 3, he couldn't be underestimated. Since he can defeat Lin Wenda, his strength must be in the top 10. But the top 10 aren't weak. Will he move forward or be at the bottom? Many people were curious. As for Lin Ling, he chose his opponent at will. His gaze swept across the 9 people. Disher Tian and Meng Lu didn't need to fight to enter the top 5, they only needed to challenge one of the strongest 5. Finally, Lin Ling's gaze fell on Zi Long and Yi Lingtian. Seeing this, people's hearts immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to challenge the second and third strongest? Zi Long and Yi Lingtian had mysterious smiles on their faces. Yi Lingtian's smile was a kind of anticipation, while Zi Long's was a kind of disdain, but soon, Lin Ling's gaze passed over them. Translator, Transin editor, Transin defeated in one move. After all, as the son of the devil, he was famous for many of his skills, such as the calamity-annihilating Sun Bao. If he used it, with so many people watching, he couldn't guarantee that no one would recognize him. Me? At this moment, Zui Yunfei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He noticed that Lin Ling was looking at him. This made him want to laugh. A mere 7th-layer half-sage dares to challenge him. This was courting death. Therefore, he believed that this guy called Lin Ling wouldn't court death. However, this was indeed the case. I choose you. Lin Ling finally spoke. His opponent was the cold-faced youth who had defeated Xia Tianyi. It's him. Everyone's gaze landed on the young man, and their eyes were filled with surprise, because the cold and indifferent young man's strength wasn't weak, and he was already ranked at the 4th position. According to common sense, Lin Ling should start from the weakest to the strongest, and not attempt to reach the top 5 in a single bound. Interesting. The cold young man smiled for the first time. He floated over from the front like a ghost. Most importantly, his speed was extremely fast, almost comparable to the purple dragons. The surroundings of the square were in an uproar when they saw this scene. Who do you think is more powerful, that mysterious young man or Lin Ling? In the previous battle between the mysterious youth and Xia Tianyi, he seemed to have used his full strength. So far, Lin Ling has defeated his opponents with one hand. I think Lin Ling is stronger. That might not be the case. A series of discussions could be heard among the crowd. Even Zi Long and the others were evaluating the situation. In the end, they came to a conclusion that Lin Ling had a 60% chance of winning. Of course, the process would be very difficult, and he would win by luck. At this moment, the mysterious young man looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said in a cold voice, I estimate that your strength is about the same as Xia Tianyi's. Even he lost to me. I don't understand why you chose me. Because it's simpler. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. His words caused the mysterious young man's pupils to constrict. Xia Tianyi, who was at the edge of the martial arts platform, opened her mouth wide. Simple? That mysterious youth wasn't simple at all. No matter if it was in terms of natural talent or cultivation base, he was a top figure in the half-saint realm, especially the 9th-grade desolate body. It was extremely mystical. To this day, no one knew what kind of desolate body it was. Very well, I will let you know that Jane is not simple. The mysterious young man didn't say much. After nodding his head, he also attacked. The shadow quietly spread out. The sky and the earth seemed to be dyed with ink. The most frightening thing was that these shadows could isolate everything, making it impossible for people to see through them. Yojine's bloodline. At the same time, the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect shouted in a low voice. This was also one of the 100 great bloodlines, and it was an extremely mysterious bloodline talent. The shadow shrouded Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod slightly. This mysterious youth was indeed somewhat powerful. He was sure that if this young man was placed in the 9 prefectures, he would definitely be an emperor amongst half-saints. In the Grand Change Nebula sect, he was indeed ranked 4th. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling, the reason why Lin Ling chose him as his opponent was because the mysterious young man's techniques were similar to Do afterimages. In fact, he was not as powerful as Do afterimages. Lin Ling was extremely familiar with Do afterimages techniques. Therefore, he didn't need to use his full strength. The shadow began to disperse, and everything returned to normal. However, it seemed to have formed some kind of domain. This was a domain of an assassin. The quieter it was, the more dangerous it was. This also allowed people to see the scene on the martial arts platform clearly. However, the mysterious young man had disappeared. Only Lin Ling was standing there. Almost at the same time, a cold light finally appeared. It seemed to have come from the void and slashed towards Lin Ling. Although the cold light didn't seem powerful, it was a fatal blow from an assassin. At this moment, the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect stood up. Their expressions changed drastically. What a ruthless blow, Martial Uncle, he shouted anxiously, warning Lin Ling to be careful. However, Lin Ling, who was in the domain, didn't seem to hear anything from the outside. On the contrary, he slowly stretched out his fist and placed his other hand behind his back. Oh my god, he's not going to use another punch, is he? His appearance undoubtedly made people's expressions extremely interesting. After all, Lin Ling only had a 50% chance of defeating the mysterious young man, but now, Lin Ling was underestimating his opponent so much. Could it be that after he came out of nowhere, all the opponents he met were too weak, causing him to be arrogant and complacent? An arrogant soldier is bound to be defeated. Defeat him. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling. With one hand behind his back, he was using only one hand to fight against his opponent. Such arrogance naturally made them feel uncomfortable. The mysterious young man snorted in his heart, "You're so arrogant. I'll make you fail miserably." In fact, he wasn't very confident in fighting against Lin Ling. The reason was that he still didn't know what Lin Ling's techniques were, but now, he felt that Lin Ling was going to lose without a doubt. Almost at the same time, the cold light finally reached Lin Ling's back. The light flashed and was about to slash Lin Ling's back. However, Lin Ling seemed to have eyes behind his back. He waved his left hand lightly and casually, smack, the fatal blow was caught by the mysterious young man's arm. It was like hitting a snake at its weakest point. The mysterious young man couldn't exert any strength at all. "You've lost." At the same time, Lin Ling said with a smile. He waved his left hand and swatted the young man's arm away from the dagger. Then, he threw a light punch, boom. The punch seemed calm, but when it landed on the mysterious young man, he immediately felt a surge of power. The power was comparable to the sage stage. Whoosh, he spat out blood and flew backward, crashing onto the ground. Everyone was shocked. Without martial arts, without using the power of cultivation level, and without using his talent, Lin Ling won easily, and it was only one move. Most importantly, it was only one hand. How is this possible? The young man sat on the ground and kept recalling the previous scene. His mind was confused. He could only be sure that Lin Ling could see through his means and that his attack was very powerful. He won, he won. In the crowd, Uncle Master, he was stunned. His eyes were wet. At this moment, he wished he could find Xianxia Yun and tell him that his disciple had won and entered the top 4. Lin Ling won, haha. Then, he looked at Sakura and the rest excitedly. He thought that Sakura and the rest would be very excited too. In the end, the two of them were drinking and talking about other topics. When they talked about the key points, they laughed loudly. They didn't even look at the martial stage. Uncle Master, he was speechless. Were these two guys worried about Lin Ling? You guys are still drinking? Stop drinking. Look, Lin Ling won. Uncle Master, he hurriedly said to the two of them excitedly. It's just a win. What's the big deal? Sakura and the others subconsciously said. Their words made Martial Uncle he flabbergasted. However, after Sakura and the others reacted quickly, their faces became incomparably excited. They looked up to the sky and laughed. However, this kind of excitement gave Martial Uncle he a feeling that it was fake. He was ranked 4th. Physical strength? At this moment, among the higher-ups of the Great Change Nebula sect, an old man muttered to himself. He defeated his opponent with a single punch without using his talent. He didn't even use his boundary essence. This should be the strength of his physical body. Do you guys think that this young man will be the one taking the test? Master, I don't think so. Although the physical strength displayed by the youth so far is very curious, that mysterious person was able to defeat the realm-swallowing beast. Therefore, I don't think it's him. It should be Zui Yunfei, who is ranked first. There was a group of people in front of the old man, but at this moment, a man in his 30s laughed. Your analysis is right. The old man looked at him with admiration and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. He was just testing these people. These people were all his closed-door disciples, and among them, that man was the one he valued the most. Next, let's see Zui Yunfei's strength. The man was still smiling. He was slightly older than Lin Ling, but he had already reached the Saint Realm. From the perspective of talent, this person was indeed extraordinary. That was because he possessed the ultimate desolate body. After Lin Ling entered the top 4, it was Zui Yunfei's turn to fight very quickly. Without a doubt, the Grand Change Nebula sect was shaken, because Zui Yunfei's strength has already been recognized. Everyone knows how powerful he is. Zui Yunfei was also extremely domineering, directly declaring war on Zilong and Yiling Tian. This action shocked everyone once again. He's worthy of being able to defeat 1,000 experts at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Zilong and the others had already lost to Zui Yunfei. They knew that they were no match for Zui Yunfei, so they decided to join forces. Moreover, they were quite angry in their hearts. They planned to join hands and humiliate Zui Yunfei greatly. Who asked him to be so domineering and arrogant? However, the result was that the two of them were not Zui Yunfei's match even after joining forces. Zui Yunfei was someone who could break through to the half-step sage realm at any time. His talent was already half a step into the ultimate desolate body. He possessed a powerful flame energy and his physical strength. In the end, he even unleashed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Grand Change Nebula sect was in an uproar. After the famous Longyang and Iyuru of the 9 regions, this was another person who was in human form but possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Without a doubt, after using his trump card, Zui Yunfei won easily. Furthermore, his eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at Iyuru calmly. It was as if he was saying that both of them had the aura of the Dragon Clan and were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Iyuru did not pay attention to his gaze. She was only surprised by Zui Yunfei's dragon aura. That was because Zui Yunfei had hidden himself too deeply. Even she had not sensed it. In fact, even Lin Ling didn't notice it. Indra and Meng Lu's expressions had even changed violently as they gazed at Lin Ling. Obviously, they were extremely surprised as well. Second brother, is his dragon bloodline stronger or is yours? Sakura couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course it's mine. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Not only did he possess the dragon bone, but the dragon bone had also undergone a great deal of tempering. It contained the nether dragon-associated fluid and the 4 ferocious world-devouring beasts. To him, Zui Yunfei was just a small dragon. Hearing that, Indra and the others finally relaxed. After Zui Yunfei won, his expression and gaze were as if he was looking down on the world. It was as if all the half-sage realm experts were his subordinates. He had also become the well-deserved number 1. Now that the number 1 position had been determined, all that was left was the competition for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Unfortunately, no one dared to challenge the top 5. Instead, the top 5 were competing for the ranking. Soon, it would be Lin Ling's turn. Everyone was looking forward to it. They did not know if Lin Ling would be able to surpass another rank. After all, up until now, Lin Ling was the only one who had not used his full strength. I forfeit. Unfortunately, just as everyone was looking forward to it, Lin Ling spoke with a smile. His words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Among them, Masters Jr. He was the most affected, because he wanted Lin Ling to enter the top 3 and be favored by Master. Then, he would help Xianxia Yun to wash away the infamy of being a coward. This, don't you want to persuade him? Masters Jr. He could not help but ask Indra and the others. Why should we persuade him? Lin Ling thinks that he is no match for him, so he forfeited. If he continues to fight, he will only lose face. But, shouldn't martial artists face difficulties head-on? If he forfeits, others will think of him as a coward. What's the point? Masters Jr. He continued to persuade them. However, Indra and the others did not seem to care at all. This was because they knew that Lin Ling could defeat thousands of troops. However, there was no point in continuing the fight. As for being favored by martial ancestor Tai Yi, Lin Ling did not care about it. If he really wanted to clear his master's name, he would do it on a more glorious occasion. That would be the time when Lin Ling would leave Tai Yi Nebula sect. He forfeited just like that. What a disappointment, coward. Sigh, this is normal. After seeing Zui Yunfei's strength, the others would not dare to fight for first place. It seems like the rankings have been decided. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Although some looked down on Lin Ling, they felt that everything was normal. Zui Yunfei and the others felt that everything was normal. Lin Ling was indeed smart. If he really dared to fight, he would definitely leave in disgrace. Even Zi Long had the same thought. If there was an exception, it would be Yi Ling Tian and Yu Rou. They felt that Lin Ling was not just that. An exciting nebula competition had finally come to an end. Of course, to Lin Ling and the others, this competition was a little boring. Therefore, after they had received their rewards, they left. The people glanced at Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling and the other two felt embarrassed and did not dare to stay any longer, so they left. They did not care about this. Instead, they kept congratulating Zui Yunfei and the other strong people. Zui Yunfei was in high spirits. He knew that the Tai Patriarch was a strong person from the era of the deities. Being able to meet him today would definitely benefit him greatly. The Flame Emperor had also said that the Tai Patriarch was very close to one of the 9 states' 10 martial gods. Therefore, being able to curry favor with the Tai Patriarch would only bring benefits and no harm. Thinking of this, Zui Yunfei smiled proudly. He looked around, trying to find the woman with the same bloodline. However, the woman had already walked into the distance. Most importantly, not far in front of her was Lin Ling and the others. What? This scene made Zui Yunfei's pupils tremble violently. Yu Rou did not worship his light. Instead, she went to chase after Lin Ling and the other cowards. He suddenly felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The crowd's words of worship were like mocking laughter at this moment. It made him feel as if he was wearing a huge green hat. He got first place, but he lost that woman. How could this be? How could this be? He kept shaking his head, completely unable to understand. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the increase in fire talent. Lin Ling, Disher Tian, Meng Lu, you have guts. Zui Yunfei could not figure it out, so he could only place all his anger on Lin Ling and the others. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were walking towards the western mountain. The girl chasing behind them made them frown. Senior Lin Ling. The one chasing after Lin Ling and the others was Iyuru. Why are you following us? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the beauty with a cold expression. Me. His appearance made Iyuru a bit embarrassed and she did not know what to say. Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? She is a true disciple of Miao Shen and she is a girl. Treat her better. Me. Although martial uncle he was puzzled as to why Iyuru was following them, he could not help but reprimand her. No, I was too rude. Me. Iyuru quickly waved her hand, as if she was afraid that Lin Ling and the others would be angry. In reality, she also knew why Lin Ling was angry. She knew that Lin Ling was the son of the demon and he came here to avoid the limelight. Naturally, he did not want to be the focus of everyone. It was also because her senior sister, Ye Shui, was currently hiding somewhere in the 9 provinces to avoid the limelight. The reason why she looked for Lin Ling was because she heard from her senior sister that Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao was unfathomable and broke the rules. So, she wanted to ask for advice. After that, she said her purpose. Of course, she did not mention the spirit formation Dao. She only said that she encountered some problems in martial arts and wanted to ask Lin Ling for advice. Lin Ling pondered for a bit and knew what Iyuru was thinking. In addition, martial uncle he was here, so he could not refuse. Then come with us to the western mountain. However, we do not provide food. If you want to eat, solve it yourself. Me. After leaving those words, Lin Ling strode forward. Seeing this, martial uncle he helplessly patted his head. This guy was too arrogant. No matter what, Iyuru was still a beauty and a powerful beauty. No problem, I am good at cooking. I can cook for you, Senior Lin Ling. Me. However, Iyuru did not care. Instead, she was overjoyed and followed Lin Ling. this made martial uncle he was dumbfounded. Compared to the tranquil West Mountain, the Grand Change Nebula sect was extremely lively. Sui Yunfei, Zi Long, and Yi Ling Tian, who were ranked in the top 3, were obviously the center of attention. Even some of the experts in the Saint stage praised them. They also got to meet the Grand Change Patriarch as they wished. This was a great Yen Yen Yen. The Tai Grand Ancestor was considered an extremely ancient figure in the Yen state. If one could become his last disciple, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, the last disciple seemed simple, but after so many years, there were only a few people who could become the last disciple, is Fu Yuyu. Although Zui Yunfei and the others did not become his last disciple, they were at least one step closer. Moreover, they had received guidance from the Tai Patriarch. What a pity for Lin Ling. He actually gave up. If he continued to fight, he might have been able to enter the top 3. While people were envious, they also thought of Lin Ling. Some people were gloating, while others felt pity. The West Mountain was as tranquil as ever, as if it was a mountain peak that reached the heavens. Even the wind was incomparably clean, especially at night, when the stars twinkled. It was as if one could touch an ancient myth. Iyuru stayed here and was responsible for the food and shelter of Lin Ling and the others. This surprised Master He. He never thought that such a famous woman would have such a gentle personality. She was the type of wife and mother. Even Xiaoyu was very close to Iyuro. Most importantly, Iyuro's cooking skills were very good. She was able to move Xiaoyu with her cooking skills. As for Lin Ling and the others, although they were sages, it did not matter if they did not eat or drink. However, delicious food was sometimes a pleasure, so they would not refuse. TSK, second brother, this girl is not bad. Sakura quietly looked at the busy Iyuro and said with a smile. What? You like her? Lin Ling turned his head and looked at him strangely. Sakura hurriedly waved his hand and said, I don't want to touch these love affairs now. I still want to improve my strength. What about you, Meng Lu? Lin Ling looked at the white-haired youth beside him. The latter shrugged his shoulders and said, I also live by martial arts. I have no plans for the relationship between men and women for the time being. You two are really blockheads. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at each of them. Lin Ling's son was not young anymore, but these two guys were not married yet. It really made people anxious. One had to know that if Sakura and the others were in Lin Ling's previous world, it was possible for them to be grandfathers now. However, the two worlds were different. With the age of Sakura and the others, if they were in the previous world, they would only be 25 or 26 years old. After all, this world lived by martial arts and surpassed the limits of the human body. As the lifespan continued to increase, people aged slowly. Big brother Lin Ling, it's done. At this moment, a soft voice came from outside the house. Moreover, bursts of meat fragrance also drifted over, which made Lin Ling and the others walk out. That night, under the quiet night, the few of them chatted and laughed wittily. Although Iyuro had a gentle temperament, when she spoke to Lin Ling, there was more or less a trace of reverence. Mainly, she knew that Lin Ling was the famous son of the devil in the 9 states. Lin Ling's attitude towards her was also neither cold nor indifferent. After all, there was no friendship between them. If it was a Yeshua, it would be more appropriate. They could talk more. After dinner, the group chatted for a while more before they entered into cultivation. On the path of martial arts, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. This was a principle that everyone knew. Lin Ling also sat cross-legged in the house to cultivate. A diamond-shaped crystal block appeared in his hand. This crystal block was extremely mysterious. Its surface had a fiery red brilliance flowing around it, as if it was drifting in the air like fog. The fire element level crystal. Until now, Lin Ling still did not know how this treasure was formed. However, he knew that it could be used to raise the level of the fire element. Of course, Lin Ling's fire element level was currently 0. Only his demon sword level had reached 60%. Therefore, he did not plan to create another fire element level crystal. Instead, he planned to use it to raise his innate talent and raise his cultivation level. He silently chanted the Chaos Divine formula in his heart. The crystal in his hand quietly dispersed. Clouds drifted and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. At the same time, the space-time divine steel turned into a mini version and floated above Lin Ling's head, rolling and rotating. that ancient aura also quietly emanated out. It was extremely surging. When the fire element level crystal's power enveloped the space-time divine steel, it was as if a god had taken action, unlocking layers of seals. Time quietly passed just like that. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, ancient runes appeared in his pupils. The space-time divine steel silently merged into his head. This made him realize that the space-time divine steel's innate talent had reached the level of a 7th grade desolate body. This improvement was not small. A big operation, but now, he had come to the Yen state. This was the oldest divine prefecture in the land of the 9 prefectures. There were traces left behind by gods everywhere. A 7th grade desolate body was not enough to dominate, however, it was enough to greatly increase Lin Ling's strength. Currently, his 3 dantians had all reached the 7th grade of desolate body. Only his lightning-type dantian was still ordinary, it could only provide dense realm essence. His realm has also broken through? After that, Lin Ling checked his dantian and discovered that his fire attribute dantian had entered the 8th stage of the half-saint realm, but because of the limited resources, the other 3 dantians were still in the 7th stage realm range. If I attain the mastery of the half-saint realm, then I'll be able to open my 5th dantian. Although the other dantians didn't improve, it still made Lin Ling happy. Then, Lin Ling pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the house, Xiaoyu was talking to Little White Rabbit and Little Deer. Do you guys want sweets? Why don't you eat sweets? It's delicious. Unfortunately, Bunny and Xiaolu did not give Xiaoyu any face. They shook their heads, causing Xiaoyu to pout, her face filled with displeasure. Xiaoyu's cute appearance had undoubtedly amused Lin Ling. Xiaoyu, Little White Rabbit eats carrots. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Brother. Xiaoyu immediately rushed over and hugged Lin Ling's thigh with her 2 little hands. She almost climbed up his thigh and onto Lin Ling's shoulder. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He picked up the little girl and placed her on his shoulder. He looked over and saw a woman busily preparing lunch for everyone. It had to be said that her gentle patience had completely moved Lin Ling. Iyuru. Lin Ling made a sound. Big brother Lin Ling. Iyuru immediately turned her head and looked at him with some doubts. If you encounter any difficulties in the path of world spirit techniques, as long as I am able to help you, I will do my best to help you. Really? The spoon in Iyuru's hand subconsciously fell to the ground. Her face was full of surprise. Although the Great Change Nebula sect did not lack some powerful boundary masters, in the face of Miaoshen's true inheritance, the boundary masters were simply not enough. Therefore, in the Great Change Nebula sect, the only person she could humbly seek advice from was Lin Ling. Of course it's true. Seeing Iyuru's excited look, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Inside the house, Sakura and Meng Lu both smiled at the same time. Lin Ling, this fellow, had finally begun to give pointers to others. In the following days, Lin Ling was extremely free. When he was free, he would visit Yu and the others. Occasionally, he would cultivate and give Yuru some pointers. Of course, Lin Ling was also secretly paying attention to the Heavenly Court. However, he discovered that the Heavenly Court hadn't stopped searching for them. Moreover, he received news that a few more people from the God-slaying alliance had been captured. The news of Iyuru living in the West Mountain had undoubtedly spread to many people in the Great Change Nebula sect, especially Zui Yunfei. He was undoubtedly furious. Until now, he still couldn't understand why Lin Ling and the other 2 had the right to do so. As for the people of the Great Change Nebula sect, the way they looked at Zui Yunfei had quietly changed. A huge green hat was shining brightly on Zui Yunfei's head. This made Zui Yunfei finally realize that Lin Ling and the other 2 had already given him a huge threat. On this day, Martial Uncle He arrived and brought a piece of news. All the major sects in the Yan province have gathered to prepare for a crusade against the great demon sect of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, before the operation, all the sects in the vicinity have to gather. The Great Change Nebula sect has said that all the half-saints will be mobilized. Great demon sect? Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' faces changed. Lin Ling really didn't know much about the great demon sect of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He couldn't help but look at Meng Lu. Meng Lu's face was somewhat solemn as he quietly sent a voice transmission. The great demon sect is said to be a demon from the era of the gods. They once fought against the gods. They are cruel and ruthless. They once stirred up a terrible vortex in the myriad worlds and destroyed tens of thousands of worlds. Like the Creation Alliance, their destructive power is extremely strong. They are also known as the Vermin of the 9 Prefectures. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at Martial Uncle He. I don't know the specifics of the operation. Master just asked everyone to gather. Martial Uncle He said immediately. Martial Uncle He, do you know if the other 9 prefectures' 10 evils will appear? For example, the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling asked urgently. I don't know about this. Perhaps we will only know after the operation begins. Martial Uncle He shook his head. The operation this time was very big. All the famous forces in the 9 prefectures were mobilized. The same was true for the major sects in the Yan province. It was said that the Wangu clan and the Flaming Emperor were also mobilized. This also let him know that this operation was a big one that would shock the entire 9 prefectures. Of course, as an outer elder of the Great Change Nebula sect, the success or failure of such a big operation had nothing to do with him. He was only interested in participating. Okay, then let's participate. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. Although the participation this time was a little dangerous and it was inevitable that they would encounter people from the Heavenly Court, fortunately, there were many people participating. The Heavenly Court might not be able to detect them. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not want to miss any news about the Immortal Temple. Then let's go to Yuan Villa to gather. Master and the others have already gathered on the other side. Okay. Following Martial Uncle He, Lin Ling and the others left. When they arrived at the Great Change Nebula sect, they found that a large number of people had gathered there. They were led by seniors in the Sage Realm and the others were young people in the Sage-to-be Sage Realm. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, many people looked at them. This was because after the competition, Lin Ling and the other 2 went into seclusion again. They did not show any pride or complacency. This kind of behavior was extremely puzzling. Are they also qualified to participate? At this moment, an arrogant voice quietly floated out. The person who spoke was Zui Yunfei. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling and the other 2 with disdain. There was a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. People immediately sensed the smell of gunpowder. However, today's order was issued by the sect. Zui Yunfei treated himself as an elder and openly questioned Lin Ling and the other 2. This would probably cause dissatisfaction among the sect's elders. They immediately looked around. Unfortunately, although the seniors here were strong, they did not have much authority. Even Martial Uncle He did not seem to have the right to speak. After all, Zui Yunfei had met their master. In the future, it was hard to predict. It was possible that he would be a closed-door disciple. However, Martial Uncle He still said, Zui Yun sect, this is the Great Change Nebula sect's decision. You can't make the decision. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because our master and the other elders are one step ahead. I can't do whatever I want, but at least I have more authority than you. Sure enough, Zui Yunfei was not afraid of Martial Uncle He at all. Zui Yunfei, why are they not qualified to participate? They are the top 10 in the Sage-to-be realm. What right do you have to talk about them? At this moment, a crisp voice was heard. It was a soft voice. Apparently, she knew that Zui Yunfei was targeting Lin Ling and the other 2 because of her. These 3 guys don't even dare to challenge me. They have no courage. Such people are just dazzling for a while. Sooner or later, they will be surpassed by the other junior brothers. If they participate in the action, they will only embarrass the Great Change Nebula sect. However, who knew that Zui Yunfei would immediately shout angrily after Iyuru spoke? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Yuan Villa. That's just your words. Iyuru was angered by Zui Yunfei's words and said coldly. Iyuru, I'm about to reach the Sage Realm. I know you haven't accepted me yet, but I can tell you that you and I both have the aura of the Dragon Clan. We will definitely be together in the future. Now, I won't rush you, but I'll tell you in advance that although you're a true disciple of Miao Shen, this is the Yan province. The Flame Emperor has the final say. No one can pursue you except me, unless you plan to be alone for the rest of your life. Noticing Iyuru's attitude, Zui Yunfei no longer paid attention to Lin Ling and the other 2. Instead, he said domineeringly and turned to leave. He actually spoke to Iyuru with a tough attitude in front of everyone. This showed that he was really angered by Iyuru and intended to use a tough attitude to get Iyuru. This guy. Zilong and the others couldn't stand it, but when they thought of Zui Yunfei's strength, they finally fell silent. Dream on. Hearing Zui Yunfei's domineering words, Iyuru snorted coldly and walked towards Lin Ling. Idiot. Lin Ling looked at Zui Yunfei's back and laughed sarcastically. He could also see that Zui Yunfei liked Iyuru, but to use such means to pursue a girl, it had to be said that Zui Yunfei's head was kicked by a donkey. He was a trash who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know how to be romantic. Let's go, don't pay attention to that clown. Sakura said. His words shocked everyone. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the other two to be so bold. They didn't care about Zui Yunfei's threat at all. After Lin Ling and the other two left, many people pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. They were all saying that Lin Ling and the other two were overestimating themselves. They didn't know that Lin Ling and the other two were lying low here. The small Grand Change Nebula sect couldn't stop them at all. He followed Martial Uncle He and walked on the ancient continent. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The warriors in the sky were like locusts flying past. They were all half-step saints. They must be the experts from the major forces of the Yan province. It had to be said that this scene was extremely spectacular. Looking from the ground, it was as if there were countless fishes swimming in the sky. From time to time, excited voices could be heard. Clearly, those powerhouses were extremely proud to be able to participate in this operation. This could be considered a huge operation that shocked the entire Yan province. Yo, little guy, walking? Are you frightened by our grace? Of course, there were also some arrogant and complacent people. When they saw Lin Ling and the others walking, they suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Hee hee. Seeing this, Indra smiled. His powerful strength exploded as he punched towards the sky. In the days after the competition, he had also worked hard on his cultivation. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the half-saint realm, the power of that punch was not small. Those arrogant fellows in the sky were immediately intimidated. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Sakura laughed out loud. As for those fellows who fell from the sky, their faces darkened. They had never expected that the few people they had randomly met would be so powerful. However, they were so powerful, but they did not fly arrogantly. Instead, they walked. Such a style of doing things was too unpredictable. Then, they looked at the powerhouses who were flying in the sky one after another and could only leave with their tails between their legs. Not long after, they arrived at a Yuan villa. Lin Ling and the others realized that the villa was bustling beyond their imagination. Not only were there people from the Great Change Nebula sect, but there were also people from the nearby forces. It was as if the younger generation of these forces had gathered here to participate in the mission. Moreover, through the whispers of the crowd, Lin Ling and the others finally found out that the gathering at a Yuan villa today was because the #1 beauty of Yuheng City was coming. Perhaps, this was the reason why everyone was gathered here. Lin Ling, you're finally here. As the crowd entered the villa one after another, a voice came from afar. It was Xia Tianyi. At this moment, Martial Uncle He had already left. It seemed that the elders had another place to gather. Yuan Villa was a gathering place for the younger generation, therefore, Lin Ling and the others also walked towards Xia Tianyi. TSK, TSK. It's so lively. I heard that for this mission, many powerhouses who had been living in seclusion have surfaced. There must be a lot of young people in the half-saint realm. Xia Tianyi looked at Lin Ling and the others and laughed. Isn't Zilong the #1 half-saint realm in the Yan state? So, no matter how many half-saint realm youths there are, it seems useless. Sakura suddenly became curious. TSK, he just gave himself that title. It's undeniable that not long ago, he was indeed the #1 in the half-saint realm. But in the end, didn't Zui Yunfei surpass him? Therefore, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the #1 position can change at any time. This is because the people we are facing are not just the young geniuses of the divine land, but people from all over the world. Speaking of Zilong, Xia Tianyi suddenly smiled disdainfully. Lin Ling nodded. How vast was the land of the 9 prefectures? The strength of the powerhouses could change at any time. Today, you may be the #1, but in the future, others will surpass you and become the #1, without mentioning others. Zui Yunfei was an example. didn't he also defeat Zilong? I heard that this time, the number one beauty of Yuhing City will also come to the Yiyuan Manor. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that our luck is so good to be able to see such a beauty. Xia Tianyi said again. Lin Ling asked curiously, isn't the Yiyuan Manor the gathering place for the half-saint realm youths? It's not strange that she can come here. Of course not. The Yiyuan Manor is only one of the places. There are several other gathering places for young geniuses in other places. Therefore, it's extremely rare for that beauty to come to the Yiyuan Manor. Are there other gathering places like the Yiyuan Manor in other places? This time, the operation is actually so big? That's right. All the famous forces in the land of the 9 prefectures are here. The Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, Divine Weapon Mansion, Heavenly Court, Wangu Clan, Miaoshen's True Disciples, Duan Clan, Wangu Clan, and so on. Moreover, I heard that someone from the Wangu Clan is coming to the Yiyuan Manor. It's a guy called Wangu Wuji. I heard that he's very strong. Now that you mention it, it's getting more and more interesting. Hearing that, Lin Ling and the others' eyes lit up. They talked as they walked, and gradually, they entered the manor. The manor was very quiet, and there was a huge lake in the middle. The water of the lake was azure, and it looked like a mirror. Lin Ling saw that the lake was extremely extraordinary. It was filled with rootless water, and it was the purest water in the world. When he was cultivating in the rainforest, he had also cultivated with the help of the rootless water. At that time, even a drop of rootless water was a precious treasure. However, there was so much of it here. While waiting quietly, Lin Ling heard that there were a few people who were most famous in the gathering of the Yiyuan Manor. The first was Wangu Wuji from the Wangu clan, the second was Yuhing City's number one beauty, the third was Zui Yunfei, the fourth was Shen Muzi. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the number one beauty in Yuhing City. TSK, if the people here were placed in the Qing province, the rainforest sacred land, or even the myriad worlds, each and every one of them would be a godlike existence. However, in the Yiyuan Manor, they are only ordinary existences. Disher Tian sighed. Humans are like this. When they see an existence that surpasses them, they will bury their sense of superiority deep in their hearts. Lin Ling nodded his head. At the same time, a large number of people entered the manor. The person in the lead was a skinny youth. He wasn't tall, and he was about 1.6 meters tall. However, his aura was extraordinary. The manor instantly fell silent. Wangu Wuji had arrived. The Wangu clan was the number one clan in the Flame region. Behind them were the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Everyone in the clan was said to be the descendants of gods. In the Flame region, no one dared to underestimate them. It was the same even in the Miao prefecture. Is he Wangu Wuji? He is at the peak of the half-step sage realm, but he gives off an unfathomable feeling. After a moment of silence, everyone started whispering to each other. Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. Isn't that the youth who killed the bone-shattering devil elephant with us in the western mountains? So his name is Wangu Wuji. Disher Tian also stared at the skinny youth in shock. As for the skinny youth, he sat down beside the lake. His gaze was cold, and it was as though he was looking down on the world. Everyone who met his gaze quietly lowered their heads, only a few people did not do so. For example, Zilong and Yiling Tian, of course, Zui Yunfei was no exception. Zui Yunfei's lips curled up into a smile as he thought to himself, I am one of the Flame Emperor's men. Wangu Wuji is from the Wangu clan. Wangu Wuji naturally saw the brazen smile on Huang Xiaolong's face. Everyone immediately became expectant. Could it be that the 4 most famous youths were going to clash and produce intense sparks? However, Wangu Wuji was still expressionless as he ignored Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei was so angry that his teeth hurt. Was he not allowed to enter Wangu Wuji's eyes? On the other hand, Wangu Wuji's gaze landed on a corner of the lake as he stared at the 3 youths. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, many people's eyes flickered, and they also cast their gazes over. Only then did he realize that the 3 people Wangu Wuji was targeting weren't even at the peak of the half-true saint realm. Even Zui Yunfei, Zilong, and Yi Lingtian's expressions changed when they realized that Wangu Wuji was staring at Lin Ling and the other 2 from the western mountain. What is going on? Maybe Wangu Wuji is mocking Lin Ling and the others for being weak. Sui Yunfei really couldn't think of a reason, so he could only comfort himself. That should be. Zilong nodded his head. Wuji only Yi Ling Tian was frowning. He felt that things were not that simple. Wuji's Wuji nation is sage continent Wuji was sage Wuji was Wuji Wu. The main reason was that he was an expert at the Saint Realm in the past. Unfortunately, his cultivation had declined greatly because he failed in his cultivation. Many people even believed that he would definitely become a cripple. However, he'd made a comeback and forcefully attained the peak of the half-saint realm. One had to admit that this was a ferocious man, because if one failed in their cultivation at the saint realm, then it would be difficult for them to rise again. This was also one of the reasons why he could become one of the 4 strongest people. After he sat down, a large number of figures arrived from the sky. Upon closer inspection, a rainbow hung in the air, extremely gorgeous. More than 10 beautiful figures slowly floated over with bare feet. These women were all extremely beautiful, not one bit inferior to Yu Rou. Their every movement was like heavenly music floating in the air. Most importantly, there were dozens of such beautiful women. The sight of the ancient lake immediately went into an uproar. The eyes of the youths widened. They were people who had traveled through tens of thousands of worlds and had seen countless beauties. However, none of the beauties they had seen in their lives could compare to this. Isn't it said that Miaozhou has the most beauties in the 9 provinces? Are they from Miaozhou? Many youths were somewhat excited. They even flung their hair in an attempt to attract the attention of these beauties. There were even youths who cultivated the Tao of lust. They couldn't bear it anymore. They hid in the small bushes beside the ancient lake and secretly did some wretched things. They are all very strong. Most importantly, they cultivate the same attribute and cultivation realm. If they form a human formation, the power of the spirit formation will definitely be extraordinary. Lin Ling said with admiration in his heart. Second brother, can't you stop talking about martial arts for a day? Can't you appreciate their beauty? Beside him, Sakura said helplessly. Because everyone was admiring the beauties, but Lin Ling thought of the spirit formation. It really made people speechless. The beauties floated down to the ground. Their delicate little feet stepped on the grass on the ground. It made people feel a heartache. They were afraid that the grass would cut the little feet of the beauties. However, those young beauties didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Instead, they looked at the sky. Almost at the same time, an exquisite and delicate body stepped on the rainbow and walked down step by step. Only then did people notice that there was another beauty. The most frightening thing was that this beauty was actually prettier than all the women before her. She had a peerlessly beautiful face that was unforgettable with a single glance. Moreover, she had a delicate body that was even slightly fat and slightly thin. Her every movement carried a chaotic charm that made people feel that she was no longer a woman of the mortal world, but simply a goddess. She's the #1 beauty of Alioth? I heard that this is a disciple that the Alioth school recruited not long ago. But this disciple's skill surpassed all the other beauties, and in the end, she seized the title of the #1 beauty of Alioth. It should be her. One must know that if one wants to become the #1 beauty of Alioth school, not only does it depend on appearance, it also depends on strength. Actually, it wasn't hard for people to guess the origin of that beauty. Even Lin Ling was staring at the woman that caused the sun and moon to lose their light. His brow slightly creased. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Menglu noticed Lin Ling's expression and couldn't help but ask curiously. She gives me a very familiar feeling. I've definitely seen her before. Lin Ling's expression became more and more solemn. He clearly sensed a familiar aura from that beauty. Although that beauty hid it very well, she still couldn't avoid Lin Ling's perception. No, it's a dragon. Finally, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Moreover, he looked at Iyuru because the latter also had the aura of the dragon clan. However, Iyuru didn't seem to have any reaction. She hid it very well. However, this woman is someone I've seen before. Moreover, she has the aura of the dragon clan. Who exactly is such a person? Lin Ling secretly pondered. Finally, his pupils fiercely trembled. Among the people he knew, the most famous woman who had the aura of the dragon clan was none other than that woman. I didn't expect that she would also come. Moreover, she hid her identity. What exactly does she want to do? Moreover, she was clearly crippled by me, but all these years, her strength didn't decrease. Instead, it increased repeatedly. She's really amazing. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why did she come? Could it be that there was something that attracted that lady's attention? Why did she come? Lin Ling had a feeling that the battle with the Great Devil sect wasn't as simple as it seemed. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, the ancient lake was bustling with noise and excitement. As the elites in the sage realm, there was no lack of fights. Everyone wanted to see who was the strongest among the sage-to-be experts in the 9 prefectures. TSK, these fellows are really powerful. Sakura said to Lin Ling at the same time as he stared at the ancient lake with blazing eyes. But soon after, he realized that Lin Ling seemed to be in a daze. He couldn't help but push Lin Ling. Second brother, second brother. After calling out a few times, Lin Ling came back to his senses. Why are you in a daze? These sage-to-be experts are sparring. Sakura said as he looked at Lin Ling strangely. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the ancient lake. The battle on the ancient lake was beyond Lin Ling's expectations. The battle was extremely intense and many sage-to-be experts from the Yan prefecture fought one after another. Some won and some lost. However, there was no doubt that Xianxia was the center of attention. This person was once at the sage realm, and no one was a match for him. In the end, after an intense battle, everyone looked at 3 people. They were Yuhing's #1 beauty, Sui Yunfei, and Wangu Wuji. Perhaps only the 3 of them could compete with Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't interested in ordinary sage-to-be experts. He smiled and suddenly looked at Sui Yunfei. I heard that Sui Yunfei is one of the Flame Emperor's men and is extremely powerful. I wonder if Sui Yunfei is interested in a fight. Everyone looked at Sui Yunfei as soon as these words were spoken. Many people were looking forward to it. Hee, you are still no match for me. Hee. Who knew that Sui Yunfei's arrogance was so strong that she looked down on Xianxia? However, Xianxia didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, I have seen too many people like you since I recultivated. There is no point in talking. Let's fight. It had to be said that after Sui Yunfei recultivated, his temperament was indeed steady. If you don't lose within 10 moves, it's my loss. Sui Yunfei walked towards the ancient lake. With each step he took, the entire ancient lake exploded, and water soared into the sky. At the same time, he also erupted with a powerful innate talent. Most importantly, his physical strength was actually extremely terrifying, with flames gushing out. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed violently. Sui Yunfei's natural talent was extremely formidable, and he even possessed a cultivation realm. Coupled with his physical strength that couldn't be underestimated, all of these factors had caused Sui Yunfei's strength to surpass all the half-saint realm experts. 10 moves? However, Xianxia also made his move. A terrifying power erupted, reaching as much as 70%. Rumble. The 2 of them collided on the surface of the ancient lake, and the battle became more and more intense. Even an early-stage Saint Realm expert would not be able to stop their attacks. However, Sui Yunfei was indeed powerful. Each of his attacks was more ferocious than the last. Furthermore, he was counting down with each attack. 1, 2, 3. His attacks were like quicksilver spilling onto the ground, unstoppable. I admit defeat. At the 8th move, Xianxia finally spoke, and he stepped away from the ancient lake. Such a straightforward admission of defeat naturally caused everyone to gasp. Xianxia had admitted defeat in less than 10 moves. Moreover, although they could see that Sui Yunfei was very powerful, he had only just gained the upper hand. Xianxia had not lost at all. Our natural talent, Cultivation Realm and Cultivation Realm are comparable. However, he has the additional strength of his physical body, and he has the power of 600 realms. If we were to fight, I would lose sooner or later. Xianxia seemed to know that everyone was confused, and he smiled faintly. Of course, there was another hidden meaning in his words. That was, Sui Yunfei could not defeat him within 10 moves. However, he had a calm temperament and was too lazy to fight for face. After all, it was an unchangeable fact that he was inferior to Sui Yunfei. At this moment, Sui Yunfei was floating on the ancient lake, and he was undoubtedly in high spirits. Zilong and Yiling Tian had ugly expressions on their faces. During this period of time, Sui Yunfei's strength had increased again. He must have obtained some benefits from martial ancestor Tai. However, Zui Yunfei did not leave. Instead, he looked at a skinny youth. Although he did not speak, his gaze said everything. Wangu Wuji. Everyone turned to look at the skinny youth. Without a doubt, the only person who was qualified to spar with Zui Yunfei was that person from the Wangu clan. However, the skinny youth closed his eyes, as though he did not care about anything. What? Do you want me to invite you personally? Zui Yunfei's face turned ugly when he saw the skinny youth's attitude. The skinny youth's attitude made him very unhappy. Reporting to the Wangu clan, I usually do not fight. If I do, I will not fight. Finally, Wangu Wuji opened his mouth. Although his eyes were still closed, his words were filled with dominance. I usually do not fight. If I do, I will not fight. Although these words were extremely arrogant, it was normal for it to appear in the bloodline of the Wangu clan. Sure. If you can defeat me, there is another person who will spar with you. Zui Yunfei's voice was low. However, in order to test himself, he had to endure it. The other person he was referring to was the number one beauty in Yuhing City. When Wangu Wuji heard those words, he finally opened his eyes. His pupils were purple, and he didn't seem to move at all. Instead, his body floated out. It's time to fight. Without a doubt, Wangu Wuji's appearance caused the atmosphere in the Yuan manor to reach a boiling point. Zui Yunfei was the same. He had heard of the Wangu clan a long time ago, and today, he could finally experience it for himself. You only need one move. Before Zui Yunfei could say anything, Wangu Wuji spoke first. His words caused Zui Yunfei's eyes to tremble. He had to admit that Wangu Wuji was strong. However, he wanted to defeat him with one move. Wasn't he looking down on him too much? I hope you can do as you say. Flames appeared on the surface of Zui Yunfei's body, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. His body tensed up, and he pushed his combat strength to the limit. He did not dare to underestimate Wangu Wuji, but he knew that it was impossible for the latter to defeat him easily. Boom, he took a step forward, and the space around him exploded. He made the first move. Wangu Wuji placed his hands behind his back, and his skinny body seemed to have grown taller. It was as though he was looking down on the world. Most importantly, he did not make a single move against Zui Yunfei's attack. Since when did he become the big brother? The two figures drew closer and closer to each other. Right at that moment, Wangu Wuji finally made his move. The surroundings around him turned blood red, and silence filled the air. He didn't seem to move at all, but a claw that shined with a cold light swept towards the sky with an unstoppable force. The might of this claw could be said to be terrifying. It actually swept away Zui Yunfei's full-strength punch and even left 3 clear claw marks on his body. I don't like exchanging pointers because I have to conserve my strength. Exchanging pointers is the most boring thing in the world. At the same time, Wangu Wuji's voice resounded through the air. Zui Yunfei stood firmly in the air, and his robes were torn apart. The 3 clear claw marks on his body were exposed to everyone's eyes. One move, it was indeed one move. Moreover, everyone could sense that Wangu Wuji was holding back. After all, this was a spar. If Wangu Wuji had used his full strength, Zui Yunfei would have been dead by now. Ultimate desolate body? Zui Yunfei exclaimed in shock. He nodded his head solemnly and said, I've lost. I admit defeat. The ultimate desolate body was an extremely rare existence. At the very least, it didn't exist in the mortal world. It only appeared in legends. No wonder you couldn't even take a single move from me. Since you only saw my talent, you are truly trash. Who would have expected that Wangu Wuji would laugh disdainfully after Zui Yunfei said those words? Zui Yunfei's eyes widened, and he wanted to retort. However, he didn't know what to say. Who asked him to lose? He gritted his teeth in anger and walked back to the ancient lake. The people from the Grand Change Nebula sect didn't mock Zui Yunfei. After all, it was normal for Zui Yunfei to lose against Wangu Wuji. Wangu Wuji said that he wouldn't fight a single battle. That means that he is going to fight the number one beauty of Yuhing City. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Many people turned to look at the number one beauty of Yuhing City. However, the beauty merely smiled. She didn't show any signs of wanting to fight. Instead, she looked at the crowd and said, compared to me, it would be more interesting to have someone fight. I really don't have the qualifications to fight him. The moment these words were spoken, the entire ancient lake was in an uproar. Yuhing's #1 beauty was one of the 4 strongest half-saints in the Yuan villa. She actually said that there was someone more powerful than her? This also caused people to look around and search for him. This beauty, you must be joking. But in the end, no one could find someone more powerful than the #1 beauty in Yuhing City, so someone said with a smile. He obviously thought that this beauty didn't want to fight, so she was looking for some excuse. Big brother Lin, how long are you going to hide? However, the beauty did not care about what everyone was saying. Instead, she smiled at Gu Hu and spoke softly. Brother Lin? Everyone was even more confused. Who is Big Brother Lin? That beauty called him so intimately. Could it be that she has an affair with Big Brother Lin? What an infuriating Brother Lin. On the side of the Great Change Nebula sect, many people began to speak one after another. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Who is this Big Brother Lin? Zilong, Yiling Tian, and the others were also curious. They weren't as envious of Big Brother Lin as they knew that this beauty wasn't someone they could lay their hands on. If she calls him Big Brother Lin, he must be extraordinary. Sui Yunfei also spoke up. He was filled with anticipation. That's right. I also think that this woman isn't a match for me. There is only one person here who is a match for me. Therefore, I hope that he will spar with me. At that moment, Wang Wuji spoke up. He didn't care about the Big Brother Lin that the beauty was talking about. In his opinion, this so-called Big Brother Lin was just an ant. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing someone fight. After all, that person had snatched his broken-boned demonic elephant and saved his life. Come out, Brother Lin. Wang Wuji said coldly. Brother Lin? Previously, there was Big Brother Lin. Now, there is another Brother Lin? Moreover, Brother Lin is highly regarded by Wang Wuji? Before everyone could recover from their shock, another commotion broke out. Brother Lin? If Wang Wuji is willing to take the initiative to speak up, this person is definitely not simple. Even Sui Yunfei's heart skipped a beat as he stared at Wang Wuji. When he realized that Wang Wuji wasn't joking, he revealed a solemn expression. Wang Wuji's expression was completely different from before. Therefore, Sui Yunfei knew that Wang Wuji was serious. Big Brother Lin, do you think that the two of them are the same person? Zilong, who was standing at the side, was shocked as well. I don't think that's possible. After all, there aren't many half-step true saints in the 9 prefectures who are comparable to Wang Wuji. How can such people appear in the Yuan matter at the same time? Yiling Tian shook his head. Both of their gazes began to search around. Beside the ancient lake, Sakura and Meng Lu smiled faintly as they looked at Lin Ling. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. What a slut. Lin Ling stared coldly at the #1 beauty in Yuhing City. He knew that the other party had intentionally invited him to appear. Since both of them had invited him, there was no way he could avoid it. Brother Lin, come out. Wang Wuji opened his mouth once more. As you wish. Lin Ling finally nodded his head. Although his voice was calm, it was like a bolt from the blue when it landed on the ancient lake. Lin Ling? Oh my god. He's not talking to you. Don't get it wrong. If you offend these experts, you'll be in big trouble. Zilong and the others couldn't help but speak up. They felt as though they had been cursed. Lin Ling, what does it have to do with you? Sui Yunfei shouted angrily. Lin Ling is Big Brother Lin? Brother Lin, isn't Lin Ling someone that even I don't dare to face? It's not that easy to be a big brother. It seems like someone doesn't want me to fight. In that case, I'm too lazy to fight. Alright. When Lin Ling heard that, he looked at Sui Yunfei mockingly and walked back. Sui Yunfei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like he had mistaken Lin Ling for someone else. Big Brother Lin, since you're already here, why are you going back? Brother Lin, since you're already here, why are you going back? Brother Lin. Just as he felt as though a boulder had been lifted off his chest, 2 voices rang out from afar. Sui Yunfei's eyes widened in shock. Big Brother Lin? Brother Lin? Both of them are Lin Ling? Sui Yunfei, if you continue to spout nonsense, I'll kill you on the spot. Wang Guwuji's cold voice rang out. He didn't give Sui Yunfei any face. Sui Yunfei's face turned pale when he heard that. The Great Simplicity Nebula Gate exploded. It was a draw. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked out. His calm demeanor made it seem as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Who is that person? Countless question marks appeared in everyone's minds. As for the number one beauty of Yuhing City, she revealed a smile that could topple countries. Big brother Lin, you can do it. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the beauty. However, there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Even until now, he still had no idea what the woman was up to. However, he knew that things would cross when he got there. As long as he continued walking, he would find out. Lin Ling turned to look at Wang Guwuji. Wang Guwuji smiled at Lin Ling for the first time. How about we decide this in a single move? Wang Guwuji spoke first. This was exactly what Lin Ling was thinking. He did not want to reveal all his trump cards in front of so many people. I feel that you will lose if we decide this in a single move. I really like your forceful tone. The two of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. However, their voices were extremely cold. From afar, it looked as though two gods were staring at each other. It was also as though two wolf kings were facing off in the wilderness. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for many people to breathe. They knew that this was the true battle between sages. Sui Yunfei, Zi Long, and Yi Lingtian's expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Ling, who was ranked 4th, actually had such a domineering aura. How could they, who were ranked in the top 3, endure this? A storm seemed to be about to arrive at any moment. Their clothes flapped loudly in the wind. Finally, Wang Guwuji made his move. He used an ordinary speed to shoot towards Lin Ling. However, it was like the calm before the storm. The moment he exploded, there would be no stopping him. Lin Ling's expression turned extremely solemn. He could feel a powerful energy enveloping his entire body. Wang Guwuji was at the peak of the half-true saint realm. He possessed the ultimate desolate body, and his cultivation realm had reached an unimaginable realm. It could be said that this half-true saint realm youth had no blind spots. This was also the first time Lin Ling had encountered a flawless expert after fighting so many sage realm experts. He's probably hiding his trump card. Obviously, he doesn't want to expose it in front of everyone. I'm the same. Then, let's fight with our full strength. He has the ultimate desolate physique while I have 3 7th grade desolate physiques. He is at the peak of the sage-to-be realm while I have the 4 dantians. He has the power of rank while I have the rank of demonic sword. His physical strength has probably reached the power of 800 worlds, which was also his strongest advantage in defeating Sui Yunfei. However, I have the power of 1,000 worlds. Lin Ling quickly analyzed the situation. He extended his right fist out from his shoulder and pounced forward. His fist also seemed calm, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that the space around his fist was completely distorted. The corners of Wang Guwuji's lips curled upwards when he saw this. Battle intent surged through his body. Last time, when he saw the bone-shattering demonic elephant, he knew that this young man was extremely extraordinary. He had always wanted to spar with him, and today, he finally met him. His blood began to boil. There was no point in bullying an ordinary sage-to-be realm expert. If he wanted to fight, he would fight someone at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Good timing. Wang Guwuji roared, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Two figures approached each other from afar and collided with each other like two meteorites. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two figures. At this moment, the eyes of the number one beauty in Alioth City flashed with a strange light. Boom, an unprecedented explosion rang through the air. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided in the sky above the ancient lake. One of them threw out a punch while the other threw out a claw. The space around the two of them started to churn like waves. It was extremely terrifying. The water of the ancient lake was completely evaporated. He's so strong. Sui Yunfei and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling wasn't defeated by Wang Guwuji's attack. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Formless shockwaves rippled through the air as they collided. If they were in the myriad worlds, the shockwaves alone would be enough to destroy the entire world. In the end, a blinding light appeared, and the two figures were sent flying. They smashed into two sides of the Yuan manor, causing the entire manor to explode. The shockwaves didn't stop there, and they destroyed countless mountains in the distance. Boulders rained down from the sky. How terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. It turned out that the two of them were the strongest sage-to-be realm experts in the Yuan manor. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. After a short while, a figure flew over from afar. He smiled faintly as he said, "It seems like you won't be able to return. You've lost." That person was Wangu Wuji. However, his robes were tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered some injuries. Is that so? As soon as the words left his mouth, another figure flew over with the speed of 100 worlds. His robes were also tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, there was a proud smile on his face. It was Lin Ling who had returned. Wangu Wuji's eyes widened when he saw Lin Ling's appearance. He knew that Lin Ling had definitely hidden some trump cards up his sleeves. The outcome of the battle between the two of them was, in fact, determined by whose final trump card was stronger. Otherwise, both of them wouldn't be able to defeat each other if they used their full strength. It seems like we won't be able to determine the victor without at least 100 years. Wangu Wuji couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with admiration. In my opinion, we won't be able to determine the victor without at least 300 years. It was the same for Lin Ling as well. Ha ha ha. When Wangu Wuji heard Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. As a member of the Wangu clan, he had looked down on the overlords of the 9 prefectures ever since he was young. No one had ever managed to catch his attention. However, there was someone who had managed to do so today. That person was someone who didn't have any reputation. However, Wangu Wuji believed that someone like that wouldn't be ordinary in the 9 prefectures. When the crowd heard Wangu Wuji admit that Lin Ling was a genius, an uproar broke out. Did that mean that the young man's strength wasn't any weaker than Wangu Wuji's? He doesn't even seem to be at the peak of the half-true saint realm. After a moment of shock, someone let out a heavy sigh. Even though he was only at the 8th stage of the half-true saint realm, he was already able to fight Wangu Wuji to a draw. What would happen if he was at the peak of the half-true saint realm? The outcome would be unimaginable. It was no wonder Wangu Wuji had placed so much importance on him. It turned out that he had the qualifications. The difference between Zui Yunfei and the young man was like the difference between the clouds and mud. As for the people from the Great Change Nebula sect, they were dumbfounded. They suddenly remembered their courage. In the past, they had thought that Lin Ling was a coward who didn't have any courage when Lin Ling gave up on the battle. Now, they knew that it wasn't because he didn't have any courage. Many people subconsciously turned to look at Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei's face was extremely ugly, and he wished that he could dig a hole and hide in it. As expected of Brother Lin. The operation began. Lin Ling naturally rejected this action. However, just as he was about to move, the woman's voice sounded in his heart. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, if I announce your name, I wonder what kind of turmoil will occur in the Yen state. This sentence undoubtedly stopped Lin Ling from acting rashly. The beautiful woman seemed to be wiping the sweat off her husband who had just returned from battle. Her caring actions and gentle eyes undoubtedly broke the hearts of the people around her. Plop, even more people knelt on the ground powerlessly. They could only glare at Lin Ling with hatred. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's terrifying strength, they felt helpless. Thank you. Lin Ling suddenly smiled evilly. Under everyone's gaze, he hugged the beautiful woman in his arms. Although he didn't know what the other party was scheming, Lin Ling wasn't someone to be trifled with if the other party dared to force him. Being forcefully hugged by Lin Ling, the beautiful woman's delicate body subconsciously tensed up. Her charming face flushed red, but she had to continue acting. She could only reveal a bashful look. Longyang, do you still remember when you poisoned me? I was the first man to taste you. TSK, the aftertaste is endless. Lin Ling whispered into the beautiful woman's ear. That's right, this beautiful woman was Longyang, who had repeatedly tried to kill Lin Ling. When Lin Ling spoke, Longyang's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. She recalled the scene from that day. However, that scene made her entire body feel weak. At that time, Lin Ling was indeed very fierce. However, who could she blame? Because she was the one who poisoned Lin Ling. The two of them seemed to be secretly opposing each other, but in the eyes of the crowd, this was a public display of affection. However, when the crowd was extremely jealous, an ancient voice suddenly came from the sky. "All right, the operation begins. Everyone, head south. Those who have reported their names, head north." Then, names sounded in the sky. Those whose names were reported all headed north. Obviously, those whose names were reported were the strongest existences in the half-saint stage. Among them were Lin Ling, Disher Tian, and the others. As for Longyang, she also headed north. Moreover, she seemed to be in a hurry, so everyone immediately set off. Lin Ling and the others were still somewhat confused about this big operation that alarmed the 9 states. However, they could only move forward according to the order. Longyang had been following not far from Lin. Although she had a seemingly gentle smile, in reality, she concealed an unknown murderous intent. "Big brother, you guys go first. Little you, follow big brother. I'll be right there." Sensing the faint murderous intent behind him, Lin Ling pondered for a moment before he spoke indifferently. "Okay. Big brother, be careful." Disher Tian and the others also knew that Lin Ling seemed to have something important to do. Lin Ling stopped and flew to the other side. A moment later, someone in the crowd also did the same and flew in the direction Lin Ling left. She was Longyang. Obviously, she also knew that Lin Ling seemed to have something to say to her. In a dense bamboo forest, Lin Ling stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. His entire person was like a stone statue. A moment later, as if talking to himself, he said, "What attracted you to this big operation? What made you disguise yourself and join another sect?" In the past, Longyang was also like today. She hid in a sect in the spirit state, making it difficult for people to guess her actions. After the voice floated out, a beautiful figure walked over from the bamboo forest. She smiled and said, "If I announce the name of the son of devil, I wonder what will happen to the Yin state." The person who came was Longyang. "Go ahead and try." Lin Ling finally turned around and looked calmly at Longyang. However, although he was calm, there was a storm-like madness in his eyes. This made Longyang's heart tremble subconsciously. She really valued Lin Ling. This was a person that the God Slayer Alliance relied on. Without this young man, the God Slayer Alliance would not have been able to destroy the gods. If this person went crazy, the price would definitely be unimaginable. "Okay, I won't announce your identity this time. However, I will need your help in this big operation." Longyang pondered for a moment and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He just looked calmly at Longyang. His gaze undoubtedly made Longyang's heart continue to pound. She had a feeling that at this moment, she was like a deer making a deal with a dragon. "Although you've hidden your strength, my intuition tells me that it's impossible for me to kill you. However, you're not a fool. If I attack, I can guarantee that it won't take long for my identity to be exposed. Therefore, I won't kill you for now." After Lin Ling smiled, he finally said slowly, "However, you've hidden your identity in the Yuhing sect. This means that you're also avoiding someone. If I announce your identity, I'm afraid that even if you don't die, you'll still lose a layer of skin. You bastard." Lin Ling's words were like peeling off Longyang's outer clothes, causing her to fly into a rage out of humiliation. It was obvious that she was indeed avoiding someone. Moreover, this person's background was definitely not small. Therefore, she used the son of the demon to threaten Lin Ling. In reality, Lin Ling was also threatening her. Therefore, we can't say who's helping who. We can only say that we each have our own needs. Therefore, I hope that you can tell me about this big operation." Seeing Longyang's expression, Lin Ling also revealed a confident smile. "You'll know. For now, I don't want to say any more." Longyang gritted her teeth and was determined not to speak. "Up to you. However, when I need to know, I hope that you'd better tell me." Lin Ling finally looked at her and strode away. Only Longyang was left in the bamboo forest. She stood there rigidly until Lin Ling completely disappeared. Only then did she relax as if she had fought hundreds of rounds. Talking to Lin Ling was really like a transaction between gods. At the same time, on the other side, a large number of experts had gathered in the sky. These people were all martial ancestors. At this moment, they were looking at the words that kept appearing in the sky. Those were a large number of names. When one of the old men saw a few names, he suddenly frowned. Shouldn't the people who are heading north from a Yuan villa be the top 3 half-step saints in Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? Why are Lin Ling and the others here? The old man was clearly very puzzled. Hee, Grand Simplicity Martial Ancestor, it seems like you're not familiar with the disciples of your sect. Those people have done something shocking before. Someone was still looking at the name list, but he smiled faintly. What did they do? The old man was even more puzzled. That guy called Lin Ling fought to a draw with Wangu Wuji of the Wangu clan. Therefore, we decided to let him head north. As for the people beside Lin Ling, we reckon that they aren't weak and are qualified to head north. That person turned to look at the old man and said. The old man's body trembled. You're lying. How can he fight to a draw with Wangu Wuji? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Jiang Wujia. Lie to you? Maybe you're right. I might be lying to you, but there are so many people in a Yuan villa. Could they be lying to you too? The person laughed. He did not understand why Tai Old Ancestor was reacting so strongly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tai patriarch shuddered. The first thing he thought of was Xing Shiyun. He had once thought highly of Xing Shiyun, but because of a failed mission, he had abandoned himself and left Tai Starry sect. Tai Old Ancestor looked down on this disciple. However, he had not expected his disciple to be so powerful. Master, Zui Yunfei is no match for Wangu Wuji, but Lin Ling is on par with him. Could he be the one who defeated the realm-devouring beast during the test? A man beside Tai Old Ancestor frowned. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. It's hard to be sure. The talent he has shown so far seems to be a fire talent. Tai Old Ancestor shook his head. Who could it be? The man seemed to be deep in thought. Calm down. Time will prove everything. Maybe it's not him or Zui Yunfei. Maybe it's someone else. Tai Old Ancestor looked into the distance. He did not seem to care, but in fact, he wanted to know who the mysterious young man was. At this moment, laughter came from not far away. This must be the #1 sage under Tai Old Ancestor, Jiang Wujia. As soon as this voice came out, gazes from all around looked over one after another, and their eyes carried a trace of surprise. Jiang Wujia was an extremely famous person in Yin State. It was not because of his cultivation, but because he had the ultimate desolate body. In fact, there were not many people who had the ultimate desolate body in Tai Nebula sect. There were less than 3 people who had the ultimate desolate body. Jiang Wujia was one of them. Most importantly, he was the youngest. For this reason, Tai Old Ancestor thought highly of him. He was the disciple he was most proud of. He was also the first person in Tai Nebula sect to have the ultimate desolate body at the Sage Realm. Tai Old Ancestor felt proud when he saw all the experts in Yin State looking at him in surprise. You are. As for the man, he looked indifferently at the person who had spoken. I'm sure Filong from the Heavenly Court. I wanted to visit Brother Jiang when I went to Tai Nebula sect. However, I had something important to do, so I delayed it. I hope Brother Jiang won't take it to heart. The person who had spoken was very young, but he was at the Sage Realm. Old Ancestor Tai recalled the day when the half-saint stage young men were taking the test. Indeed, people from the Heavenly Court had come looking for the son of the devil. They were extremely arrogant. In the end, Old Ancestor Tai had to show up, and those people from the Heavenly Court left with their tails between their legs. Heavenly Court? As far as I know, wasn't the Heavenly Court destroyed by the God-slaying alliance? Jiang Wujia chuckled when he heard that. Brother Jiang, you don't know. The Heavenly Court is a new Heavenly Court, and the one behind it is Martial God went in. Because it was just established, it needs the talents of the 9 prefectures. I wonder if Brother Jiang is interested? Jiang Wujia pondered for a moment and coldly refused. Tai Old Ancestor laughed secretly. He was very satisfied with Jiang Wujia's attitude. Seeing this, Sure Filong didn't get angry. He spread his hands and didn't say anything else. However, with his knowledge and experience, he could still sense that Jiang Wujia had been moved. That was because that rejection had taken a full breath of thought, and not an immediate rejection. Why would Jiang Wujia be like this? Sure Filong looked at Tai Old Ancestor and understood. Jiang Wujia could not say anything in front of Tai Old Ancestor. Tai Old Ancestor has a good relationship with one of the 9 states' martial gods, but he is not as good as martial god Wen Tian. No wonder Jiang Wujia was moved. Sure, Filong guessed inwardly. The people around were talking in 2s and 3s. Everyone who had appeared was a big shot in Yin State. There were Baiyun Villa, Firefox Valley, Tianluo Sect, Jintao Temple, and so on. Although these big shot sects couldn't be compared to the Flying Dragon Organization, Fu Hang Manor, and other major forces in the 9 prefectures, they were only below them. Compared to the 9 prefectures, they were far superior to many other forces. Even the 9 prefectures' god emperors couldn't compare to these big shots. They're here, they're here. Suddenly, someone spoke, causing everyone's gazes to look into the distance. They saw a large number of experts coming from all directions. They seemed to have come from all over the Yin State. The weakest experts were at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Many of them were sages. This was a gathering of sages. If it were a new state or spirit state, it would be impossible to see this. Then, those people bowed to the big shots of the Yin province. The old ancestor of the Tai sect glanced around and found a few people from the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. They must have come from the Yuan Villa. Sui Yunfei and the others lowered their heads. They looked like frosted eggplants. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they were talking and laughing. Even though the sages were here, they did not have any stage fright. This made Tai Old Ancestor take a good look at the 3 young men for the first time. Compared to Xianxia Yun, these 3 disciples were much bolder. Their composure was also better than ordinary people. It seems that I have underestimated them. Forget it, forget it. I will slowly compensate for my previous neglect in the future. Xianxia Yun escaped from the Great Change Nebula sect. Now, he has done a great thing for the Great Change Nebula sect. Tai Old Ancestor thought to himself. Although Tai Nebula sect was a big shot in the 9 states, it was also a sect in a precarious situation in Yin State. It was not easy for it to stand still for thousands of years. Therefore, if Tai Nebula sect had descendants, their sect in the deity era could last longer. Everyone is here. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out, and it caused the entire place to fall silent. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others looked around. They knew that the experts of Yin State had gathered. A big operation was about to begin. However, they found that the big forces of 9 states, such as Fu Hang Manor and Flying Dragon Organization, were not here. They guessed that the more powerful giants must have taken action on the other side. However, their guess was not wrong. This operation is one of the biggest in 9 states for many years. Jealousy. A year ago, the same thing happened again. Martial Ancestor Kundi and Martial Ancestor Wu Liang died by the Wangwu Lake. They were unharmed and their eyes were taken away. This incident finally alarmed the Yin State. After some speculation, it was confirmed that the Great Devil sect was behind it. Therefore, in order to eliminate the 10 evils of the 9 states, some martial ancestors called upon the experts of the Yin State and the 9 states to join forces and launch a fierce attack on the Great Devil sect. Even if we cannot eradicate them, we must drive them away from the 9 prefectures. Right now, the Great Devil sect is entrenched in the Heavenly King Mountain area, and there are even more powerful big shots from the 9 prefectures attacking. However, the Great Devil sect has the most people among the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, we have decided to let you guys attack the Great Devil sect from another direction. The experts in that direction are not very powerful, so you guys should be able to deal with them. The Great Devil sect has 5 Great Devil Elders, and the place you are going to is the territory of one of the Great Devil Elders. However, although you have a lot of people, you still have to be careful. After the operation is over, our alliance will reward you according to your merits, and the sect you belong to will also be honored. I hope you can work harder. When the voice ended, everyone's emotions rose, even the sect masters were secretly clenching their fists. No one wanted to be inferior to others. At this time, they naturally wanted to win glory for their sect. After that, all the half-saints and saints returned to their respective sects. It was the same for Lin Ling and the other 2. The Tai Patriarch and the others stared deeply at Lin Ling and the other 2. Finally, a smile appeared on their faces. Obviously, Lin Ling and the other two had greatly improved the reputation of the Great Change Nebula sect in the Yuan Villa. This made them extremely proud. "You're Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all." However, before the Tai patriarch could say anything, Jiang Wujia spoke in the tone of a senior. He did not know what to say, but he stared at Xiaoyu and said, "This mission is extremely dangerous. It's better for this little girl not to come along. She'll be safer in the sect." "No need. She likes to follow me, and I don't intend to let her leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. His tone was neither haughty nor humble, which undoubtedly made Jiang Wujia's eyes narrow. He thought that Lin Ling would more or less respect him, but who knew that Lin Ling's attitude towards him could be said to be completely expressionless. But in terms of seniority, he, Jiang Wujia, was Lin Ling and the other's martial uncle. However, Jiang Wujia could sense the presence of the Tai patriarch and the others, so he suppressed his anger. "You guys are Xianxia's disciples, right? I've heard that you guys fought Wangu Wuji to a draw in the Yuan manor." Seeing Jiang Wujia's silence, the patriarch of Tai finally spoke. This was the first time he had mentioned Xianxia's name. Generally speaking, Lin Ling and the other two would definitely be very excited if he personally asked. At least, that was what Cui Yunfei and the others thought. However, Lin Ling Trio's reaction was still very calm. Lin Ling smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just a Tai. That's all." Cui Yunfei and the others narrowed their eyes when they heard this. The elders behind the patriarch of Tai frowned. What a that? It sounded so simple. Moreover, the three of them were not excited at all when facing the patriarch of Tai. This made the elders extremely unhappy. "Hee, young people, you are ambitious." However, the patriarch of Tai did not flare up. Instead, he praised them. At least from this point of view, Lin Ling's trio was much better than Xianxia's group. "Get ready to set off. If you guys complete the mission, Tai Nebula sect will reward you handsomely." The patriarch of Tai reminded them. Lin Ling, Cui Yunfei, and the others nodded. When they looked into the distance, they saw that the crowd was already moving forward. However, at that moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Ling, I'll go with you." Long Yang strode towards the Great Change Nebula sect. Behind her, dozens of beauties were also following her. What? This scene caused the crowd to tremble. In particular, some of the younger generation frowned. This was because they had already received news that the most beautiful woman in Yuheng was coming. Therefore, they had gathered here to catch a glimpse of her beauty. In the end, the beautiful woman did not disappoint them. Moreover, the dozens of beauties that she brought along with her moved many people. However, the beautiful woman was now planning to go with a sage-to-be junior and take all the beauties with her. As a man, he could not tolerate such a thing. Most importantly, the young man was only a sage-to-be. Perhaps he had some strength, but there were many sage-to-be experts present. A sage-to-be could only stand aside. This. The patriarch of Tai was also shocked. Yuheng sect, a sect in Miao Prefecture, had a stronger origin than Tai Nebula sect. This was one of the reasons why the beauties could become the focus of attention. Now, even the patriarch of Tai Nebula sect could not catch the eye of Yuheng sect. On the contrary, a disciple of the sect had succeeded. Junior brother Lin, what happened? Even Jiang Wujia started to frown. He was a powerful genius in the sage-to-be realm. However, he had not been invited by the beauties. On the contrary, his junior brother had succeeded. This made him very uncomfortable. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Instead, he looked coldly at Longyang and said, "Get lost." That one word shocked the void. Get lost. This was the dream of others, and this young man had asked those beauties to get lost. Bastard. Some of the young men's eyes were red. As long as the beautiful woman gave the order, they would immediately attack Lin Ling and the other two. However, Longyang apparently did not care about Lin Ling's angry shout. Instead, she said aggrievedly, "Please don't drive me away. We have reached an agreement to go to Heavenly King Mountain together. Get lost." That lovely and moving appearance caused many people's eyes to burn with jealousy. Some impulsive people even charged into the ground and fiercely smashed their fists on the ground, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. unfortunately, Lin Ling and Longyang were enemies. Naturally, he knew that Longyang's actions were actually harmful to him, forcing him to become the enemy of all men. However, at this moment, no matter how Lin Ling explained, it was useless. Moreover, Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. Whatever tricks Longyang wanted to play, he would just play along with her. Well, since you have made up your mind, let's go together. Go. In front of countless people, Lin Ling stepped forward and forcibly held Longyang in his arms. His palm pinched the flesh of Longyang's waist fiercely. It had to be said that Longyang's waist was very slender and felt very good. This action also caused a flame of anger to burn in the depths of Dragon Lady's eyes. However, since she dared to harm Lin Ling, she was naturally mentally prepared. This was because she had encountered such a thing before. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Splicing Demons. Let's go, beauty. With you by my side, I don't think this big operation will be boring. Yes. Lin Ling ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked forward with Longyang in his arms. Ha ha ha. Yes. Behind him, Sakura and the others laughed loudly. Their laughter seemed to resound throughout the world. Obviously, they knew who the beauty was and knew that she was deliberately trying to harm Lin Ling. And this kind of laughter naturally made everyone even angrier. Who is this guy? Yes. A young man in white frowned. He came from the White Cloud Villa and was the strongest genius in the Sage Stage. His name was Huagu. He's from the Grand Change Nebula sect. Damn, he's just a half-saint. Look at how arrogant he is. Not only did he take away the most beautiful woman, but he also took away all the other beauties. Yes. Another person also replied. He came from the Fire Fox Valley and was called Fire Fox Ichiro. In fact, it was not only them. The others also spoke one after another. Even Shirfilong from the Heavenly Court snorted. He was a genius from the Heavenly Court, but he was not favored by a beauty. This was too unfair. However, anger was anger. In the end, they could only watch the group of beauties in front of them leave with a young man in a blue robe. It had to be said that the scene was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling and Longyang walked together. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but his voice was extremely cold. Longyang, you're really bold. You provoked me again and again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you here? Yes. Lin Ling, there's a reason for this. It's because one of my enemies is watching me. So, I have to find some people to bewitch him. Yes. To Lin Ling's surprise, Longyang spoke seriously. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I can bewitch that person? Yes. It won't be of much help. But, it will at least be of some use. I guess that person must have some doubts at this moment. After all, it's impossible for someone of my status to know a junior of the semi-sage realm. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. By the time he comes to his senses, I might have already left. Fine, maybe you're right, but is this the first day you've met me, Lin Ling? Don't you know who I, Lin Ling, am? I know, and I know that you will definitely kill me. But in the Yen province, you are the only one I can trust now. However, since I borrowed you to avoid the enemy, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your mission this time is to eliminate a demon elder on the side of Mount Tianwang, and I know his whereabouts. I can help you find him faster than others. At that time, if you complete the mission, your reputation in the Grand Change Nebula sect will also be greatly improved, and so will your sect. Longyang, don't tell me you don't know that if I, Lin Ling, were to surface, I would attract the attention of many people. You can rest assured that there are countless people named Lin Ling in this world. The Heavenly Court may not think that you are the son of demon, unless someone in the Heavenly Court knows you and sees you in person. However, the former Heavenly Court has been destroyed by you, and most of the people in the new Heavenly Court don't know you. If I'm not wrong, Wendian Martial God should know you, but he won't come in person for a nobody. The two of them were talking secretly. After hearing Longyang's words, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't believe Longyang. Involuntarily, he looked at Sakura and the others, asking for their opinions. At this time, Longyang spoke again. Lin Ling, you're the person I want to kill the most in my life, but not now. So, in the short term, you don't have to worry about me. Moreover, I have other enemies now, and I can't spare any time to deal with you. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Ling looked coldly at Longyang and said. Whether you believe or not, that's your own business. But I'm sure that if you kill me now, the next moment, the name of the son of demon will be announced. You should know my methods. Alright. You and I both have misgivings. Let's postpone our life and death feud. Lin Ling finally made a decision. The two of them seemed to be talking coldly, but in fact, both of them revealed a friendly smile. Those who didn't know the situation would really think that they were a couple. Especially when they saw the group of beauties behind Longyang, their eyes burned with flames. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know the jealousy of the crowd as he laughed loudly and started drinking with Sakura and the others. Not long later, an ancient mountain appeared in front of them. In the sky above the mountain, demonic chi was rolling like an invisible mouth, wanting to swallow everyone who came here. However, the people present weren't weak. Adding on the fact that there were so many people, their reactions were calm. Then, the people began to split up and formed small teams. They began to search the area in a carpet-style manner. 9 regions 10 vicious great devil sect. This was the sect with the most people among the 9 regions 10 vicious great devil sect. Its destructive power was extremely powerful. It was said that the master of the great devil sect was a devil god who had fought with the gods in the past. In the current 9 regions, there were only 4 gods left. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Great Devil sect was. Although the crowd was divided into small teams, the number of people in these teams was actually not small. There were even many teams that were formed by combining several small teams. Lin Ling and Sakura formed a small team and followed the crowd. At the same time, a map appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was given to him by Longyang and recorded the location of one of the Great Devil sect's devil elders. Although he didn't know where Longyang got this map, but Longyang had always been mysterious, so Lin Ling wasn't surprised. Kill. After entering the Heavenly King Mountain, they naturally met the devil dwellers of the Great Devil sect. These devil dwellers were very strange. Some looked like humans, some looked like demons, but their fighting power was extremely strong. Lin Ling also saw that these devil dwellers seemed to be pieced together people. For example, there was a devil dweller who had the body of a crocodile but the upper body of a human. He seemed to be pieced together. The crocodile was the divine beast Green Wild Emperor Crocodile, and the human was a Saint Realm expert. However, this expert seemed to be dead and was only acting under orders. This great devil sect is really powerful. Looking at those ferocious devil dwellers, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had never seen this kind of method. In his era, the Great Devil sect had not completely risen. That's terrifying. Sakura, on the other hand, looked at the other side, only to see the earth collapsing. A monster towering into the clouds was galloping over at this moment. This monster had centipede feet, densely packed, and its body was like a dragon. And in front of the dragon's head, there was a human head. Obviously, this unknown monster was pieced together by countless divine beasts and humans. This method was somewhat similar to the bloodline of the Golden Emperor, and this kind of devil dwellers was also extremely difficult to deal with. After a few clashes, they killed a lot of people. But fortunately, Lin Ling's side had more people and in the end, these devil dwellers were eliminated. Among them, in order to test the strength of the devil dwellers, Lin Ling also took action. He didn't use any methods and relied on his physical strength to clash with the 4 Dantians. Framed, night gradually fell. The demonized land was silent. Occasionally, the painful groans of fierce beasts could be heard from afar, letting people know that there were demons killing wild beasts in the distance. Under such circumstances, those with weak wills would definitely be frightened by the doomsday-like atmosphere and flee. The large group set up camp at the foot of a mountain to relieve the fatigue brought about by the battle during the day. Lin Ling, Xiaoyu, and the rest were also in a corner, drinking wine and recovering their strength. Lin Ling, right? Senior sister is looking for you. After drinking a few cups of wine, a woman walked over with a smile. This woman was also extremely beautiful, especially her figure. It was extremely hot, causing people to be reluctant to look away after a single glance. It's so late? Why is she looking for me? Lin Ling frowned, feeling that something was wrong. I don't know. Senior sister said that you'll know when you go. The woman said delicately, Senior brother Lin Ling, please don't make things difficult for junior sister. If you don't go, senior sister will definitely punish me. Second brother, go and take a look. That kind of delicateness was undoubtedly fatal to Sakura, so he couldn't help but advise. Lin Ling was still frowning. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded but secretly transmitted his voice, if anything happens, you don't have to care about me and leave immediately. We'll gather with the sound transmission talisman. Okay. Manglu nodded. They didn't have any friends in this place, so they had to be on guard against any unexpected incidents. Lin Ling also stood up and followed the woman forward. Not long after, a pink tent appeared in front of them. From inside, the laughter of women could be heard. After seeing the tent, the beauty in front of Lin Ling smiled and led Lin Ling towards the tent. Wait, since you're already here, ask your senior sister to come out and talk. Lin Ling suddenly said. He was still vigilant, because if Longyang really wanted to find him, she would face him alone. However, there were obviously many women in the tent, which was not in line with Longyang's style. Senior sister fought a lot during the day and is a little tired now. Why don't you talk to senior sister yourself? Senior brother Lin Ling, I beg you. As long as you see senior sister, my mission will be considered complete. The beauty didn't seem to want Lin Ling to leave. She pulled on Lin Ling's hand and rubbed her full breasts against Lin Ling's arm. However, Lin Ling shook her off and said coolly, then lead the way. Thank you, senior. That beauty was obviously very happy. She brought Lin Ling into the tent. The women's tent was obviously blocked by a barrier to prevent perverts from using their heaven's eye to peek in. This also caused Lin Ling to be unable to detect the scene in the tent unless he forcefully broke the barrier. However, doing so was tantamount to being a hooligan. Therefore, after entering the tent, Lin Ling realized that the scene in the tent was different from what he had imagined. Not only was Longyang not there, but there were 3 women. They were not wearing clothes and seemed to be waiting for something. When they saw Lin Ling, they immediately screamed. What are you doing? Help, there's a hooligan. This caused Lin Ling's face to change. He looked to his side and saw that the woman who had led the way had also unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her fair and jade-like breasts. However, she covered them with her hands and also cried out in alarm. As soon as she cried out in alarm, the surroundings suddenly became lively and noisy. Junior sister, what happened? Many men's voices rang out in the distance. Senior, save us. He wants to do something improper to us. All the women were shouting. The woman who had led the way rushed out of the tent and shouted to the outside. Bitch! Seeing this scene, how could Lin Ling not know what was going on? However, he was too lazy to do anything. He walked out of the tent casually. Obviously, he knew that this was a premeditated plan. Moreover, the people who had carried out this plan were not Longyang, but those who had targeted him. It's you. Well, you people from the Grand Change Nebula sect are too bold. How dare you humiliate the disciples of the Willow Leaf Gate in broad daylight? How should you be punished? As soon as he walked out of the tent, many young men shouted angrily. Among them were Hua Gu from the White Cloud Villa, Hua Huichiro from the Fire Fox Valley, Shi Filong from the Heavenly Court, and many others. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling was calm in the face of the anger of the crowd. Instead, he revealed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. This kind of attitude was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was as if Lin Ling knew about their conspiracy. The fact was that Lin Ling had taken away all the beauties today. This caused the crowd to regard him as a thorn in their side. In addition, Lin Ling was only at the weakest stage to be realm. Therefore, they did not take him seriously. However, this was an alliance of the major sections. Without a good excuse, they did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they came up with this plan to frame Su Ke. Seeing Lin Ling's calmness, the disheveled women immediately cried as if they were victims. Junior brother Lin, you've gone too far. The cries attracted a majestic voice. A man strode forward and appeared in front of Lin Ling. He was Jiang Wujia from the Grand Change Nebula sect. How have I gone too far? Seeing this, Lin Ling finally spoke. In broad daylight, in front of so many people, you forced yourself to do these improper things. Don't you think you've gone too far? You're bringing shame to the Grand Change Nebula sect. Jiang Wujia shouted angrily. Senior brother Jiang, he's from your sect. Please uphold justice for us. The women looked at Jiang Wujia as if they were begging for help. Jiang Wujia nodded his head as if he had placed righteousness before family. This undoubtedly made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. The sneer on his face deepened. Junior brother Lin, what else do you have to say? Jiang Wujia also looked at Lin Ling. Of course I have something to say. Lin Ling nodded his head and said calmly, first, it's dark now. How can it be broad daylight? Second, with their looks, even if they were given to me, Lin Ling, I wouldn't want them. Third, even if I really did those things, it's none of your business. It's none of your business. Lin Ling's voice became louder at the last sentence, causing countless echoes. Jiang Wujia was stunned, but the veins on his forehead were bulging. After all, he was the last disciple of the Grand Change Nebula. He could be considered Lin Ling's martial uncle. However, Lin Ling did not give him any face in front of so many people. Brother Jiang, this junior of your sect doesn't seem to take you seriously at all. The others also started to sow discord with a sneer on their faces. Lin Ling, I'll give you one more chance. Do you admit to your crimes or not? These words undoubtedly aroused Jiang Wujia's anger. Who do you think you are? You just arrived and didn't ask me the whole story. Instead, you helped an outsider. Do you still expect me to give you face? Again, it's none of your business. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations release the tiger back to the mountain. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain anything, because it was useless to try to pin a crime on him. Catch him. This man is arrogant and openly affects the unity of the group. We must catch him as an example. That's right. That's right. This man is scum. He will definitely affect the operation. That's right. Brother Jiang, what do you think about this? That's right. Angry shouts came from the crowd. Jiang Wujia looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. I can't help you with this, Lin Ling, he said indifferently. You'd better surrender. That's enough. Obviously, he had represented Tai E Nebula in handing over Lin Ling. The others silently took a step forward when they heard this, and they revealed smiles of success. As far as they were concerned, this kid at the Half-Saint realm was still alive. Haha, a bunch of trash. I'll remember you. Don't think that today's matter is over. There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll settle this account with you slowly. Now, goodbye. That's enough. However, Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. His entire body's boundary essence erupted. In the next instant, he disappeared from where he stood. The surrounding air exploded. When they looked at Lin Ling again, Lin Ling had already appeared in the distant sky. His speed was so terrifying that it surpassed the speed of all half-saints. It was the speed of 90 boundaries of the physical body. Everyone's pupils trembled violently. The speed of 90 boundaries of the physical body, not to mention the half-saints. Even many sages didn't have such speed. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Was this the half-saint kid they thought they could catch easily? See you later. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice came from the distant sky. It was as if he was mocking them. They had been thinking about how to frame Lin Ling, but they had forgotten that even if they succeeded in framing him, could they catch Lin Ling? Bastard! Numerous furious cries sounded out at the same time. You're only at the Sage-to-Be realm, yet you have the speed of 90 boundaries. You're very powerful. It's a pity that you're facing a Sage realm expert. Everyone, you only have to wait for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I will definitely capture him alive. After a moment of silence, several arrogant voices rang out. They came from the White Cloud Villas Hua Ge and Huichiro. The two of them were geniuses in the Saint realm. Their speed had long surpassed the speed of 100 realms. I'm counting on you. Everyone was overjoyed. With the two of them taking action, they would definitely succeed. Where do you think you're going? The two of them roared, and the space around them twisted. They shot toward Lin Ling at a speed that exceeded 100 realms. Kid, do you have anything to say before you get caught? Two voices came out of their mouths at the same time. In front of Lin Ling, two handsome young men also appeared, causing waves of screams in the mountain range. Those women who had framed Lin Ling before were now shouting in worship. Trash. However, Lin Ling only smiled disdainfully. Around his body, a violent wind appeared and a torrential downpour descended, the art of wind and rain myriad realms. Previously, Lin Ling had only used his physical strength. Now, he used the power of a higher realm. In an instant, his speed increased to 50 boundaries speed. In front of Hua Ge and Hua Huichiro's eyes, Lin Ling disappeared. Everyone, we'll meet again someday. I'll take revenge for today's matter in the future. His speed had almost reached 150 boundaries speed. Not to mention the initial stage of the Saint Realm, even the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm would find it difficult to achieve such speed. At the foot of the mountain, there was complete silence, everyone's mouths were wide open. That guy could still increase his speed. Was he still a sage to be Realm Junior? Especially the women, their bodies trembled subconsciously. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the half-saint realm, the words he left behind before he left made them have a feeling that they seemed to have provoked an existence that they shouldn't have, releasing the tiger back to the mountain. This guy. As for Hua Ge and Hua Huichiro, their faces were extremely ugly at this moment. Previously, they had wanted to seize the credit and capture this sage to be Realm Junior alive. Who knew that even though they were fast, Lin Ling was even faster? This caused their handsome looks to be as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Both of them were trembling with anger, they could only walk back to the foot of the mountain helplessly. Brother Hua Hu, don't be afraid. He has entered the Heavenly King Mountain alone. He will definitely die. Someone who could not eat grapes scolded the sour grapes. That's right. The others nodded. Most of them were experts at the Saint Realm. Now that a sage-to-be Realm Junior had left in such a carefree manner, they would definitely not lose face. Beautiful lady, you should know what kind of person he is. This guy is extremely daring and reckless. Fortunately, we exposed him for you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Hua Ji's gaze fell on a beautiful lady in the distance. She was Longyang. Thank you, everyone. Longyang seemed to be in a state of shock. However, she quickly smiled gratefully. There's no need for that. We are just unwilling to let you be deceived by others. Hua Huichiro immediately spoke up. His heart was filled with joy. He might be able to win her heart if he helped her this time. Unfortunately, they did not know that Longyang knew that Lin Ling was not that kind of person. What a bunch of idiots. That fellow's strength is unfathomable. Aren't you provoking a porcupine by provoking him? A skinny young man who was standing in the distance sneered coldly. He was Wangu Wuji, he had fought with Lin Ling before. Although it had ended in a draw, he knew that Lin Ling had concealed his strength. At that time, Lin Ling had not revealed his talent or martial arts, therefore, he guessed that if Lin Ling used his full strength, even initial phase true saints would not be a match for him. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, Lin Ling would have killed these clowns a long time ago. Interesting. If that fellow can return alive, he will definitely stir up a storm in the Yan province. Wangu Wuji did not bother about those people as he turned around and left. Everyone was still talking excitedly. It was as though they had caught a spy. It was as though Lin Ling had already died in the Heavenly King Mountain. After all, it was extremely dangerous for a person to enter the Heavenly King Mountain alone. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling was shooting into the distance. The ground beneath his feet was disappearing at the speed of time. The speed of 150 realms of speed allowed him to face a Saint Realm expert as if there was no one around. At the same time, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He was looking for Xiaoyu and the others. He only remembered the grudge he had for what had happened in the past. However, he did not care about it. After all, he did not want to follow those people. The mission this time is to find one of the 5 great demon elders of the Great Demon Sect. Longyang has already given me the location of that great demon elder. Lin Ling took out the map that Longyang had given him. On the mysterious map, there was a dot of light moving around. That dot of light was the location of the great demon elder. Lin Ling did not know how Longyang had gotten her hands on the map. However, the fact that the dot of light could record the location of a great demon elder was truly amazing. Something's not right. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The terrifying elder demon, he took out the sound-transmitting talisman and compared it. His expression changed dramatically because he found that Sakura and the others were very close to the elder demon. Moreover, Lin Ling found that the elder demon was approaching Sakura and the others. Obviously, Sakura and the others were in danger. Lin Ling couldn't help but speed up and shoot forward. At this moment, on the other side, under the ancient mountain, the gray sky seemed to be suppressing. Countless demonic beasts flew in the sky with a terrifying aura. The sound of each demonic beast caused a huge storm. Not only were there many demonic beasts, but each of them was extremely powerful. Looking carefully, these demonic beasts all had a characteristic, which was that they were pieced together. For example, there was a huge rainbow eagle. Its wings were like rainbows, extremely dazzling, but its head was actually a woman's head. That pair of eyes even blossomed with a demonic light. For example, there was a snake bee as thick as a finger. It actually had human eyes. On the ground, several figures looked at the sky with a solemn expression. There are too many of them. We're surrounded. These few people were Sakura and the others. Rumble. Sakura turned into a skeleton, holding a long halberd. As he waved it, the void cracked, and a huge tortoise and phoenix were swept away. Menglu also floated up like the god of the underworld, and many demonic beasts lost their souls. However, there were only 2 of them. Even if their combat strength was comparable to the first layer of the half-saint realm, they couldn't exhaust the number of demonic beasts. Brother! Xiaoyu hugged the little white rabbit and led the little deer, looking at the sky with tears in her eyes. She was very scared. Roar! At this moment, a demonic beast with a dragon's body and phoenix wings swooped down and swept Xiaoyu away. Xiaoyu! Xiao! Sakura and Menglu shouted at the same time. They wanted to help, but there were too many demonic beasts around, and they couldn't leave. Xiaoyu was entrusted to them by Lin Ling. If something happened to her, how could they explain it to Lin Ling? Lin Ling once said that even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, nothing must happen to Xiaoyu. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, a cold light flashed and actually cut the dragon-winged demonic beast that was pouncing over into 2 halves. At the same time, an old man appeared beside Xiaoyu. He carried Xiaoyu and shot towards the other side. Just as he disappeared, a pair of pitch-black pincers appeared on the ground. With a cracking sound, it was as if they could crush everything. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had been rescued. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What crawled out from the ground was also a bird. It had the claws of a crab, the tail of a poisonous scorpion, and a pair of wings that were as hard as iron. They're all seniors. Sakura and the others took a look at it and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Grandpa! Xiaoyu also revealed a smile. The person who had saved her was none other than Do Afterimage. Fortunately, I rushed over. If I was a step slower, young master would have scolded me to death. Do Afterimage revealed a gratified smile and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been secretly following Lin Ling. After seeing Sakura and the others leave, he also followed up and saw this scene. However, the crisis wasn't over yet. Do Afterimage's gaze also looked towards the sky. The sky was dark and countless birds filled the sky, making people tremble with fear. However, those birds seemed to have stopped swooping down and hovered in the air as if waiting for something. This also made Sakura and the others quickly land beside Xiaoyu. One person turned into a huge skeleton and the other turned into a white-haired god of the underworld, guarding their crow. An ear-piercing sound came from the sky. A terrifying thing happened. A huge human head floated over. This human head belonged to an old man. His hair was white, but his appearance was extremely ferocious. He revealed an evil smile and his mouth was actually filled with rolling devil clouds. The surrounding birds, under his smile, were actually torn apart, and then on top of that human head, they were constantly pieced together. A large amount of feathers and blood also sprinkled down from the sky. That cruel scene directly made Sakura and the others frown, because they saw that some birds were torn into 2 halves, but they seemed to be still alive and floated over to be pieced together. What kind of terrifying thing is this? Hee, humans. Finally, a demonic beast that didn't look like anything appeared. On that huge human head, various organs of demonic beasts appeared. There were dragon claws, phoenix wings, 5-colored feathers and so on. Not only did it look terrifying, it was also extremely ugly. Your Yen State's martial arts alliance came to destroy our great devil sect. You really don't know life from death. Since you dared to come, none of you can leave. However, your talents are not bad, just right to be my subordinates. That human head let out a low voice, and those words made Sakura and the others tremble. Could it be that they were also going to be pieced together as demonic beasts? Thinking of becoming the head of a demonic beast and then being controlled, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't wait to commit suicide. Waiting to be captured. That human head opened its mouth and a terrifying power sealed the earth, making Sakura and the others unable to move. Then, countless palms floated out from the human head's mouth. Some were skeletal palms, some were full of wrinkles, as if they were going to tear Sakura and the others apart. Meng Lu, protect Xiaoyu. I also want to, but I can't move. I don't know what power this monster used to seal my boundary. Damn it. Disher Tian and Meng Lu both became anxious. This person is one of the 5 great devil elders of the Great Devil sect. Beside them, the afterimages let out a dignified voice. Devil elder? Damn it, our luck is too bad, to actually meet a devil. Elder. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others' pupils fiercely trembled. Great Devil sect, a devil god who had once fought with the gods during the gods' era. How could the devil elder under him be someone that Sakura and the others could fight against? Brother, are we all going to die? Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears. She obviously knew what had happened. Brother Lin Ling isn't here. Where did he go? He said that he would protect me like a big brother. Xiaoyu's cute cheeks were filled with more tears. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others sighed in their hearts. Previously, they left the mountain because they knew that there were changes in the mountain. According to Lin Ling's agreement, they had to leave immediately. Right now, they didn't know how Lin Ling was doing. Perhaps, Lin Ling also had his own troubles. Xiaoyu, don't blame brother Lin Ling. He has always been protecting us, just like our flag, but he is only one person in the end. It's impossible for him to take care of everything. He will also get tired. Sakura said. Hearing that, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered and nodded. Grandpa said that brother Lin Ling is a real man. He has principles and values relationships, so I don't blame him. It's just that when I die, I can't see brother Lin Ling. Xiaoyu is unhappy. How can we not be like this? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Lin Ling at full strength. While they were talking, the terrifying palms were getting closer and closer to them. They were like small knives that were about to cut them apart, but at this moment, a dragon roared in the distance. The dragon bow shot over and 4 arrows intertwined, forming a huge dragon god bow. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyu and the rest looked up at the sky, their faces filled with excitement. Rumble, the huge bow of the dragon god struck the human head with extraordinary power, causing countless feathers to shoot out. The human head also let out a painful cry. Obviously, the huge head's gaze was on Sakura and the rest, which caused it to be shot by the arrow. However, this terrifying human head was really powerful. It was shot directly by an arrow, but it was only injured. There's a sword, from the gods. In the distance, a blood sword slashed over fiercely, cutting the bodies of countless demon birds. If Jiang Wujia and the rest were here and saw the arrow and the sword, they would definitely be shocked, because, with such an attack, even 70% of them would not be able to block it. Wah! The huge head made a sound again, spitting out blood from its mouth. Its withered yellow eyes also looked at the sky in the distance. A figure in a blue and white robe, holding a large sword diagonally, walked over step by step. His body was covered in colorful flames, and there was a dragon god roaring above his head. Behind him was a huge mouth. His pace was not fast, but it was as if he was stepping on the heart of the sky, with a domineering aura. This was Lin Ling's true full strength. If Hua Ge and the rest saw this, they would definitely be shocked. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people at that time, Lin Ling would have killed them with his sword by relying on Hua Ge and Hua Huilong. Go to hell. The huge head shook, and countless feathers shot over like arrows. They were densely packed and filled the sky, leaving no blind spots. Seeing this, the blue-robed youth's face turned serious. His body shook, and darkness descended. Whoosh, countless black shadows shook out from the young man's body. The young man seemed to have been corroded, and his body kept disappearing, causing the surrounding sky to be filled with specks of darkness. If one were to look carefully, one would see that those specks of darkness were like sludge. The darkness quickly condensed and turned into a huge pool of sludge. The sludge let out a rumbling sound and opened its mouth wide, whoosh. Whoosh, countless feathers shot over, but they were all swallowed by that mouth. This terrifying scene scared Sakura and the others silly. Lin Ling had turned into sludge. What's going on? World-swallowing beast. Do Afterimage was very knowledgeable and exclaimed at this moment. Master, when did you become a realm-swallowing beast? What? Are you saying that this black thing is Lin Ling? Hearing this, Meng Lu and the others were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Big brother, take Xiaoyu and the others and leave immediately. Almost at the same time, a low voice came from the huge sludge. It was Lin Ling's voice. Oh? Okay, but what about you? Sakura and the others reacted, but they were still a little worried. Don't worry about me. This guy is still no match for me. Lin Ling's voice came from the sludge again, however, this voice made Meng Lu frown. He said, Lin Ling, why don't we join forces? Go immediately. Unfortunately, Lin Ling rejected them directly. Meng Lu gritted his teeth and nodded to Sakura. In fact, Meng Lu had already guessed it. He knew that Lin Ling's words were just to comfort them. Lin Ling was no match for the Great Devil Sect's 5 Great Devil Elders. The Great Devil Elder was so terrifying that even the martial ancestor couldn't do anything to him because he was mysterious and difficult to deal with. Lin Ling was only a sage to be, however, they wouldn't be of much help if they stayed, so it was better to retreat immediately. This would give Lin Ling space to escape, however, the huge head didn't seem to care about Xiaoyu and the others escaping. Instead, it stared at Lin Ling. Obviously, the huge head was eyeing everything that Lin Ling had. Dragon bones, extremely powerful dragon bones, realm-devouring beast. TSK, I've been looking for this kind of material. You're the best monster for me to put together. The gigantic head let out an exhilarating laugh. Old monster, I know you're interested in me, but do you think you can catch me? Lin Ling's voice came from the sludge with a touch of sarcasm. Come to think of it, you and I are both monsters, but you're much uglier. At least I'm black all over, but what about you? You don't look like anything. You have the feathers of a chicken and the soles of a duck. How did you put it together? It's so unartistic. To be honest, you give me the feeling of a drowned rat. After the voice came out, the head roared, and the feathers around it stood up. They were both monsters, but Lin Ling was much better than him. He couldn't be much better. However, Lin Ling mocked him as a drowned rat. If I catch you, I'll tear your mouth off. The giant head let out a furious roar. Hee hee, you're angry. Look at your feathers sputtering everywhere. Now you're like a duck that has been stripped of all its feathers. No, an old duck. However, Lin Ling teased again. The reason why he was teasing him was because he wanted him to focus all his attention on him, giving Xiaoyu and the others time to escape. Old duck, I'll take my leave. Then, Lin Ling turned into a shadow and shot backward. Along the way, the black sludge began to transform and turned into a man, running away at a speed of 150 worlds. Come on, old chicken woman. At the same time, Lin Ling also laughed mockingly. Old duck? Chicken woman? The 5 great demon elders of the Great Demon Sect had never been scolded like this before, and it was by a kid who was still wet behind the ears. It was exposed, they let out all sorts of cries and chased after Lin Ling in a grandiose manner. He swore that he would torture that kid to death, however, in his anger, he forgot to separate all the demonic beasts. Instead, he chased after Lin Ling in the form of a huge head. Although his speed was also very fast, he was only slightly faster than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was a little serious. The 5 great demon elders were really scary, however, it was best if they could catch up with him. This would allow Xiaoyu and the others to escape. Danger! Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He thought of Jiang Wujia and the others. I'm sorry, everyone, but I, Lin Ling, am back. Lin Ling's lips curled into an evil smile. He planned to bring the monster behind him to those guys as a greeting gift. At this moment, under the ancient mountain, people gathered around the bonfire and chatted in 2s and 3s. The topic was about Lin Ling. What a lucky guy. If he didn't run fast, I would be the first to kill him. Yes, he's just a half-saint. He's like a cat seeing a mouse. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Gifts. When will the big operation at Heavenly King Mountain end? We don't know where the demon elder is hiding. I'm afraid he's like a stray dog now that he knows we're here. Yes. The young men said proudly. Their words made the eyes of the girls nearby burn. Those with great strength would always be worshipped by women. However, at this moment, a loud roar came from afar. Billowing air waves stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Everyone, I, Lin Ling, am here to visit you. Yes. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, a slender figure also appeared. Bang bang bang. Almost at the same time, everyone at the foot of the mountain stood up with cold smiles on their faces. Is this guy crazy? How dare he come back? Senior Huahu, Senior Hua. Senior Jiang. After those people stood up, they roared excitedly. I know he's back. However, just as they finished speaking, a few figures walked out of the tent in the distance. It was Jiang Wujia and the others. They had cold smiles on their faces because they did not understand why Lin Ling had come back. Jiang Wujia walked out with his hands behind his back, looking righteous. Lin Ling, you only have two choices now that you've come back. 1. Surrender. 2. Apologize with your death. If you choose the first option, I guarantee that you won't die. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him laughed. They looked at Jiang Wujia as if he was their leader. Jiang Wujia naturally noticed this. He was delighted and said again, Lin Ling, I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, don't blame me. However, before he could finish speaking, his pupils trembled violently. The others were still sneering, but their smiles froze. The expressions on their faces became extremely interesting. Behind Lin Ling, the clouds rolled. However, the shadow of a huge creature became clearer and clearer, gradually turning into a monster. This monster was as ugly as it could be. Most importantly, the aura emitted by this huge head was extremely terrifying. Seniors, I brought it here. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's anxious voice floated out. Hearing those words, everyone's pupils trembled fiercely. What did this guy bring over? It actually gave off such a terrifying feeling. Lin Ling, what is this? Someone shouted anxiously. Old demon, it's the old demon we've been looking for. Kill it. Lin Ling let out a roar. He was getting closer and closer to the foot of the mountain, but as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Demon Elder? The 5 great demon elders of the great demon sect were existences comparable to martial ancestors. How could they possibly be able to kill such a colossal being? Unless all the teams gathered together, there was still a possibility. You. Jiang Wujia pointed a finger at Lin Ling, his face as dark as an eggplant. He really wanted to scold Lin Ling for provoking such a disaster, but if he said it out loud, others would mock him for being afraid of the great devil sect. This situation where he couldn't go up or down made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Martial Uncle Jiang, I've lured old demon out according to your plan. But Lin Ling didn't wait for him to say more. He had already landed on the mountain and said with a smile on his face. As soon as he said that, old demon, who was chasing from behind, naturally thought that Lin Ling was with these people. Therefore, he also regarded everyone as a thorn in his side. He didn't doubt that Lin Ling and the people on the mountain were enemies. After all, he already knew that the martial arts alliance of the Yen state had come here to eliminate him. Go to hell, a bunch of ants and stinky brats, do you think they can protect you? Old demon roared. His huge mouth opened, and demonic clouds rolled and covered the sky. Then, a large number of demonic beasts flew out and swept toward the mountain. At this time, the martial artists on the mountain panicked. They really wanted to explain that they had nothing to do with Lin Ling, but it seemed to be useless to explain. Damn it. Huage and Huichiro couldn't help but curse. They couldn't care less as they used all their strength to block the flying demonic beasts. Everyone else did the same. If they didn't resist, they would die. Instead, Lin Ling sneered in the midst of the chaotic crowd and quietly disappeared. This fellow is really vicious. I told you that letting him go would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. At the edge of the mountain, Longyang's eyes shone brightly. A cold smile appeared on her face as she turned around and left. Another person did the same. He was Wangu Wuji. He actually dared to provoke old demon alone? I really don't know how he did it. However, with our strength, we can't deal with old demon. It's better for us to leave. Wangu Wuji felt a chill in his heart as he left silently. As for the mountain, there were countless casualties. Among them, Huagu, Huahuichiro, and Jiang Wujia were the ones who had been attacked directly. Therefore, they were in the greatest danger. The people around them were also dead. This was especially true for the few women who had tried to harm Lin Ling. They were torn apart by the flying demonic beasts and died miserably. Their eyes were wide open, and it was as though they hadn't died in peace. They had never imagined that they would die here because they had offended a half-true Saint Realm Jr. That half-true Saint Realm Jr. was like a lone wolf in the wilderness. If you bullied him, he would hide in the wilderness and give you a fatal blow at any time. A person like that wasn't someone they could afford to offend. As time passed, more and more people died on the mountain. Of course, even more people started to flee. They cursed and swore at the person they were cursing. Of course, the person they were cursing was Lin Ling. Block them for me. Huagu, Huahuichiro, and the others placed their junior brothers in front of them. Only then were they able to escape the pursuit of the flying demonic beasts. As for Jiang Wujia, he was more powerful. He fought desperately and was seriously injured. In the end, he also escaped from the mountain. They were undoubtedly furious because they had framed Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling had returned the favor by framing them. The gifts he had given them were extremely great, almost causing them to be completely wiped out. Fortunately, Elder Demon's target wasn't them. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Elder Demon's target was Lin Ling. Moreover, he had discovered that Lin Ling had already escaped from the mountain. What a cunning junior. Do you think you can escape? After calming down, Elder Demon's body exploded. He turned into many flying demonic beasts and flew in all directions in pursuit of Lin Ling. If he had used this method before, Lin Ling would have been caught. However, Elder Demon was so aggrieved by Lin Ling's scolding that he forgot about it. On the other side, Lin Ling was running wildly. His face was extremely solemn. They've all escaped here. Xiaoyu and the others should be safe. He muttered to himself. The first person to worry about was Xiaoyu. That was because he had promised Nanwu Fingyu. Lin Ling had always been a man of his word. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Life and Death Escape. In fact, when Xiaoyu had suddenly erupted with a mysterious power and saved Lin Ling and the others from being pursued by martial god Wen Tian, Lin Ling had already guessed that Xiaoyu was hiding a powerful force. However, Xiaoyu seemed to be unable to control this force. He could not guarantee that Xiaoyu would be able to use it under the Demon Elder's attack. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to lure the Demon Elder away. Oh no, this beast is catching up. Then, Lin Ling's expression changed. He sensed a black dot behind him. A flying beast was flying towards him at a terrifying speed. Its speed had exceeded 150 world speed. Flying beasts were the fastest. In terms of speed, Lin Ling could not compare. Crow. Just as he sensed the black dot, the flying beast appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. It was a demonic beast with the mouth of a crocodile, the eyes of a human, and the wings of an immortal crane. Its strength seemed to be at the sage realm. Roar. When the demonic beast saw Lin Ling, its speed increased again. Its huge mouth bit Lin Ling. The force of the bite gave Lin Ling the feeling that it could reach 1,000 world speed. Clang. At the critical moment, Lin Ling used the tyrannical song sword and clashed with the sword. However, his wrist also started to hurt. Looking at the demonic beast, its mouth was cut open by Lin Ling's sword. However, the demonic beast did not die. From its open mouth, a tentacle stretched out. Then, like a flower blooming, it was full of sharp teeth. It was extremely disgusting. Lin Ling felt that if he was caught by the tentacle, he would definitely become one of the demonic beasts that were pieced together. 1,000 transformations. 1,000 transformations. Without hesitation, Lin Ling activated the illusion god's true inheritance and created illusions to bewitch the demonic beast. Then, he ran wildly again. However, more and more demonic beasts flew over, leaving Lin Ling with no choice but to flee while fighting. Moreover, as more and more demonic beasts appeared, Lin Ling also suffered heavy injuries. His blue robe was dyed red with blood. After all, these demon beasts that had been pieced together were extremely ferocious, and all of them were at the Saint Realm. If Lin Ling's foundation wasn't so solid, he would have been torn into pieces a long time ago. However, Lin Ling wasn't worried about the demonic beasts. Instead, he was worried about the old demon. Because if they were entangled by these demonic beasts, Elder Demon could come at any time. Scram! Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot as he sent a snake-like bird flying with a slash of his sword. The snake possessed a powerful rebounding force that sent him crashing into the ground, causing countless mountains to explode. Crow! Those flying beasts wouldn't miss such an opportunity, and they charged towards the ground like locusts. However, just as they approached the place where Lin Ling had crashed, black plants suddenly grew crazily on the originally barren land, forming a huge lush ancient forest. It was little Kunlun. The speed of those flying beasts was immediately suppressed, and some of them were even entangled by the vines. On the ground, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. After he got up, he felt lucky and shouted, "Little Kunlun, leave now." Kunlun. In the dense forest, a vine as thick as an arm shot out and wrapped around Lin Ling's arm. After that, Lin Ling ran wildly along the dense forest. He knew very well that little Kunlun couldn't stop so many demonic beasts. It could only hold them off for a certain amount of time. Sure enough, after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the dense primeval demon forest was torn apart, and the flying beasts that filled the sky flew towards Lin Ling again. What a troublesome beast! Looking back at the shocking scene, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and ran wildly again. Moreover, the worry in his heart became more and more intense. Now that he had wasted so much time, the old demon should appear at any time. At that time, Lin Ling would really be powerless to resist. Rumble, bang. 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 Once again, he fought and retreated. After a full hour, this corner of Heavenly King Mountain seemed to have been destroyed by Lin Ling. However, the old demon still didn't appear, which made Lin Ling extremely surprised. At this moment, he didn't know that the old demon was blocked by a figure far behind him. It was a woman in snow-white clothes. She held a cyan rainbow sword in her hand and stood quietly in the sky, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Her aura was extremely cold, and there was a vast Buddha's aura spreading out from time to time. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would find that there was an evil aura in it. One good and one evil aura perfectly merged on her body. Most importantly, she was very beautiful. There was a swastika between her eyebrows, which made her look like a peerless enchantress. In front of her was a huge human head. Get lost! The ferocious human head roared angrily. Clang! The woman in white didn't speak. She waved her hand and pointed the cyan rainbow sword at the huge human head. As one of the 9 states' 10 evils, do you want to go against me? The ferocious human head spoke again. If the other party didn't have a powerful background, he would have already attacked. You can't kill him. The woman in white's pretty face was cold and emotionless as she spoke coldly. Why? He isn't one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Why do you want to protect him? The ferocious human head seemed to be confused. However, the white-clothed woman frowned when she heard this. She seemed to be a little puzzled herself, but her eyes were filled with determination. No reason. If I say no, then no. There was no explanation, only one sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. You're crazy, Saintess of the Immortal Temple. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for ignoring the name of the Immortal Temple and killing you. The ferocious human head was obviously angry. Let me tell you, that brat has the best material. Even if I don't kill him, the other old demons will definitely attack when they see him. You can't protect him. Cut the crap, let's fight. Hearing this, the beautiful woman didn't say anything else. Her sword light was like water, carrying frost, Buddhist power, and evil power as it slashed toward the ferocious human head. She was obviously not a talkative person. She only knew what she should do and what she shouldn't do. Once she had decided on something, she would not change her mind until death. Rumble, the old demon was suddenly blocked, and he was furious. That was because the woman in white didn't show any mercy in her attack. However, he was a little afraid of the Immortal Temple, so he didn't dare to use his full strength. After all, he was only one of the 5 old demons of the Great Devil sect, and the woman in white was the saintess of the Immortal Temple. In terms of status, she was above him, although the Great Devil sect wasn't afraid of the Immortal Temple. If he killed the saintess, the Immortal Temple would definitely kill him at all costs. Of course, with the passage of time, this kind of apprehension gradually disappeared, because if he didn't do anything, he would be in danger. You forced me. The ferocious human head floated backward, and its huge mouth opened. Countless sharp feathers shot out at an extremely fast speed, occupying the whole world. Clang, clang. Clang, the woman in white held her sword to block, but she couldn't block that much. Blood also appeared on her white clothes, as if flowers were blooming. It was extremely beautiful. Are you still not going to make way? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, I can't let you kill him. Clang, however, even though the woman was injured, she still did not retreat. She only used her sword to express her thoughts. Crazy. This also made the ferocious head throw caution to the wind. Even more feathers shot out from his mouth, accompanied by an endless number of powerful birds. The white-clothed woman was like a lonely boat in a storm. More and more injuries appeared on her body. She was using all her strength to resist, but this also caused her pretty face to become haggard. If a man was here, he would definitely be heartbroken. He could not understand why she was risking her life to stop a demon elder. I admire your perseverance. I can't outlast you, but can't I avoid you? Seeing that the white-clothed woman had no intention of giving way, the demon elder did not want to pay any more attention to her. He planned to go around her. However, just as he passed by the white-clothed woman, a terrifying aura enveloped the sky, silencing everything. The ferocious head's pupils trembled violently, and he inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. Subconsciously, he raised his head to look. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the power of a god pressed down like a dark cloud. Divine punishment. The ferocious head let out a terrified cry. Then he turned his head and looked at the white-clothed woman who had collapsed in the void. You have the divine punishment god eye of the 6 great god eyes of the universe? Moreover, you have activated this god eye to the limit and achieved the ultimate desolate body, and it is not weak at all. The ferocious head's voice was filled with shock. Ultimate desolate bodies also had differences in strength. If one reached the limit, it would be the power of a god. As for the divine punishment god eye, the life god eye, the death god eye, the space-time god eye, and the reincarnation god eye, the destiny god eye, it was as famous as the 9th god eye. It could control divine punishment and was one of the most powerful god eyes of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. He had never imagined that this woman, who was only at the saint realm, would be hiding such power. However, on second thought, it was normal. That woman was the saintess of the Immortal Temple. Rumble. In the sky, endless lightning shot down, its speed reaching the speed of 500 worlds. The void immediately exploded, and then the lightning was like chains, binding the giant head. This made the demon elder relax a little. Although the white-clothed woman had activated the divine punishment god eye to its ultimate limit, she was still very old. However, it was clear that she was still unable to unleash her strongest attack, so she could only bind him. Moreover, it would definitely cause huge side effects to that white-clothed woman if she intended to take control of the energy of a god while at the saint realm, and his guess was right. The white-clothed woman's pretty face was as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of blood. She was extremely haggard, making one's heart ache incomparably. Her clothes were stained with blood, but she still stretched out one hand, 5 fingers spread open, controlling the lightning punishment chain that bound the giant head. Moreover, with the passage of time, she gradually became older. I can't let you kill him. She let out a weak voice. Perhaps at this moment, he was the only pillar of support in her heart. Why? Old demon also let out a low growl. He saved me. The woman's dazed eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of the man who had blocked countless people for her in the ancient forbidden forest and was stabbed by her sword in the end. At that time, she felt as if her heart had been cut by a knife. She really wanted to explain, but she didn't know what to say. Anyway, she didn't want that man to misunderstand her. You like him? Old demon said again. No, I am the saintess of the celestial temple. How could I like someone else? Unexpectedly, the woman said stubbornly. You don't have to deny it. Perhaps you don't even know who he is, but he has left a deep shadow in your heart. Old Demon obviously saw it more clearly than the woman. Because a woman could give up her life for a man. He really couldn't find any other reason other than liking him. You. The woman opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. In her mind, there was only the figure of that resolute and unyielding man. That figure gave her a feeling that it was very unfamiliar, yet also very familiar. If you continue like this, you will die. You. Old Demon said again. However, the woman shook her head and didn't say a word. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. A strange power appeared in his hand, and then he hit the woman heavily. The woman in white had been fighting for a long time and was seriously injured. She even used the power of God's punishment. Now that she was sneak attacked, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood like a withered flower. She fainted completely. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. It's you. Yes. Old Demon looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and frowned. Obviously, he didn't know why the young man was helping him. The power of God's punishment has disappeared. Go and chase him quickly. If you are late, that guy will escape. Yes. The young man smiled and said lightly. Thanks. Old Demon looked at the young man with fear. Although he didn't know what the young man was doing, he didn't want to get involved. Therefore, he immediately flew away. However, he had a feeling that the saintess of a mortal temple was dead for sure. Because if she fell into the hands of the young man, her fate would be worse than death. After he disappeared, the woman in white was still floating in the sky. Her face was haggard, which made people's heart ache. At this moment, she was like a sleeping beauty. However, because she didn't use the power of God's punishment again, her old age gradually recovered. Behind her, a man quietly stood there and stared at the saintess. It makes people envious. Such a beautiful woman who controls such power. If I could hold her in my hand, how happy would my life be? Sigh. Unfortunately, she is his woman. Sigh. The young man first showed a look of appreciation, then he sighed and looked into the distance. If I didn't help her before, she would have died if she continued to use the power of God's punishment. So, Lin Ling, you should thank me for interrupting her. Sigh. Because the great devil sect can't be underestimated, I don't want to get involved in this matter. So, I have already helped you. Now, it's up to them. Sigh. After laughing, the young man disappeared. As for the woman in white, she quietly floated down to the ground and was still in a deep sleep. At this moment, the huge ferocious head was shooting into the distance at an extremely fast speed. He was a little anxious, afraid that the kid would escape. He shouldn't be able to escape. He kept comforting himself. However, along the way, he could only see a large number of flying beast corpses. These powerful demonic beasts were all torn apart. Of course, if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see blood on the ground, and it was all flowing in one direction. What a fierce kid. You are just a half-step saint, but you killed so many of my saint realm demonic beasts. This makes me even more unwilling to let you go. The gigantic head cackled, and its speed became even faster. Translator, Transin editor, Transin he was saved. In fact, Elder Demon's guess was right. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on a mountain peak of Heavenly King Mountain. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes. Some of the wounds were bitten by demonic beasts. However, the heads of the demonic beasts had been cut off, leaving only their mouths. Damn it! Lin Ling said weakly. He had finally killed all the demonic beasts along the way, but he was also exhausted. Looking at little Kunlun, it had also withered a lot. Obviously, it had also suffered serious injuries. The realm essence in my 4 great danchans has been completely exhausted. My physical strength has also reached a critical point. If Elder Demon comes, I won't be able to escape. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He had never thought that he would die here and become Elder Demon's pieced demonic beasts. He was very unwilling to accept this. Lin Ling, how are you? However, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded on the mountain peak. The void was opened, and several figures walked out. The first person was Ye Shui. Next was Yi Lin Yun, Ma Jin Tianzi, Li Hongwang, and the others. These people were from the God Slayer Alliance. Their appearance undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. He even thought that he was hallucinating because of his injuries. You don't have to be surprised, because we already knew about your news, so at that time, we were already rushing over to save you. Now, don't say anything more, the great devil sex devil elder is rushing over, leave immediately. Ye Shui said to Lin Ling. Yi Lin Yun quickly carried Lin Ling on his back. Ma Jing Tianzi and the others picked up Lin Ling's sword and entered the void barrier one after another. This guy is fierce. He even went to provoke Elder Demon and killed so many of his pieced demonic beasts. He's a real man. Nonsense. If he's not a real man, how can he be qualified to join the God-Slayer Alliance? Let's go, let's go. I sensed Elder Demon's aura. That old ghost is very fast. Those people said at the same time. Obviously, they were very surprised. At the same time, a black dot appeared on the mountain peak where Lin Ling was. In the blink of an eye, the black dot reached the mountain peak. Looking at the bloodstains on the mountain peak, the ferocious head was stunned. Then, it let out a loud roar. He's escaped. Who's helping him? Find him. We must find him. After the roar, the ferocious head, the head demon, exploded, and countless pieced demonic beasts, flying. They filled the sky. They searched the area. Along the way, they were all pieced demonic beasts. However, Lin Ling was nowhere to be seen. This infuriated the elder. He was so close to obtaining the realm-swallowing beast and the dragon bones because the youth was already exhausted. He could have easily captured him alive. However, he had failed at the last step, demonic beasts, bedemonic yas dragon god Faz. Nit. Demonic beasts could be heard in the sky. In the void, Yeshua and the others were moving forward. Lin Ling's body was very strong. He was taking advantage of the precious time to recover. He finally felt relieved. As for Yi Shui and the others, he had some trust in their character. After all, everyone had walked through the Grim Reaper together. How did you know I was here? Lin Ling asked after his physical body had recovered for a moment. Yi Lin Yun, who was carrying him on his back, smiled and said, "You'll know in a while. However, you were really in danger before because you were targeted by the old demon. Perhaps you were targeted by the great devil sex demon god. If you didn't escape fast enough, the consequences would be unimaginable." As she spoke, Yeshua opened the enchantment. Everyone appeared in another world. There were many familiar faces here. They were all from the God-Slayer Alliance. Haha, the son of demon is here. I knew it. This guy definitely won't die. Right now, the ones who have escaped from the heavenly court's pursuit are us. The new heavenly court has been born. Our mission is not over yet. People are coming back one after another. However, the son of demon is the most important one. When they saw Lin Ling, they were delighted. After the God-Slayer Alliance's plan in Yuzhou, Lin Ling had won the hearts of the God-Slayer Alliance. Everyone recognized him and regarded him as the fourth leader of the God-Slayer Alliance. It's everyone. Lin Ling was also overjoyed. Then, he began to greet his acquaintances. Indeed, they had gone through trials and tribulations together. Their friendship was made of iron. Even if they were not very familiar with each other, there was a tacit understanding between them. After greeting everyone, Lin Ling wanted to recover immediately. However, Yeshua had already walked over. She smiled at Lin Ling and said, "It's demonic young master. He saved you." Demonic young master? Lin Ling's expression changed. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he was the one who stopped the demon elder? We don't know about that. However, the demon elder didn't catch up with you on time. Perhaps demonic young master did something. Ma Jing Tianzi and the others shook their heads. However, at this moment, a smiling voice sounded in everyone's ears. Don't make me sound so powerful. I'm no match for the demon elder. Among the mountains, a young man in white clothes walked over slowly. He held a flagon of wine in his hand and had a smile on his face. Although his smile seemed friendly and gentle, those who were familiar with him would know that this smile was not to be underestimated. This was because he was the demonic young master of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Demonic young master, you're back. When everyone saw the young man, they stood up and smiled. Lin Ling also smiled. Son of Demon, congratulations on returning alive. Demonic young master looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then, he threw a flagon of wine to Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it and took a big gulp. Immediately, he realized that the injuries on his body were recovering faster. Moreover, the realm essence in his dantian was surging. There were signs of a breakthrough. Obviously, this wine was extraordinary. Previously, I was also thinking of ways to delay the demon elder. However, there was an accident. Someone acted before me and stopped the demon elder. So, in reality, you were saved by that person. Demonic young master stopped smiling and looked at Lin Ling seriously. To be able to stop the demon elder, this person's strength is really extraordinary. Lin Ling was shocked. He couldn't figure out who had saved him. You've seen that person before. In fact, I didn't expect that she would almost sacrifice her life to save you. She's the saintess of the immortal temple. Demonic young master said word by word. These words undoubtedly made Lin Ling feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze. Endless ripples appeared in his sealed memories. Seeing your sister his body trembled with excitement and his eyes became moist. And didn't forget about him. She wasn't as heartless as he thought. Then how is she? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. It seems like there's a bond between the two of you. That's because she was worried about you. After you escaped and learned of her whereabouts, the first thing you worried about was her. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Kill the Demon Elder. Don't worry, she's still alive. In the end, young Master Yao didn't want to tease Lin Ling anymore. He smiled and said. His words made Lin Ling feel relieved. Next, he recounted the entire process. As Lin Ling listened quietly, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She had never expected that an Yuer would risk her life to help him. What happened in the end? After understanding the whole story, Lin Ling couldn't help but ask anxiously. That holy maiden is still over there. She should be in a deep sleep. Lin Ling, you should thank me. If I hadn't interrupted her, with her current strength, she would have undoubtedly died. Sigh. Young Demon Lord said with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind rushed over. In the next moment, young Demon Lord's neck was grabbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes widened as he roared, You actually left her there? Do you know how dangerous that was? Sigh. This action shocked everyone. No one expected Lin Ling to attack young Master Yao. Son of Demon, calm down. Sigh. Everyone wanted to stop Lin Ling and step forward. However, young Master Yao waved his hand to stop them. He looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, Do you know who she is? She's the holy maiden of the immortal temple. Even if she's seriously injured, the demon elder won't dare to touch her. Besides the martial ancestors, no one in the Yen state is a match for her. Therefore, it's safer for her to stay there. Sigh. Moreover, it won't be long before the immortal temple finds her. If I bring her here, do you want the immortal temple to follow us? Sigh. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling's eyes gradually calmed down. He let go of young Master Yao and said, Sorry, I was a little impulsive before. Sigh. I, young demon master, have been working with the old monsters left behind from the age of gods since I was a child. Even they don't dare to easily touch me. You're the first one who dares to threaten me. Seeing this, the young demon lord also revealed a smile. However, I can also understand your feelings. You and her care for each other and worry for each other. This kind of affection also makes me very moved. However, son of demon, don't treat me, the young demon lord, as an idiot. How can I make any mistakes when I do things? I'm sorry. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly and said again, What happened today was my fault. I'll make it up to you some other day. After he finished speaking, he strode away. Son of devil, where are you going? Seeing this, everyone gasped. However, young Master Yao smiled faintly. He knew where Lin Ling was going. Son of the devil, I know you want to find her, but let me tell you, if you go now, I'm afraid she has already been rescued by the people of the immortal temple. Because the Great Devil sect is not the only one in the Celestial King Mountain. Moreover, I'm afraid that before you can find her, you will already be found by the Demon Elder, so you don't have to worry about her, just stay here. Hearing this, Lin Ling stopped and hesitated. Although he really wanted to find Inuer, the young demon lord's words made sense. Seeing Lin Ling stop, the young demon lord finally relaxed. Lin Ling looked calm, but when he was impulsive, he did not care about the consequences. Stay here, son of devil. Because we need your help. Then, the young demon lord said again. Everyone else also looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Previously, although Lin Ling was extremely rude, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was also a capable person. Help? Lin Ling looked at the young demon lord curiously. The young demon lord had saved Inuer, so no matter what, he had to repay this favor. Therefore, he would help the young demon lord. Celestial King Mountain, the situation is very deep. People from all the major forces in the 9 states have gathered here. The young demon lord asked Lin Ling to sit down. The others also listened quietly to the young demon lord's words. The reason for this is because the Great Devil sect has found the god's treasure. There are many treasures inside. It is said that there are maps of the later levels of the 8 gods' celestial palace, several divine weapons, and a large number of ranked martial arts and gods' unique treasures. The young demon lord looked at everyone and said. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They never thought that the Celestial King Mountain would be hiding such treasures. God's treasure? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Not long ago, the Yen state had gathered the martial artists from all the major sects to fight against the Great Devil sect. The excuse was for the peace of the Yen state, but in reality, the goal of those upper echelons should be the god's treasure. As for the weak martial artists, they did not even know why they were fighting for their lives. How sad. At the same time, this also showed that the big shots of the Yen state wanted to use the weak martial artists as cannon fodder. Our goal is not those great treasures, but a divine weapon called the Glazed Light War Chariot. This is the famous weapon of the ancient deity, the Glazed Light War Chariot. The war chariot has the power to kill a martial ancestor. It is very suitable for our God-Slayer alliance. At present, this war chariot is in the hands of the 5th Demon Elder. As the young demon lord spoke, the corners of his mouth curled into an excited smile, so did the others. The 5th Demon Elder is the Demon Elder who chased after the son of the demon. Although the Glazed Light War Chariot is a divine weapon, not many people know that he has it. Only the big shots of the 9 states know about it. However, their goal is more precious treasures, so no one is watching the 5th Demon Elder. Moreover, if we don't attack, we can't let them know about our origins. Otherwise, the great demon sect will not let us go. We have provoked a great enemy for no reason. Currently, I can track the whereabouts of the old demon. However, this requires the son of the demon to set up a formation to destroy him. After all, the old demon is much stronger than an ordinary martial ancestor. Moreover, several martial ancestors of our god-slaying alliance have fallen under the encirclement of the new heavenly court. At the end of his speech, the young demon lord looked at Lin Ling. If we have enough materials, it shouldn't be difficult to set up a formation. However, it will take a long time to set up a godly ancient boundary formation. Lin Ling shook his head and said. His Godslayer formation was indeed powerful, but it consumed a lot of treasures and time. This was the weakness of a boundary formation. Majin Tianzi. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the young demon lord immediately looked at Majin Tianzi. Majin Tianzi was also in charge of managing the treasures of the Godslayer alliance. Son of the demon lord, take a look and see if these treasures are enough. Majin Tianzi took out a jade slip that recorded a large number of treasures. After Lin Ling received it, he looked at it carefully and then entered into deep thought. After a while, Lin Ling looked at the young demon lord and said, these treasures can be used to set up the Riolan secret feather drum formation. Although it can't kill the martial ancestor, it can restrain him. After all, the treasures are limited. We can't set up a better boundary formation. How much of his strength will it weaken? The young demon lord was a little nervous. At least 70%. Lin Ling said with a smile. 70%? Haha, that's enough. There are so many of us, and none of us are weak. Facing a martial ancestor with only 70% of his strength, we can definitely kill him. Death game. Senior, please spare my life. Someone cried out in surprise. Haha, spare your life? Hearing this, the old man laughed. Let me tell you, this old devil is in a bad mood, so I'm going to play with you. Right now, let's play a game. Game? Many people's expressions changed drastically. They felt that this game was a game of life and death. Obviously, the old demon was venting his anger on them. I have 10 lots here, and one of them is a death lot. The person who draws it will die. It means that every time a lot is drawn, one person must die, and that person must be tortured to death. Old demon opened his mouth again with a smile. Although his smile was kind, in the eyes of others, it was like the smile of a devil. I'm not playing. Someone with a strong backbone let out a cold shout. Torture him to death. Old demon was still smiling. He flicked his finger, and a monster with a human body and a demon head walked out with an evil smile. Those smiles undoubtedly made people's hearts tremble subconsciously. As for that stubborn guy, he looked as if he was facing death calmly and would not compromise in the slightest. However, he was dragged out by those monsters with human bodies and demon heads. His clothes were torn apart, and his whole body was pressed down. One of the monsters with a pig head and human body had a huge ferocious object under his crotch. Then, it was forcefully stuffed into the man's legs. Ah! The man obviously did not expect to be abused like this. He let out the most painful sound in his life. Haha! The ugly pig-headed monster behind him let out a maniacal laugh. No, it hurts. That person couldn't bear it anymore. If he was killed cleanly, he wouldn't even bat an eye. But after being tortured like this, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Kill me! He screamed in pain. Unfortunately, he was caught by other monsters and could not resist at all. Moreover, the monster stopped him from committing suicide so that he could slowly enjoy the last bit of pain in his life. That feeling of being torn apart and humiliated was undoubtedly worse than death. Moreover, blood continued to flow out from his body. In the end, he was tortured to death. Inside the cave, there was complete silence. Everyone shuddered. Not only the women, but even the men were the same. It was said that demons were the most perverted. Not only did they like human beauties, but they also liked handsome human youths. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. Who else would refuse? The old devil said indifferently. Everyone was still silent. Even those with strong moral integrity were gritting their teeth and not daring to say a word. Looks like you guys really like this game. Alright, let the game begin. Since this old demon has plenty of time, I'll slowly play with you guys. The old devil revealed a satisfied smile as he lay down and waited for everyone to draw their lots. The 10 of them were immediately caught, and a bamboo tube appeared. Everyone had to draw lots within it. Moreover, this bamboo tube was extremely extraordinary, and it blocked all forms of investigation. Therefore, everyone could only try their luck. A moment later, a bamboo stick appeared in everyone's hands. One of them had a black bamboo stick, which caused the person's expression to change drastically. Hee hee, you're unlucky. You're the only one who's going to die among these 10. The old devil nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he waved his hand. Immediately, a monster walked out with an evil smile. After grabbing that person, it started to wreak havoc again. Ah, no, it's so painful. That person let out the final cry of pain in his life. Blood dripped from his back, scaring some women to tears. Next round, you, and you. Not bad, I'm talking about you. Try to hide again. The new 10 people walked out, and the 9 people who had luckily escaped from the previous calamity walked back. It's them? Behind the crowd, Lin Ling stared at the 10 people. Surprise appeared on his face because 2 of them were familiar to him. They were Hua Ge and Hui Long. These 2 Sage Realm geniuses were usually handsome and elegant. However, at this moment, they were like dead dogs. They cursed inwardly. Their luck was too bad. Previously, they had been quietly hiding. However, the more they hid, the more the old devil stared at them. Therefore, they had no choice but to walk out. Next, they began to draw lots. Moreover, Hua Ji's luck was extremely bad. He had drawn a black death lot. At that moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, those monsters stared at him with evil intentions. A human gigolo? Not bad. Junior brother Lu, your lot is death. Quick, I'll change it for you. No need to thank me. However, before those monsters could do anything, Huagu had already pounced on one of them. He forced the black death lot into that person's hand and snatched that person's lot. That person looked young. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Huagu had sealed his mouth with his realm essence. He stuttered and wanted to break free. However, Huagu had already looked at the old devil and said, "Senior, you said before that among the 10 people, someone must die. Is that right?" "That's right." The old devil looked at Huagu with great interest. "Although you said that someone must die, you didn't say that it must be the person who drew the lot first." Huagu said again. "Haha, interesting, very interesting. Answer my question. Who is that young man to you?" The old devil laughed and asked curiously. "My master's son." Huagu said nervously. "I'll agree to your request." The old devil immediately nodded. The young man was brought out. At this moment, he was staring at Huagu with resentment. A moment later, he let out a painful cry. Before he died, he shouted, "Senior brother Hua, you're not human." "Shut up. You're just unlucky." Unexpectedly, Huagu snorted coldly and replied. Everyone's eyes turned cold. This Huagu was so shameless. He actually betrayed his own junior brother. When Huagu and the others were about to leave, the old devil said again, "The 2 of you stay. The other 8 will be chosen again." "Ah?" Hearing that, Huagu and Huichiro's eyes narrowed. They were extremely puzzled. "Haha, because I like it." The old devil laughed. Clearly, he was taking pleasure in teasing them. For example, when Huagu betrayed his junior brother, the old devil agreed because he liked to see the scene of internal strife between his junior brothers. It made him feel very happy. You, and you, come out." The new 8 people walked out. However, this time, Huagu was lucky. It was Huichiro who drew the black lot. His expression changed drastically. Without a doubt, he learned from Huagu and betrayed his friend again. "Huichiro, you've got guts. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Seeing another person die, the crowd's face turned even paler. Even if they were saints, in front of powerful strength, they were nothing more than ants. Of course, towards Huichiro and Lu Ge, the crowd was even more furious. After all, there was only one way out, and it was up to the heavens. However, Huagu and Huichiro had stepped on the shoulders of others, and escaped with their lives. Such an action was sufficient to show that every man for himself would be destroyed by the heavens. Moreover, the ones who were betrayed were their friends. Some of them were even friends who called each other brothers. What a pair of ugly people they are. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling's face was indifferent, but he was also somewhat gloating. Because after this incident, those 2 people's reputation would be ruined. After a few more rounds of drawing lots, the old devil seemed to be tired of playing and was finally willing to let go of Huichiro and Lu Ge. The 2 of them also walked back into the crowd. However, the crowd looked at them with contempt. "My strength is stronger than those who died. If we die, then we will have died in vain. Moreover, when we become stronger in the future, we can avenge them. However, they have no hope of becoming stronger, so they must pay the price. Yes, today's grudge, we will remember it." Seeing the crowd's gaze, Huichiro and Lu Ge weren't angry. Instead, they whispered with righteousness. Such words undoubtedly made the crowd even angrier. These 2 clearly betrayed others, but they still found such an excuse? "New 10 people, let me see who it is. You, and you, I seem to have seen you before. Come out." At this time, the old devil's voice floated out again. The crowd was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Looking at where the old devil was pointing, they found that there was actually a little girl. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling's pupils fiercely trembled. Because, it was Xiao Yu and Disher Tian. Sure enough, Xiao Yu and the rest were all captured. This made Lin Ling anxious. I remember now, you guys seem to have some relationship with that hateful brat. But even if you don't have any relationship, you will be played to death today. Bring them up. The old devil's voice floated out again. In the crowd, Xiaoyu's eyes changed dramatically, and so did Disher Tian and the rest. They were furious. Lin Ling had bought time for them to escape, but in the end, they were still caught. After all, Elder Mo's demonic beasts were too fast. Perhaps, this entire area might be under his control. There are still 2 spots left. Little beauty, it's you. At that moment, the old demon spoke again. He was looking at a devastatingly beautiful woman. She was the dragon mother. At this moment, Longyang's eyes turned cold. She lowered her head and walked out. There's only one person left, so I won't choose a girl. I'll choose a handsome guy, you. It had to be said that the old devil's eyes were very sharp. The people he chose this time were not weak and were all very talented. Perhaps he was mocking the geniuses of the Yen state. The person chosen this time was none other than Jiang Wujia. Jiang Wujia hid very well in the crowd, but he was too strong. He was like a dazzling firefly, so he was easily targeted. Junior sister, I'll leave it to you this time. However, he did not want to take the risk. Instead, he looked at the woman beside him and said. The woman was quite pretty. She was also a disciple of the Tai Nebula sect. At this moment, her pretty face changed dramatically. Senior brother, she said in disbelief. Don't you like me a lot? This time, you'll help me survive this disaster. After we leave, I'll agree to your request. Jiang Wujia looked at the woman affectionately and said, in fact, I've liked you for a long time. However, a man should prioritize his career, so I don't want to be too emotional. But this time, it's also a test of our love. Senior brother. Hearing that, the woman was touched. Jiang Wujia, as the proudest disciple of the Tai patriarch, you're sending a woman to her death. Are you still a man? However, the people around them could not stand it anymore. Coward. Someone cursed. However, Jiang Wujia's expression did not change at all. Instead, he looked at the woman affectionately and said, you might not die if you go up. You have 10 chances. So, little Yao, I believe that you can survive this disaster. Senior brother, if I come back safely, will you marry me? It was obvious that the woman really liked Jiang Wujia. Of course. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. Jiang Wujia patted his chest and said. His words made the woman smile. She was actually a little excited. The people around her were trying to persuade her, but the woman who was immersed in love did not listen to them. Instead, she strode forward. Interesting. Very interesting. This scene made the old demon even more excited. He loved to see the ugliness of human nature, therefore, this time, he would not let the woman draw the lot. He wanted to see how the favored one would deal with this matter later. The people who came up began to draw lots. A woman was unlucky and drew the lot. Her clothes were forcefully torn apart by a monster with a bull's head, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. Then, he began to wreak havoc. The cave was filled with the sound of the woman's cries. However, the old demon enjoyed the scene very much. Then, he looked around and said to little Yao with a smile, congratulations, you've survived this disaster. Go back. Thank you, thank you. Little Yao was obviously very excited. She ran quickly to Jiang Wujia, who exhaled softly. Before he could say anything, the old demon spoke first. Since both of you are in love with each other, then make a double oath for 10 lifetimes. You will be bound together for 10 lifetimes. Also, if you have any other thoughts, one of you will be invaded by the inner demon. Jiang Wujia's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He had heard of the blood oath. It was made with the heart of martial arts. It was used between lovers. If one violated it, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he wanted to make an oath with little Yao. To be honest, he did not like little Yao at all. For a moment, he hesitated. With his talent and future, the woman who was worthy of him was the most beautiful woman in Yuheng, not an ordinary woman like little Yao. Brother Wujia, quickly make the oath. The woman was overjoyed and urged him. However, Jiang Wujia opened his mouth. Obviously, he could not make the oath. Everyone looked at him with disdain. They already knew what he was thinking. Brother Wujie. The woman also noticed Jiang Wujie's hesitation. Jiang Wujie sighed. I'm sorry, little Yao. I don't like you. You're not worthy of me. When he said this, the woman's face turned ashen. I don't like you. I was just deceiving you before. Of course, you still have a chance. Jiang Wujie regained his former cold arrogance. Brother Wujie. The woman's heart seemed to be shattered at this moment. Was she just a bargaining chip? Was she a bargaining chip that Jiang Wujie used when he was on the brink of life and death? Were those oaths of love just fleeting clouds? Snatch the bamboo sticks. Scum. Coward. Trash. Many people couldn't stand it anymore and started to curse. Was this really the #1 sage realm genius of the Great Change Nebula sect that they worshipped? Ugly, however, Jiang Wujie was still expressionless. He did not care about the crowd's curses. Haha, interesting. I plan to let the two of you go. The old devil seemed to be having more and more fun. Because if he let these two go back, that proud son of heaven would have to face a lot of mockery. He could already imagine those days. After all, he could only kill a saint with his strength. So, it would be better for him to make fun of others for their entire lives. That would be much more satisfying. Next, you guys continue to draw lots. His gaze shifted, and that old devil looked towards Sakura and the rest. At the same time, Lin Ling also became nervous. Sakura, Xiaoyu, Meng Lu, and Old Dou, there were a total of 4 people here. This meant that there was a 40% chance of drawing the life and death lot. If any of them died, this wasn't something that Lin Ling wanted to see. Young Demon Lord, if you don't make a move, I'll have to, said Lin Ling. He then signaled to Yeshue. Yeshue's expression changed drastically. Obviously, this choice was very dangerous. As for the 10 people who walked out, they were all extremely nervous at this moment. One after another, they began to draw lots. Xiaoyu, Meng Lu, Old Dou, how are you guys? Indra immediately looked at Meng Lu and the others. They were also extremely nervous. They quietly opened their palms and immediately saw that the bamboo sticks in their palms weren't black. At this moment, all of them revealed excited smiles. F*CK, I actually got the black lot. Suddenly, someone let out a voice of unwillingness, and then a gale swept over Sakura and the others. Next, the bamboo stick in Xiaoyu's little hand disappeared, and a black bamboo stick appeared instead. Obviously, the other party had seen that Xiaoyu was a girl and had swapped the death lot with her. Most importantly, the person who attacked was very fast. No one would have thought that he would actually bully an 8 or 9-year-old girl. As for Xiaoyu, she looked at the bamboo skewer of death in her hand. Her large eyes immediately turned misty, and she nearly cried. However, although she was young, she was extremely sensible. She was afraid that Disher Tian and the rest would be worried, so she had been enduring it. However, Sakura and the rest couldn't hold it in as they angrily looked at the person who attacked. The other party was a tall and slender young man. At this moment, he was playing with the bamboo stick in his hand. Clearly, he had a somewhat complacent look on his face. Most importantly, there was a hint of pride in his complacency. Hee, what's the use of a useless person if he doesn't die? He said calmly. Are you still a man? How dare you steal a child's belongings? Dou Afterimage couldn't help but curse loudly. Moreover, he felt extremely guilty. It was because he was worried about the death black lot that the other party got away with it. You flatter me. However, the young man shrugged indifferently. Instead, he started chatting with the person next to him. It was as if he had just overcome a great calamity, and now he only needed to slowly appreciate the fact that someone was willing to die for him. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling's eyes were wide open as well. An evil fire was rising in his heart. That young man was already determined to be a dead man. Moreover, he had some impression of this person, but he couldn't recall who he was at the moment. He's from the New Heavenly Court. On the contrary, Yeshue, who was next to him, reminded Lin Ling. He seemed to be the young man who wanted to plunder the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect during the disciple recruitment. If he didn't remember wrongly, this guy seemed to be called Shifilong. Each one is more shameless than the other. The people sighed in their hearts. This game of death had thoroughly revealed the ugliness of human nature. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned to Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu was biting her lips and actually walked out. The monsters with human bodies and demon heads were all extremely excited. Obviously, such a cute porcelain doll made them extremely restless. Don't kill her immediately. I want to play too. This is a little beauty of the human race. When she grows up, she will definitely be a peerless beauty. TSK, even I am tempted by her. Those ugly monsters also walked out. Wait. At this moment, Sakura suddenly shouted anxiously. Then, he snatched the death black lot from Xiaoyu's hand. Seeing this, the people were in an uproar. This was because, since the start of the game of death, they had only seen betrayal. This was also the first time that they had sacrificed themselves for others. The death lot is in my hand. If there's anything, just come to me. Sakura raised the death lot and said indifferently. Bastard, Sakura, get out of my way. However, just as he raised the bamboo lot, an arm quickly shot over and snatched the bamboo lot. The bamboo lot is in my hand. Let me do it. The person who made the move was Mang Lu. Next, Doing also made his move to snatch it. These three people actually rushed to their deaths, causing the people to be silent. Especially when compared to those who were greedy for life and afraid of death, these people were even uglier. The old demon looked at this scene with ridicule. He touched his chin, making people wonder what he was thinking. The bamboo lot is in my hand. Sakura and the others were still fighting over it. Finally, the old devil opened his mouth. It seems that all of you are willing to die for that little beauty. This kind of selfless action really moves me. However, I suddenly changed my mind. Let's leave the bamboo stick to that little beauty. What? Damn old man, you're going back on your words. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others were furious. Ha ha ha, this is my territory, I make the decisions. The more you want to die for that little beauty, the more I want you to watch her die. I wonder how beautiful that little beauty's painful voice will sound. Who knew that the old demon would laugh even louder? Obviously, he was indeed perverted. He was also playing with human nature. The more people betrayed each other, the happier it made him. And the more they sacrificed themselves for others, the more he wanted to cause trouble. Men, slowly play with that little beauty to death. Following that, he waved his hand and immediately, there were ugly pig-head men and Torrents who walked over with a smile. Fight! Doing and the others roared as they burst out with powerful strength. I've long been on guard against you. The old demon didn't look surprised as he waved his hand and feathers shot out. It actually formed a feather prison around Sakura and the others. No matter how they attacked, the prison wouldn't break. Don't spoil my mood. Right now, you guys should just obediently enjoy that scene. Not only did the old demon not kill Sakura and the others, he wanted them to watch Xiaoyu being destroyed with their own eyes. Little beauty, I will treat you well. That pig-head man had already walked out holding Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu's entire body trembled as she looked at Sakura and the others with teary eyes, but she didn't say a word. Perhaps she also knew that if she resisted, then big brother Sakura and the others would die. Lin Ling made his move. What a pity. What a beast. Of course, they were also glaring angrily at Shi Feilong. They did not understand why the other party was so heartless. Interesting. At such a young age, it must be very painful. However, not only did Shi Feilong not feel guilty, he even rubbed his chin and revealed an expression of admiration. This caused everyone to grit their teeth. If they were powerful enough, they would definitely kill this despicable person. Whoosh. However, right when the pig-headed man was about to make a move, a sword came from afar. It carried the fury of a fiend god, and it actually chopped off the pig-headed man's head. Moreover, blood sprayed out from where the pig-headed man's neck was cut off. The blood stained Xiaoyu's clothes. Whoosh. However, this was not the end. Another sword slashed out, and the vicious thing between the pig-headed man's legs was cut in half. Then, the crowd was separated. A man wearing a large cloak, holding a sword diagonally, arrived like the god of death. This infuriated the monsters in the surroundings. You're courting death. His angry voice erupted like a volcano. No one would have thought that someone would dare to make a move in Elder Mo's lair. Moreover, if that person continued to hide, then he would be fine. But if he made a move now, then he would undoubtedly be walking towards death. bang, a monster with a dragon's head and a human's body took a step forward and pounced at the newcomer. In midair, a terrifying power transformed into a palm that viciously slammed towards the newcomer. This was the power of 1,000 worlds. Under his full strength, the entire cave seemed like it was about to collapse. Boom. However, the newcomer also threw out a punch. The fist and palm collided, and an intense rumbling sound erupted. Then, under countless gazes, the dragon-headed man was directly smashed into pieces with a single punch. This punch was undoubtedly as shocking as a celestial being. That was because Old Mo's subordinates were extremely powerful. However, when they met force with force, the one that died was the monster. Kill him. More monsters roared and pounced on the newcomers. However, the newcomer was not afraid in the slightest. He went all out, brandishing his greatsword to meet the incoming enemy. The huge cold saber came slashing down and was cut in half by the sword. Both the man and the saber were killed in a single strike. A fist came crashing down, and with a slash of the sword, both the man and the fist were chopped into pieces. The short path from the crowd to the front had been forcibly opened up by the intruder, and the cloak of the intruder had also turned blood red. This time, everyone was shocked. This person wanted to thoroughly enrage the demon elder. However, the scene that everyone imagined did not happen. On the contrary, the old devil sneered as if he was surprised by the arrogance of the newcomer. Of course, he was also thoroughly enraged by the newcomer. Originally, all of you didn't have to die, but this person didn't follow the rules and ruined the game. So, all of you have to die now. The old devil spoke indifferently, but his words caused everyone's expression to change dramatically. Some selfish people even glared angrily at the newcomer because this person had caused them a lot of trouble. Of course, you still have a chance. For example, kill him. The old devil stretched out his finger and pointed at the newcomer. Obviously, in his heart, this person who was courting death was definitely going to die. However, it would be difficult for him to vent the hatred in his heart by killing him just like that. Damn pervert, were you abused when you were young? Or is your butt's chrysanthemum damaged? Is that why you can come up with such a perverted game? Hearing the old devil's words, the newcomer cursed angrily. The old devil's face was filled with anger when he heard this. Today, he had captured so many people, and everyone who saw him was like a dog. They were extremely humble, and this person was the first one who dared to scold him. What? Can't say anything? You're indeed a pervert. You're neither a human nor a ghost. You can only crossbreed with wild beasts and make yourself look like an old hen. Unexpectedly, the newcomer cursed even more viciously. Splice? Could it be that the thing that symbolizes a man on your body is also a splice? You're courting death. The old devil's hair stood on end, and his body trembled with anger. I know that you want to kill me, but you're not willing to die just like that, so you want to torture me slowly. Come on, if you don't come, then you're an old hen. Come on. However, the newcomer's arrogance was almost earth-shattering. He cursed a martial ancestor and arrogantly walked toward Xiaoyu. Bang, the old devil slapped the chair and almost attacked. However, he restrained himself in the end. What a foul mouth. However, I won't fall for your trick. He pointed at the newcomer and sneered. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, if you want to live, you only have one chance. Capture him. Bastard, why don't you surrender? Curses immediately came from the crowd. Someone stared coldly at the newcomer. It was an expert at the initial stage of the sage stage. Is he your father? What a nest of snakes and rats. Seeing this, the person turned around and immediately looked over. Then, he smiled mockingly. His words undoubtedly made many people laugh secretly. As for the person who was trying to claim credit, his face turned red with anger. He did not say anything else and pounced toward the newcomer. He planned to subdue the newcomer and make the old devil happy so that he could finally leave this nest. I don't care who you are. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. You're too lacking in discipline. This person had a 6th grade desolate body, and his cultivation was at the 2nd heaven of the sage stage. He did not show any mercy when he attacked. Sensing this, the newcomer sneered under the brim of his hat. He unleashed his full strength and slashed out with a terrifying sword. This sword contained the fusion of the 4 dantians. In addition to his physical strength, it also contained 60% of the demon sword rank. Whoosh, The person who attacked wanted to subdue the newcomer with a single move. However, when he got closer, he realized how terrifying the newcomer was. With a single slash, his arm was cut off. "Sir, you're so powerful. I won't participate in today's matter." The person finally realized a terrifying problem. He might not be a match for the newcomer. If he continued to fight, he would die. "You want to leave after coming here?" Unfortunately, the cloaked man sneered. He waved his left hand and a 5-meter-long giant bow appeared. The dragon bow shot out, boom, the person retreated. However, how could he block the arrow? His body exploded in mid-air, an expert at the sage stage died. Moreover, it was only 2 moves. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. Wow. Many people's faces changed. The person who attacked was the sect leader of a small sect. Although his talent was not as good as the geniuses of the Yen state, he had cultivated for a long time and his strength was not to be underestimated. However, he was still dead. Most importantly, they had never seen the newcomer's skills before. If they had, it would be Sakura and the others. They were all excited. Moreover, the old devil frowned. The dragon bow was very familiar. It had once appeared on the body of a kid who had made him furious for 3 days and 3 nights. Could it be that the mysterious cloaked man was that kid? He could not help but be stunned. According to logic, that kid should have escaped from Heavenly King Mountain. End of chapter 3269. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.